Relying on his pure soul force and deep reserves of true essence, Lin Ming was able to continuously persist throughout the entire afternoon. During this time period, he reached the limit of his ability several times. But this was also a method of practice. Without being pushed to the limit, it would be difficult to progress. When his true essence neared complete consumption, Lin Ming never begrudged himself to pull out a true essence stone and then enter into the ethereal martial intent state. Under the state of ethereal martial intent, the true essence throughout Lin Ming's body would spontaneously move at a pace several times faster than normal, with a near-perfect path of circulation. Under this cultivation state, his advancement was very fast. Gradually, the sun began to fall down below the western horizon. The light that once peeked into the room began to dim down. Wang Yuhan lit a lamp. Seeing that Lin Ming was still sitting in meditation and regulating his breathing, she hesitated several times as she debated whether or not to disturb him. After a while, Wang Yuhan could not bear it anymore, and she finally said, "Mr. Lin, we should eat a meal." "Oh? Yes, of course, you eat first. Just bring me back something nice. I'm almost done adjusting my condition, and then I will finish this inscription symbol drawing first." Drawing another one. Wang Yuhan was at a loss for words. This would be the 7th one. To draw up 7 inscription symbols in the afternoon, and not only that, but each one being very complex, with dozens of symbols and lines that needed to fuse together. Not even a top-level inscription master would be able to persist through such a task. Wang Yuhan no longer compared herself to Lin Ming, but placed Lin Ming as a level of character similar to her own grandfather. Shaking her head, Wang Yuhan headed down to have dinner. After eating dinner, she came back, and sure enough, Lin Ming had begun already drawing the 7th inscription symbol, and was almost halfway done. Wang Yuhan moved to the side and set down the plate of food that she had brought up. She quietly watched every movement of Lin Ming, earnestly committing them to memory, and occasionally she would even subconsciously reach out her hand and follow Lin Ming's movements. Although she knew that even if she copied these movements, it was to no avail of discerning the deep mysteries within them. As time slowly passed, Wang Yuhan looked at those gorgeous and brilliant inscription lines, and then turned to Lin Ming. She watched as his fingertips danced in the air, and shimmering lights followed his incomparably smooth control of true essence. She also saw the fine beads of sweat that covered his face, and his incomparably focused expression. Gradually, Wang Yuhan entered a state like she was lost in a trance. Her vision unconsciously moved from Lin Ming's face to his fingers and back again. At that moment, she felt like she had been infected by the young boy's dedicated focus. Wang Yuhan finally snapped out of her daze as Lin Ming let out a light fu sound. The several dozens of inscription symbols and lines began to condense into one, and with that sparkle of light, Wang Yuhan managed to regain her composure. She was somewhat flustered, and her pretty face blushed. 7th. Lin Ming let loose a long breath and completely collapsed back into his chair. Now, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Mr. Lin, the food is getting cold." "Oh." Lin Ming propped himself up and received the plate of food. He took big gulping bites as he ate. Wang Yuhan was sitting somewhat cramped at the side, quietly gazing at the hourglass in the room, watching the sand fall, grain by grain. In the foundation lines, when drawing up the rock pattern, it is better to add a fold-shaped structure. Lin Ming mindlessly remarked after finishing half of his meal. Wang Yuhan was slightly stunned, and then felt a great happiness followed by an overwhelming exultation. Lin Ming was teaching her inscription techniques. This kind of inscription technique was from beyond the borders of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and moreover its degree of exquisiteness and subtlety far surpassed anything that the Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription could ever hope to achieve. By now Lin Ming had recovered some of his true essence. He readily drew out a rock line pattern in the air, slowing his tempo as much as he could so that Wang Yuhan had time to clearly see the changes in soul force. In particular, when drawing that folded pattern, he lowered the speed to a bare minimum. Lin Ming knew what the driving reason was behind Wang Yuhan's request to serve as his assistant. She had accompanied him for an entire afternoon, helped a great deal, and also expended much of her own true essence and soul force. Yet, the things she could learn were extremely limited. She was a girl who was also the beloved granddaughter of the Inscription Association's president. Such a proud girl had actually dropped her reservedness to act as his assistant for this afternoon. If Lin Ming didn't return the favor, then he would have felt bad about himself. Therefore, in the free time that he had while eating his meal, Lin Ming continuously taught Wang Yuhan several foundation lines. Although just learning these basic foundation lines was far from being able to use them in any sort of practical application, Lin Ming believed that with Wang Yuhan's aptitude towards inscription, along with her unceasing efforts to strive towards greater heights of inscription technique, that she would inevitably be able to derive a great deal of inspiration from this in the future. "Thank you, Mr. Lin," Wang Yuhan said with a heartfelt expression of gratitude. "I want to thank you instead. Will Mr. Lin be coming back tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? I should come back sometime in the afternoon. In the morning I have to practice at the 7 Profound Martial House." Because of the core disciple test, the 7 Profound Martial House had promised that Lin Ming would be able to use the 7 major killing arrays for 10 full days. Time at the 7 major killing arrays was extremely valuable. It would be a waste if he didn't use it because he was practicing inscription techniques instead. "Can I also be your assistant for tomorrow?" Wang Yuhan asked with anticipation. Lin Ming brightly smiled and said, "Of course you can." That evening, Lin Ming returned to the 7 Profound Martial House and began to digest what he had learned by practicing today. In the afternoon, Lin Ming had spent 3.5 hours to draw up a total of 7 inscription symbols. The materials for these inscriptions were all precious. Lin Ming had many faults in drawing up the inscription symbols, which caused some of the materials to be wasted. However, he hadn't yet encountered a situation in which the inscription symbol would go out of control and then collapse with an explosion. As long as the whole thing didn't come tumbling down in a fiery explosion, some errors could be tolerated. According to the regulations of the Inscription Association, customers had to pay the reward with materials. The total price of the service was twice that of the materials used. Sometimes they also needed to pay certain fees for services rendered. Of the materials that were left over, 60% went to the guest inscription master, and 40% went to the Inscription Association. Lin Ming took a few materials that he could use for himself and exchanged the rest with the Inscription Association for points. "At the rate I'm earning points, I'll probably have enough points after 10 more days to buy some of the materials I need from the Inscription Association. As for the rarer materials, I'll need to wait until my inscription technique improves further, and only then will I have a chance of getting them. The materials for those 2 body inscription symbols are just too difficult to collect. Through the process of earning points, I can also cultivate. I've been creating inscription symbols continuously and using many different types of materials. Not only is my inscription technique progressing quickly, but even my soul force is slowly growing. The true primal chaos formula is also improving. I can feel that I'm faintly approaching the small success stage of the 2nd layer. I hadn't actually thought that I could practice so many things in a single manner. My consumption of true essence stones is really fast. In just one day I've already used 3. This is simply burning money away. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, true essence stones, according to their degree of purity, ranged between 500 gold taels to 1,000 gold taels. The true essence stones that the 7 Profound Martial House handed down to its disciples were probably the most inferior ones, at 500 gold taels. But the more than 100 true essence stones that the Crown Prince had gifted to Lin Ming actually belonged to the lustrous top-grade pure essence stones, which had a value of 1,000 gold taels each. True essence stones were very scarce in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. It was extremely difficult to find a massive amount of them. In turn, it was difficult to trade true essence stones for gold. Even the wealthy aristocratic families would find it difficult to afford such an expensive price. 4 or 5 true essence stones together was equal to a treasure. Lin Ming had over 200 true essence stones on hand, and he used them every day like he was eating candy. There weren't many people in the entire Sky Fortune City that were able to do as he did. I'll probably use up the true essence stones I have in 2 months. I'll have to have the Crown Prince help me buy them. At worst, I'll just reimburse the money. After becoming a guest inscription master, Lin Ming found a way to cultivate that was also able to make money. He estimated that in a single month, he would be able to make more than 200,000 gold taels without a problem. Of course, this was on the premise that there were enough rich martial artists that were seeking his services. A normal guest inscription master would be able to perform 1 or 2 tasks every day. This was because even if they could continue to do more, they would not be in an optimal condition to do so, and it would be difficult to draw a perfect inscription symbol and thus harm their reputation. These inscription masters usually worked 20 days every month. It was a good result to make 20 or 30,000 gold taels at the end, assuming that they did not fail. But Lin Ming was able to draw up inscription symbols 7 or 8 times a day. In 1 month, he could work the entire 30 days. He was simply a freak of nature. After he bathed himself, Lin Ming stayed in the bathtub and entered into the ethereal martial intent state. He let the true essence in his body revolve on its own as it followed its perfect path of circulation. Like this, Lin Ming sat for 2 hours. Because the true essence circulation continued at high speed, the water in the tub began to heat up and give off a white fog. Soon, the entire bathroom was filled with a dense cloud of water vapor. Every time Lin Ming let loose a breath, his breath stirred a whirlpool in the air. At midnight, Lin Ming awoke from his ethereal martial intent state. The countless tiny units in his body began to stir, and the vibrating true essence overflowed from his body like a gushing tide. The mist in the room suddenly disappeared. However, because the mist had been in the room for a long time, the entire room was dripping wet, and even Lin Ming's clothes were soaked. As he stood up from the bath, Lin Ming inadvertently glanced at the purple gold flexible armor that the Crown Prince had gifted to him. With a glance, Lin Ming suddenly froze. Lin Ming grabbed the purple gold flexible armor. He looked at it, startled, and felt a great shock in his heart. How did that Peak Ho Tian Master's blood symbol that he had drawn with his own blood essence disappear? Today, he had been to the Inscription Association. For safety concerns, Lin Ming had worn the purple gold flexible armor. It was fine then, but after taking a bath, he discovered that the blood symbol had disappeared. It was more accurate to say that most of the blood symbol had disappeared. There was still a tiny corner of the blood symbol that remained, but even that was already completely blurred. This vague feeling, it was similar to ink being soaked by water. Could it be that the mist from the bath had infiltrated into the blood symbol and ruined it? If so, then that Peak Ho Tian Master was simply too horrible and unbelievable. Or had the Crown Prince been cheated? Was this flexible armor itself a fake? No, that couldn't be right. When the Crown Prince had given him this armor, he had personally proved it with his own soul force, and had truly found that it contained the vital blood essence of a formidable master. Moreover, it was written with a supremely exquisite technique in the flexible armor, penetrating it, and had already become part of the treasure. That blood symbol was just like an inscription symbol that was placed on a treasure. Only by using some sort of special method, for instance having an alchemist use fire to burn it away, or using the flow like silk technique like Lin Ming did, could one remove it. Otherwise, it was basically impossible to separate it without completely destroying the treasure. So what the hell had just happened? Lin Ming could not understand. Was it possible that sometime today, someone had tried to ambush him with some secret, arcane ability that was blocked by the blood symbol, and thus the blood symbol disappeared? That should be impossible. If someone really did have such profound abilities, and they could cause the blood symbol to disappear in a situation without him knowing, then it would have to be someone that was at least of the Xianxia stage. But that kind of person could simply kill him with a flick of their finger, and those major characters weren't people that Zhu Yan or the 10th Prince could possibly hope to request. Lin Ming really couldn't understand what was going on. Instead, he decided to put away the flexible armor, and then go to bed. That night, perhaps because of the overconsumption of his soul force and true essence, Lin Ming slept very soundly. He blurrily stumbled in an endless realm of jet-black space that was incomparably vast. It was as if he was floating in the dark, starry night within the infinite cosmos. Countless fluttering transparent ghosts floated around him, and in these transparent ghosts were countless points of light, as if they were mirrors shining back on him. The points of light varied in size, from smaller than a grain of sand to spheres the size of his palm. They followed a strangely mysterious pattern of movement. At the center of all these bright lights was an orb of luminescent light, a foot in diameter. This orb of light emitted a dim, creamy white halo, which gave off a very warm and soft feeling. This was the space within the magic cube. Lin Ming was surprised beyond measure. How did he arrive back at the magic cube? After the first time that he had entered the magic cube had entered into his body and hidden there. He had been unable to summon it or even touch it again, so why was he suddenly able to enter into it today? Although this was a dream, after realizing that this was the space within the magic cube, Lin Ming's consciousness instantly sobered, but he was still unable to retreat from the space of the magic cube. Of course, Lin Ming was not prepared to leave now. His gaze fell on the soul fragments that shined like liquid stars. He looked at them with some excitement and even more solemnity. At first, it was a soul fragment that had brought him so many opportunities. Had it not been for that soul fragment, then even if he had comprehended an ethereal martial intent, then he would have at most stopped at the Hotian stage and would have been unable to progress to the Xianxia stage. Without a doubt, these soul fragments contained an inexhaustible supply of buried legendary treasures. But they also contained a hidden murderous intent. If he was not careful, then Lin Ming's consciousness would be swallowed by the soul fragment, and he would forever be beyond redemption. Was every soul fragment an ownerless soul? Could there be certain fragments that still contained a spirit mark that hadn't been erased yet? A human soul was composed of two parts. One was its memory, and the other was a spirit mark. If the spirit mark was erased, then only the memory would be left over and it would be an ownerless soul. An ownerless soul only had instinct and didn't have intelligence. If the spirit mark was not erased, then the soul fragment would have its own independent consciousness. If he swallowed this kind of soul fragment, then Lin Ming simply had no way to deal with a soul fragment that had a spiritual mark. Even if he managed to suppress it, it might even cause him to have a split personality and be constantly disoriented. Lin Ming stood among the vast, starry black space for a long time. He was not in a hurry to do anything. He skeptically stared at the palm-sized, shining light fragments, not daring to go near them. As for that large ball of light that was dead center in the middle of all the other light fragments, Lin Ming definitely avoided it. He very much suspected that the large orb of light he saw was formed from that mysterious woman that he saw in the dreamland. This is... As Lin Ming gazed at that large ball of light, he suddenly discovered that there was something unusual about it. On the ball of light suddenly appeared a faint blush, as if it was colored with blood. Blood? The sudden idea turned Lin Ming's mind cold. The blood symbol on the purple-gold flexible armor was also formed by blood. He remembered that when he had worn the flexible armor, the location of where the magic cube was sleeping, hidden within him, was over his heart, which was probably the same position as that blood symbol had been. Was it possible that... Was the flexible armor's blood symbol absorbed by the magic cube? The magic cube had absorbed the blood essence of a peak Hotian master that had been in the flexible armor? This sudden dawning caused Lin Ming to feel incredulity. Perhaps it was precisely because of this absorption of blood that he was able to enter into the space of the magic cube once again. The magic cube was able to absorb blood essence? The discovery made Lin Ming happy and worried at the same time. He was happy because he had discovered some secrets of the magic cube. What he worried about was, this secret gave him an ominous and evil feeling. This magic cube was obviously not some friendly object. But anyway, now that he was back in the magic cube again, this was a prime opportunity. Of course, this also meant danger. Lin Ming stood in the magic cube's ocean of star space for a long time. Which one these soul fragments should he choose? With so many soul fragments, casually selecting one would just be testing exactly how much luck he had. If he obtained one that was useless, then it would have all been in vain. Lin Ming watched one soul fragment after another, but he was unable to see what was inside. These countless soul shards were like tens of thousands of jade stones. Some of these jade stones might have the purest quality white jade, and some might have nothing at all. And in some, there might even be a devil lurking inside. This soul fragment is too bright. It's too similar to the stars. I shouldn't touch it. This one is too small. It's even tinier than a grain of rice. The first time I was here, I chose a soul fragment around this size, but now that my strength has improved, I should be able to choose a larger one. But just how much larger? Why is this red? This gives off a very demonic and evil feeling, as it was stained with blood. It seems full of evil spirits and dark influences. Perhaps this soul fragment's master. I'm afraid that before his death, he was most likely a murderous devil that slaughtered countless people. This type of person has too deep an obsession. I shouldn't touch this one. There's also a golden red color? What sort of principles would make a soul fragment a golden red color? Facing such an important choice, even the normally resolute Lin Ming became indecisive. If I had to choose one then, Lin Ming finally locked his eyes on a mung bean-sized soul fragment. This soul fragment wasn't too bright, and it also wasn't too large or small. He cautiously approached this soul fragment, and carefully made sure to avoid contact with any other soul fragments. As he approached, Lin Ming suddenly wondered what would happen if he probed the soul fragment with his soul force. With that in mind, Lin Ming attempted to revolve the overbearing soul tactic and use his soul force to sense the soul fragment. A martial artist's soul force and spirit mark were connected. If misused, it would be vulnerable to attack. If a soul was damaged, then it was very difficult to cure. At least, in the entirety of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Lin Ming hadn't seen anything that could help repair a soul. Lin Ming's idea was to investigate the soul fragment with his soul force and see if he could obtain some valuable information. It even might be possible to attempt to read some memories and to take a look at these memories to see if they would be useful before deciding to swallow that soul fragment. However, as Lin Ming's soul force came into contact with that soul fragment suddenly turned into a stream of lightning that flew into Lin Ming's soul. Lin Ming simply didn't have any time to react. With a whish sound, the ownerless soul fragment had already submerged into Lin Ming's sea of consciousness, aimed at Lin Ming's spirit mark, and launched a violent attack on his psyche. Damn! Lin Ming hadn't expected this result. He just felt as if the tip of a knife was repeatedly and maliciously stabbing into his brain without hesitation. This kind of severe, body-gripping pain made his vision go dark, and he almost fainted on the spot. My cultivation is already so much stronger than before, but this pain is still so irresistibly overwhelming. It is such a small piece of soul consciousness, and yet it's actually so strong. The power of a soul had no relations with true essence. It only depended on the soul itself. Lin Ming had used the overbearing soul tactic during the long period in which he had used inscription techniques, and his soul force had naturally grown. But the ownerless soul fragment that he had chosen now was larger and brighter than the first soul fragment he had absorbed. So to swallow this soul fragment up was 10 times as hard. Lin Ming's sea of consciousness once again became a battlefield. The deep pain within his brain was just like countless insects that were chewing through his mind. A multitude of complex and confusing scenes emerged in his mind. Lin Ming grasped his head, bore the soul-wrenching pain, and revolved the overbearing soul tactic, holding fast to his quickly ebbing consciousness. With his previous experience, Lin Ming was much calmer this time. The head-splitting pain also caused him to fall into a dazed stupor, but Lin Ming knew that once he fainted and lost his self-awareness, then he would without a doubt die. As long as he was able to force his way through this period and exhaust that ownerless soul, that he would win. However, this soul fragment's inherent soul force was far superior to the last one's. Lin Ming clenched his teeth, defending the last pure and bright bastion of his mind. The first time I did not know the overbearing soul tactic, and only depended on my heart of martial arts to endure. But this second time, my soul force is much stronger and my heart of martial arts is more complete. How can I lose here? Ha! In Lin Ming's sea of consciousness, there was a giant storm that was raging as the ownerless soul fragment constantly consumed itself in its battle with Lin Ming's spirit mark. Gradually, the shining rays began to dim down, The aching pain came flooding in like a limitless tsunami. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and could only hang on as this agony coursed through his mind. After an unknown amount of time, this aching feeling finally weakened as it began to slowly die down. By now, Lin Ming's whole body was soaked in sweat and cold to the touch. After a long time, that ownerless soul fragment had gradually lost its instinct and turned into complete pure soul energy, and then slowly integrated into Lin Ming's sea of consciousness. Opening his eyes, Lin Ming was surprised to find that he had already left the vast, starry space within the magic cube. He was back in his simple log cabin, staring at the wooden ceiling. Seeing such a familiar scene let him feel at ease. Reviewing the memories in his mind, Lin Ming felt another headache creeping up. This kind of feeling was as if he had gone through several days of sleepless nights, and thus his mind hurt. Array formations, array patterns, array diagrams, charms. This was probably an array master. After clearly examining these, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. His luck was just bad. He had actually taken in the memories of an array master. An array master was truly strong, that was without question. One only needed to look at the 10,000 killing array, the 7 major killing arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, the exquisite pagoda, and the sea jade platform to see just how inconceivably strong an array master was. One of the 7 founders of the 7 profound valleys was one who especially studied array methods. If he was able to create a massive array like the exquisite pagoda and sell it to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, its cost would be at least 10 million gold taels. However, it was impossible for Lin Ming to arrange this array. The major arrays of the 7 profound martial house were created through a collaboration of several Xianxia masters working together. The total quantity of true essence needed was truly terrifying. But without using such a large array, a normal array only had a very limited benefit. Although he was slightly frustrated, Lin Ming did not lose heart. This soul fragment had a very rich memory. It was not solely array methods. Moreover, about arrays, it may be temporarily useless to Lin Ming now, but that did not mean that it would be useless in the future. In fact, in a sense, an inscription master was also one kind of array master. An inscription symbol could be called an array formation, except that the inscription symbol was on a much smaller scale and the total amount of true essence needed was also correspondingly low. However, for a large-scale array formation, one needed to be at least a Hotian stage master in order to begin studying it. Lin Ming took a cursory glance at these array formations in his mind. It seemed that not even a Xiantian master would have any hope in arranging these. If I want to learn array formations, I don't know in what year or what month I'll be able to do so. Lin Ming shook his head and completely sealed up all the memories. In the space of the magic cube, there were tens of thousands of souls. It was simply impossible to always choose one that was useful. It all came down to his own luck. After he placed away the array-related memories for the time being, Lin Ming endured further headaches and continued to read the memories of the soul fragment. True solar fire law, it requires godly strength to practice, and it is also incomplete, useless. Collapsing moon sinking star, this is a top-tier martial skill, but my cultivation is far from being able to use it, useless. Valiant dragon's roar, this is also a top-tier martial skill, but I still can't learn it. Lin Ming kept searching. The soul fragment's memories were very rich. However, there were very few things that were useful. The majority of cultivation methods and martial skills required a very high level of cultivation or power in order to begin practicing them. These are woman, feelings, sex, conspiracies. These are the life memories of a great person within the realm of the gods. But these things are also useless. Lin Ming had sealed away the memories of the array formations. As for these life memories of the realm of the gods, Lin Ming simply discarded them all. Well, this is... Lin Ming's heart jumped, and his spirit immediately rose and the headache he was feeling calmed down a little. Heretical god force? Is this a martial skill? Cultivation method. Lin Ming sunk his mind into this memory, and to his surprise, the heretical god force memory was fairly complete. Most importantly, if he wanted to cultivate the heretical god force, it did not have any mandatory requirement for cultivation. Even someone at the body transformation stage would be able to practice it. The secret legacy manuals of the Sky Spill continent were divided into 3 different kinds. The first kind was a cultivation method manual. This was used for martial artists to accumulate true essence and enhance their cultivation. The cultivation method manual was the foundation of all, and was also the rarest of all the secret manuals. A sect didn't need to have good martial skills, but they must have a good cultivation method manual. The second kind were martial skills. Different martial skills would utilize the true essence and strength of human body in various ways in order to attack an enemy. The third kind were movement skills. These movement skills were similarly a utilization method to coordinate true essence with the strength of the human body, and thus enhance one's speed. But Lin Ming saw that this heretical god force actually didn't fit any of those 3 categories. Using heretical god force's mystical ability, it was possible to greatly enhance one's strength for a short time, and true essence would also increase. Heretical god force was not a cultivation method, but it also wasn't a martial skill or movement ability. It was actually able to make a martial artist's martial skills stronger, and their movement abilities quicker. In that elder's memories of the realm of the gods, this heretical god force was one of the rare auxiliary secret techniques. In all of those secret techniques, this heretical god force is one of the most precious. Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. Although most of the memories weren't useful, but if there was actually one that was incomparably precious, then it was worth it. Lin Ming continued to examine the heretical god force. This secret technique was divided into 6 different stages. The first stage was able to enhance a human's strength and true essence by 50%, and the second stage could enhance one's abilities by 100%, the third 150%, and so on, until the final 6th stage, which could enhance one's original strength and true essence force by 3 times. Of course, 3 times the strength and true essence force also corresponded to 3 times the consumption rate of strength and true essence. But to Lin Ming, this wasn't an overly major problem. With the true primal chaos formula and a solid foundation of basic skills, his endurance had always been extraordinary. Although this heretical god force is not a martial skill, in terms of its actual combat efficiency, it is much stronger than any martial skill. Even if I can only cultivate it to the first stage, I can increase my strength and true essence force by 50%. If I used my foundation spear technique with this, and also coordinated my momentum, then if I met Zhu Yan again I would easily be able to defeat him. And what is most abnormal is that this heretical god force does not conflict with martial skills. If I opened this heretical god force state, then I would still be able to use a martial skill, and the martial skill's power would be increased. Solely with this heretical god force, there was value in me choosing this soul fragment. Excited, Lin Ming began to sift through the rest of the memories, even though there weren't many left. Although there were still many cultivation methods and martial skills left, there weren't any that were complete or that were suitable for a martial artist at the body transformation stage. Lin Ming didn't keep his hopes up that he would find something. But just as he was about to finish skimming through all the memories, Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Top movement ability, Golden Rock Shattering the Void. This movement skill originated from ancient times, when a mighty and powerful being of the realm of the gods happened upon a cataclysmic battle between a golden-winged rock and a true dragon. That golden-winged rock had a height of several tens of thousands of miles, and its wings were like endless hanging clouds that hid the sun, moon, and stars. That mighty and powerful being had bore witness to the entire battle between the golden-winged rock and the true dragon. Afterwards, the golden-winged rock had shattered the void and disappeared out of sight. According to these images, that mighty one had retreated into meditation for 60 years, and finally created the movement ability known as Golden Rock Shattering the Void. To cultivate this set of movements, one had to start from the most basic stage of body transformation and go step by step until they reached the highest level. After one reached the perfect stage of this ability, they could travel 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye and roam through the endless void as if they were taking a leisurely stroll in the yard. To start practicing from the most basic body transformation stage was Lin Ming's good tidings. At his current stage, this was exactly the right time to start practicing Golden Rock Shattering the Void. However, it was a pity The golden rock shattering the void movement ability was ultimately incomplete. The golden rock shattering the void consisted of 12 stages, but in the memories of the Elder's soul fragment, there were only 8 remaining. Losing 4 sections of the stages was by no means soul-crushing, as that mighty one originally didn't have the complete manual of the golden rock shattering the void movement ability. Otherwise, Lin Ming knew that the most precious secret skill would not be the heretical god force, but the golden rock shattering the void. But still, Lin Ming did not feel any regret. Although it was incomplete, that wouldn't affect Lin Ming at the moment. Because his cultivation was too far off to even think about practicing those later stages, he would only need to wait until he reached that realm before looking again. After he obtained the golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming kept looking through the few remaining memories. Lin Ming didn't think that he would find anything of value, but to his surprise there was actually a minor martial skill that he was able to practice. This martial skill was called the pulse-cutting palm. It did not require an extremely high cultivation, and it was also quite simple and easy to learn, but the corresponding power was not that high. Pulse-cutting palm would only be used when an opponent had consumed most of their true essence, and their strength was severely weakened. This was because in order to display the function of the pulse-cutting palm, one had to use a certain concealed energy to infiltrate true essence into an opponent's body using a special method. If the opponent's total remaining amount of true essence in their body was more than what was sent into their body, then that true essence would be consumed by the opponent. Just on this attribute alone, the pulse-cutting palm was far too tasteless. It could only be used to deal with a far weaker opponent, or someone that had already consumed too much of their strength and had lost the power to resist their enemy. But it stood to reason that in order for that mighty elder to retain such a weak and cowardly martial skill, the pulse-cutting palm had to have a certain special function. This function was that the infiltrating true essence could cut off an enemy's meridians and dry up their acupuncture points. This kind of destructive damage was virtually irreparable. The only possible method was using certain special and exceedingly rare materials that were in the memories of the mighty elder. But these valuable materials were only found within the realm of the gods. After a martial artist reached the bone forging stage, they would begin to open up the meridians. Once all of the meridians were opened, they would be connected to the pores of their body, and true essence would be able to access the meridians and flow through them unimpeded. This was the pulse condensation period. However, if one's meridians were severed, then it was impossible to step into the pulse condensation period for one's entire life. Not only that, but their cultivation would gradually reverse, becoming worse with each day, until it was completely lost. Even a man's virility was closely related to their meridians and acupuncture points. For instance, conditions such as impotency were closely related to the meridians that passed near the kidney. If these meridians and body points were ruined, then it would greatly affect a man's virility, and they might even become sterile as a result. Even martial artists above the pulse condensation period, whose body's meridians had been completely connected, would not be spared from the power of the pulse-cutting palm. Their cultivation would fall below the pulse condensation period and suffer the same fate as anyone else. This pulse-cutting palm could only be described as extremely insidious and ruthless. Without a doubt, the special aim of this martial skill was to maliciously harm others, because when dealing with an enemy that had already lost all their strength to resist, killing them would be simple. But in using this pulse-cutting palm, it would utterly destroy their martial arts. And what was even more ruthless was that it would cause a man to lose all of their functions as a man. It was simply better to die than live in this pathetic state. This pulse-cutting palm is damaging enough. Although it cannot increase strength, it is an incomparably ruthless and sinister move to deal with others. Not only will it sever a person's meridians, it will also sever all their future descendants. To cause a martial artist to lose all their cultivation and their manhood, it is worse than killing them. If I have the time, then I'll study this. It will be useful for dealing with some enemies that I can't publicly go against. It will be much safer in the future if I ruin their martial arts. But for now, I don't have much time, so I'll put this on hold. Lin Ming completely sealed all the memories that he didn't need and discarded all of the unnecessary life memories. After filtering everything, there was only the heretical god force, golden rock shattering the void, and the pulse-cutting palm. The special technique and movement ability were incomparably precious. As for the pulse-cutting palm, although it couldn't be considered so amazingly precious, it did have its own special role. Now there are only 4 months before Zhang Guanyu and I will fight each other. I was originally only going to draw the body inscription symbol and place it on my body, and continue perceiving the flow-like silk state through meditation. With the enhanced true essence gathering of the body inscription symbol and the help of my ethereal martial intent for cultivating, I should be able to break through to the altering muscle stage before the battle. But now I also have to practice the golden rock shattering the void, and the heretical god force. Although this secret technique and movement ability are formidable, if I do not adequately practice them, then they will not enhance my cultivation and only be a waste of time. Only 4 months left. My time is too tight. Break into the 10,000 killing array's top 10 in 3 months. Defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months. Defeat Taku in 5 months. And defeat Ling San in 6 months. Of these 4 tasks, entering into the top 10 ranks of the 10,000 killing array is the simplest. As long as I can rush through to the top 10 of the 10,000 killing array, the 7 Profound Martial House will award me a medium-grade human step long spear treasure, the Heavy Profound Soft Spear. This is a medium-grade human step treasure, and it is also the rarely seen elastic spear. If I have it, then my combat prowess will rise much higher, and my chances of defeating Zhang Guanyu will be that much better. Although Lin Ming currently had the penetrating rainbow spear on hand, it was still a half-treasure after all. When concentrating his true essence into it, there was no smooth feeling. In the northwest reaches of Zhou Mountain, there was a natural mountain valley. The entrance of the mountain valley faced the north and spanned 1,000 feet. As it extended inwards, it became increasingly narrow. The entire mountain valley was in the shape of a funnel, and it continued into the hillside until the width was only about 10 feet or so. When gale winds blew from the north of Zhou Mountain, they were blocked by Zhou Mountain and formed a tremendous wind pressure and air current that flowed down the funnel-shaped valley. As it went inwards, and the mountain valley became narrower, the speed and pressure of the wind increased with each step. Before the 7 Profound Martial House was established, this mountain valley had been named Gale Valley. Inside the valley were large rolling stones that blew everywhere, and humans and livestock found it hard to stand firm. After the 7 Profound Martial House was established, the Xiantian masters, who had decided to use the local environments, set up a large array in this crazy wind valley. Not only did this raise the speed of the wind, but the wind current and direction became unpredictable. Undercurrents were everywhere, and there were even strong heavenly winds that could harm the body. This was one of the 7 major killing arrays of metal: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. This was the Violent Wind Tunnel. The Violent Wind Tunnel was primarily used by martial artists to practice their stability and footwork. To a martial artist, solid footwork was the most basic entry-level martial arts. To begin on the path of martial arts, one had to first practice their balance. Even Lin Ming, who had not received a formal martial arts education, had to begin by practicing the basic horse stance. However, Lin Ming came to the Violent Wind Tunnel today not to practice his stability, but to practice his movement abilities. To practice one's movement in the Violent Wind Tunnel was something that a common disciple would be unable to imagine. This was because no matter how fast one was, it was impossible to hide from the wind. No matter how astonishing one's speed, in the Violent Wind Tunnel, the person would always be pinned down and hindered by the fast wind. To practice one's movement, a disciple would usually choose the boulder slope array of the 7 major killing arrays. The boulder slope had innumerable rocks flying around. A martial artist would use these to practice their dodging skills and movement speed. Before, Lin Ming had gone to the boulder slope to take a look, and saw that the boulder slope truly was a good place to practice one's movement. However, it was not suited to the golden rock shattering the void. When one practiced movement in the boulder slope, the truth was that the main aspect a martial artist trained was their reaction speed, strength, and true essence body coordination. If these points were practiced well, a martial artist would simultaneously have extremely quick speed and nimble movements. However, it was hard to find a movement ability that could achieve both extreme speed and flexibility. For instance, Swan Feather Fall, Heaven Passing Ladder, Cloud Hanging Rope, and other such movement abilities stress speed and light work above all. These skills were fastidious about keeping the body as light as a swallow. Once true essence was revolved, they could leap several dozens of feet high and easily catch a flying bird. This speed was very fast. But then there were movement abilities like 7-star drifting cloud, lost steps, 6-foot step, and 7 despairing steps. These movement abilities stressed flexibility and dodging. For instance, in 7-star drifting cloud, one's feet traced the pattern of the Big Dipper, like treading on clouds, and their footwork was light like treading on clouds. After the large success stage was reached, one could take 7 steps at once, and it would be impossible to tell which step was first or last. Within these 7 steps, one's speed would be able to reach the extreme. These movements focused on dodging. They were very effective in close-range fights. If a movement ability had a superiority in one movement aspect, then it could be considered a top-grade manual. If a movement ability could be superior in both aspects, then that would be a best-grade manual. However, that kind of movement ability would only be passed down to the core disciples of the 7 profound valleys. But after Lin Ming read the general outline of Golden Rock Shattering the Void, he realized that even achieving the pinnacle in both of these aspects of movement was still quite ordinary. The truth zenith of movement abilities not only needed to achieve the summit of both of these aspects, but most importantly, they had to integrate the concept and law into its movements. To be able to integrate one kind of concept perfectly into one's movement was already considered extremely precious and rare, even in the realm of the gods. But that mighty elder's Golden Rock Shattering the Void actually managed to integrate 2 concepts, the concept of wind and the concept of void. The Golden Winged Rock was also known as the 9-day Leviathan Rock. It was a wind attribute god beast that was the ancestor of 10,000 winds. The legends said that the Golden Winged Rock ate flood dragons as food, and its degree of formidability was similar to the true dragon and true phoenix. This wind attribute god beast's concept of wind was undoubtedly the best. As for the concept of void, that was instantly comprehended by the mighty elder that had created the Golden Rock Shattering the Void, when he had seen the Golden Winged Rock pierce through space and enter the limitless void. The concept of void was an extremely illusory ideal. At the moment, it was too far away from the current Lin Ming. He could only touch upon the concept of wind. And the best place to practice the concept of wind was of course the violent wind tunnel. What? Junior apprentice brother Lin would like to enter the 7th level of difficulty. The deacon's senior apprentice brother, who guarded the violent wind tunnel, stared at Lin Ming with wide eyes. He thought that he had misheard for a moment. The violent wind tunnel was divided into 12 different sections, and the individual difficulties of each section could be adjusted. The 7th level was a difficulty that the Earth Hall disciples that were around rank 100 on the ranking stone would use. Now that Lin Ming had entered into the upper echelons of the heavenly abode, he should have started at the 10th level of difficulty. It had to be known that Zhu Yan had used the 10th level of difficulty to practice. The top 10 disciples of the heavenly abode often used the 11th level to practice. As for the highest 12th level, no one was actually able to withstand the raging winds inside. Even Ling Sen could only persist for an incense stick of time. If today Lin Ming had decided to enter into the 10th level of difficulty, or even the 11th, then the deacon would not have been so surprised. But what kind of existence was Lin Ming? He was a potential future core disciple who would challenge Ling San, Taku, and Zhang Guanyu, and yet he had chosen the 7th level of difficulty. This really puzzled the deacon, so he asked, Junior apprentice brother Lin, the 7th level of difficulty is usually used by the lower order disciples. Is Junior apprentice brother Lin cracking a joke with me? Lin Ming smiled and said, I'm positive I want to open the 7th level. Not a joke. All right. The deacon's senior apprentice brother shrugged and opened the difficulty to the 7th level. After all, the time was his. It was his choice what difficulty he wanted to set. At lower difficulties he could also save true essence stones. After the path to the violent wind tunnel opened, Lin Ming instantly entered. As soon as he entered the violent wind tunnel, Lin Ming immediately heard the sound of roaring, rumbling winds as if there was thunder inside. Especially in nearby regions, there were some people who had opened the 10th level of difficulty and above. The fierce roar of that wind was like an army of 1,000 soldiers roaring as they charged forwards. Just by listening to that sound, one could imagine the horror inside. But Lin Ming was only at the 7th level of difficulty in the violent wind tunnel, and it was a relatively calmer environment. With his cultivation, he could easily walk in the violent wind tunnel. Lin Ming arrived at the middle area of the violent wind tunnel. This far in, the wind speed was modest. He stopped, closed his eyes, and began to fully feel the bone-chilling cold mountain wind as it blew upon him. The word concept sounded vague and intangible. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, if a martial artist wanted to comprehend the concept of wind, he would not know where to start. What was the concept? It wasn't something that one could easily grasp. But after Lin Ming swallowed that soul fragment, he had attained a clear understanding of what a concept was. Of course, to comprehend it, one had to rely on oneself. The concept was in truth a law. It was a force of nature. Once it was comprehended, one could control a core of power. In the wide world, everything had its own inherent laws. For instance, water would flow to the lowest valley. Fire would rise to the highest peak. Yin and yang supported and restrained each other, and life and death and so forth. These were the most basic of laws. Extend the law deep into the soul and control the origin of all things. This was what a concept meant. For Lin Ming to comprehend the concept of wind, he did not need to resist the wind, but to harmonize and conform to the wind, and feel the power of the it. If Lin Ming utilized his true essence, coupled with his formidable physical strength and the support of penetrating rainbow, he would easily be able to resist the 10th level of difficulty, and even challenge the 11th level of difficulty. However, these things held no significance for him. He had chosen the 7th level of difficulty. After coming to a complete stop, Lin Ming stopped resisting the force of the wind and allowed his body to completely relax. Then, without any anxiety, he was sent flying by the fierce winds. Lin Ming continuously adjusted his body in the air, adapting to the wind and borrowing its strength. However, from the very beginning, he no way of crossing the threshold. Pong! Lin Ming heavily collided against the rocks. Even though his body was physically strong and he was protected by true essence, he still felt his dizzy as his blood surged inside him. Lin Ming stood up, integrated with the wind once more, and was once again thrown up by the wind, hitting the wall. He continued this experiment again and again, and hit the rocky wall again and again. Lin Ming had already lost count of how many times he had hit the wall. He suffered multiple bruises, and was covered with cuts and wounds. His face had multiple abrasions and his clothes were ripped to shreds. He was almost naked. It looked quite awful. Lin Ming had already informed Wang Yuhan that he would not be going to the Inscription Association today. In one breath, he had made an appointment at the violent wind tunnel for 8 hours. He would use the entire time to feel the power and majesty of the wind. This was a completely masochistic method of cultivation. Even though Lin Ming had stocked up fully on medicines, he still ended up with such an embarrassing appearance. I really was negligent. I didn't think that my clothes would be ruined like this, and I didn't bring any spare clothes with me. Lin Ming forced a smile and shook his head. He prepared to ask the Deacon Senior Apprentice brother to fetch some clothes for him. At this point, it was approaching the afternoon. The Deacon Senior Apprentice brother was bored and in a very blasé mood as he sat in meditation. From time to time again, he would pay attention to Lin Ming. Lin Ming had made an appointment for 8 hours, from morning until dusk. With such a long time, he had only opened the 7th level of difficulty. What was Junior Apprentice brother Lin thinking? Could he not handle a higher level? Or was he going inside to play? Playing around? No. That's impossible. Junior Apprentice brother Lin simply doesn't have the personality of a 15-year-old boy. What is he doing in the violent wind tunnel? The Deacon Senior Apprentice brother thought about this for a long time and still did not understand, so he decided to forget about it. Those high-status people really give me a headache. Time in these 7 major killing arrays is just so precious. Many martial artists are reluctant to come even once every several days. Occasionally when they do come, they might even bring several companions with them, and each person would use half an hour. But then this junior apprentice brother Lin has 10 full days he can use every month, so he doesn't treasure such valuable time and made an appointment for 8 whole hours in one go. I can't believe he only opened the 7th level of difficulty. Even though we are both people, it still irritates me. Ah, so exasperating. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was sighing with emotion, when at this time, Lin Ming emerged from the violent wind tunnel and asked, "I'm sorry, senior apprentice brother, but could you help prepare me a spare set of clothes?" At the moment, Lin Ming was in less than rags. He was almost naked. If he practiced any more, there would just be no way for him to go back to his cabin. As the deacon looked at Lin Ming, who had suddenly appeared in rags and his dirty body covered with countless wounds, the deacon's senior apprentice brother could only stare dumbfounded, his jaw dropping low enough that an egg could be stuffed inside. He didn't respond for a long time, until he finally recognized that this young dirty man with a beggar's appearance was Lin Ming. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was totally confused. Were there monsters inside of the violent wind tunnel? No, that was impossible. The violent wind tunnel was used daily. How would there be monsters inside? Or had he made a mistake with the difficulty level? He turned around and looked at the Array Formations panel board. It was indeed the 7th level of difficulty. But why would junior apprentice brother Lin's appearance be so shabby? What happened inside? Could it be that junior apprentice brother Lin's footwork technique was not steady? That was also impossible. He remembered on the martial stage that junior apprentice brother Lin had been steady like a towering mountain. It was impossible for there to be anything wrong with his footwork technique. In this case, Lin Ming simply couldn't explain. He said, "Senior apprentice brother, could I trouble you to reduce the difficulty by a level and open up the 6th level of difficulty?" At the 7th level of difficulty, the wind velocity was just too fast. The time Lin Ming was airborne for was too short. Just as he was about to feel the origin of the wind, he would immediately smash into the wall. So he hoped to reduce the difficulty by a bit. To comprehend the concept of wind, he did not need to resist the strength of the wind. The force of the wind also did not matter. You want to reduce the difficulty? The deacon's senior apprentice brother was becoming a bit paranoid, but he hadn't figured out how to open his mouth and ask Lin Ming. Lin Ming once again entered the wind tunnel, and through numerous trials, he began to feel like he was starting to be able to sense the concept of wind. He wanted to use this opportunity to step into the threshold of the wind concept in one fell swoop. After his 8 hours of practice time had ended, Lin Ming had already hit the wall at least 10,000 times. If it wasn't for the top-quality injury medicine he had brought, the impact of so many hits would have already left him with several internal injuries. At this point, there wasn't a single spot on Lin Ming's body that wasn't bruised. When he swapped clothes and stepped out of the tunnel, the deacon's senior apprentice brother was completely confused. Standing by the deacon was a disciple of the heavenly abode. He didn't recognize Lin Ming in his current ragged condition. He only thought, which wonderful low-order disciple is this? You couldn't even think to open up a low level of difficulty? Was there a need to be so masochistic in your practice? Junior apprentice brother Lin, what in the world were you doing in there? The deacon's senior apprentice brother asked. Practicing. Lin Ming faintly smiled. Having given a perfunctory answer, he didn't wait for the deacon to ask him another question, and left. The disciple that was still waiting there asked, Junior apprentice brother Lin? Which Lin? Lin Wu? That's not right. Although Lin Wu is a little weak, he's not that bad. The deacon sent an ill-humored look at the disciple and snappily said, Junior apprentice brother Lin Ming. Lin Ming? Haha. Senior apprentice brother, your joke is too funny. If that Lin Ming can actually end up like that in that level of difficulty in the violent wind tunnel, then I'll walk in reverse from now on. You can walk however you want to. Next time, if you don't believe, then look yourself. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was disinclined to bother with the disciple. He began to close the formation array, It was about time for him to get off work. After Lin Ming returned to his cabin that night, he prepared a boiled bathtub full of medicinal herbs. As soon as he stripped his clothes, he jumped in and soaked inside the bathtub for 2 hours. The wounds on his body began to slowly mend themselves. As he sat in the tub and meditated for the night, by the next day his flesh had absorbed the potency of the medicinal herbs and his bruises had disappeared. The cost of that bathtub full of medicinal herbs was around 7,000 taels of gold. Before, the amount of gold that he had spent on raw materials would have been enough for him to practice for 7 or 8 years. But presently, that bathtub of medicine had already been completely used up. This caused Lin Ming to sigh with emotion. If one wanted to cultivate martial arts but didn't have money, then no matter what talent they had, it would be useless. Yesterday, he had gone through 8 hours of masochistic practice. Lin Ming had finally touched upon the concept of wind, but still hadn't managed to cross the threshold. He was still far from being able to grasp that wind concept. With such an esoteric and profound golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming hadn't expected to be able to cultivate it within a short time. Still, just practicing it a little was infinitely enjoyable. Today, Lin Ming did not go to the violent wind tunnel. He needed a period of time to let his body fully assimilate the experiences he had obtained yesterday. Therefore, he lit a sound-transmitting talisman and passed a message to Wang Yuhan. Today, he would be going to the Inscription Association. In the past few days, a modest affair had happened in Sky Fortune City. The Zhu family had announced that because Zhu Yan had violated the family rules, his punishment was that he had been expelled from the family. Not only that, but the 10th prince, the Cloud Prince, had drawn a distinct line between him and Zhu Yan. This matter had been dealt with in a very low-profile manner. However, all the major powers had taken note of this event. Everyone knew that Zhu Yan and Lin Ming had a grudge between them, and some of the even more informed ones knew that this was related to Lan Yunhue. According to some reliable sources, Zhu Yan and Lin Ming were deep love rivals involved in a messy love triangle. They had many small battles, and their conflict became increasingly intense. At this point, the Zhu family had expelled Zhu Yan from their ranks, and the 10th prince had drawn a line with Zhu Yan. Just what was the meaning of this? Many people thought that the Zhu family and the 10th prince had done this in order to show a measure of goodwill towards Lin Ming. In order to woo Lin Ming to their side, they had directly expelled a talented person from their main family. But wasn't this just too crude and reckless? Although Lin Ming was amazingly strong, he was obviously close to the crown prince and on his side. If the 10th prince was unable to win over Lin Ming and had still expelled Zhu Yan, then wasn't this double penalty simply giving an enemy one's own wife as well as losing one's own soldiers? What was the reason behind the 10th prince's actions? After Lin Ming heard this news, he also felt it somewhat incomprehensible. Did the 10th prince make this decision in order to show goodwill? Was it necessary? Zhu Yan was expelled from the family and he also left the 7 profound martial house. I must be careful of him. He is living a gloomy life, but he knows how to bear the suffering. This would greatly strengthen his toughness. Later, he will certainly try go against me somehow. My strength is growing and I am not afraid, but my parents are in Green Mulberry City. I must inform the Lin family about this and have my parents protected. Unfortunately, I did not kill him when I could on that stage, and now I've left a future trouble. A cold chill crept into Lin Ming's eyes. Although he had not bothered pursuing when Wang Yigao and Wang Yanfeng had tried dealing with him using cruel methods, but that did not mean he was a soft-hearted person, especially when faced with the possibility that something could endanger the safety of his loved ones. Thinking this, Lin Ming sent out a sound-transmitting talisman to Sky Fortune City's Lin family branch, exhorting them about his parents' situation. That afternoon, Lin Ming had decided to go to the Inscription Association, which was why he had made an appointment with Wang Yuhan. As he was walking down the road, Lin Ming suddenly stopped. He had run into a person. Lin Ming already had an impression of this person. He was a pulse condensation period martial artist who worked under the Crown Prince Liao Wenyuan. The Crown Prince had helped Liao Wenyuan in his career and had shown him kindness. Before Liao Wenyuan had gained fame and fortune, a young Crown Prince had helped him. That stroke of graciousness had been unforgettably valuable. That was why, even though Liao Wenyuan now had a title and a rapidly advancing career, he had still decided to enter into the turbid waters of the struggle over the throne, and was willing to assist the crown prince in ascending the throne. Mr. Lin. Liao Wenyuan cupped his fist in a polite greeting towards Lin Ming. Senior Liao is too polite. This junior should be the one bowing to Mr. Liao. Lin Ming cupped his fist and returned a courtesy bow towards Liao Wenyuan. Lin Ming didn't find it surprising that he met Liao Wenyuan here. These days he had felt eyes on him as he walked down the streets, as if people were intentionally or unintentionally following him. But these people did not have any murderous or dangerous intent. They were obviously sent by the crown prince. Lin Ming's status was extremely sensitive. As soon as he took even one step out of the 7 profound martial house, there would be people immediately following him and protecting him in the shadows. It could be said that if the 10th prince wanted to kill him in Sky Fortune City, it wouldn't be much easier than killing the crown prince himself. The crown prince was apparently aware that he was often visiting the Inscription Association these days. Haha. I didn't think that Mr. Lin would know my name. To be truthful, I am a rather crude person and I'm not too comfortable with these courtesies. If you don't mind, I will be rude and call Mr. Lin, Brother Lin instead. Lin Ming smiled. Brother Liao's words are frank and straightforward. Truth be told, I also do not like etiquette and honorifics. Haha. That's great. Brother Lin, today I came to especially look for you. You may or may not know, but Zhu Yan has been expelled from the Zhu family. Liao Wenyuan had sent these words via True Essence sound transmission. Lin Ming nodded and also changed to speaking with True Essence sound transmission. You must be careful of Zhu Yan. I know, but I also find something strange. Why was the Zhu family so ruthless? This ruthlessness is because of Brother Lin. You have a possibility of becoming a 7 profound envoy or the martial housemaster. With that status, whether it is the Zhu family or the 10th prince, they do not dare to annoy you. But to them, Zhu Yan will at most be a pulse condensation martial artist in the future. A pulse condensation period martial artist is an acceptable loss, so they drove him out. Later, Zhu Yan will hate you and try to assassinate you. If this happens, then Zhu Yan will take the blame and the Zhu family and the 10th prince will not be implicated. So it's like that. Well, when it comes to the internal struggles of the large families and royal powers, not even family will be spared. Lin Ming had no interest in things like the royal power struggle and large family interests. Yes, that's why since ancient times a ruler must be crafty. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to accomplish anything. Liao Wenyuan paused and sighed. He was thinking of the humanity and righteousness of the crown prince, who unfortunately had insufficient determination. Ah, that's right, Brother Lin, you had previously asked His Highness the Crown Prince to look for some materials. We have already begun to search for them. However, there are some things that the Sky Fortune Kingdom does not have. The Crown Prince has already sent people to the neighboring countries to look. The Hulua Nation's trade fair has things from all around. It should be possible to find some materials there. But to collect all the materials, it will take a long time. As for the matter of the manor that Brother Lin wishes to return, His Highness the Crown Prince has said that he has already gifted the land to Brother Lin. How could he take it back? Brother Lin, please feel relieved about that matter. Hulua Nation was one of the larger countries under the governance of the 7 profound valleys. Regardless of military forces or the number of masters they had, all of it surpassed the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Hulua Nation's trade fair was famous and very well known within the surrounding area of 100,000 miles. It was only that it was too far from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if one rode a snow dragon horse that could cross 2,000 miles in one day, it would still take a dozen or so days to arrive there. With the time it took to get to Hulua Nation, coupled with the time it took to find the materials, and the fact that some materials couldn't necessarily be bought, it was wrong to depend solely on the Crown Prince to obtain the complete list of materials for the body inscription symbol. Lin Ming said with heartfelt appreciation, "Please thank the Crown Prince for me. I, Lin Ming, will always remember this favor." Haha, Brother Lin is far too polite. As soon as I ran into Brother Lin, I knew that Brother Lin was a man worth knowing. Rest assured, The Crown Prince has some savings that he's accrued over the years. He can easily bear the burden of buying some materials. But the one who has a burden is really Brother Lin. Brother Lin not only has amazing martial art skills, but also has a thorough understanding of inscription technique. This really makes anyone feel disbelief. Brother Lin, you really make me want to throw away what I thought the word genius meant. Lin Ming smiled and shook his head. Brother Liao flatters me. It is only because I have a fierce master that I have such achievements. That's right, since Zhu Yan has left Sky Fortune City. Then what happened to Lan Yunue? Did she leave with him? Although he already had nothing to do with Lan Yunue, Lin Ming still inquired. Zhu Yan might have gone crazy by now. He might take out his anger on Lan Yunue. Liao Wenyuan smiled and said, Brother Lin, feel relieved that Lan Yunue is all right, but she has already withdrawn herself from the 7 Profound Martial House. Presently she is still within Sky Fortune City. His Highness the Crown Prince has already sent some people to secretly protect her. Oh? Lan Yunue has left school. Lin Ming was a little stunned. The Crown Prince was really very thoughtful. He had even taken Lan Yunue into account. There truly was a substantial advantage in joining a major power. There were a lot of matters that he didn't need to worry about. There were naturally people that would help manage them. Liao Wenyuan said, That's about everything I have to say. I will walk first. Brother Lin, please continue whatever it was you were doing. Thank you, Brother Liao. Haha. That's what I should be doing. As he bid farewell to Liao Wenyuan, Lin Ming continued to walk to the Inscription Association. In order to buy the materials he needed, it was actually a bad idea to only rely on the Crown Prince. He had to look for another way. If I can draw up an inscription symbol that even the Hotian martial artists of the Sky Fortune Kingdom will want, then I can have the Hotian martial artists help me look. That way, it would be possible to find the materials I need in a shorter period of time. This was the plan that Lin Ming had thought of before, and was the only means he could think of. With the improvement in Lin Ming's inscription technique, he might just be barely able to create an inscription symbol that would move the heart of a Hotian stage martial artist. But this method would draw a bit too much publicity. Oh! Inscription Association. Mr. Lin. A pleasantly surprised Wang Yuhan said after seeing Lin Ming. She had already been waiting in the inscription room for some time. Miss Wang, I'm very embarrassed. There was a small matter, so I was delayed. Because he had entered into space within the magic cube, Lin Ming's soul force consumption was extremely fierce that night, and he didn't wake up early like he usually did. Then after that he went to the violent wind tunnel to practice, and time had dragged on a bit too long. There are already quite a few visitors waiting, Wang Yuhan said as she pointed towards the hall. Lin Ming looked. In the hall, there were already 7 or 8 people who were patiently waiting there. Usually at this time, there would only be 2 or 3 people. The last time, Lin Ming had repeatedly gone through requests. No matter whether it was repairing an inscription symbol or drawing one up, he managed to smoothly complete the task each time. And what was most pleasantly surprising to the martial artists was that the inscription symbols Lin Ming had drawn up had a much better effect than a normal inscription master. Usually to achieve this effect, only a few of the top inscription masters of Sky Fortune Kingdom, like Wang Xuanji, were able to do so. But what kind of character was Wang Xuanji? Most people simply could not move him. Even if they wanted him to, his price was not something that most martial artists could afford to pay. But Lin Ming's price for work was very cheap. His service wasn't actually much worse compared to those top-level inscription masters. As a result, many visitors had come because they had learned this. I heard that the guest inscription master is in his teens. I don't know whether this rumor is true though, a visitor thoughtlessly said. Today he had brought a medium-grade human step treasure. He had already had this treasure for over half a year, but hadn't found an appropriate inscription symbol. He did not even bother glancing at common inscription symbols, but the price for the top-tier inscription symbols were just too high and not to his liking. He cultivated cold attribute true essence, and therefore wanted an inscription symbol that matched his true essence attribute. And then yesterday, he had overheard that a new guest inscription master had come to the Inscription Association and drawn up an Ice Frost Guard inscription symbol. After being placed on, the armor had actually changed to an icy blue color. That was why before the dawn had even risen, he had lined up here and had already waited most of the day till now. However, he wasn't even the slightest bit impatient. The earlier he came, the earlier in line he would be, and he might be the first one that the inscription master helped. The first inscription symbol that an inscription master made was the best. This was because at that time their soul force and true essence were at their most abundant state, and it was also easier to obtain the best result. As the day dragged on, the chances of getting the best possible result would decrease. It's true, when my friend came, he saw with his own eyes that the inscription master was just a youth. What's wrong with the world? Is inscription technique not difficult to learn? He's already at this level. In a few years him surpassing Wang Xuanji would be as simple as eating a meal or drinking water. The children these days are becoming increasingly fierce. A few years ago there was Qin Xingxuan, and half a month ago there was a Lin Ming. Now there's also an inscription genius. Where did this boy come from? Why have I never heard of him before? He shouldn't be someone from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Our Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique isn't that amazing. In certain places in the mainland, there are families who engage in special occupations. For instance, array master families, alchemist families, inscription master families, refiner families, and so forth. These families have already inherited legacies of over 1,000 years, and they are much more formidable than the Sky Fortune Kingdom. They would screen the soul talent of each generation's outstanding descendants, and have a pair of a high-talent male and female marry. The child they give birth to would have the possibility of having a high-grade soul talent. Gradually, in these families, even having a 5th-grade soul talent isn't strange. In addition to their glorious and long history and the many inheritances and legacies that they have accumulated, their level of inscription technique must be many times more formidable than the average inscription master. A knowledgeable old man slowly said this as he stroked his beard. The truth was that nothing he said was a secret. Not only were there families with particular professions, but martial arts were the same. There were martial arts families with grandiose histories that had existed since ancient times. For instance, of the 7 profound marital house's current core disciples, besides Qin Xingxuan, the rest had come from martial cultivation families. Lin Ming was thought to be such a person by them. As the group of people was talking, a young receptionist lady came over and politely told them, "The guest inscription master has arrived. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. We may begin now." Allied Trade Association, Sky Fortune City Headquarters. In a luxurious room in the midst of a renovation, Zhang Guanyu reclined on a bed. In his hand he held a delicate eggshell-like porcelain bowl that was threaded with fine gold slivers. In the small golden bowl was a creamy liquid. This thick and fragrant liquid was milk. But it was not goat's milk or sheep's milk or something like that, but was a woman's breast milk. In most nobles' mansions they raised a number of wet nurses. These wet nurses would squeeze out their breast milk and the nobles would enjoy this delicacy. Human breast milk was considered to be the most nutritious of all milks. Whether a baby grew well had much to do with breast milk, and how long they were on breast milk before they were weaned off. Because of this, it was popular within the aristocrats of Sky Fortune Kingdom to raise wet nurses in their mansions. Normally, the women that had the occupation of a wet nurse were those that had just had a child, or their child had died, or they were sold off. Most of these women came from the countryside, and usually only the women with poor appearances would come and be a wet nurse to help out with their family's expenses. The saying was that a woman with big buttocks would easily give birth. Therefore, the women that were able to squeeze enough breast milk were usually somewhat plump. In addition, they had mostly been doing farm work in the countryside since they were children. Their skin had already been thoroughly exposed to sun and rain, and was rough. Most were not attractive. Zhang Guanyu, this person, had very loose lips. He felt that this kind of woman wet nurse seriously affected his appetite. Therefore, the wet nurses he raised had to be pretty and beautiful women beyond all else. These kinds of beauty were usually the concubines of other wealthy individuals. Their age was usually 20 or so, and their looks were charming and pleasant. The Allied Trade Association had a huge influence. Some respected families would offer their concubines on their own volition in order to flatter Zhang Guanyu. But there were also some that were compelled by Zhang Guanyu. In those cases, the families would have to obediently offer up their concubines. As for the children that these concubines had given birth to, the families could only have their own wet nurses replace them. Some concubines were in delicate health, and their breast milk was scarce. However, this didn't matter to Zhang Guanyu. In fact, Zhang Guanyu liked this kind. He felt that such breast milk was the sweetest, as well as the most rare and precious. Sometimes, a concubine that Zhang Guanyu had an appetite for would be directly sent to his harem. Zhang Guanyu had an interest in all the various flavors of beautiful women. Even a person's wife was no exception. "Have you found her?" Zhang Guanyu lazily asked, slowly sipping on his bowl of breast milk. Informing the young master, "We have found her." The one speaking was a middle-aged man of over 40 years old. His breath was long and his heartbeat was powerful. He was at the viscera training stage. We shall go," Zhang Guanyu said and tossed down the rest of the breast milk in the bowl. He excitedly licked his lips, his appearance quite fierce at this moment. "Young master, to do this is—" The middle-aged man hesitated. Are you afraid to offend Lin Ming?" "Young master, Lin Ming has already risen to a core disciple status within the 7 Profound Martial House. If he continues to rise in the future, and becomes a 7 Profound Envoy or the Martial House Master, if we have offended such a person, it would be very difficult to manage." "Your meaning is, I should lie down with both hands tied, and let him step on me? And even befriend Lin Ming? Is that right?" Zhang Guanyu's voice suddenly cooled. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Young master, this subordinate does not mean that. Humph! The 7 Profound Martial House has pushed me to stand against Lin Ming. It is impossible for me to live in peace with him. Do you want me to admit defeat? Even if I admit defeat, do you think Lin Ming will receive my kindness? The 7 Profound Martial House wants me to be Lin Ming's stepping stone. But what they do not know is I am not a stepping stone. I am a caltrip. Whoever steps on me will die." Zhang Guanyu's heart of martial arts was an arrogant heart. He could understand that some people were stronger than him from the start, but he could not bear to see a young man compared to him, and chase after him and then surpass him. Not only that, but Lin Ming was younger than him by 5 years. Because Lin Ming had stolen his thunder, he had already become extremely unhappy. Not only that, but the fight in 4 months would definitely attract the attention of everyone within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. If he lost in that situation, it would be a shameful disgrace. Zhang Guanyu's arrogant heart could not accept such a matter. The truth was, Zhang Guanyu had complete confidence in winning the match 4 months from now. But even if he won, he felt that Lin Ming would eventually surpass him. At that time, Lin Ming would challenge him again to defeat him. In this way, the result would still be the same. Zhang Guanyu had a premonition that once he was defeated by Lin Ming someday, then he would forever be surpassed by Lin Ming, and would be unable to stand up from this catastrophic failure. This would frustrate his arrogant heart. This knot he would never be able to untie, and that was because he could never surmount Lin Ming again. Zhang Guanyu absolutely did not want to see that ever happen. After having cultivated the divine acacia power, Zhang Guanyu's heart had a strong wish. That wish was to cultivate the divine acacia power to the peak of the 7th layer and achieve a long period of youth, the time where his yang essence would never fade. Once he achieved this boundary, he would have several hundred years of youth. He would be able to play with all the various beautiful and worldly women in society, take them and plunder them. From the beauties of today to the beauties of several hundred years later, he would establish a massive harem that surpassed the royal family's harem of 3,000 beautiful women. Every day he would go visit his personal harem and wantonly engage in reckless fun with them. Thinking of this, Zhang Guanyu would be filled with burning desire, and his blood would bubble to the brim with a maddeningly ecstatic excitement. But with Zhang Guanyu's talent, to cultivate the divine acacia power to the peak 7th layer was easier said than done. He had just begun cultivating the divine acacia power. If everything went smoothly, and he picked the best beautiful women to cultivate from, there was a small possibility that he would be able to reach the peak of the 7th layer. But if 4 months from now, he was defeated by Lin Ming in front of the eyes of everyone, then his spirit and heart would be suppressed and his yang essence would not flow smoothly. In that case, it would be very difficult to reach the peak of the 7th layer. So, Zhang Guanyu decided to completely and thoroughly defeat Lin Ming in the match 4 months from now. He would mercilessly trample over him so that he would never be able to stand up from his failure in his entire life. He would snatch everything from him. All the halos that surrounded him and all the beautiful women that admired him. His heart would be serene. His yang essence would flow unimpeded, and his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. That middle-aged man said, "Young master, this subordinate is too dull-minded. But this subordinate only thinks that if you do such things, it will enrage Lin Ming. When the time comes, it will only deepen the animosity of an enemy." Humph! So what if I enrage him? You think I am going to admit defeat without a fight? But, no buts. Lin Ming is scary, yes, and the 10th prince does not dare to move against him. I have to respect the crown prince, but this does not mean that I must be servile to him. If others rode on your head, would you also lie on the floor and act like a dog? Since this Lin Ming wants to defeat me, then I will eliminate him. Young master is ready? The middle-aged man did not understand what his upcoming plans and defeating Lin Ming had in common. I ask you, what is most fearful about Lin Ming? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, his perception, martial intent, and heart of martial arts. Yes, but the most fundamental of all these is his heart of martial arts. As long as I can break his heart of martial arts, then he will lose his martial intent. If he does not have his martial intent, then he will just be some garbage third-grade talent. Even if he has monstrous heaven-defying perception, his cultivation will be limited to below the pulse condensation period. What sort of achievements could he possibly have? As long as he doesn't become stronger, his halo will gradually disappear until everyone has forgotten about him. At that time, he will be nothing to but an ant. I'll crush him to death with a single step. He is under the protection of the 7 profound martial house now. It is impossible for me to publicly deal with him. I can only break his heart of martial arts. To deal with Lin Ming, it must be before he grows. Zhang Guanyu devilishly grinned, revealing a trace of his teeth. But that middle-aged man only felt sorrow in his heart. If he could defeat Lin Ming's heart, then that was of course good. But what if he failed? Then they would have seriously offended Lin Ming, and that might possibly affect the young master's future status in the Allied Trade Association. The Allied Trade Association would never appoint a successor that had offended a 7 profound envoy or the martial house master. However, Zhang Guanyu was paranoid by nature, and he practiced the divine acacia power, which strengthened his possessive instincts. How would he listen to his words? Many cultivation methods could affect a person's mind. For instance, cultivating the abiding Buddha mantra could cause one's thoughts to be stable and pure in heart. The golden bone forging divine formula would cause a person's qi and blood to be filled with yang energy and become indomitable. However, what the divine acacia formula did was cause a person's possessive instincts to grow stronger and stronger, and their thoughts would be increasingly extreme and violent. Young master, perhaps we should discuss this matter with the master. Zhang Guanyu's complexion immediately went cold, and he emitted a faint murderous intent. The middle-aged man jumped in fear, hurriedly saying, "This subordinate should die. This subordinate should die. Too much talk leads to error. All you have to do is your duty as a servant." Zhang Guanyu withdrew his murderous aura. This so-called master was naturally Zhang Guanyu's father. Zhang Guanyu knew that if this matter was known by his father, he would absolutely not be allowed to do so. Because in the eyes of his father, the Allied Trade Association's future was far more important than Zhang Guanyu's future martial arts cultivation. His father would never run the risk of offending Lin Ming and going up against him. In his opinion, in the worst-case scenario, Zhang Guanyu would lose and that would be it. But as for Zhang Guanyu, no matter how large the influence of the Allied Trade Association was, it was impossible for them to give him several hundred years of youth and never-ending young essence. Only strength would bring him this. As long as he had strength, all the worldly possessions of the Allied Trade Association were nothing but floating clouds. Geniuses were confident. Lin Ming was confident and Zhang Guanyu was similarly confident. A truly proud talent would never recognize from the beginning that they were inferior to others. Otherwise, his heart would be blocked, and Zhang Guanyu would be more paranoid. Geniuses always thought that they were the protagonists of the world's future, and so they would fight. However, these fights must have casualties. Oh! Sky Fortune City, southwestern suburb. The Sky Fortune City Royal Palace faced south. The northern end of town was where most of the mansions of the nobility were, and it was a relatively prosperous location. The south of the city was deserted, especially near the suburbs, where it was quite deserted. In the southwest suburb, there were some low-rise houses. Although these houses had been here for years, they did not look old. It was just that under the rain, the dull gray tiles, blank white walls, and the shading from the trees did not have a fresh feeling. In the midst of all these houses there was a new shop. The shop's original owner had returned to the countryside to retire, and had put his shop on sale. After the new owner took over, the shop doors were painted with fresh new tung oil, and the inside was spotlessly cleaned. There were even some flowers and plants that were placed around. It looked much more elegant. At this time, in the shop entrance, there was a young girl wearing a simple blue cotton dress. She was quite beautiful with supple, tender skin. She gave off fresh and crisp feeling. She was fiddling with some cloths on the shelves. This girl seemed to be in delicate health, and the cloth she was moving appeared extremely cumbersome. However, the girl's skill was actually high, and she stacked the large and small fabrics neatly. This girl was Lan Yunue. Because her engagement contract had become invalid, Lan Yunue had left the Seven Profound Martial House. She had helplessly walked through Sky Fortune City for an entire day. She was too ashamed to return home, and she did not know where to go or what to do. In the end, she decided to set her foot down in Sky Fortune City. Therefore, she pawned some of her jewelry and opened up this small fabric shop. All of the neighbors ridiculously loved this new young girl. The girl wore simple blue clothes every day, and she was always busy at work in her small fabric shop. Such a delicate and juicy young girl that was actually willing to endure such hardship was rare. Not only that, but this girl's hands and feet were deft, her strength was great, and she also cooked a good meal. It stood to reason that such a girl that had endured this hardship since childhood would have rough skin, and both her hands should at least have calluses. But they actually didn't think that both of this girl's hands would be soft and creamy like liquid jade. It was simply amazing. What kind of girl was this? After knowing that this girl was one person alone by herself, many of neighborhood ants' hearts were aroused with overwhelming sympathy. They curiously asked about the girl's life experiences, but the girl always ambiguously answered in vague terms. Some of these ants even wanted to act as a matchmaker for this beautiful young girl. But to these offers, the girl always faintly smiled and refused. "Oh, young master, we're here." The middle-aged man pointed to a sign hanging over a fabric shop. That sign hadn't been hanging there for a long time. "Ha! What an elegant shop. Good." Zhang Guanyu shook the fan in his hands, and his face revealed a pondering smile as if was looking at a delicious prey. In order to break Lin Ming's heart of martial arts, he had to find the flaw in Lin Ming's heart of martial arts. To Zhang Guanyu, it seemed the only flaw in Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was Lan Yunue. When Lin Ming had spent half an incense stick of time to overcome the passive desire, that person in the dream realm must have been Lan Yunue. Although Lan Yunue's matter had already passed, Zhang Guanyu still believed that Lan Yunue was a knot in Lin Ming's heart. If he could take Lan Yunue and cultivate his divine acacia power with her, what would be the outcome once Lin Ming found out? Zhang Guanyu very much wanted to know. In a matter like a duel, if one was defeated, they would be fine to fight a second time. There would not be a situation where their spirit would be suppressed and blocked. But a girl was different. As long as he got her in his bed, that was a forever matter. Zhang Guanyu believed that even though Lan Yunue betrayed Lin Ming, she still had a place within his heart. If he took Lan Yunue, then this would forever be a thorn in his mind. This thorn would be something he could never ever erase. Even if Lin Ming defeated him, that thorn would still remain. If one's spirit wasn't smooth, then their thoughts would be clouded and their cultivation would be blocked. When Lin Ming tried to break through a bottleneck of his martial arts cultivation, this would be a demon of his heart that stopped him. And the key to this was, could Lin Ming defeat him? It was true that the 7 profound martial house protected Lin Ming. But they did not protect Lan Yunue, and this girl had already withdrawn from the 7 profound martial house. If Lin Ming knew that he had obtained Lan Yunue for himself, would he rush towards him, head full of anger, and ask him to a duel? If Lin Ming came to his front door, that would simply be too good. At this moment, Zhang Guanyu had a 100% assurance that he could defeat Lin Ming. Even if he waited 4 months, he still had 90% assurance that he would win against Lin Ming. This was because recently his divine acacia power had reached the large success stage of the first layer, and his strength had grown by a large margin. This was something that Lin Ming did not know. Zhang Guanyu expected that on the day of that decisive battle, Lin Ming, because of anger, would ruthlessly attack him, with each move desperately aggressive. In Zhang Guanyu's imagined scenario, that would be perfect. He would be perfectly justified to use some of the sinister and sadistic styles of the divine acacia power, and leave Lin Ming to suffer with irreversibly severe injuries. Injuries that would seriously impact his future cultivation. Even if he could not reach that point, he could still make it so that Lin Ming would be confined to bed for at least half a year. If Lin Ming had to recuperate in bed for half a year, then what would happen? Could he still pass the 7 Profound Valleys Core Disciple test? The test's deadline was in little more than a year. This was his only chance. As long as Lin Ming did not pass the test, in Zhang Guanyu's eyes he had nothing to fear. In addition to his future achievements and the disparity in their influence, Zhang Guanyu had full confidence that he could suppress Lin Ming for a lifetime. First, he would snatch the jade virginity of the woman that Lin Ming had loved and use her to enhance his own cultivation. Then on the stage in front of the eyes of everyone, Lin Ming would be defeated by the man who had stolen his woman, and also experience a severe wound that would take half a year to heal from. This would cause him to fail the 7 Profound Martial House Core Disciple test. With so many attacks concentrated together, what would happen to Lin Ming? Would he ever be able to calm down his spirit? Would he be able to maintain his perfect heart of martial arts? Zhang Guanyu self-reflected. If he was placed in that situation, he would be wild with rage, and his spirit would be disrupted. If his spirit couldn't flow well, then one's cultivation would be hindered. Since ancient times, the frustrated geniuses everywhere that had never recovered from a setback all had one common characteristic. This was that before it had happened, everything had been smooth sailing, and then they would suddenly suffer a disastrous defeat. You think your future prospects are limitless, but these are all things given to you by your martial intent. If I take away your martial intent, then you will be nothing. Wait for me to plunder the virginity of the woman you once loved, shatter your martial intent, grievously wound you, and waste your future. Thinking of Lin Ming's inevitable fate, Zhang Guanyu really wanted to let out a hearty laugh. He looked again at Lan Yunue in her small fabric shop, and the corners of his mouth flashed with a ferocious macabre smile. He lifted his foot and walked forwards her. "Hello, 2 customers. Are you looking to purchase something?" Lan Yunue sweetly greeted with a smile as she saw the 2 silk-robed men walk into the shop. Although she and Zhang Guanyu had both attended the 7 Profound Martial House at the same time, Zhang Guanyu rarely appeared in front of others, so Lan Yunue did not recognize him. But as they approached Lan Yunue, her eyes gradually sharpened. The silk-robed man who was waving a fan was not some common or trivial person, not even mentioning the richly brocaded silk fabrics he was wearing. But the jade pendant that he was wearing at his waist was worth no less than 5,000 gold taels. It was a top-quality white translucent jade pendant. Not only that, but it had delicate red veins within. It was a very beautiful blood jade. She remembered that not even Zhu Yan had such a high-quality jade pendant. To so casually wear a jade pendant that was equal to 1 or 2 treasures on his body. The young man's family background was simply too terrifying. Lan Yunue could not see through this young man's cultivation, but she could easily see that the middle-aged man accompanying him was at the Viscera training stage. To have a follower at the Viscera training stage, just who was this man? But the key was, why would the son of such a wealthy person come to such a small hole-in-the-wall shop to buy fabric? Although her fabric was decent, it was not something that this young man would ever deem worthy to be glanced at. This kind of person from a wealthy family probably used precious snow silk as his fabric. Also, those who bought fabrics were usually women. What would 2 men possibly be buying fabric for? Lan Yunue's mind flashed with all these thoughts, and in her heart she became secretly alert. Zhang Guanyu looked at Lan Yunue and revealed a faint smile. He joyously laughed and thought, what a charming and juicy young beauty. Even though she's wearing coarse homespun clothing, it doesn't hide her exquisite makings. No wonder Lin Ming and Zhu Yan were both infatuated with this girl. Moreover, I can tell that this girl truly has the body of a virgin. This is perfect. I'll settle her within my manner and thoroughly cultivate my divine acacia power with her. I will certainly enjoy this. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, according to customs, a man and woman wouldn't have sexual relations with each other before marriage. Certainly, this logic did not apply to concubines and maids because one did not need to marry them. Are you Miss Lan? Zhang Guanyu asked straight to the point. Lan Yunue's heart chilled. Sure enough, they were looking for her. Since they've come to her door, they have already verified her identity. She nodded and said, yes, I am. What matter do you two have with me? Haha. I've seen Miss Lan before. The truth is, the first time that I saw Miss Lan, I was already attracted to Miss Lan. Whether it is appearance or temperament, Miss Lan is truly very charming. Lan Yunue unconsciously stepped back half a step, opening up a distance between her and Zhang Guanyu. The wariness in her heart became heavier. Zhang Guanyu saw Lan Yunue step back, and also quickly stepped back himself to show respect. He said, my apologies. I hope that I was not too offensive and therefore scared Miss Lan. I do not have any other meaning. Honestly, I just want to say that I very much admire Miss Lan. But before, Miss Lan was already engaged. My only regret is that I did not meet Miss Lan sooner. I recently heard that Miss Lan has broken her engagement, so I took the liberty to visit. I hope that Miss Lan is not offended by my brashness. Lan Yunue saw Zhang Guanyu's respect and felt a little more at ease. She calmly replied, my engagement was not broken, but divorced. Haha. Miss Lan is too serious. I actually already knew that Zhu Yan had been expelled from the Zhu family. How could he possibly be worthy of Miss Lan? I do not know why Miss Lan decided to open such a small fabric shop in this remote area. If Miss Lan does not mind, how about coming over to my house for a visit? I have some gifts that I must give to Miss Lan. Lan Yunue's heart began to race. This young man in front of her, his words were appropriate. His smile was gentle, and by all appearances he was a modest and classy gentleman that didn't give off any ill feelings. However, Lan Yunue suddenly felt that there was something wrong about him. Lan Yunue knew how sensitive her status was. She was Lin Ming's former girlfriend. Just on this point alone, even if there was a son of a rich family who had taken a liking to her, they wouldn't be so crazy as to come here and try to take advantage of her. Although Lan Yunue knew that Lin Ming no longer had any relationship with her, those nobles would not think such a thing. This was something that they would never dare to do. In their opinion, this was the same as insulting Lin Ming. But this young man actually dared to be so flagrantly blatant to court her. There were only 2 possible meanings to this. He was completely crazy, or he was completely opposed to Lin Ming, or even had a grudge with him. Thinking of this, Lan Yunue had a very bad feeling, like an unlucky premonition that was slowly creeping up behind her, that someone would try to kidnap her and use her to threaten Lin Ming. Although she could not see through this young man's cultivation, she knew without a doubt that she was not his match. In addition to that old servant that stood behind him, She had no chance of escaping. Zhang Guanyu saw Lan Yunue tense up and go on high alert, smiled and said, I heard that Miss Lan has already withdrawn from the 7 Profound Martial House. It's really too bad. With Miss Lan's talent, with good pills supporting, it would be possible to break through to the pulse condensation period. Once someone breaks through to the pulse condensation period, their youth will be lengthened by decades. Isn't this something that Miss Lan desires? Zhang Guanyu lightly coughed, and the middle-aged man immediately handed him a box. He opened it. There were 2 bottles of pills inside. Zhang Guanyu casually took out a bottle and opened it. The rich and fragrant aroma of high-quality medicines immediately wafted out. These were clearly top-quality medicines. Zhang Guanyu smiled and handed the pills to Lan Yunue. He said, These are high-grade soul-gathering pellets. Just a trivial little gift not worth mentioning. Miss Lan, please do not reject them. These are only a small gift that I prepared for our first meeting. In the future, I can give you anything you want. With my status, I will not bring disgrace to you. How about it? Zhang Guanyu knew of Lan Yunue's past. He knew what Lan Yunue desired and had always wanted. She was divorced now. It was impossible for her to remarry into any respectable family. He did not believe that if he appeared in front of her when she was in such a dire situation and offered so many pills, and even offered to help her break through to the pulse condensation period, that Lan Yunue would not be tempted by this. However, he hadn't expected that Lan Yunue would simply not take the bottle of pills. She refused them and directly said, This young lady understands and thanks good sir for his kind intentions, but must decline. I no longer wish to cultivate the path of martial arts, and would like to live out the rest of my days as an ordinary person. I thank good sir for his kind regards, and ask that good sir please never return. Oh, is that so? Zhang Guanyu's smiling visage slowly fell, and an imposing aura from his body slowly began to grow. The middle-aged man behind him stepped forward, blocking the rear door. Lan Yunue immediately became flustered, and her pretty face began to pale. What do you want to do? Zhang Guanyu said, It's a pity that Miss Lan does not seem very interested in returning to my home, but I think that as long as I bring you there, I can make you change your mind by fulfilling your interest of sex. As Lan Yunue heard Zhang Guanyu bite out this word, sex, she immediately turned ice cold. This person. He dares to rape her? He was insane. Was he completely ignoring the threat of Lin Ming and abducting her to his own house? Was he not afraid of Lin Ming's retaliation? Lan Yunue knew that even if she no longer had any relationship with Lin Ming, if some person was to rape her, Lin Ming would absolutely never let that person off. Lan Yunue's back was already soaked in cold sweat. Her eyes glanced at the booth, and she saw not a trace of the scissors she used to cut fabric with. Haha! Such a young girl and also so beautiful. Don't take things too hard. Look at the bright side. Zhang Guanyu's smiling face became all the more intense. Zhang Guanyu took a step forward. He revolved a bit of his true essence, and was just about to make a move, when at this moment a hearty laughter suddenly came from the entrance. Haha! Is that not Sir Zhang? Sky Fortune City is such a small place. I can't believe that I would bump into you here. Zhang Guanyu frowned and he turned around. He was surprised to see a man with thick eyebrows smiling at him as he walked over. With every step this man took, he was emitting a strong aura that suppressed him. Liao Wenyuan. Zhang Guanyu recognized this person. He was a pulse condensation period master who was a subordinate of the Crown Prince. Not only that, but he was already at the middle pulse condensation period. Even if there were 4 or 5 or him, he still wouldn't be this man's match. The Crown Prince actually sent Liao Wenyuan to protect Lan Yunue? No, that's not right. It should be that there was someone following her, and as soon as the shadowy saw that he had come, had used a sound-transmitting talisman to immediately notify Liao Wenyuan. With a pulse condensation period master speed, catching up so quickly was not a problem. Damn! Mr. Liao. What a fortunate meeting, Zhang Guanyu said as he cupped his hands together in greeting. Fortunate meeting, fortunate meeting. Liao Wenyuan clasped his hands together and returned the courtesy. He calmly asked, Is Sir Zhang also here to buy fabric? Oh, it's for the beginning of winter. My family wishes to purchase a batch of winter clothing. Haha. I also have this plan for the coming winter. I came early, but didn't think that I would meet Sir Zhang also choosing out fabric. This is such a fortunate coincidence. How about Sir Zhang chooses fabric with me? Hee hee. Zhang Guanyu suddenly smiled, but his smiling face contained a faint trace of murderous intention. He coldly said, "Do not trouble yourself, Mr. Liao. Mr. Liao should feel free to choose his own fabric. When the winter comes this year, it will be best if you do not freeze to death." After Zhang Guanyu said this, he waved the fan in his hands, flicked his sleeves, and left the shop. Hearing Zhang Guanyu's apparent threat before he left, Liao Wenyuan only smiled and yawned. He was a pulse condensation period master, and did not fear the Allied Trade Association. He was also a subordinate of the Crown Prince. What could Zhang Guanyu possibly do to him? It was only when she could no longer sense Zhang Guanyu that Lan Yunue let out a breath of relief, her fingers trembling. A moment ago, did that man say Sir Zhang? Was it possible that the youth was Zhang Guanyu? Although she no longer kept thoughts of Lin Ming in her mind, Lan Yunue had still unintentionally heard news of Lin Ming. She knew that 4 months from now, Lin Ming would challenge Zhang Guanyu. Was it because of this reason that Zhang Guanyu had wanted to do something so ruthless to her? But it was nothing more than a challenge, so why would he do this? Lan Yunue didn't understand. It was not only Lan Yunue who didn't understand. It had never even occurred to Lin Ming that Zhang Guanyu would be demented to such a degree, that this person wished to obtain everything in the world. Glory, status, woman. All were his, and anyone who threatened to encroach on these would be a thorn in his side. Any normal person, such as the 10th prince, even if they regarded Lin Ming as a thorn in their side, they would never dare to move against them. They would outwardly smile and show goodwill. But Zhang Guanyu was different. Anyone that threatened him would receive his mad retaliation. "Miss Lan, are you all right?" Liao Wenyuan smiled. Although he knew Lan Yunue and Lin Ming's past, he did not look down on this girl. In this world, there were 2 kinds of companions that were worth feeling grateful for. The first was a woman. When everything went downhill, they would still stand by their man and cross the hard times with their husband. The second was a successful man with a rising career who would cross life together with just his first wife. Running into these 2 kinds of companions would be one of life's great fortunes. But if one cannot meet someone like this, then no one can be blamed either. Thank you, Senior. May I ask Senior's name? Lan Yunue bit her lip and bowed. Without a doubt, this intimidating man with thick eyebrows had come to protect her. To be a martial arts master that would protect an ordinary female, he must have some sort of relation to Lin Ming. Miss Lan does not need to be polite. My surname is Liao. My name is Liao Wenyuan. Just call me Mr. Liao. Senior Liao's graciousness. This young lady will never forget. Haha, you don't need to thank me. I was just doing as I was instructed. Lan Yunue hesitated, and could not help but ask, "May I ask how Senior Liao and Mr. Lin are?" Liao Wenyuan heard Lan Yunue say this and smiled. "Mr. Lin? Haha, Miss Lan, when you say it like that, how could I not respond? It's Lin Ming, right?" Lan Yunue awkwardly nodded. She was now a commoner, and this Liao Wenyuan in front of her was probably a master at the pulse condensation period, and a titled aristocrat. She should refer to him in a respectable manner and call him Mr. But Lin Ming's status was that of a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house. So his status was actually higher than Liao Wenyuan's. Lin Ming also didn't have relations with her anymore. That's why in front of Liao Wenyuan she had called him Mr. Lin as a show of respect. Only someone who was incomparably intimate with Lin Ming, such as his younger sister or girlfriend, could call him Big Brother, or call him directly by his name. "I was sent by His Highness the Crown Prince. But before this, Brother Lin has also asked me about you. Miss Lan, your status is quite sensitive now. It is probably impossible for you to ever live a quiet life again. How about this, you come with me back to the Crown Prince's palace, and the Crown Prince will guarantee your safety, so that something like this will never happen again." Lan Yunue nipped her lips and nodded. In this situation, she had no choice. So like this, Lan Yunue arrived at the Crown Prince's palace in awe and trepidation. Unexpectedly, she was personally received by the Crown Prince, Yang Lin, who politely inquired about her situation. Lan Yunue was then arranged into an elegant room within the Crown Prince's palace, and some maids were specially sent to take care of Lan Yunue. Here, there was a pavilion with a collection of rare books, rooms to practice calligraphy and painting, and masters that would teach her how. There were martial arts cultivation rooms and also martial arts teachers. When Lan Yunue arrived here, her mood was extremely complex. She did not expect that so many things would happen within a few months, and that in the end she would finally be admitted to the Crown Prince's palace. Oh! In the Inscription Association, the guest inscription master would tailor their inscriptions based upon the customer's request. Each customer had different requests. Some only wanted to an inscription symbol, some wanted their treasures repaired, or some wanted to improve their treasures. Every day, Lin Ming was exposed to a variety of strange materials, and he would face a number of different requests. In the drawing process, Lin Ming's understanding of the nature of various materials began to slowly become perfect. He also began to further comprehend and achieve mastery of the memories and theories in his mind. Meanwhile, the soul force also experienced significant growth. His use of the overbearing soul tactic became more skillful, even almost as well as his use of the true primal chaos formula. He would frequently push himself to the limit of his ability, then enter into the ethereal martial intent and rely on the true essence stones he had to restore his true essence. This caused Lin Ming's true primal chaos formula to steadily progress. Like this, it would only be a matter of time before he achieved the small success of the second layer. He had continuously been drawing inscription symbols for 3 days, and Lin Ming began to become famous. More and more martial artists of Sky Fortune City came to know of the new guest inscription master at the Inscription Association. They knew that he was young, but his inscription technique approached the pinnacle of Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription masters. The flame brand that Lin Ming placed in his inscription symbols also became a hot commodity. If a treasure had this flame mark on it, its value would increase tremendously. To a martial artist, a treasure that came from a famous expert was similar to a priceless mink coat to an aristocratic woman. It really was just as addictive and hard to let go. In the 7 profound martial house, Murongzi saw Bai Jingyun's treasure sword, and with eyes shining, said, "Wow, big Mr. Jingyun. A medium-grade human-step treasure sword. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, a medium-grade human-step treasure was very rare. There were many pulse condensation period martial artists who did not have a medium-grade human-step treasure. But Murongzi and Bai Jingyun were only marital artists at the altering muscle stage. To an altering muscle stage martial artist, a low-grade human-step treasure was already sufficient. A medium grade was simply overly extravagant. It's made by Holua Nation's master Jade Lotus. They've been open for less than a year, and my uncle gifted this to me." Murongzi said. "So that's it, it must be great to have such a nice uncle. That sword probably cost 20,000 gold taels." "Probably. But this money to you, Murongzi, is just some drizzle on a rainy day." "Haha, younger sister. If you want to order a medium-grade human-step treasure sword, it's not so easy. Come on. Our family would never be so lavish. Besides, my father is the worst cheapskate of all time. Only if I enter the top 10 of the ranking stone would get by something like that for me. To enter the first 10, it's hopeless to think it will happen in the next year." Bai Jingyun smiled and said, "You're lazy. As long as you work hard with your talent, it's very easy." "Oh, I hope so. But big sister Jingyun, how come I've never seen you take out this sword before?" Bai Jingyun said with a smile, "Because I couldn't find a suitable inscription before, so I never took it out. But this time, I heard that there is a guest inscription master at the Inscription Association. He is young, but his inscription technique level has already reached the pinnacle. This person also can create an inscription symbol that suits my attribute. So I want to bring this sword and go to the Inscription Association to have a look." Bai Jingyun said as she inventoried some materials. These materials had been arranged long ago, but she had never found a time to use them. Usually a person would be very particular about a medium-grade human step treasure's inscription symbol. A lower-level inscription master was simply insufficient to draw an inscription symbol upon a medium-grade human step treasure. And even those inscription masters whose skill was high enough, often because of some reason or another, they could not meet the owner's demand for what inscription symbol to put on the treasure. For instance, Bai Jingyun wanted an inscription symbol on her sword that had a water attribute or ice attribute. However, in the Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription Technique, there just weren't many inscription symbols with attributes, and the only water attribute inscription symbols were the water parting symbol and a few others. But Bai Jingyun did not like these inscription symbols, and therefore had put this matter on hold. Murongzi curiously asked, "A young inscription master whose technique has reached the pinnacle? How young is he?" "It is said that he is younger than 20 years old, but I'm not too clear of just how young." "What a joke! That's simply too fabulous a tale. These rumors that people make up are become more and more odd. I don't believe that there can be a 20-year-old inscription master with such a high level of technique. I think that this guest inscription master is an old man who just looks a bit young. Either that or he's not so high level as people have blown him up to be." Bai Jingyun smiled and said, "Ah Zi, you were just too dismissive of geniuses. When Lin Ming had emerged, you had also looked down on him. What kind of person is he now? Lin Min will become a core disciple soon. Your temper just isn't good, your jealousy is too strong. You just can't see those at your age that are better than you." "Hey, just who is jealous? This young lady has already begun to try her hardest. Big sister Jingyun, you just wait and see. Even if I cannot compare to that farm animal Lin Ming in the future, I will compete in the 10,000 killing array match 3 months from now, and I will not lose to him. If he can really enter the top 10, then I will also enter the top 10 and show you just how cool I am." Haha. Who was it that just said a moment ago that they would not be able to advance to the top 10 within a year? Bai Jingyun asked with a teasing smile. That's because... Murongzi blushed and had nothing more to say. Bai Jingyun laughed. Okay, I won't make fun of you. Do you want to go with me to the Inscription Association?" "I'm too lazy to go. This thing is just a rumor, even if I go there's no point. You might as well ask Yuhan's grandfather to draw an inscription symbol for you. Yuhan's grandfather is the best inscription master in Sky Fortune City. If he is willing to help you, then what's not to like?" Bai Jingyun said, "I want a water attribute inscription symbol. President Wang does not excel at them." There were specializations within the inscription industry. Although Wang Xuanji had many attainments in inscription techniques and was very proficient concerning the 5 elemental inscription symbols, he only excelled at fire and metal attribute inscription symbols. "Then I'll go first. You practice well. I will wait to see you in the top 10 3 months from now." Bai Jingyun teased. All right, I'll go with you. I was just joking around." "Why are you so serious?" Murongzi grumpily said. She sent a bullied look towards Bai Jingyun. "I will show you how kind I am at heart and go with you to the Inscription Association. I want to see just how good this guest inscription master is." Okay. Inscription Association. When Murongzi saw Wang Yuhan in the distance speaking to guests in the Inscription Master Hall, she immediately ran up with joy. "Yuhan, long time no see. Did you miss me?" Murongzi called out from afar. "Hey you, it's really been a long time since we saw each other." Wang Yuhan, Murongzi, and Bai Jingyun were 3 girls of similar age, status, and outstanding natural talent. In Sky Fortune City, besides Qin Xingxuan, the most talked about girls were these 3 proud ladies. These 3 girls had known each other since childhood and were close friends. However, Bai Jingyun and Murongzi later left to attend the 7 Profound Martial House. Since Wang Yuhan favored inscription technique and was not interested in fighting, she gave up on her opportunity to enter the 7 Profound Martial House. Bai Jingyun asked, "Yuhan, how come you aren't studying with your grandfather today? Why are you in the hall greeting guests?" "Oh, that's right. Isn't there a very fierce guest inscription master who's come recently? Is he here today?" Wang Yuhan slightly hesitated and immediately understood that there were many people who didn't know that the guest inscription master was Lin Ming. Murongzi and Bai Jingyun were disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House. How else would they not know that it was Lin Ming? A sardonic smile crossed her face as she said, "He's in. I'm his assistant, so it's my duty to greet guests in the hall." Wow, an inscription prodigy that managed to have young Lady Wang as his personal assistant. He must be extraordinary. I must certainly experience this person, Murongzi said with a flare of exaggeration. Wang Yuhan, still smiling, said, "Being his assistant, I can learn many things. Would you like to see him now?" "Haha, yes, I must see." At this moment, Bai Jingyun commented, "I came to little sister's place today because there is a matter I'd like to ask of the new guest inscription master." As she said this, she took out the medium-grade human step treasure longsword. "I came this time to ask for a water attribute inscription symbol. I'd like to ask if the gentleman inscription master has time." Wang Yuhan covered her mouth and chuckled. "Yes, he has the time. He's just restored his condition. Here, I'll lead you there." Lin Ming looked into the hall from the inscription room and saw Wang Yuhan bringing in two women. As they opened the door, Lin Ming had just withdrawn from his ethereal martial intent state. His true essence and soul force had not yet restored to their optimum condition, and he heard some people come in. Lin Ming sat in meditation and said, "Please write down your request on paper, lay down the materials and treasure, and you may leave. After the inscription is finished, someone will call you. During this period, please do not come in." Lin Ming spoke these words, but hadn't actually gotten a response. He slightly frowned and slowly opened his eyes. He looked back at Murongzi and Bai Jingyun staring at him with wide, round eyes. Also, Wang Yuhan was standing to their side, her smiling face filled with a happy expression. It's you." Lin Ming naturally recognized these girls. They were the Seven Profound Proud pair of the Seven Profound Martial House. It's you? You are the guest inscription master." Murongzi did not know if this was simply a Lin Ming lookalike. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at him like two large quail eggs. She looked at Lin Ming's face with an unblinking expression, as if he was an illusion that would disappear at any time. "Yes, I am." Now that Lin Ming had sufficient status and influence, he no longer needed to conceal his status as an inscription master. You, Murongzi stuttered. She had heard that the new guest inscription master was young, but she had never thought that this man would be Lin Ming. Heavens, this is just so damn depressing. Is this some joke? This kick-ass elder sister has already recognized your strength. When you comprehended a martial intent, this elder sister did not have any words to say. When you had that evil monstrous perception, I just took you as some hard-working farm animal. But damn, this is so depressing. Since when were you an inscription master? I'm going crazy. This is just too damn shocking. Even this elder sister can't stand this. This is a joke, right? Yes? Yuhan, did you plot with this fellow to tease elder sister so you can be happy? Good. I admit that your joke is a bit creative, but this can't be real, right? Murongzi saw Lin Ming's serious face and heard his words, but still simply could not accept this fact. Wang Yuhan shrugged and said, "I might tease you for fun, but do you think that Lin Ming would join me in teasing you?" Murongzi squinted her eyes. Yes, this Lin Ming fellow, besides cultivation, did not have the slightest interest in anything else. Otherwise, he would have already messed with countless young ladies. How could he join with Wang Yuhan to play a joke like this on her? Not to mention they didn't really know each other. When did you start to study inscription technique? When I was 12 years old. Lin Ming nonsensically said. When I was 12, I ran into my master, and I studied under him. Lin Ming said this lightly with some superficialness, but his tone made Murongzi extremely unhappy. It was just like a poor person asking a super wealthy man with 1 million gold taels where he got that much money. And the wealthy man finally said, "I casually earned it when I was young." With this kind of indifferent tone, Murongzi had an impulse to beat someone up. Certainly, once she considered whether or not she could beat up this farm animal, and thinking that she might not necessarily win, Murongzi was forced to give up on this idea. By now, Bai Jingyun had recovered from her initial shock. She unnaturally smiled and said, "It's you, I see. Every time I thought I'd seen the full height of junior apprentice brother Lin, in the end, I find that I have underestimated junior apprentice brother Lin. This inscription technique. Junior apprentice brother Lin only studied for 3 years to be at the level of a master." Lin Ming responded, "I don't dare to call myself a master, but I can draw out some simple inscription symbols. This is all because of the help of my master." Haha. Bai Jingyun let out a hollow laugh twice. Some simple inscription symbol? She had heard that when Lin Ming had drawn the Ice Frost Guard symbol and placed it on some armor, the armor had changed color. Could this still be called a simple inscription symbol? 3 years to reach the point of being a master-level inscription master. Bai Jingyun could only attribute it to Lin Ming's monstrous perception that could comprehend a martial skill like the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, with a 70% loss rate. To become a master-level inscription master in 3 years, this also, she could reluctantly accept, however, for Lin Ming to be an inscription master, was his soul talent much more outstanding than this martial arts talent? "What business do you two have here today?" Lin Ming opened his mouth to ask. His time was very tight these days. He didn't have any to waste. "Oh yes, I have a matter," Bai Jingyun responded, and then drew out her treasure longsword to hand to Lin Ming. The treasure sword was more than 3 feet long, and the shining blade was dazzlingly bright like snow. Moreover, it was extremely soft and could easily circle around one's waist. At the center of the sword pommel, there were 2 characters written in symbols. It wrote, "Blue water. Good sword." Lin Ming praised as he probed the blue water sword with his soul force. He discovered that the array structure was very subtle and exquisite. It was superior to most medium-grade human step treasures. Bai Jingyun said, "Junior apprentice brother Lin, I would like you to inscribe a water attribute or ice attribute inscription symbol on this sword. The true essence increase should be at least 36%. Water or ice attribute, 36%. Anything else?" "No, no more." Bai Jingyun listened to Lin Ming's casual tone. He obviously thought this request was very easy. She thought for a moment and said, "If junior apprentice brother Lin can do better, that would be for the best. If the materials are insufficient, I can add more." Lin Ming glanced at the materials on the table. Although these materials were precious, they were useless to him. He could only use them to trade for points, but no matter how many points he had, there were some materials that were impossible to buy because the Inscription Association did not have them. Remembering his early plan, Lin Ming came to a decision. He would use this time to utilize all that he had recently learned, and see if he could draw up an inscription symbol that even Hotian stage masters would covet. Then, after he had attracted the attention of all the Hotian masters in the nation, he could have them help him find these rare materials. If so, they might even be collected in a short time. Thinking this, Lin Ming said, "1 tael of star obsidian. If apprentice sister Jingyun can find 1 tael of star obsidian, then I will use my own materials and draw the highest level inscription symbol that I can. I can guarantee that apprentice sister Jingyun will be satisfied with the end result." 1 tael of star obsidian? Bai Jingyun hadn't spoken, but Morongzi already cried, You are way too black. 1 tael of star obsidian costs 15,000 gold taels, and not only that, but it's very difficult to find in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. If you really wanted to buy it, then 15,000 gold taels might not be enough. Star obsidian was not only used in inscription, but also in refining. It was an extremely precious and rare material. Lin Ming said, "My true essence has recently thickened and condensed even more, and the level of my inscriptions has risen. But I can still only barely draw up this inscription, and there is a risk of failure. Moreover, the value of the materials will not be less than 6 or 7,000 gold taels. I can guarantee that as long as I succeed, it is absolutely worth it. Were it not for the fact that the Inscription Association did not have any star obsidian, I would not have proposed this request." "This?" Bai Jingyun clenched her teeth and said, "Okay, my uncle in the Hulua Nation has some influence. I think he can find it. I promise you." Bai Jingyun had a very high status within the Bai family. Although 15,000 gold taels was not a small amount, if it was just one time, she was able to bring this much out. Well, then I will thank apprentice sister Jingyun, Lin Ming said. He took out a pen and immediately began to write down a detailed list of materials. For these materials, spend the money and points from my account, Lin Ming said as he handed the list to Wang Yuhan. This time was Lin Ming's personal business. Normally, according to the regulations of the Inscription Association, the guests had to pay the guest inscription master and inscription association in a 60-40 ratio. The Inscription Association provided the materials, and the guest inscription master provided the service. However, with Lin Ming's current status, the Inscription Association wouldn't haggle over him, occasionally taking advantage of his reputation as a guest inscription master and using the Inscription Association's materials to take on a personal request. Wang Yuhan read the rows of materials, and she was slightly startled. The value of these materials was not low. Generally speaking, even tedious high-quality inscription symbols would only cost 1,000 gold taels in materials. But the cost of this inscription symbol that Lin Ming wanted to draw up was 7,000 gold taels, and there were also several materials that were fairly rare. After the materials were collected, Lin Ming did not immediately start drawing the inscription symbol. Instead, he took up a true essence stone and once again entered the ethereal martial intent state. He sat in meditation and adjusted his condition for half an hour to restore his true essence and soul force back to their peak condition. Afterwards, Lin Ming began to formally draw the inscription symbol. What he was going to create today was the complete version of cold ice fragments. The difficulty of cold ice fragments was quite a bit higher than the ice frost guard symbol. Even though the level of Lin Ming's inscription technique had progressed by leaps and bounds, there wasn't a guarantee that he would be able to draw it up successfully. Crush 1 crystal ice quartz, mix it thoroughly with 1 cup of water and filter out the residue. Lin Ming began to tell Wang Yuhan how to process the necessary materials. After a few days of coordinating with each other, Lin Ming and Wang Yuhan had formed a unique, tacit understand. As long Lin Ming gave the directions, Wang Yuhan was able to quickly and perfectly handle the materials. As Wang Yuhan's 10 slender fingers danced like spirits in the wind, each material began to be quickly processed by her one at a time. Lin Ming looked on, took a material, and revolved his overbearing soul tactic as he began his inscription drawing. Inscription symbols began to appear in the air, one after another. Some were round and luminescent like the moon, and some were small like pearls. They shined with a fantasy light and seemed to breathe as if they were conscious beings given life. Lin Ming's inscription symbol drawing success rate was very high. From the start, almost none of the runes or symbols failed. But later, as Lin Ming's soul force and true essence began to steadily decrease, there were occasionally glistening inscription symbols that fell apart and turned onto grains of light like twinkling stars. These failed inscription symbol shards hovered in the air like scattered fireflies dancing in the night sky. In the light of such unreal beauty, Lin Ming's expression was one of incomparable focus. His eyes were like black gems as they stared with dedication at the gorgeous inscription symbols in the air. There was almost a feeling of instant addiction when looking at him. Wang Yuhan's hesitant heart jumped. She quietly gazed at Lin Ming's profile, staring as the rays of light shadowed the contours of his face. For a moment, both her cheeks flushed red. She always thought that Lin Ming's most appealing and interesting time was when he was concentrating on drawing an inscription, and it was only at this time that Wang Yuhan had no fear of being discovered by Lin Ming. She would secretly watch him from her own angle. This scene continued for a long time, and soon the sun began to drop below the horizon of the Zhou Mountain. The light within the inscription room began to gradually dim. This only served to accentuate the inscription symbol's light and make them appear even more enchantingly brilliant. Lin Ming's inscription plan was quite complex. He had continuously drawn more than 150 symbols and lines. The overlapping runes were like layers of ice blue light that wove together into a blissful picture, as if the curtain of night had fallen with shimmering stars glittering within. This was a scene that had never appeared within the Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription Technique. Even the usually heartless and mindless Murongzi, when she saw this magnificent display of shining light, was unknowingly enchanted. This was simply too beautiful. After a quarter hour, Lin Ming had approached his limit. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to draw up the last inscription symbol. As both of his hands gathered together, the innumerable blue lights instantly fused into one like a woven piece of blue dream. Lin Ming took Bai Jingyun's blue water sword and directed the ice blue-colored flame symbol onto it. That inscription symbol fell onto the snow-white blade of the blue water sword. With a chi-chi sound, the blue-colored symbol mark on the blue water sword began to emit waves of sapphire flames that spread out from the center and covered the entire sword. Soon, there was the sound of cold air condensing, and a layer of frost settled on the blue water sword's blade. This sword seemed as if it was swallowing all the heat around it, and the temperature of the inscription room plummeted by several degrees. Murongzi helplessly looked on as the cold frost on the sword thickened, her beautiful eyes perfectly round. "This is—" Bai Jingyun swallowed a mouthful of saliva, her eyes shining as she looked at the blue water sword. She hesitated for a moment, not thinking of picking up the sword. After Lin Ming rested for a moment, he concentrated a small amount of true essence and poured it into the inscription symbol. He casually swung the sword, and a crescent beam of blue light, visible to the naked light, was sent forth from the sword's blade. It was like a thin piece of tissue paper as it entered into a stone platform in the inscription room and vanished from sight. At that moment, the stone platform was cut apart by that blue light, the two halves neatly sliced apart. As the stone platform was falling, at that moment, a layer of ice suddenly froze the stone platform, and thus the stone platform maintained its original appearance. Skill of inscription. Yang Yuhan cried out in alarm as she saw this blue light. A skill of inscription was when an inscription master would use inscription symbols and place a miniature array formation that would change the treasure's flow of true essence, finally turning that true essence into a skill. This skill was similar to a martial skill that could wound an enemy. It was the equivalent of giving a martial artist another martial skill. In the school of Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique, the skill of inscription had basically been lost. Even many nearby countries did not have any inscription masters that were capable of this technique. Only some inscription grandmasters of Hulua Nation had even the faintest possibility of understanding this technique. Thinking this, Wang Yuhan was short of breath. To Wang Yuhan, who was obsessed with inscription techniques, this was something that she had only ever read of in the ancient records. To be able to see this in front of her caused her to feel incomparably excited. When Lin Ming had drawn up his first inscription symbol, the overwhelming rune had also come with a skill of inscription, instant violent strike. When a martial artist concentrated their true essence into the inscription symbol, the array formation within would absorb the true essence and compress it to the limit. In that instant, it would erupt and create an extremely lethal close-range attack. At that time, Tai Feng had relied upon this inscription at the field to defeat his opponent, Li Qi, and become the unexpected winner of the tournament. Because of this, Lin Ming's inscription symbol was brought to Muyi's attention, and that was how Lin Ming eventually met Muyi as a result. However, a skill of inscription like instant violent strike was quite preliminary and simple. It was only equal to an ordinary low-grade human step martial skill. Its value was not very high. When Lin Ming had drawn up the inscription symbol, the cost of the materials had only been 100 gold taels. The reason that the effect of instant violent strike was able to help Tai Feng turn defeat to victory was because Tai Feng had been enlisted in the military since his childhood and his family circumstances were very poor. He had never had a formal education on cultivation methods or martial skills. Thus a low-grade human step martial skill was very precious to him, and allowed him to raise his battle prowess to another level. This was the reason that Muyi had paid Lin Ming 3,000 gold taels to purchase his inscription symbol. This was already a very high price. To put it plainly, the skill of inscription instant violent strike was something that someone like Tai Feng, who had never had a formal martial arts training, could ever hope to afford. However, to wealthy individuals like Bai Jingyun and Murongzi, they had no need for such a weak martial skill. But this current cold ice fragments supplementary skill of inscription was different. This skill of inscription was equal to a medium-grade human step martial skill, and it was also at the very top of that grade. What is the name of this skill of inscription called? Wang Yuhan asked somewhat excitedly. It's called Ice Cold Cut. Apprentice sister may feel it. As long as you pour your true essence into the inscription symbol, you can activate it. Lin Ming handed the blue water sword to Bai Jingyun as he said this. Bai Jingyun took a deep breath and carefully took the blue water sword into her hands. As soon as she touched the sword, Bai Jingyun immediately felt a cold chill spread up her arms, as if it were part of her flesh and blood. She then brought forth a small amount of true essence and injected it into the blue water sword. The entire process was lossless and incomparably smooth. The increased true essence effect is at least 40%. Bai Jingyun was startled. To her knowledge, only Wang Xuanji was at this level. Not only that, but this sword had a skill of inscription attached. Bai Jingyun concentrated her true essence into the inscription symbol as Lin Ming told her. She felt her true essence go through an amazing transformation as it turned into an icy air. As she continued pouring her true essence into the blade, the cold air around the blue water sword became increasingly terrifying. Little by little, the blue water sword began to excitedly ring, and the blade violently shivered. Bai Jingyun did not doubt that as long as she slashed her sword now, she could split apart the entire inscription room. This ice-cold cut is probably superior to the 2 medium-grade human step martial skills that I chose from the 7 profound martial houses depository. Although Bai Jingyun had yet to wield her sword, she knew what the result would be. After listening to Bai Jingyun's appraisal, even though Wang Yuhan was mentally prepared, she was also surprised. One must know that the martial skills and cultivation methods in the 7 profound martial houses depositories were already the best one could find within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. There were many martial artists in the Sky Fortune Kingdom that were unable to enter the 7 profound martial house. Or, even if that had entered the 7 profound martial house, if they hadn't entered the heavenly abode, they would not be able to choose a medium-grade human step martial skill. And even if they did enter the heavenly abode and were given an opportunity to choose a medium-grade human step martial skill, this choice was also limited by their ranking. Most of the time, they could only choose a martial skill that received little attention. Bai Jingyun was rank 22, and the martial skills she could choose from were very good. Still, those choices were actually inferior to the ice-cold cut. How could Wang Yuhan not be startled by this? As one could imagine, if news of this kind of inscription symbol spread throughout the circles of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, it would inevitably cause uproar. Maybe even most pulse condensation period martial artists or even Hotian experts would come and pay a visit to ask for this inscription symbol. Wang Yuhan lightly estimated that this inscription symbol could sell for at least 20,000 gold taels. Even if it costed 30,000 gold taels, there would be a high demand. However, no matter how high, it couldn't be much higher. After all, only a medium-grade human step treasure would be worthy of such an inscription symbol. The treasure added together with the cost of materials would easily cost more than 50,000 gold taels. This was a price that the majority of pulse condensation period martial artists could not afford. So, after deducting costs, an inscription symbol could earn Lin Ming 20,000 gold taels. Although the consumption of true essence and soul force was very high, with Lin Ming's frightening resilience, he could most likely draw 2 a day. 2 of these inscription symbols were 40,000 gold taels. As long as there were customers that could afford this, he could earn 1.2 million gold taels in a month. That was simply mass robbery. An estimation of the number of martial artists that could afford more than 20,000 gold taels was no fewer than 100. In light of this, Lin Ming could gain more than 2 million gold taels with just this one inscription symbol. If Wang Yuhan thought of this, then Lin Ming had too. With his practice till now, coupled with his cultivation of the peak 3rd stage of body transformation and the crazy amount of training he had done in inscription technique these days, Lin Ming had just barely been able to draw this inscription symbol. What Lin Ming lacked now was not gold, but materials. There were many materials that simply could not be bought with gold. Therefore, Lin Ming had planned to trade the inscription symbol for those rare and precious materials that he needed. he would ask those that wished for his services to have the materials he wanted ready. He did not believe that, with the help of all of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, he would not be able to collect all the materials he needed for the body inscription symbol in a short period of time. The news of Lin Ming trading top-quality inscription symbols for rare and precious materials was like a bomb. It rapidly spread throughout all of Sky Fortune City. True essence amplification factor of 40%, coupled with a top-tier skill of inscription. In Sky Fortune City, this inscription symbol could possibly be called an incomparable treasure. Even Wang Xuanji did not have the means to draw this inscription symbol, because in the Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription Technique, this skill of inscription had already been lost. Usually, a pulse condensation period martial artist wouldn't have much interest in a preliminary skill of inscription. Because they had more advanced and stronger martial skills, these skills of inscription were just too weak. But once they knew that this skill of inscription was equal to a top-tier medium-grade human step martial skill, they became filled with jealousy. Of the Sky Fortune Kingdom's many martial artists, almost none of them knew a medium-grade martial skill. And even if they did, it certainly would not be a top-tier one. Which martial artist didn't hope that they would know several different kinds of martial skills? When the time came for them to fight their enemy, even if their first move was seen through, they would still have a second one. However, the most explosive part of this news was not the inscription symbol itself, but that the character who was creating inscription symbols turned out to be Lin Ming. He was the 7 profound martial houses genius of a century. He was also the Sky Fortune Kingdom's most dazzling star. Not only did he comprehend a martial intent, but he also possessed an exceedingly monstrous perception. Now, it seemed, he was simultaneously an inscription technique grandmaster who could draw up top-tier inscription symbols with skills of inscription. And his age was still several months shy of 16. Was this even possible? To Lin Ming's diehard fans, as long as it happened to Lin Ming, there was nothing impossible. To learn inscription technique was truly difficult. However, with Lin Ming's monstrous perception, even this kind of shocking miracle of becoming an inscription grand master at the tender age of 15 was not unexplainable. However, there were also those who had some understanding of inscription technique, in particular inscription masters, that were not willing to believe this. After all, inscription technique was an art and experience that one slowly accumulated over time. Even with godlike perception, that was still insufficient to reach such a stage. But just 2 days later, the Inscription Association gave a categorically clear response. This rumor was, without a doubt, true. The next day, Sky Fortune City's official government newspaper explicitly wrote, "The 7 profound martial house heavenly abode disciple Lin Ming, while working as a guest inscription master for the Inscription Association, is trading an inscription symbol supplemented with a top-tier skill of inscription for rare and precious materials." The materials that Lin Ming wanted to find were listed in the newspaper. The official government newspaper was generally only used to send official statements and news of the government. It was very rarely used for matters outside of the government's jurisdiction. This time, they had written about Lin Ming in order to help him find all the materials he needed as soon as possible. So, people could not help but believe. As far as pulse condensation period martial artists were concerned, a top-quality inscription symbol placed on a medium-grade human step treasure would greatly increase their combat prowess. With a medium-grade human step treasure, it would be able to completely absorb their true essence, and it might even cut off an enemy's low-grade human step treasure. If they had no weapon, then how would they fight? A medium-grade human step treasure was common. As long as one was willing and able to prepare 20,000 gold taels, they would always be able to buy one if they spent some effort. However, an inscription symbol that was worthy of such a treasure was actually extremely rare. In particular, those with an appropriately matching elemental attribute. Those could only be discovered, they could not be sought. Therefore, there were some pulse condensation period martial artists who had come to the Inscription Association to ask for an inscription symbol, even though they hadn't yet found a medium-grade human step treasure. Soon, martial artists all over began to utilize all of their connections to seek out the materials that were listed out in the government newspaper. Those martial artists that could afford this type of top-quality inscription symbol all had large fortunes, great strength, assets, aristocratic backgrounds, or deep family histories. Being such, it was only natural that they all had a wide web of influences and contacts. There were many large and respected families who had influences and connections that were even superior to those of the crown prince. With such a large force being launched to look for these rare and precious materials, its effects could be imagined. However, there were some individuals whose hearts pained to part with so much gold. Thus, they maintained an attitude of wait and see, hoping that the inscription symbols would be reduced in price. But they soon began to quickly regret this. The materials required on that newspaper's list became fewer and fewer, and those that remained were the most rare and precious of all. As the required materials were slowly collected, Lin Ming's inscription technique became more skillful. Every day he would use high-quality materials to practice. In addition to the pure true essence stones he was using to restore his energy, it was burning through money. Lin Ming's inscription technique was becoming increasingly perfect. Before, he had just barely managed to draw up the top-tier inscription symbol, cold ice fragments. But now, this process was already familiar and easy to him. Aided by his ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming did not neglect his true primal chaos formula. He had now reached the small success boundary of the second layer of the true primal chaos formula. His vitality grew stronger, and his true essence became increasingly thick. Lin Ming believed that if he and Ling Sen both made an all-out effort to compare fist strength, he would not necessarily lose now. After 3 more days passed, Lin Ming only needed a few more materials. But these materials were actually the most precious and difficulty to find. For instance, the invaluable 5th-level vicious beast blood had still not been found. Lin Ming looked at the list of materials that had been crossed out one by one, and felt a great sense of achievement. But as he looked at the last few, several of the most precious materials he needed, he felt some worries. If he did not find these within a short time, it would be somewhat troublesome. At this moment, a sound-transmitting talisman from the Crown Prince lit up and caused Lin Ming's complexion to fall. "Brother Lin, there's a matter that might affect your state of mind in practicing martial arts, so I did not want to tell you. However, I thought over it and reconsidered that I must bring up this issue with you. Several days ago, Zhang Guanyu brought people to where Miss Lan lives. His intention was malicious, but Mr. Liao promptly rushed over and rescued Miss Lan. I have arranged for Miss Lan to stay in a safe place at my palace. I suspect that Zhang Guanyu wished to use Miss Lan to provoke you into anger and attack your heart of martial arts, and in your duel 4 months from now, to use cruel and despicable methods and severely wound you so that you cannot pass the 7 profound martial house core disciple test. This Zhang Guanyu is someone who cultivates the divine acacia power. This cultivation method will cause one's possessive instincts to grow out of control. Moreover, Zhang Guanyu is a demented individual that has sunk into madness. I fear that, in the future, he will try to do something detrimental to Brother Lin. Brother Lin must be careful by all means possible. I have already sent some masters to guard the Lin family, and have also sent over some sound-transmitting talismans to help protect the safety of your mother and father." The sound-transmitting talisman stopped there. Lin Ming deeply frowned. A foreboding look crossed his eyes. Zhang Guanyu. He did not know this man. Although he had heard the name many times after entering the 7 profound martial house, he had never seen him, not even once. He had frequently seen Ling San and Ta Ku appear together. Obviously, these 2 young men were good personal friends. Zhang Guanyu didn't seem to be very familiar with those 2. "I no longer have any connection to Lan Yunue, and I will not interfere or question how she will live in the future or whom she will marry. But Zhang Guanyu, if you want to deal with me by moving against her, you are simply courting death. Even if you are a disciple of the 7 profound martial house and an elite of the Allied Trade Association, I cannot kill you, but I will make you pay a painful price." Wang Yuhan noted Lin Ming's gloomy expression and guessed that the reason was because of the sound-transmitting talisman from earlier. She hesitated and could not help but ask, "Mr. Lin, is there something wrong?" "It's not a big deal. After my last match against Zhu Yan, the 7 profound martial house pushed me to oppose Zhang Guanyu. Zhang Guanyu wanted to put his dirty hands on Lan Yunue and attack my heart of martial arts. He probably thinks that 4 months from now he will absolutely win, so he wants to cope with me before I grow, and give me a severe wound so that I fail the 7 profound martial house test. Lin Ming did not conceal anything from Wang Yuhan. His story with Lan Yunue had already passed. Naturally, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Put his hands on Miss Lan? Miss Lan. Only a few people in the circles of the aristocracy knew of the matter between Lin Ming and Lan Yunue. Wang Yuhan was a member of the Inscription Association, so she was also clear about this matter. She unconsciously covered her small mouth in alarm. If Zhang Guanyu had done anything nefarious to Lan Yunue, then it would be too tragic. This Zhang Guanyu was someone who practiced the divine acacia power. This cultivation used women as objects in order to increase one's cultivation. It absolutely did 100 harms without anything good. Lin Ming shook his head and said, Mr. Liao arrived there in time, so everything's all right. Fortunately, Wang Yuhan let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest with her small hand. That Miss Lan is now. She's very safe. Oh, that's good. Wang Yuhan wanted to ask Lin Ming about his view of love, but hesitated. She thought that might be too abrupt or offensive, and after thinking about it for a long time still didn't know how to start, so she didn't open her mouth. But at this moment, another sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of Lin Ming. It was once again a message from the Crown Prince to Lin Ming. Brother Lin, I would like to say some words of advice. According to my sources of intelligence, after Zhang Guanyu started cultivating the divine acacia power, he has made no small amount of progress. His strength has greatly improved from the past. Brother Lin, if you don't think you can fully grasp victory, it's better if you do not challenge Zhang Guanyu rashly. The divine acacia power is a very sinister and ruthless cultivation method, and its moves are the same. If an internal injury is left behind, I fear that Brother Lin may have some difficulty in passing the 7 profound martial house's core disciple test. The core disciple test only requires Brother Lin to achieve the peak-altering muscle stage before you are over 16 years old. It does not require you to defeat Zhang Guanyu. This Zhang Guanyu is a very mad, crazy man. He will not hesitate in mutually wounding you. Brother Lin, please carefully think things over twice before acting, or else you might ruin your own future. The flame extinguished and coldly snorted in his mind. The divine acacia power is sinister and ruthless? I wonder if it is more sinister and ruthless than the pulse-cutting palm? I did not think that I would have to study the pulse-cutting palm so quickly. Now you have forced me to learn this. I feel really sorry for you. Since you want to give me a severe wound so that I will fail the 7 profound martial house's core disciple test, then I will waste your martial arts and destroy your manhood, so that you can peacefully and safely live out the rest of your sad days as a eunuch. This will also be a good deed for all of the girls in Sky Fortune City. This Zhang Guanyu was originally very strong. If his cultivation in the divine acacia power has progressed again, then I cannot lower my guard or take him lightly, or I might be defeated. After this body inscription symbol is complete, I must earnestly cultivate the heretical god force and golden rock shattering the void. With this 3-pronged attack, no matter how this Zhang Guanyu progresses, I will crush him so that he will never recover from this defeat. As Lin Ming was thinking these dark thoughts, Wang Yuhan suddenly became cold. She turned to Lin Ming and told him in a low voice, Zhang Guanyu, it's him. Lin Ming was surprised. Zhang Guanyu had actually come to the Inscription Association of his own initiative. Well done, Zhang Guanyu. You dare wish to lay your hands on Lan Yunue, and you still have the courage to see me. Lin Ming followed Wang Yuhan's gaze. He saw a smiling young man wearing a silk snow-brocaded gown with a Kirin design. The young man had a 7-gemmed crown on his head, and he was holding an ornate fan. The young man's skin was clear and fair, with a slightly ruddy complexion. His eyebrows were slanted upwards and his mouth was red like a cherry. He carried around a bit of a woman's comeliness, but without losing the smooth grace of a man. He was overall a very beautiful and handsome man. His looks combined with his warm and congenial smile gave the impression that he was a true gentleman prince. With this appearance, It was hard to think that his innermost feelings were so demented and full of malice. Early bone forging stage. Lin Ming instantly judged. His cultivation was not too far off from Zhang Guanyu's, and he was able to see through his cultivation level. In the 7 profound martial houses' heavenly abode, there were only 2 disciples at the bone forging stage. One was Ta Ku, and the other was Zhang Guanyu. Their true combat prowess outside of the 7 profound martial house was absolutely stronger than regular peak bone forging stage martial artist. Oh, Mr. Lin! What a fortunate meeting! Fortunate meeting! After Zhang Guanyu saw Lin Ming, he closed his fan and walked forwards with a bright smile plastered on his face. Lin Ming smiled as he saw Zhang Guanyu's acting. You're a good one, Zhang Guanyu. Much better than Zhu Yan. At most, Zhu Yan was just sinister, vicious, and subject to changing moods. But this Zhang Guanyu, not only was he demented, but his skin was so thick to the point of making one's blood boil. I wouldn't have thought. I really wouldn't have thought. Zhang Guanyu pulled up his robes and sat down on a stool in front of Lin Ming. I didn't think that Brother Lin would actually be an inscription grandmaster. When I heard this news, I just couldn't believe it. Wow, a 15-year-old inscription grandmaster. What kind of concept is that? Ah, it's such a pity. The legacies of the 7 profound martial house don't include an inscription master among them. Otherwise, with Brother Lin's amazing ability, you would have already been slated to be a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Zhang Guanyu began to swing his fan while he familiarized himself with Lin Ming's appearance. After Zhang Guanyu had discovered that the rising star Lin Ming was the guest inscription master of the Inscription Association, he was truly quite shocked. This Lin Ming's perception was just too terrifying. In such a short period of studying, he had already become an inscription grand master. This caused him to feeling all the more uneasy, but since he was now enemies with Lin Ming, he could not retreat. Lin Ming had not spoken, but Wang Yuhan was already angry. In her life she had seen 2 kinds of men she hated the most. The first were the womanizers, and the second were the vicious brutes. But this Zhang Guanyu just happened to be both. Zhang Guanyu, you are not welcome within the Inscription Association. I ask that you leave immediately. Coming from an aristocratic background, Wang Yuhan's self-control was very finely tuned. Even if she spoke words in anger, there wasn't a trace of anger in them. Zhang Guanyu simply disregarded these words. He would never be mad against beautiful women, especially beautiful women that he had yet to conquer. Zhang Guanyu looked at Wang Yuhan and smiled, saying, Miss Wang is so charming. I also like this straightforward temper. How about Miss Wang comes to my place another day, and we can have a little chat and drink together? Listening to Zhang Guanyu's words, Wang Yuhan flew into a wild rage. Not only did he ignore her, but he was also propositioning her straight in her face. Then, Lin Ming coldly said, Sir Zhang, if you have no business here, then please leave. After 4 months, I will naturally pay a visit, but right now I am very busy. Please do not bother me at my job. Haha, Mr. Lin. I heard that Mr. Lin is collecting the most rare and valuable of materials. I just so happened to bring some with me today. As Zhang Guanyu said this, he took out a small jar from his spatial ring. That small jar was filled with a dark, garnet liquid very thick, as if it were some sort of heavy mercury. 5th level vicious beast blood? Lin Ming's eyes shined. He had already been looking for some 5th level vicious beast blood for a long time, but still hadn't found any. The Allied Trade Association, who had existed since before the Sky Fortune Kingdom was founded, truly had a profoundly terrifying capability. Haha, Brother Lin has such great eyes. This truly is 5th level vicious beast blood. I came here today to ask Brother Lin about a matter concerning inscription technique. Zhang Guanyu extracted a long sword from his spatial ring. The sword was 3 feet 3 inches in length. The handle was simple and the sword edge was shimmering cold. Above the blade was a blue-colored flower pattern that looked as if it had been traced from 10,000-year cold ice. One could see with just a glance that this was an excellent sword. Lin Ming probed with his soul force and was immediately shocked. High-grade human step treasure sword. This was the first time that he had seen a high-grade human step treasure. Perhaps in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, only figures like Mui and Wang Xuanji, who were Hotian masters, would have the qualifications to wield such a treasure as their weapon. This kind of treasure could not be bought in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Brother Lin really has some extraordinary experience. Indeed, this is a high-grade human step treasure. I hoped to have an inscription symbol placed on it. I need a true essence increase of 50% inscription symbol that also comes with a skill of inscription. If Brother Lin can achieve this, I can have the Allied Trade Association help Brother Lin look for several materials that Brother Lin is missing. 50% true essence amplification inscription symbol? Lin Ming frowned. I can't do that. Right? That's really too bad. But perhaps Brother Lin is looking for these materials for his master. Perhaps Brother Lin can request his master to do this? I will reward him greatly, Zhang Guanyu said with a bit hesitation, and waved his fan. Lin Ming immediately understood Zhang Guanyu's intentions. The reason he came today was to investigate the matter of his master. Yes, even if Lin Ming's perception was astonishing, it was simply impossible for a 16-year-old to become a self-taught top inscription grandmaster. Lin Ming's inscription technique was not part of Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription Technique. It was clearly from somewhere else. This was what Zhang Guanyu was dreading. Lin Ming said, "You do not need to worry about why I am collecting the materials that I am. As for my master, he is usually wandering the world. I cannot find him, so you do not need to count on him to help you." Oh, so it's like this. Zhang Guanyu's thoughts raced. Although he was demented like a rabid dog would still not dare to bit a tiger. He was indeed probing what sort of person Lin Ming's master was. He guessed that Lin Ming's master should have been a Hotian stage martial artist whose strength would be comparable to Mui. But this person's level of inscription technique actually surpassed Wang Xuanji. As for the Xiantian masters, he never thought of that. Xiantian stage martial artists were simply legendary existences. If they took in a disciple, how could they possibly have their disciple enter into the Seven Profound Martial House and have them struggle for the Seven Profound Martial House's resources? Not only that, but also compel them into a situation where they would have to undergo a core disciple test. A Xiantian master, even if placed in the third-grade sect, the Seven Profound Valleys, would be an extraordinary character. The Allied Trade Association, with their deep history and influence, would not fear a single Hotian stage martial artist. This because the Allied Trade Association had their own Hotian stage master. And it seemed that this Hotian master did not have a deep connection with Lin Ming. Before this, Zhang Guanyu had already investigated Lin Ming's past just to be sure. Lin Ming had always been living a very frugal and lonely life. He had used the most basic medicinal cures for a very long time. He had tried to sell his inscription symbols at the 100 Treasure Pavilion, but the 100 Treasure Pavilion was actually one of the Allied Trade Association stores. What was most likely was that Lin Ming had encountered a fortuitous opportunity and found the inheritance of a peak Hotian master. Relying on his amazing perception, he had become a self-taught inscription grand master. This would explain why he had such strength at his young age, but was still poor and had to enter into the Seven Profound Martial House. Zhang Guanyu was insane and demented, but he was not stupid. With just a few clues, he was able to come close to deducing Lin Ming's true situation. It was just that what Lin Ming had found was not the inheritance of a peak Hotian master, but the inheritances of the topmost powerhouses within the realm of the gods. Thinking this, Zhang Guanyu smiled, but within his smile was hidden a ferocious intent. He decided not to change the plan he had to deal with Lin Ming. He would make Lin Ming suffer an incomparably pitiful fate, so that his spirit would never be smooth again. Ah, that's such a pity. I missed a chance to meet such a senior expert of inscription. But, Mr. Lin, since I have already taken out this bottle of 5th-level vicious beast blood, I have no intention of taking it back. I would like to ask Mr. Lin if Mr. Lin can personally help me and guarantee me a top skill of inscription, along with the highest amplification that Mr. Lin can achieve. If you request a specific attribute, then I can go up to 41%. If there is no specific attribute, then I can go up to 43%. Hearing Lin Ming say this, Wang Yuhan anxiously said, Mr. Lin, do not help him. He will use your own inscription symbol that you place on that sword to deal with you. This was undeniable. The reason that Zhang Guanyu came today was first to inquire about Lin Ming's master, and second was to find an inscription symbol for his high-grade human step treasure sword. At this time, within the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Lin Ming's inscription technique was second to none. Haha, if Mr. Lin is afraid of helping me with an inscription symbol, then I may have the Allied Trade Association use their connections and go to Hulua Nation to look. Although it will take a great deal of effort and a very high price, I think I will be able to find an inscription master that can conform to my needs. There were many powerhouses within the Hulua Nation. Their level of inscription technique was correspondingly higher than Sky Fortune Kingdoms. But to find an inscription master that knew the techniques to add a top-tier skill of inscription was simply impossible. At best, they would have a few masters that could surpass Lin Ming's true essence amplification. Lin Ming smiled and said, You don't need to taunt me. Since I've already decided to fight with you, then naturally I want to defeat you in your strongest condition. This is my Tao of martial arts. Lin Ming was certainly willing to draw an inscription symbol for Zhang Guanyu. He had just said a moment ago that the most important material he needed was some 5th-level vicious beast blood. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when the next time that he would find any was. It was not wrong that an inscription symbol could increase Zhang Guanyu's combat prowess, but a body inscription symbol would increase one's strength even more. Zhang Guanyu would never have even dreamed that the 5th-level vicious beast blood that he brought to Lin Ming's hand would be able to directly improve his strength and cultivation speed. Hehe. Then I'll trouble Mr. Lin. Zhang Guanyu licked his lips. He did not think that Lin Ming would really have complied. His original intention was to have Lin Ming refuse him, and then frustrate his proud heart a little. After all, the might of a high-grade human step treasure coupled with the power of a top-tier inscription symbol was simply terrifying. Even facing Lin Ming's dark purple elastic iron spear, if he poured enough true essence into his sword, he could simply cut that spear in half. If the weapon was sliced apart, then how would he continue fighting the battle? Zhang Guanyu said, I do not need a specific attribute and 43% amplification is good. But what if Mr. Lin cannot achieve this, or if Mr. Lin places some sort of hidden secret within the inscription symbol? Lin Ming lightly coughed and said, Humph, if you don't believe me, then why look for me? Doesn't your so-called Allied Trade Association have an inscription master? Even if they cannot draw up a skill of inscription, they can still examine the truth of the inscription symbol that I draw up. I won't ruin my proud work merely to ruin some high-grade human step treasure of your Allied Trade Association. Good. Then I'll be waiting here. Seeing that this matter had come to a foregone conclusion, Wang Yuhan sighed. Lin Ming was just too impulsive. Now was not the time to be swayed by personal feelings. Zhang Guanyu's strength was very formidable. Yet Lin Ming was actually helping him create a top-tier weapon. Nicely putting it, he was simply being impulsive with his own emotions, but crudely putting it, he was just digging his own grave. Lin Ming took a short period to prepare, and then began the drawing process. Lin Ming had become increasingly skilled at creating these inscription symbols. But because this was his first time working with a high-grade human step treasure inscription, he was a little slower than usual. Altogether, he had used half an hour of time. As he completed the last rune of the inscription symbol in one breath, the nearly 100 glistening runes congealed into a flame-marked inscription symbol that fell upon the high-grade human step treasure sword. Zhang Guanyu picked up the treasure sword and tested it. He poured his true essence into it, and found that it really did have a 43% increased amount of true essence. Afterwards, the true essence congealed into the skill of inscription. It was simply a magnificent power. Haha! Good sword! Zhang Guanyu laughed. This Lin Ming is such a sucker. I really cannot wait to see, for months from now, just how Lin Ming will come to regret when he is brought to grief under the blade of this treasure sword that he personally placed an inscription symbol upon. I'm going to enjoy his expression and the way his mind breaks. I can't wait to see his expression and state of mind when I use this sword and show him the most vicious moves of the divine Acacia power. When I find the right opportunity, I will give him such a severe wound that even his cultivation will drop. I wonder just how you will pass the 7 profound martial house's core disciple test then. However, what Zhang Guanyu did not know was that Lin Ming was actually having similar thoughts. Lin Ming looked as Zhang Guanyu flourished that skill of inscription and inwardly sneered. This Zhang Guanyu is such a fool. He's really saved me a great deal of effort. I'll wait for the 4 months to pass, to see how Zhang Guanyu will suffer a miserable defeat at my hands because of these 2 body inscription symbols. What a pity it will be that Zhang Guanyu will never know the reason he suffered a defeat, and that the 5th level vicious beast blood he brought to me would play a major role in his downfall. I want to see his expression when I use the most ruthless martial skill, pulse-cutting palm, on his body. Not only will I sever all the meridians in his body, but I will destroy his virility. Then, I wonder just how you will cultivate that divine acacia power of yours when you're with a woman. Although these 2 people's thoughts were diabolically dark, it was impossible to tell from the surface. Especially Zhang Guanyu. His brilliant smile was beaming to the extreme. Right? Mr. Lin, I think there were some misunderstandings with Mr. Lin about Lan Yunue. About Miss Lan's matter, I visited Miss Lan at that time to pay my respects, and it seems Mr. Liao was too excited and misunderstood my intentions. Is that right? So that's the case. Lin Ming sneered in his heart. He wanted to have a good luck at just what this Zhang Guanyu was up to. Let me speak the truth, I really, truly do admire Miss Lan. Otherwise I would not have visited. Towards beautiful girls that I like, I will never use underhanded means. I will only pursue them. As Zhang Guanyu said this, an angry voice suddenly resounded. Zhang Guanyu, do you not even care about face? The pure-hearted Wang Yuhan had finally reached the limit of what she was able to bear. She immediately wanted to kill this beast in human skin. However, Zhang Guanyu's cultivation had already reached a high enough level that he was able to completely disregard Wang Yuhan. He self-servingly said, before, I heard that Mr. Lin liked to make bets with the people that he dueled, like Wang Yanfeng, Zhang Cong, and so on. Then, with this match of mine against Mr. Lin, how about we also make a gambling bet? How about this, Mr. Lin needs materials and I just happen to have 1 7-star Oregon. How about I use this to bet with Mr. Lin on who Miss Lan belongs to? If I lose, then I will turn over the 7-star or to Mr. Lin, and I will not disturb Miss Lan again. If I win, then I will also turn over the 7-star or to Mr. Lin, but about Miss Lan's matters, Mr. Lin cannot meddle in them again. Whether or not I can move her heart will depend only on my own ability. So, regardless of the outcome, the 7-star or will be given to Mr. Lin. But only if Mr. Lin loses will Mr. Lin never meddle in Miss Lan's matters again. How about it? Move Lan Yunue's heart with your own ability? Lin Ming brightly smiled. It seems that no matter what, this Zhang Guanyu wanted to use Lan Yunue to attack his heart of martial arts. If he lost in the battle 4 months from now, then it would be a defeat so horrible and appalling that he wouldn't be able to lift his head proudly anymore due to shame. He sneered in response to Zhang Guanyu. Even if I'm sure to defeat you, I will never use a woman to make a bet. Lan Yunue already has nothing to do with me. Who she marries is her own choice, it's none of my business. If your moral character was any good and you decided to pursue Lan Yunue, then fine. But if you plan to deal with me by encroaching on Lan Yunue, then I will not sit idly by and do nothing. It's true that I lack several materials, but I do not need the Allied Trade Association, nor will I ever. If I cannot find what I need, then it's just a bit of trouble to me. Now you can roll out of here. Hearing this, Zhang Guanyu's expression finally sunk. Oh, it seems that you really are determined to win against me? Good. Very good. Zhang Guanyu, you think that 4 months from now you will crush me, so I cannot stand up from the failure. But what a coincidence, I also have the same intention. When the time comes, let's see just who is suppressing who. Haha. Very good. Since that's the case, for months from now, I will have you regret ever being born into this world. Zhang Guanyu received his long sword, flicked his sleeves, and departed. Lin Ming thought little of Zhang Guanyu's threats. He took out a true essence stone and prepared to restore his true essence. At this moment, Wang Yuhan could not help but say, "Mr. Lin, you were too reckless. Although 5th level vicious beast blood is rare, it's not something that cannot be found. If we waited a few days, it would have been fine, but you actually helped that despicable Zhang Guanyu inscribe a symbol on his treasure sword. Even in the entire Holua nation, there might not be anyone that can create an inscription symbol of your caliber. That Zhang Guanyu has probably cultivated the divine acacia power for several months. In these months, who knows how many women have gone to his manor. It's impossible to know just how far his strength has progressed. Mr. Lin, Wang Yuhan was genuinely concerned. This battle between Zhang Guanyu and Lin Ming would definitely be a death match. If he lost, he would pay a truly terrible price. Zhang Guanyu had long been famous for his sinister and ruthless tactics. If something was to happen to Lin Ming smiled and said, "Miss Wang, please be assured that I know all of this fairly well. But, I think that..." Wang Yuhan simply didn't know what to say. She knew that Lin Ming constantly created miracles in front of her. She thought that nothing was impossible concerning Lin Ming. But in this duel involving his Lin Ming's personal safety, Wang Yuhan worried, afraid of what would happen. "Thank you, Miss Wang, for worrying over me. The truth is, if I really am not a match for Zhang Guanyu, then I'll simply withdraw. I'm afraid that there is no one else coming this afternoon. I will go back first." Lin Ming only drew the high-quality inscription symbols these days. However, he would only do so as long as someone brought one of the rare materials on the list. The materials were getting fewer and fewer now, and the customers that could find them were also less. So in the past couple of days, Lin Ming had only received a few jobs. He spent most of the time cultivating. All the time that Lin Ming had at the 7 major killing arrays was spent so that he could gradually become more aware of the concept of wind. Now Lin Ming had increased the difficulty from the 6th level to the 7th level, but even so, he still practiced in the violent wind tunnel every day until his appearance was miserable. Many of the disciples of the 7 profound martial house were aware of this strange phenomenon. As soon as this century genius of the 7 profound martial house entered the violent wind tunnel, at only 7 levels of difficulty, he would be beaten up until he was black and blue. This kind of matter was simply inconceivable. Those people that were jealous of Lin Ming said that Lin Ming's foundation was not solid, and his lower body was unstable. However, those that held this view were completely drowned out by the massive amount of frothing saliva from the Lin Ming fanatics. Did those insulting idiots not see how Lin Ming was motionless like a mountain on the battlefield? With which eye did they see that Lin Ming's lower body was unstable? These crazy fans believed that Lin Ming was using some sort of special method to practice. But what exactly was this special method of training? Nobody could actually explain it. A little girl that worshipped at Lin Ming's altar patted her heavy chest, wanting to understand. Senior apprentice brother Lin Ming is definitely practicing his get hit ability. To let the violent wind blow against one's own body so that they freely hit the wall over and over again. This was the only explanation for the get-hit ability. To come up with such ridiculous reasoning, that young girl had a truly vivid imagination. This opinion rapidly spread. Regarding this rumor, Lin Ming could only force a smile. He did not want the publicity, but it was impossible to conceal the fact that he was turning black and blue from the bruising every day of hitting the walls in the violent wind tunnel. Even if he had very good healing medicine, it was futile to think that all his wounds and bruises would instantly heal. He could only bring his heavily injured body back to his room, soak in a medicinal bath, and then take the evening's time to remove the bruises and heal the hidden wounds. However, people began to gradually discover that Lin Ming's injuries were becoming less and less, even as the difficulty grew higher and higher, until a month later. Lin Ming had opened the 9th level of difficulty, but after he had stayed in for several hours, he had come out in perfect condition with no injuries. To a normal heavenly abode disciple, this didn't have much meaning. With someone at Lin Ming's ranking, they would easily be able to handle the 10th level of difficulty. But to Lin Ming's ardent Lin maniacs, their first impression was that he was practicing the almighty get-hit ability. He did not use any true essence or bodily strength to resist the force of the wind, and let his body repeatedly and wildly hit the walls over and over again. Since he now reached the point of not having any injuries, was his head now made of copper? They were afraid that if this was true, then Lin Ming had already become invulnerable to all damage. But if this were so, why would Lin Ming only open the 9th level of difficulty? What exactly do you think senior apprentice brother Lin is really doing inside? He only opened the 9th level of difficulty. If senior apprentice brother Lin displayed his true strength, that wind would only tickle him. I already told you that senior apprentice brother Lin is cultivating his get-hit ability, you just don't have faith. The young girl who had been the first to propose this theory grunted, showing her discontent at those that dared to doubt her. Senior apprentice brother Lin's get-hit ability is just too fierce, and it's not an exaggeration, to have that powerful wind of the 9th level blow him against the wall, and yet he still doesn't have a single injury. His body is simply steel now. He is invulnerable to all. Humph, this is nothing for senior apprentice brother Lin. Did you forget that he had used his empty palm to fend off Xianxia's saber? That's because he had used the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. That was also the reason that Zhu Yan lost to senior apprentice brother Lin Ming. The disciple that was speaking seemed to be aware of many things. At this moment, another person also commented, "Have you seen that senior apprentice brother Lin's clothes when he goes in and out of the violent wind tunnel only have a little damage?" After this third disciple inadvertently reminded the other two, these two felt a chill in their hearts. Yes, when Lin Ming had gone in and out, he had worn the same clothes. His clothes only had a little damage, so he hadn't needed to change. It had to be known that when the violent wind tunnel reached the 9th level of difficulty, a common disciple could rely on their true essence and strength to resist the strong winds. However, because the wind speed was too quick, the clothes on their bodies would be torn. When the violent wind tunnel reached the 9th level of difficulty, a common disciple could rely on their true essence and strength to resist the strong winds. However, because the wind speed was too quick, the clothes on their bodies would still be torn. Soon after, their clothes would be ripped to shreds. If they were to choose the 10th level of difficulty, their clothes would even become completely split apart until they were finally stark naked. But Lin Ming's clothes were only a little damaged. He didn't need to replace them. This was simply an inconceivable matter. In the violent wind tunnel, the howling wind was like the roars of dragons and tigers. At the 9th level of difficulty, there were 10 feet tall rolling boulders that haphazardly tumbled around. Lin Ming's body seemed weightless in the forceful gales as he danced in the air. What was strange was that even though the whirlwinds were like a pack of surging ruinous beasts, Lin Ming's body only moved at a slow speed, as if he was a fish that was swimming against a mighty current. Lin Ming's eyes were closed the entire time. He felt the force of the chilling wind with his heart and soul, stabilizing his body as he balanced himself in the mistral air. The wind that fell upon Lin Ming naturally parted around him. Suddenly, a powerful wind vortex appeared around Lin Ming, causing his body to shake and fall towards a boulder. Under this kind of forceful wind, if an ordinary person hit the rock, they would have immediately suffered a painful death. Even a viscera training stage martial artist would have been heavily wounded. But as Lin Ming approached this boulder, he suddenly waved his sleeves and followed a breeze that flowed over the rock. Lin Ming's body drew beautiful arc as he bypassed this rock wall before coming to a stop in midair. This continued for several days. With each day, Lin Ming was increasingly like a fish in water as he hovered in the violent wind tunnel. As long as he used his true essence, his feet would not touch the ground, and he was able to sail through the wind. Only when his true essence was exhausted would he fall to the ground. After that, Lin Ming opened the 10th level of difficulty, but he was still able to barely keep his balance firmly in the wind. Even if there was suddenly turbulence from a whirlwind, Lin Ming was still able to maintain his form. He was just like a kite. Despite the howling wind blowing upon him, he was always steadily flying through the air. After several days, Lin Ming began to do all kinds of various movements and actions as he faced the strong wind, moving slowly as he borrowed the gentle force of the wind. At the start, Lin Ming's movement was slow, and the range of his motions was limited. The next day, his speed had increased, and the range of his movement had extended to dozens of feet. Afterwards, Lin Ming's speed grew with each day. The sphere of action which he could move encompassed the entire violent wind tunnel, even approaching the innermost depths of the violent wind tunnel where it was narrowest. 10 days later, Lin Ming had gained a basic understanding of the concept of wind, officially entering the first layer of golden rock shattering the void. Now, Lin Ming was able to move anywhere in the violent wind tunnel at will. The wind wasn't even able to influence him in the slightest. I've spent all 120 hours of this month's time at the 7 major killing arrays cultivating the golden rock shattering the void. Fortunately, my golden rock shattering the void has reached the small success level. Starting from tomorrow, I must practice the heretical god force and pulse-cutting palm, and also attempt to break through to the altering muscle stage. I just don't have enough time. Lin Ming had already reached the peak viscera training stage. Although he hadn't set aside time to break through to the altering muscle stage, these days he had practiced his inscription technique, and during that time he would often deplete all of his true essence. Following that, he would enter into his ethereal martial intent state while revolving the true primal chaos formula. Under this sort of extreme state, it had been surprisingly good cultivation for his true primal chaos formula. Lin Ming's talent was average, but he would still be able to reach the altering muscle stage soon. This was all thanks to the true primal chaos formula and his ethereal martial intent. As he walked through the back mountains of Zhou Mountain, with every casual step that Lin Ming took, he was able to cross dozens of feet. His toes gently tapped the thin blades of grass, and he would soar into the sky. By revolving his true essence, he was able to swiftly rise into the air. Like this, he could easily cross over a 20-foot wall. Feeling light with not even the slightest weight to his body, Lin Ming felt a great happiness. This concept of wind is simply too marvelous. Normally, when a martial artist cultivates a movement martial skill, it would depend on the coordination of their true essence and bodily strength to increase their speed. Once they jumped up, they would not be able to maintain their speed and would inevitably slow down, but with this concept of wind, I can actually increase my speed in midair. If I can cultivate the golden rock shattering the void to the 3rd or 4th layer, if I combine that with my increasingly thick true essence, then I might be able to fly. Usually only a Xianxia stage master would have the ability to fly, but I can as long as I achieve the pulse condensation period. As Lin Ming was basking in his excitement, a sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of Lin Ming, and the sweet voice of Wang Yuhan sounded in Lin Ming's mind. "Mr. Lin, we have finally found all of the materials that you want." Hearing this news, Lin Ming rejoiced. This was a double celebration. He could finally start drawing up the body inscription symbol. Lin Ming took a detour straight to the Inscription Association. After completing several scheduled inscription symbols, he finally received all the materials he needed. The materials were collected through the combined efforts of the Crown Prince, the Inscription Association, and the influence of numerous powerful families within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. This nationwide search for materials had finally finished after nearly an entire month. For these materials, the Crown Prince, the Inscription Association, and the various major families had spent a mind-boggling amount of manpower and financial resources. When he was collecting the materials from the Inscription Association, Lin Ming had a certain smug feeling as he saw the piles of materials worth hundreds of thousands of gold taels. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry to begin. He knew that his current mentality was not suitable for drawing the body inscription symbol. The body inscription symbol was incomparably precious. It would take a very long time to create, and he absolutely could not afford to be even the least bit careless. Once Lin Ming had collected all of the materials, he first took a nap. After waking, he closed his door and placed a "Do Not Disturb" plaque on the outside. He washed his hands, burned incense, bathed, and finally entered the ethereal martial intent state. He sat in meditation for almost half an hour, and relaxed as his mind became completely calm. There were many martial arts that, after obtaining a top-tier cultivation method, would practice a similar ceremony. This was in order to eliminate their distractions and let their minds become calm. But unless they were monks, while facing such a top-tier cultivation method that could affect the destiny of their entire lives, who could truly remain calm? However, The nature of Lin Ming's heart was much purer than a normal martial artist's. With the support of his ethereal martial intent, he was able to adjust his condition its perfect state, so that his heart and mind were able to singularly focus on a task. When Lin Ming finally opened his eyes from meditation, his eyes were shining bright like stars. He took the first material, the 7-star ore, and ground it, extracted it, and mixed it. The tools that he used were the best ones that could be found within the Inscription Association. These black-silver inscription tools would not injure or alter the nature of the materials in the least. Not only that, but these tools were able to perfectly work in conjunction with soul force, so that an inscription master could clearly feel any changes in the materials. Of these black-silver tools, each one had a value that was similar to a treasure. The entire set of inscription tools had a value above 20,000 gold taels. This set of tools was a gift to Lin Ming from the Inscription Association. As he processed the materials, Lin Ming was already completely immersed in the world of inscription technique. Each inscription symbol that emerged from his hand was like a living spirit that jumped out. Because of this month-long practice, Lin Ming was able to freely control his soul force like never before. He could divide his soul force into hair-thin strands and guide the materials together so that each one formed a beautiful inscription symbol. This feeling was like sliding on ice. There was no hitch in the fluid process. Lin Ming was already completely immersed within a rapturous realm. In this state, he had reached an unprecedented extreme of skill. The sun set, the moon rose, the stars fell, and the rose-colored clouds of dawn reflected the new day. Lin Ming had unknowingly drawn the inscription symbol for an entire night. In the past, he was able to complete the symbols and lines in a very short time. But now, each symbol and line took at least an incense stick of time. In drawing these complex structures, he did so gingerly. In this period, Lin Ming also failed a few times, but he had already anticipated this situation. He had left the most precious materials for last. There were backups for everything else. Unconsciously, Lin Ming's soul force had already surpassed his natural limit. However, because his spirit was in such a state of high concentration, Lin Ming had entered into a state of self-hypnosis. He did not feel himself overdrafting his soul force, but this state was also extremely dangerous, because he had gone past what his body could bear. There were stories of earthquakes, where children would be caught in the collapsing ruins. But, because of maternal love, a child's mother would be able to exert a godly strength and abruptly lift fallen walls that weighed 1,000 genes, thus rescuing their child. The reason this was possible was because of self-hypnosis. At the end, the mother would often exceed the limits that could be placed on her body, and she would be disabled or even die. Time passed 1 second at a time, until it was late morning. Lin Ming had drawn up the last symbol that he needed. As he gathered his hands together, the complex inscription symbol in the air began to superimpose upon itself, layer after layer, until it became one organic whole. It sent out a sparkling light as if it were a newborn star, and this star gently fell onto Lin Ming's left chest. There was a slight stabbing pain, as if he was being pierced by scalding hot needles, and then a mysterious 6-pointed star appeared on Lin Ming's left chest. Then, Lin Ming could only see black as dizziness erupted in his head, and he slumped to the ground. His exhausted soul force had resulted in a bone-aching sleepiness. As the body inscription symbol was finally completed, Lin Ming almost instantly fell into a deep slumber. In this deep sleep, he had severed all perception of the outside world. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. An intense feeling of hunger finally woke up Lin Ming. He stumbled around as he crawled up on his knees. He only felt a splitting headache. This pain was what followed an overconsumption of soul force. He casually took out some food from his spatial ring to eat, his expression sluggish as he sat on the ground. He sat there for a long time, and then finally, slowly mumbled, "This is how?" Trying to remember, he vaguely recalled the process of drawing up the body inscription symbol. He lifted his hand and traced his left chest. On the originally smooth skin, there were some uneven lines. He lowered his head to look. On his left chest was a mysterious 6-pointed star mark. It had fused into one with the mark left from the magic cube. Body inscription symbols. I see. It was because I overtaxed my soul force from drawing up the body inscription symbol, so I fell asleep for such a long time. What time is it? The large hourglass in the cabin had already streamed cleanly to the bottom. He had apparently slept for at least an entire day. It's a good thing that I succeed. I misjudged the difficulty of the body inscription symbol. I didn't expect for each symbol and line to have taken such a long time. The one that I drew was the essence gathering symbol. The two body inscription symbols that Lin Ming had planned to place on himself were the essence gathering symbol and the strife seal. The essence gathering symbol was placed on the chest and could enhance the speed at which true essence was gathered, thus increasing a martial artist's cultivation rate. The strife seal was placed on the right hand, and by improving how true essence would flow, it could increase the strength of true essence and improve a martial artist's martial skill or striking power. Lin Ming's cultivation was the most important right now, so he had first drawn up the essence gathering symbol. Lin Ming sat in meditation and tested how much better he could gather true essence. Really, it seemed because of the presence of the essence gathering symbol, he was able to more easily absorb the strength of the world, and the speed at which he gathered true essence had increased significantly. It's increased by at least 40%. It seems because of the self-hypnosis state, I overdrew my body and injured myself because my soul force was too lacking. But now that I've completed the essence gathering symbol, it's exceeded my expectations. Lin Ming felt a great happiness. A 40% increased rate was simply astonishing. It had to be known that a normal medium third-grade martial artist, if they started cultivating at the age of 12, and were not supported by any special top-quality pills, then they would be able to reach the early bone forging stage by the time they were 40 years old. This period was at least 30 years. But for a medium fourth-grade martial artist, if they started in a similar situation at 12 years of age and also didn't utilize any top-tier pills or cultivation methods, they would reach the early bone forging stage when they were 30 years old. This period was 20 years. The truth was, this 10-year disparity between a single grade of talent could also be considered a 50% difference in the speed of cultivation. But this 50% difference was actually of great importance. A 30-year-old martial artist was in the prime of his youth. They had a hope of breaking through to the pulse condensation period, thus extending the period of their growth, and their strength would also greatly improve. They would be like a carp that became a dragon. But a 40-year-old bone forging stage martial artist would often have to face the dire consequences of physical aging. Their body strength would decrease, and they would be weaker compared to younger martial artists at the same level. Moreover, it would be much more difficult for them to have any progress, let alone break through to the pulse condensation period. So this essence gathering symbol, that could increase one's cultivation speed by 40% was simply extraordinary. The essence gathering symbol is only the most simple of body inscription symbols. Later, when my cultivation grows, I also have the possibility of drawing up even more formidable body inscription symbols. When that time comes, my talent will no longer be a barrier. When I drew up the essence gathering symbol, I almost damaged my soul. This strife seal can wait until my strength increases again before I draw it. In any case, the strife seal is only a body inscription symbol that enhances one's own strength. As long as I successfully draw it up before my match with Zhang Guanyu, then it's not too late. Oh! Day after day, Lin Ming would go to the icy pond waterfall to cultivate the true primal chaos formula. He was able to sit within the 10th level of difficulty in the ice pond waterfall for 4 to 5 hours at a time. Under the dual abilities of the essence gathering symbol and his ethereal martial intent state, Lin Ming's cultivation speed experienced a tremendous leap forwards. In addition to the top heart mantra of the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming's true essence had been polished to a rich and pure state. In the past, because he had taken the top-tier pills, there had been some impurities within his true essence. But those pills had already been completely refined by Lin Ming. Lin Ming's true essence was pure to such a degree that it was even better if compared to most peak bone forging stage martial artists. After half a month passed, it was the second month of the 4 months before the match. As Lin Ming immersed himself within the ice pond waterfall and entered into his ethereal martial intent, he discovered that his true essence had already completely spread throughout his viscera and had begun infiltrating deep into his muscle and bones. Fourth stage of body transformation, altering muscle. Lin Ming was absolutely delighted, but he was not too surprised. The Martial House Core Disciple test required that Lin Ming reach the peak altering muscle stage before he was over 16 years old. But if he continued at his current rate of cultivation, that was a goal he would be able to effortlessly achieve. Normally, when a martial artist was advancing to a new stage, they would experience a bottleneck. The reason for this bottleneck was usually because their foundation was not solid. For instance, a normal viscera training stage martial artist, if they did not have a top-quality cultivation method, or were not able to go to the ice pond waterfall and have true essence temper every part of their body, then they would experience a bottleneck when breaking through to the altering muscle stage. If there was only a small amount of true essence that permeated their organs, then it would be even more difficult for that true essence to sink in any further. Even if they barely managed to break through to the altering muscle stage, if their altering muscle stage foundation was not steady, then the result would only be that breaking through to the bone forging stage would be that much more difficult. Finally, they would be completely unable to take that final step into the pulse condensation period. If one's foundation was not solid, then as they strive towards greater heights of cultivation, it would become increasingly difficult. But Lin Ming did not have this kind of problem at all. His true essence had already penetrated deep into each and every nook and cranny of his internal organs, and had even entered into the innumerable tiny units within his body. For him, he would be absolutely successful in breaking through to the altering muscle stage, bone forging stage, or even the pulse condensation period. As long as he managed to accumulate enough true essence, he could break through. As he pushed the true primal chaos formula to its limit, Lin Ming was able to clearly feel the wonderful feeling of true essence sinking into his muscles and bones. There were many martial artists that did not have a steady foundation, and would only have bitter experiences during their attempts to break through their bottlenecks. If they wanted to enter the altering muscle stage, they would often need to push their true essence inwards, and forcefully fuse their true essence into their muscles and bones. They would have to repeat this process slowly as they fused one little part at a time, and very slowly reach the altering muscle stage. This was the reason why so many martial artists were stranded at the peak viscera training stage for several years. But this did not apply to Lin Ming. His internal organs had already reached the maximum of how much true essence could be absorbed. This was just like a reservoir that was already filled with water. Because the reservoir could not accommodate more true essence, then that true essence would leak over and naturally seep into the muscle and bones, fusing with them. Of these two different methods of breaking through a bottleneck, it was easy to see which was good and which was bad. Lin Ming's breakthrough lasted for 3 full days. During these 3 days, Lin Ming would cultivate at the icy pond waterfall for 6 hours every day. He used a grand total of 18 hours in order to fully integrate the true essence into his muscle and bones. What the so-called altering muscle stage cultivated were the tendons and the periosteum. As he recovered from his long meditation, Lin Ming felt that the true essence within his body moving incessantly, like an endless river. Resisting the frosty chill of the icy pond waterfall had become an easy task for him. As he emerged from the icy pool, Lin Ming casually flicked his palm. The edge of his palm formed an indistinct faint blue ripple, just like waves in water. As Lin Ming saw this rippling blue wave, his eyes shined. True essence realization. I didn't expect that I would have reached the boundary of being able to realize my true essence. Usually only a martial artist at the pulse condensation period, who had extremely thick true essence, would be able to manifest their true essence. Or, there were also some heaven-gifted rare genius peak bone forging stage martial artists that could just barely achieve this. But Lin Ming had been able to manifest his true essence as soon as he reached the early altering muscle stage. Throughout the entirety of Sky Fortune Kingdom's history, he was the first one to be able to do this. Lin Ming clenched his fist and felt a sense of smugness. I've just reached the early altering muscle stage, and yet I've achieved the boundary which normally only a pulse condensation period martial artist could achieve. I wonder just how far I am compared to an ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist. When I step into the peak-altering muscle stage, will I be able to defeat a normal pulse condensation period martial artist? Lin Ming was not sure whether or not he could defeat the strength of a powerhouse of the pulse condensation period. But to defeat Lin San, who was at the peak-altering muscle stage, Lin Ming had a degree of confidence. Even though Ling Sen had his Ashura martial intent, how could that even compete with the chaotic virtues combat meridians? To Lin Ming, reaching the peak-altering muscle stage from the early altering muscle stage was only a matter of time. Oh, junior apprentice brother Lin. What an infrequent visitor. The Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother, who was in charge of the Wood Puppet Lane Major Killing Array, saw Lin Ming and immediately welcomed him with a laugh. Of the 7 profound martial houses, 7 major killing arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, the Wood Puppet Lane Killing Array belonged to the wood element. Lin Ming had only cultivated at the Icy Pond Waterfall and the Violent Wind Tunnel. This was his first time coming to the Wood Puppet Lane. Therefore, the Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother, who managed the killing array, was especially enthused and warm as he greeted Lin Ming. One never knew, perhaps several years from now, this Lin Ming might even become the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house. If that time ever came, then this Lin Ming would be his superior's superior. It was natural that he would want to curry favor and flatter him. Senior Apprentice Brother, forgive me, but this is embarrassing to say. I just decided to come here, without having made an appointment in advance. I wonder if you have any spots that are open yet. After Lin Ming had broken through to the altering muscle stage, he wanted to test his own strength. In the 7 major killing arrays, Golden Soldier Hall and Wood Puppet Lane were the 2 major killing arrays where one could practice their combat skills. Of course there is a spot open for you, haha. Whenever Senior Apprentice Brother Lin comes, there will always be a spot open just for you. The Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother said with a congenial smile. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother. Then, if I could trouble the Senior Apprentice Brother to help me open the 11th level of difficulty. 11th level of difficulty? The Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother stared at him with wide eyes. Generally speaking, those disciples that were in the top 10 of the ranking stone would enter the 11th level of difficulty. Did Lin Ming's strength already enter into the top 10 rankings? The Deacon Apprentice Brother felt this was inconceivably incredible. But suddenly he saw Lin Ming's cultivation, and his eyes widened even more until they were like giant white circles. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you've already broken through? Altering muscle stage. Yesterday I had a lucky breakthrough. The Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother unconsciously gulped. The bottleneck between the viscera training stage and the altering muscle stage was not too big nor too small. To a genius, breaking through this bottleneck was bound to happen sooner or later. But it shouldn't have happened so quickly. He vaguely remembered that Lin Ming had broken through to the viscera training stage just a few months ago. To only use a few months to break through to the altering muscle stage from the viscera training stage, what the hell was this kind of speed? This Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother's talent was already quite good. But it had taken him nearly 3 years to achieve this. This young man had already reached the altering muscle stage when he was only 15 years old, and still had more than a year left to reach the peak altering muscle stage. Lin Ming might even be able to reach the bone forging stage. It was already 90% guaranteed that he would pass the 7 profound martial houses core disciple test. A core disciple of the 7 profound martial house that came from Sky Fortune Kingdom. The Deacon Senior Apprentice took a deep breath. With just a nod of his head, Lin Ming could become the absolute overlord of the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. Senior Apprentice Brother, please open the 11th level of difficulty. Lin Ming saw the Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother in a daze, and politely reminded him. Oh yes, yes. The Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother responded, and then fiddled with an array disk to open the 11th level of difficulty for the Wood Puppet Lane. Wooden Puppet Lane was built into the face of a mountain. There were altogether 12 caves, and each could be opened by themselves. These caves were created by Xianxia masters cutting through the mountain themselves. One could still see glaring sword marks. Wood Puppet Lane was filled with wooden puppets. The deeper one went, the more formidable these puppets would be, and the more there were. These wooden puppets were from one of the 7 inheritances of the 7 profound valleys, the masterpieces of the puppet faction. The puppet faction was a very mysterious faction within the 7 profound valleys. Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial house did not have any of these factions' cultivation methods or secret techniques, so they had never had much exposure to it. Seeing the crowds of wooden puppets increase, Lin Ming did not hurry to attack. He hadn't even taken out the penetrating rainbow spear. After he had reached a location with more than 20 puppets, Lin Ming rushed in, unarmed. Cha! A wooden puppet aimed a club at Lin Ming. The weapons that these wooden puppets all used were completely made of wood, such as wooden clubs or wooden sabers. A wooden weapon may not have seemed like a very dangerous weapon, but even so, if one was pounded by a wooden club or saber, they would still be dealt a crushing blow and vomit blood from a severe wound. Lin Ming watched as a wooden club came at him and waited until it was just in front of him. He closed his eyes and gently pushed with his toes. His body flickered backwards half a step, and as a result, the descending club that would have smashed Lin Ming's nose was just avoided with not too much or too little distance. Whiz! Another wooden puppet cut towards Lin Ming's waist with a wooden saber. This time, Lin Ming leapt into the air. His body floated in the air, and because of inertia, he floated backwards. Another wooden puppet cut towards Lin Ming's waist from behind, and this attack didn't seem as if it could be evaded. But then Lin Ming gently waved his sleeves, and his body became like a leaf that was blown away by a gently breeze. It seemed as if he completely violated the rules of physics, and he appeared 2 feet to the side, dodging that hidden saber by just a hair's width once more. Swish, swish, swish. The wooden puppet continuously attacked Lin Ming, but Lin Ming did not counter. Instead, he dodged the attacks from the wooden puppets as if he was taking a leisurely stroll through a park. There were more than 20 puppets, but only 7 or 8 were able to attack Lin Ming at the same time. But these 7 or 8 puppets had very scary attacks. Their moves and combinations interwove with each other, and there almost wasn't an angle to dodge. However, Lin Ming was able to mysteriously avoid all these attacks. It was as if the puppets did not have a weapon in their hands, but instead a fan. Lin Ming was like a light feather. Each time the wooden puppets brandished their weapons at him, the wind of the passing weapons would blow him away. This was the concept of wind that Lin Ming had comprehended. A waving fan would never be able to touch a floating feather. And like this, a wooden puppet's weapon would never be able to each touch even the hem of Lin Ming's robe. Wonderful! Very good! Come again! Lin Ming wholly immersed himself in the depths of the concept of wind. This was the first time that he had applied the golden rock shattering the void movement ability to actual combat. These fellows are just a bit too weak. As Lin Ming thought this, his body rose like a rock, rising several dozens of feet before he landed on a cliff and flew towards the depths of Wooden Puppet Lane. Oh! At this time, outside of Wooden Puppet Lane, the Deacon's senior apprentice brother was still in shock, as he stared unblinking at the true essence stones in the heart of the major killing array. Every array formation had an array heart. This was often where the array was supplied with energy from. The puppets of Wooden Puppet Lane were able to self-repair and regenerate, but this regeneration required the consumption of true essence stones in order to power it. There were some abnormal individuals, like Ling San and Ta Ku, who would cause a quick consumption of true essence stones after entering Wood Puppet Lane. Sometimes, just looking at this wasteful sight made the Deacon's senior apprentice brother's heart hurt deeply. But Lin Ming had already gone in for such a long time, yet he had only consumed a small number of true essence stones. Obviously Lin Ming was struggling in dealing with these wooden puppets, and had only managed to take down a few. Realizing this, the Deacon's senior apprentice brother let out a soft sigh of relief. Fortunately, junior apprentice brother Lin isn't that abnormal. Indeed, it seems that he still isn't able to challenge the 11th level of difficulty of Wood Puppet Lane in such a short time. Junior apprentice brother Lin is just too impatient. His strength isn't high enough yet for him to jump straight to the 11th level of difficulty. But in this Wood Puppet Lane killing array, if the difficulty is too high, one could be easily injured or might even die. I estimate that another half-incense stick of time will pass before junior apprentice brother Lin decides that he cannot last in there any longer, and comes out to change the difficulty to the 10th level. The deacon's senior apprentice brother picked up the array disc and waited for Lin Ming to come out and ask him to change the difficulty. But after waiting half an hour, there was no news of his exit. What do I do? The deacon was a bit confused. The array heart was still only consuming true essence at a very slow speed. He even suspected that Lin Ming had encountered some troubles inside and been killed by the wooden puppets. What's going on? Is it possible that junior apprentice brother Lin is hiding in some corner of Wood Puppet Lane? Was that the reason that he had opened the 11th level of difficulty? Oh! At this moment, Lin Ming had already reached the deepest depths of Wood Puppet Lane. Here, the wooden puppet's strength was at a much higher level and they were also large. What was most peculiar, though, was that the surface of their bodies was a strange dark red, as if they had been dyed in blood. Facing so many more advanced puppets, Lin Ming felt an intense amount of pressure. As he dodged the wooden puppet's intense attacks for a long time, he was beginning to gasp for breath even with the support of the true Prima Chaos formula. Almost there. Lin Ming had practiced his movement for almost an entire hour. He felt that this was enough, and thinking this, he turned his hand and extracted the penetrating rainbow spear from his spatial ring. Holding the spear in both hands, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. The countless tiny units in his body began to synchronize their breathing to the same frequency, as his thick true essence began to shake like a mountain. In that moment, his imposing aura instantly erupted. Total annihilation. Boom, 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 boom. With the formidable strength of altering muscles cultivation level, combined with his fiercely vibrating true essence, there was an explosion of sounds in succession, as the penetrating rainbow spear swept out, and the puppets were all sent flying backwards. Oh, not dead. Lin Ming found that besides the puppet that had borne the majority of his attack and shattered to pieces, the other puppets had only fallen to the ground, and were beginning to crawl back up. Good resilience. No one understood the terrifying destructive power of flow like silk more than Lin Ming. Back when he was at the Viscera training stage, a single strike from his spear was able to turn a thick stone column dozens of feet high into nothing more than crumbled rock. Now that his strength had increased even further, he might even be able to split apart a hall with just a few spear moves. But now that he had struck at these wooden puppets, only one had died. The more resilient they are, the better. Today I will enjoy this fight. After officially stepping into the altering muscle stage, in addition to reaching the large success of Golden Rock shattering the void, Lin Ming really needed a battle to examine his own strength and also allow his body to adapt to the change in his true essence and physical strength. Bang, bang, bang. Wooden puppets began to blow up one after another. The penetrating rainbow spear was like a purple-black dragon that was churning in the ocean waves. Haha, fun. Come on, more. Lin Ming flourished penetrating rainbow with grandeur. Each spear move was imbued with the flow like silk concept, and every hit would cause a wooden puppet to explode into pieces. In fact, what Lin Ming did now know was that when other martial artists entered Wood Puppet Lane, most could not even injure these puppets. They could only knock them down. Even if it was Ling San who had such an abnormally overwhelming combat strength, he could only cut apart a wooden puppet with his sword. He simply could not be like Lin Ming, whose every spear thrust would cause a wooden puppet to burst into fragments. The wooden puppets could repair themselves, but this repair required the consumption of true essence stones as the energy source. If a wooden puppet was knocked down, it would only be slightly damaged, and be able to repair itself with very little energy. Even if they were cut apart by Ling San, it wouldn't require too many true essence stones to repair. But when Lin Ming had shattered them his spear, this was truly a tragedy. Not only did the repairs take time, but the consumption of true essence stones would be terrifying for a long time afterwards. Oh! Outside Wood Puppet Lane, the deacon's senior apprentice brother was still waiting for Lin Ming to come out and lower the difficulty to the 10th level. As he casually glanced at the true essence stones in the array heart, the scene scared and dumbfounded him. He could only helplessly look on at the true essence stones' energy levels plummeted, The true essence stones began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Starting from its original lustrous crystal-like appearance, it gradually turned a dull white, and then after some time, pong, it exploded. The array would automatically replace it with a new true essence stone, but the result was still the same. In less than half an incense stick of time, another true essence stone exploded. What was happening? Even if Ling San was here, the consumption rate would not be so high. Was it Lin Ming? No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The deacon's senior apprentice brother looked at the true essence stone at the center of the array heart and constantly swallowed as he panicked. Although logic told him that it was impossible for Lin Ming to be so abnormal, the truth was already placed in front of him. This just what the hell is this? The deacon's senior apprentice brother cried in his heart. With so many true essence stones being suddenly consumed, he simply could not find a good explanation. Where'd they all go? Lin Ming had been enjoying destroying all the wooden puppets, but now the originally threatening and aggressive wooden puppets had been reduced to just 2 or 3. They were just as dangerous as cats now, and the rest that still hadn't shattered yet were missing arms and legs. This wood puppet lane sucks. Is this everything? It's the 11th level of difficulty. Lin Ming was speechless. In his mind, this 11th level of difficulty was unworthy of the name. If the deacon's senior apprentice brother knew Lin Ming's thoughts, he probably would have wanted to smack his head against a wall and kill himself. The puppets of Wood Puppet Lane could repair themselves after they were destroyed, but Lin Ming had exploded them with his spear and turned them completely into scattered pieces. This repair would just take a long time. Although I couldn't fight to my heart's content, I've about gotten a good grasp on my current strength. Right now I still might not be able to compare to Zhang Guanyu, but I should absolutely not have a problem entering the top 10 of the 10,000 killing array rankings. First, I'll participate in this coming 10,000 killing array assessment and take the heavy profound soft spear before planning my next move. Lin Ming put away his penetrating rainbow spear and walked out of Wood Puppet Lane. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was a bit sluggish as he watched Lin Ming come out of Wood Puppet Lane. He still hadn't figured out just what the hell had happened inside a moment ago. Was there a malfunction in the Wood Puppet Lane array? How come the true essence stones were consumed so quickly? Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you all right? The deacon's senior apprentice froze for a long time before he hesitantly asked him. If there was a breakdown in the array formation, then did junior apprentice brother Lin encounter any problems in there? Me? I'm fine, Lin Ming asked, somewhat puzzled, but he didn't dwell on this much. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. I will leave first. I'll come by another day and thank you for your hospitality. Lin Ming turned around and departed. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was still in a daze. He thought about the possibilities for a while, and then suddenly moved. He picked up his robes and scurried into the Wood Puppet Lane cave that Lin Ming had just been in a moment ago. This scene left him petrified on the spot. He only saw scattered parts all throughout Wood Puppet Lane. There were broken wooden puppets everywhere, with hands and feet haphazardly tossed around or pulverized to little splinters. This is... What the hell did Lin Ming do? His throat violently spasmed. This array formation had broken down. This was certainly an array formation breakdown. But if the wooden puppets were broken like this, could they still be repaired? Oh! After Lin Ming had reached the altering muscle stage, he hadn't invested too much of his time in cultivating the true primal chaos formula. Instead, he had focused all of his energy on cultivating the heretical god force and pulse-cutting palm. The pulse-cutting palm was quite simple. This martial skill was only able to deal with opponents with a far inferior strength, or those who had already lost all their ability to resist an enemy. Lin Ming only took a few days to learn this skill. In short, the pulse-cutting palm infiltrated one's own true essence into an enemy's body, blowing out all of their meridian channels. Before a martial artist reached the pulse condensation period, the meridians in their body hadn't yet opened and connected. But this did not mean that they had no meridians, only that the meridians were blocked and body points were dried. thus they showed no effects. But the pulse-cutting palm was able to forcefully pour true essence along these depleted meridians, ravaging them as they passed. Eventually, all the meridian channels would be destroyed. The meridians were the path that a person's qi flowed. If one did not have meridians for the qi to pass, then they would be called a natural non-meridian born. These non-meridian borns would usually not survive past the age of 25. The pulse-cutting palm was able to destroy the meridians and simulate the effect of a non-meridian born. It would cause a martial artist to gradually lose their cultivation until it was finally all obliterated. Cultivating the pulse-cutting palm was simple. However, cultivating the heretical god force was a completely different level of difficulty. The heretical god force was divided into 6 layers. Lin Ming had cultivated this ability for 10 days, but still hadn't even been able to touch upon the first layer. The essence of the heretical god force is compression of true essence. The first layer compressed true essence by 50%. The second layer compressed true essence by 100%. The third layer 150%. All the way until the 6th layer, where true essence was compressed by 3 times. If true essence was compressed, then its power would naturally be multiplied. The heretical god force could only compress a portion of one's true essence, and then store that in the body. In a battle, one could bring out this compressed true essence. What Lin Ming needed to cultivate was the seed of the heretical god force. As long as this heretical god seed existed, true essence would automatically be compressed and confined within this seed. Lin Ming would not need to consciously manage it. I'm not in a hurry to cultivate this heretical god force. This is only the end of the 2nd month. I should participate in the 10,000 killing array assessment first, and take the heavy profound soft spear. The heavy profound soft spear was a medium-grade human step treasure. If Lin Ming poured his true essence into it, it would be able to flow through unimpeded. With his penetrating rainbow spear, only the spearhead was a low-grade human step treasure. The spear shaft was made from ordinary iron. Although this iron was the dark elastic purple iron, the flow of true essence would still be greatly reduced within. For flow like silk, Lin Ming needed to pour true essence into the spear in order to display its power. So if Lin Ming was able to take the heavy profound soft spear, he would become that much more powerful. There were only 3 days left until the 10,000 killing array assessment. He would attain a top 10 spot within the ranking stone in one fell swoop, and finish the first reward task from the 7 profound martial house and obtain the heavy profound soft spear. With this spear in hand, he would be much more confident against Zhang Guanyu. 3 days later, today marked the 4th month since Lin Ming had entered the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ming had participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment twice. The first time he had been ranked 126, and the second time he had been ranked 62. The time between these 2 rankings had only been 1 month. During the third 10,000 killing array assessment, Lin Ming had been wholly absorbed in preparing for his decisive showdown with Zhu Yan, so he hadn't participated. As for the 4th assessment, Lin Ming had already obtained privileges and resources equal to the top 3 ranks of the ranking stone, so he hadn't felt the need to participate. But now, this would be the 5th 10,000 killing array assessment. For this 10,000 killing array assessment, there weren't many disciples attending. In the entire Ashlar Square, since the sun had risen, there were only a handful more than 20 people. Moreover, within these disciples, most were ranked below rank 100, and there were only 6 or 7 disciples that were ranked in the top 100. As for the top 50, none of them had come. This deserted and lonely scene was mainly because the majority of the 7 profound martial house's disciples had planned to attend the next 10,000 killing array assessment. Next month's assessment was set to be highly anticipated, because that day would mark the 3rd month since the 7 profound decree was issued. Lin Ming would definitely challenge the top 10 of the ranking stone during that time in order to obtain the heavy profound soft spear. At that appointed time, there would no doubt be countless powers that had their eyes and ears on scene, and powerhouses from all around would converge. Naturally, one could not miss such a grand event. But nobody would ever think that Lin Ming would challenge the top 10 rankings of the ranking stone at only the end of the second month. Since the opening of the 10,000 killing array, it had only been half an hour. The Ashlar Square was very peaceful. Most of the early arriving martial artists sat in the bamboo grove and meditated. The early morning air was rich with life and energy. It was very suitable for breathing. Moreover, controlling one's breath during meditation could assist with adjusting a martial artist's mental and bodily condition. Of course, all disciples hoped to enter the 10,000 killing array in their best state, and thus achieve the best result they could. Because there weren't many disciples attending this 10,000 killing array assessment, and those who did were mostly new disciples, the deacon's senior apprentice brother responsible for the 10,000 killing array seemed to lack interest. He strolled around with an air of boredom as he received the true essence stone from the participating disciples. Each disciple that wished to enter into the 10,000 killing array had to pay a deposit of 1 true essence stone. The deacon's name was Liang Guangfeng. He had already served as a deacon at the 7 Profound Martial House for a long time, and his mind was thinking about his hopeful future promotion to a human hall elder. Of the 7 Profound Martial House elders, there were the Heavenly Abode elders, the Earth Hall elders, and the Human Hall elders. The Human Hall elders had the lowest status of the 3. As long as they were a pulse condensation martial artist, they could hold this post. Liang Guangfeng was a pulse condensation period martial artist. Although the deacon of the 10,000 killing array was of a somewhat higher status than most other deacons, he was still only a deacon after all. A deacon would always be inferior in status to an elder. If I can get on good terms with Lin Ming, and he possibly becomes the martial house master someday, then it would just be a matter of a few words to become a human hall elder. What a pity that the number of people that wish to befriend Lin Ming are high enough that they can line up into their own army. When would it ever be my turn? Liang Guangfeng ruefully smiled and shook his head. But at this moment, he saw a young man wearing black clothes, carrying a dark purple-colored long spear on his shoulder, come out from the bamboo grove. Liang Guangfeng's eyes widened. Lin Ming. Did he wish to participate in today's 10,000 killing array assessment? This was only the second month. Not only was Liang Guangfeng surprised, but many of the disciples present noted Lin Ming's arrival. Lin Ming was the current shining star of the 7 Profound Martial House. Many of the young junior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice sisters of the Human Hall were Lin Ming's adoring fans. To see Lin Ming was the same as seeing a lifelong idol. Look quickly, that's Senior Apprentice Brother Lin. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin has come. Lin Ming would soon reach 16 years of age. In the 7 Profound Martial House, he was still considered relatively young. But even those older than Lin Ming would still refer to him as Senior Apprentice Brother Lin. Those that cultivated the martial path respected achievements first and foremost. For instance, Ling San would always be the elder senior apprentice brother of the Heavenly Abode. Does Senior Apprentice Brother Lin want to participate in today's 10,000 killing array assessment? No way. This is only the second month. Maybe Senior Apprentice Brother Lin wants to warm up. Che, how could someone like you predict the actions of someone at Senior Apprentice Brother Lin's level? I think today he will try to enter into the top 10 rankings. Don't just wildly guess. Maybe Senior Apprentice Brother Lin is just taking a walk around. As the disciples discussed this, a young 15-year-old girl timidly edged towards Lin Ming and asked, Senior Apprentice Lin, may I ask if you are participating in today's 7 Profound Martial House assessment? Yes. Lin Ming nodded. Lin Ming's reply caused all these low-order Earth Hall disciples to be excited to the point of fainting. Some even took out sound-transmitting talismans and quickly relayed messages to their friends to come see this grand event. Lin Ming's participation in the 10,000 killing array assessment was an extraordinary matter. If he could smoothly enter the top 10 of the ranking stone, then would he be able to defeat Zhang Guanyu in the 4th month, and then subsequently defeat Taku and Ling Sen? To the disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House, the trio of Zhang Guanyu, Taku, and Ling Sen had acquired too heavy a reputation over the years. To defeat individuals like them, these disciples simply dared not imagine such a scenario. Moreover, if Lin Ming really could defeat Zhang Guanyu, then the matter of passing the 7 Profound Valleys core disciple test could be considered settled. A local-born 7 Profound Martial House core disciple of the Sky Fortune Kingdom had the possibility of becoming a 7 Profound Envoy or the Martial House Master in the future. These were simply legendary figures. Lin Ming moved towards the 10,000 killing array's altar and took out a true essence stone as payment for entrance. Liang Guangfeng apologetically smiled. Junior apprentice brother Lin may directly test. It makes no difference whether you place down a true essence stone deposit or not. The last time Lin Ming had participated in the 10,000 killing array, he had been ranked 62. Now, after such a long time, his true strength was at least several dozen ranks above that. Even if he paid down a true essence stone, he was sure to take it back. Lin Ming was expressionless as he said, "Then thank you, senior apprentice brother Liang." The urgent news traveled quickly. After some people heard this, they immediately rushed to the 10,000 killing array. The previously lonely Ashlar Square was now lively and full of people. Even several elders had arrived. Lin Ming. Haha. Do you plan on challenging the top 10 positions of the ranking stone so quickly? A hearty voice called out. Lin Ming turned and saw that this person was an elder of the 7 Profound Martial House's heavenly abode, Sun Sifan. Lin Ming turned and saw that this person was an elder of the 7 Profound Martial House's heavenly abode, Sun Sifan. Before, during the entrance examination at the start of fall, Lin Ming had managed to pass all 3 trials in first place. However, because of the limit of his talent, some elders did not agree that Lin Ming should have the first place spot. But this Sun Sifan was actually one of those who had supported Lin Ming. After that, Lin Ming had severely wounded Wang Yanfeng, and Elder Su and rushed on stage to look for trouble with Lin Ming. That time, it was also thanks to Sun Sifan helping Lin Ming that Elder Su was forced to back down. Because of his timely help and graciousness, Lin Ming had a very good impression of Sun Sifan. He respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Sunday." Sun Sifan quickly held Lin Ming up and said, smiling, "There is no need to be so polite between us. Soon when you become a core disciple, our statuses will be the same. Sun Sifan paused. "You already reached the altering muscle stage?" Sun Sifan's eyes were like a torch, and he immediately saw through Lin Ming's cultivation. Before, Lin Ming had restrained his true essence within him, so the many young junior apprentice brothers and sisters, who were mostly at the second stage of body transformation, did not see that Lin Ming had already made another breakthrough. "Yes, I had a lucky breakthrough yesterday, so that's why I have the confidence today to challenge the top 10 spots of the ranking stone." Good, good. The young are truly great. There is still more than a year left in the 7 Profound Valleys core disciple test. Since you are at the altering muscle stage, you must have easily broken through the bottleneck from the viscera training stage to the altering muscle stage. With your fast progress, it is only a matter of time until you reach the peak altering muscle stage. This test has already been decided. A 15-year-old altering muscle martial artist was simply extraordinary. Even a 5th-grade talent would be mediocre by comparison. This young disciple has confidence to pass the test, but to defeat someone like senior apprentice brother Lin, this young disciple does not truly have the confidence to win. Haha. Passing the test is already a wonderful achievement. If you could also beat Ling San, that would be a true miracle. Ling San was known throughout the Sky Fortune Kingdom as being invincible within his own cultivation stage, and even undefeatable to those below the pulse condensation period. There were even some weak pulse condensation period martial artists that Ling San would be victorious over. If Lin Ming could defeat Ling San, then that would mean he would be a 15-year-old at the early altering muscle stage with strength equivalent to a pulse condensation period martial artist. In the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, there were only a mere 100 or so pulse condensation period martial artists, and most of those were concentrated in the 7 Profound Martial House. If Lin Ming could defeat Ling San, then that would mean that in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, his individual strength would be in the top 100. This ranking at such a young age really caused one to feel alarm and horror. At this moment, another elder entered the Ashlar Square. It may have been a coincidence, but this elder turned out to be Elder Su, the Su Fengyuan who had made things difficult for Lin Ming. Not even in Su Fingyuan's wildest dreams would he have thought that Lin Ming would achieve this level of fame 4 months ago. Now that he was a 7 profound martial house core disciple, he might even become the martial house master in the future. That would make him his own immediate superior. When he remembered the entrance examination and how he had tried to meddle with Lin Ming, Su Fengyuan felt such a deep, aching regret that even his intestines turned blue. Recently, Su Fengyuan had been having difficulty sleeping and eating. Although Su Fengyuan loathed this to his heart, he reluctantly came today for a chance to meet with Lin Ming and come to terms with what happened. If they could bury their past animosity, perhaps this Lin Ming would not retaliate against him in the future. For the martial house to get rid of a heavenly abode elder, it wasn't a small matter, but it also wasn't too difficult. Choosing this time to come, he didn't anticipate that he would bump into his old rival, Sun Sifan. Su Fengyuan immediately complained of this hardship in his heart. This was a time when he was already planning on losing face, but he had actually managed to run into an old rival. Would this guy not just make a joke of him? Lin Ming also remembered this elder Su. The spatial ring that he had was from Su Fengyuan. The spatial ring had been very convenient. Lin Ming did not even bear a grudge against Wang Yanfeng, much less Su Fengyuan. While Su Fengyuan had been unfair, it was still understandable. After all, it was a natural human reaction. Su Fengyuan was old friends with Yuelu City's Wang family, and Wang Yanfeng was from the Wang family. Lin Ming greeted him with the same respect. "Greetings, Elder Su." Su Fengyuan awkwardly coughed. He had immediately discovered that Lin Ming had broken through to the altering muscle stage. This caused him to not know how to react to this sudden development. Wang Yanfeng was still trying to reach the peak viscera training stage, but this Lin Ming was already at the altering muscle stage. At the beginning of fall, Wang Yanfeng's cultivation had been his greatest advantage against Lin Ming. But now he had already fallen behind. The test had only started 2 months ago, and he had reached the altering muscle stage. There was also more than a year left of time. To achieve the peak altering muscle stage would simply be child's play. If there wasn't some catastrophic accident, then Lin Ming would definitely become a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Because Sun Sifan was present, Su Fengyuan didn't wish to tarry. He dryly coughed and said, "I just passed by and heard that Lin Ming was going to take the assessment. I came here to take a look, and, well, good luck in the array. If you come across problems in your cultivation, feel free to come ask me anything." These remarks of Su Fengyuan were a tactful apology on his part. Lin Ming naturally would not argue for anything more. Su Fengyuan was still a Hotian stage master. Such a humble dialogue already showed much face to Lin Ming. Lin Ming said, "Many thanks to Elder Su. This young disciple will come pay a visit another day." Good. Listening to Lin Ming say this, Elder Su was finally relaxed. With the presence of the 2 elders, the lower-order disciples of the Earth Hall stood at a distance and did not dare to go forward. But at this moment, there was another stir within the Ashlar Square. This rippling wave of awe was no less than that caused by Lin Ming. Another person had arrived in the square. This person was unexpectedly Qin Xingxuan. If there was anyone in the 7 profound martial house who could compare with Lin Ming, then that person, without a doubt, would be Qin Xingxuan. When Qin Xingxuan's fame was rising, Lin Ming was still an unknown. Now, the halo of prestige that surrounded Qin Xingxuan was no less than Lin Ming's. With these 2 monstrous geniuses of the 7 profound martial house gathering together, how could it not be thrilling? Lin Ming was also quite a bit surprised at seeing Qin Xingxuan arrive. He hadn't thought that she would come. Qin Xingxuan was a core disciple, so there was no reason for her to participate in the 10,000 killing array assessment. That meant that the only reason she came here was to see him. Thinking this, Lin Ming felt a very unusual feeling percolating in his mind. Today, Qin Xingxuan was wearing a very simple martial outfit. It was neat, loose, and tied at the waist with a band. It perfectly served to accentuate her beautiful shape, and combined with both her slender legs, it gave off a very pure and valiant feeling. However, what Lin Ming noticed was not Qin Xingxuan's beauty and temperament, but her cultivation. Qin Xingshuan had already broken into the 5th stage of body transformation, the bone forging stage. When Lin Ming had first entered the 7 profound martial house, Qin Xingshuan was already at the peak altering muscle stage. Now, in 4th months she had crossed the bone forging bottleneck. But Qin Xingshuan was also younger than Lin Ming by several months. A 6th grade talent was simply too terrifying. Xingshuan greets Elder Su, Elder Sunday. Although Qin Xingshuan's status was similar to these elders of the heavenly abode, she still displayed the etiquette of a child to an elder, and bowed to these 2 elders. The 2 elders also noted Qin Xingshuan's cultivation. They exclaimed with surprise in their heart. The Sky Fortune Kingdom had never before in their entire history had a martial artist reach the bone forging stage at only 15 years of age. With such progress, Qin Xingshuan had the possibility of breaking through to the pulse condensation period at 16 years of age. At present, between this boy and girl pair, one's combat capabilities were unrivaled, and the other's cultivation speed went against heaven's will. These 2 youths were simply the true monsters among monstrous geniuses. Unfortunately, Qin Xingshuan had already made it clear to all that she planned to pursue the Xiantian path, and had no intention of staying in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Otherwise, in the future, Lin Ming could be the martial house master and Qin Xingshuan could be the 7 profound envoy. They could marry as one, and they would be the definition of a golden couple, simply a match made in heaven. Their children would inevitably be gifted with an astonishing natural talent, and there would be a new legendary family within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. With these 2 people, the destiny and future of the nation would be much more stable, and the nearby enemies would not dare to invade the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Ming, long time no see. Qin Xingshuan faintly smiled. Of all his peers, only Qin Xingshuan directly called Lin Ming by his name, smoothly and naturally, with a nice ring to it. Others would call him Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, maybe Sir Lin, or even Mr. Lin. It's been 2 months since we've seen each other. Haha, you 2 chat first. We shall go sit in the bamboo grove. Sun Sifan saw these 2 youths talking, and created an excuse to leave of his own initiative. He knew that Qin Xingshuan would certainly not ask these 2 old men to leave. Elder Sun, Elder Su, please walk carefully, Qin Xingshuan sweetly said. Have fun catching up, Su Fengyuan hurriedly said. This was one of the few times that these 2 were of the same opinion. After seeing these 2 walk away, Qin Xingshuan brightly smiled and said, Lin Ming, I've recently been in seclusion for cultivation. When I came out, I heard that your inscription technique has already reached the pinnacle of Sky Fortune City. Since I was the first one to know of your status as an inscription master, can you give me a discount? I have a sword, and I would like your help with it. Qin Xingshuan's eyes twinkled like stars as she winked. It showed a rarely seen playful demeanor that only highlighted her peerless, enchanting beauty. Even Lin Ming was stunned speechless for a moment. He finally smiled and said, I am willing to serve Miss Qin. In fact, I can help you for free. Really? Then I am honored. Qin Xingshuan coyly smiled and continued, Lin Ming, please call me by my name. There is no need for us to be strangers. Since you came today, you must be confident in entering the top 10 ranks of the ranking stone. Right? Lin Ming nodded. He had a 100% assurance that he could enter the top 10 ranks today. More and more people began to stream into the 10,000 killing arrays Ashlar Square. The originally lonely scene, because of the sudden appearance of Lin Ming, had become very festive, and some people were even rushing in. As the 10,000 killing array assessment was soon to begin, Bai Jingyun and Murongzi also arrived. Seeing Lin Ming and Qin Xingshuan having such an engaged conversation, Murongzi curled her lips and plopped down. There was no way that she was going to go up and say hello. As Bai Jingyun saw Murongzi like these, she laughed silently. In truth, Murongzi was actually quite proud. But unfortunately, in the face of someone like Qin Xingshuan, she had lost all of her self-confidence and couldn't find it anywhere. Qin Xingshuan was younger than Murongzi. When Qin Xingshuan's name was shaking the entirety of Sky Fortune City, Murongzi had yet to be convinced. She wanted to compare herself to Qin Xingshuan. After a long time and much effort spent, She had discovered that the two of them were simply not on the same playing field. And now, as Murongzi saw Qin Xingxuan and Lin Ming happily chatting with each other, she felt something in her heart that was hard for a little girl to explain. It was a somewhat inexplicable, bewildering jealousy that clouded her mind. Murongzi had a very simple disposition. She was never one to hide her feelings. Therefore, she just sat down on the spot. Bai Jingyun smiled and said, "Ah Zi, didn't you just say a few days ago that you had a medium-grade human step sword that you wished junior apprentice brother Lin to help you with?" Bai Jingyun smiled and said, "Ah Zi, didn't you just say a few days ago that you had a medium-grade human step sword that you wished for junior apprentice brother Lin to help you with?" Murongzi said with a sour taste, "That person Qin Xingxuan also has a sword and is looking for your junior apprentice brother Lin's inscription symbol. A sword from the marshal's quarters is probably a high-grade human step treasure sword. With my low-class broken sword, how can I go there to just lose face? Humph. Those stubborn old men in my family are simply beggaring cheapskates." Murongzi's sour words could be smelled from several blocks away. Bai Jingyun could not help but laugh. As Murongzi had been seeing these days, there were many juniors of large and respected families that had medium-grade human step treasures with Lin Ming's flame inscription symbol added on them. She could not sit still and let this opportunity pass her. So she had used soft and hard tactics, and one way or another had managed to obtain a medium-grade human step treasure sword and some rare and precious materials from the old men in her family. She had grabbed Bai Jingyun in high spirits and ran to the Inscription Association to look for Lin Ming and have him place an inscription symbol on her weapon. But after finally arriving at the Inscription Association, they found that Lin Ming had collected all the materials he was looking for and had shut down his shop, no longer working. This caused Murongzi to feel very melancholic and depressed. She returned to the Seven Profound Martial House, where she also found that Lin Ming had gone into seclusion to train. This caused Murongzi to feel even more unwell. Bai Jingyun did not tease Murongzi. She walked over to greet Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan. "Junior apprentice brother Lin. Miss Qin." "Oh?" "Senior apprentice sister Jingyun." Lin Ming moved slightly, immediately smiled and replied, "I hope that you are satisfied with that sword's inscription. It has been very worthwhile. I don't know if junior apprentice brother Lin has any free time these days, but Azi also has a sword and would like to request junior apprentice brother Lin's help." "No problem, there's no need to ask. An inscription symbol shouldn't take too long. I have more than enough time. I would still like to thank senior apprentice sister Jingyun for the star obsidian. It has helped me a lot. Junior apprentice brother Lin is too polite." Bai Jingyun smiled, and before she could say anything more, the copper clock on the altar sounded. The 10,000 killing arrays assessment had officially begun. Lin Ming's eyes shined. His fighting spirit was already blazing. After a long period of 3 months, just how far could he reach on the ranking stone? "Will junior apprentice brother Lin go on stage now?" Bai Jingyun asked. I will go on for the first round." Normally, a disciple of formidable strength could choose the final rounds to go on stage. This was so that they could have their finale in front of all. But Lin Ming didn't want this. The reason he came today was to enter the top 10 and take the reward of the heavy profound soft spear. It was not to perform. "Those disciples that wish to participate in the first round, please come up," the deacon's senior apprentice brother proclaimed. Lin Ming leapt into the air, as if he was a gently lithe swallow, and instantly appeared on the 10,000 killing array's altar. Others may not have noted this seemingly weightless, light movement, but Qin Xingxuan did, along with the two elders, Su Fengyuan and Sun Sifan. Qin Xingxuan instinctively felt that there was something strange with Lin Ming's movements a moment ago, but could not pinpoint exactly what it was. She could only pensively look at Lin Ming, puzzled, as she recalled the scene in her mind. Su Fengyuan stroked his beard and said, "Mr. Sun, did you notice that there was most likely some mystery within Lin Ming's movement just now?" Sun Sifan recalled Lin Ming's movement just then. His movements couldn't be said to be too fast, but they actually contained some sort of special mystery. The average person, after jumping, would gradually slow down due to the force of gravity and air resistance. Though the jump speed was fast and the distance was short, those with careful perception were able to sense that even though Lin Ming jumped onto the altar at an average speed, his body seemed to be weightless like a feather, and he had been blown by a breeze on stage. There does seem to be something out of place. This kid just went missing for several days, yet his progress has not been small. Well, look! Because Lin Ming had arrived on stage, those disciples who had planned to go on for the first round stopped themselves as if they had come to a prior arrangement, and didn't step on stage. Now, the only person on the first round of the assessment was Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not care about these people, and sat cross-legged directly on the altar. There is no time limit to this assessment. Defeating an early second stage of body transformation enemy will gain you 1 point. Defeating a peak second stage will be worth 5 points. Early third stage enemy will be worth 10 points. A peak third stage enemy will be worth 50 points. An early fourth stage enemy will be worth 100 points. A peak fourth stage enemy will be worth 500 points. An early fifth stage enemy will be worth 1,000 points. A peak fifth stage enemy will be worth 5,000 points. Death in the dreamland will mean defeat. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, if you are prepared, then we may start. Deacon Liang Guangfeng spoke the usual introduction routine. Please begin. Lim Ming nodded. Afterwards, a gently white light enveloped him in front of everyone. Lin Ming had once again entered that vast white world. At his side there were a wide variety of weapons. Spear shaft 8 feet, spear head 8 inches. Dark purple elastic iron spear shaft, cloud vein wrought iron spear point. Total weight 820 genes. Lin Ming conceived the image of the weapon in his mind, and like that, a replica of the penetrating rainbow spear fell into his waiting hands. Meanwhile, in front of Lin Ming, more than 10 martial artists and vicious beasts appeared. Their strength only ranged from the early second stage of body transformation to the early third stage of body transformation. To the Lin Ming of now, this sort of strength carried not even the slightest bit of threat. Not waiting for these enemies to attack, Lin Ming stepped forwards and instantly appeared in the middle of this shadowy pack of vicious beasts and martial artists. He swept out his spear, killing circle, even with no flow like silk, and just with his physical strength alone. That single sweep of his spear caused every single enemy to explode like bags of blood. Every single one died. A single move to clear all cleanly and neatly. As several breaths of time passed, another group of enemies winked into existence. This time, the enemies were mostly at the peak third stage of body transformation, and there was even one at the early altering muscle stage. But this cultivation was just as trivial to Lin Ming. He gripped the penetrating rainbow spear and flicked it into his hand. Lin Ming fired into the group of enemies. The cow-like vicious beast with strength equal to the altering muscle stage stormed towards Lin Ming. Its large body of several thousand genes rapidly ran at him. Its for trampling hooves shook the ground, causes dirt and stones to fly in the air. With the fearsome power of the cow-like vicious beast, and in addition to the strength from its charge, even a palace would collapse on impact. Facing this aggressive monster, Lin Ming did not dodge or evade. He shouted, arms lowering, and his imposing aura erupted from his body like a volcano. Flood dragon goes to sea. With a roar, Lin Ming's spear pierced through that cow-like monster's body. Kacha! Under the force of this impact, the penetrating rainbow spear split apart the cow-like monster's thick skin as if it was rotten leather and then stuck straight in the middle of the cow-like beast's body. The powerful clash of the two caused the penetrating rainbow spear to curve like a crescent moon. Li Ming fiercely stepped forward with his right foot, and his feet became rooted to the ground, as if he were an immovable mountain that had become one with the earth. Ho! Lin Ming's body flooded with thick true essence. His waist bent, and his body flexed like a bow. Both of his arms suddenly rose, and that several thousand gene cow beast was sent flying over Lin Ming's head. With a single move to send that cow monster soaring in the air, Lin Ming's momentum had already reached an extreme. He gave a loud shout and crashed into the center of the pack of enemies. Wielding his spear with both hands, he emanated an epic majesty. The penetrating rainbow spear was just like a purple-black flood dragon diving in the midst of a billowing sea of pain, where the flood dragon, when blood would spray, bones would break, and muscles would be torn apart. Every move of the spear killed at least 2 enemies. The 10,000 killing array unceasingly conjured up new phantasmal enemies. However, the old enemies died even faster. After a long period passed, there were only 7 or 8 phantom beasts and martial artists that surrounded Lin Ming. Most of these had been swept by a spear and had their legs broken of spines shattered. They lost nearly all their combat prowess and would soon be eliminated. Outside the 10,000 killing array, the 4th incense stick had already been lit. Lin Ming was sitting on the altar, looking as indifferent as he did when he started, apparently still not having reached anywhere near his limit. The 4th incense stick has lit. During the last 10,000 killing array assessment, when Lin Ming arrived at the 4th incense stick, he had already been weakened. Even so, the speed at which he killed the enemies inside was too fast, and he killed his way to rank 62. Now it's already the 4th incense stick and Lin Ming hasn't even been affected at all. It looks like even persisting to the 6th or 7th incense stick is not a problem. With Lin Ming's increased strength, the speed at which he's killing enemies is absolutely faster than before. He might already have killed them to the point of the array creating bone forging stage martial artists. An early bone forging stage martial artist is worth 1,000 points. I just can't even imagine what Lin Ming's ranking will be like. Bai Jingyun commented as she looked at the incense burning, while estimating Lin Ming's current score. The 10,000 killing array 10th place is probably around 8 or 9,000 points. As long as he can kill 4 or 5 early bone forging stage martial artists, in addition to the points he's already accumulated, he could easily enter the top 10 rankings. To Bai Jingyun, for a 15-year-old to enter the top 10 rankings, that was an absolutely terrifying result. As Bai Jingyun spoke, Murongzi was sitting cross-legged on the grass, propping up her head with both hands under her chin. She looked at Lin Ming as he sat down on the altar, and didn't really have much of a surprised feeling. This was probably because this Lin Ming had created too many miracles lately, and Murongzi had become immune to whatever amazing things Lin Ming would do. She was just too lazy to be surprised. In the 10,000 killing array, Lin Ming was facing bone forging stage enemies just like Bai Jingyun had predicted. However, these were not early bone forging enemies but peak bone forging enemies. Bai Jingyun had vastly underestimated the speed at which Lin Ming slaughtered his enemies. Lin Ming had just entered the early altering muscle stage. Facing off against peak bone forging enemies, there was more than a stage and half difference between their cultivations. Peak bone forging? Lin Ming greedily licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a brilliant fighting spirit. Because of the blood that stained his lips and face, his expression was particularly ferocious. As the enemy's strength increased, the pressure that Lin Ming felt on him also increased. Lin Ming's strength had already surpassed that of a common peak bone forging martial artist. However, in a situation where he was surrounded by a group of enemies that diverted his attention from all angles, to kill someone that was at the peak bone forging stage was a much greater level of difficulty. Pong! Lin Ming recklessly fought with a peak bone forging stage martial artist. This phantom martial artist actually used a rare staff as a weapon. As the staff pounded down, it had a tremendous crushing strength. Lin Ming brandished the penetrating rainbow spear and struck the other staff. Sizzling sparks showered the air, and the spear and staff both bent from the formidable impact. At this time, the advantage of an elastic weapon was revealed. If that staff was not elastic, then with this strike, the martial artist's hand would have gone numb from the intense vibration. A peak bone forging martial artist had astonishing strength, but Lin Ming's strength was even greater. With the support of the chaotic virtues combat meridians and combined with the power of flow like silk, Li Ming's spear shaft was like the surging tides of the infinite sea. Not only was it formidable, but it also stretched. The penetrating rainbow spear that was bent into a half-arc flexed back to its original shape. The peak bone forging black armored martial artist was sent flying backwards by Lin Ming. In contrast, Lin Ming had not even taken half a step back. The penetrating rainbow spear that was bent into a half-arc flexed back to its original shape. The peak-bone-forging black-armored martial artist was sent flying backwards by Lin Ming. In contrast, Lin Ming had not even taken half a step back. In normal times, Lin Ming would lunge forwards and stab out his spear with his formidable momentum. Even if his spear could not directly kill the enemy, it would still leave a serious wound. But now, if Lin Ming just wanted to rush forward, two vicious beasts equivalent to the early bone forging stage would immediately be at his right and left, trying to bowl him over and kill him. Die! Lin Ming cried out, and the penetrating rainbow spear fiercely swept outwards. The spear point was filled with true essence as it swept out, and these two vicious beasts' heads immediately shook with the intense vibrating true essence and then exploded. The two vicious beasts' heads were like watermelons that burst apart. Poof! Poof! The two headless corpses fell to the ground, blood erupting like a gushing fountain from their bodies. Thanks to the vicious beasts delaying for time, the peak-bone forging martial artist that had been sent flying backwards by Lin Ming was able to recover his breath. He supported himself with his staff, and with the aid of the staff's elasticity, he shot forwards. Both hands grasped the staff and directly pounded down at Lin Ming. Seeing this staff come at him in the vision of his eyes, Lin Ming's mouth curved in a smile. He flicked the penetrating rainbow spear into his hands and took a leaping step forwards. But in this single step, Lin Ming had reached a terrifying speed. Golden rock shattering the void. Under Lin Ming's footsteps, distance had already lost its meaning. When the peak-bone forging martial artist staff was descending, Lin Ming flickered in front of the bone forging martial artist as if he had teleported, and thrusted out his spear. Puff! The long spear pierced through the peak-bone forging martial artist's throat. Even 10,000 moves could be shattered with extreme speed. When one's agility reached the pinnacle, they would have already killed their enemies before the enemy could even react. The peak-bone forging martial artist hadn't expected Lin Ming to do this. Lin Ming hadn't yet shown such a horrifying velocity, and the result was that he had died to Lin Ming's spear. The penetrating rainbow spear was like a poisonous snake that was returning to its hole in the ground, and that peak-bone forging martial artist's throat was such a big, bloody hole. As the peak-bone forging martial artist died, the other early bone forging stage vicious beasts and martial artists were no match for Lin Ming. Under Lin Ming's alarming striking power and speed that was like flying ghosts, the penetrating rainbow spear was simply a death god's scythe as it harvested the life of these vicious beasts and martial artists. Under Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void movement skill, even if these vicious beasts and martial artists attacked, every single one would miss. After killing several early bone forging stage vicious beasts, Lin Ming was able to catch his breath for a brief moment. Then 5 or 6 phantoms appeared in the dreamland. The majority of these were peak-bone forging martial artists or vicious beasts, but impressively, there was actually a silver-armored martial artist that was at the pulse condensation period. A pulse condensation period martial artist. Good, very good. Let me take a look and see just how big the disparity is between the present me and an ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist. Seeing the appearance of a pulse condensation period martial artist, Lin Ming's fighting spirit combusted like a raging inferno. He had heard rumors that the limit of Ling Sen's strength was able to compete with a weak pulse condensation period martial artist. But this silver-armored martial artist's true essence wasn't as rich. He had apparently just made a breakthrough to the pulse condensation period, and the meridians through his body hadn't yet made a complete connection. This sort of pulse condensation period martial artist was the weakest of all. If Ling San were here, he would most likely be able to kill him. But for Lin Ming to deal with him was just too difficult. Now, if Lin Ming wanted to, he could take the most sensible approach. He would avoid the pulse condensation period martial artist, and use his great striking power, speed, and flow like silk to continuously harvest points from the bone forging stage vicious beasts and martial artists. This was the best way to maximize points. In fact, all the 7 profound martial house disciples were the same. If they ran into an enemy they could not deal with, they would use this method. Zhang Guanyu and Taku were no exception. These 2 individuals were still unable to kill a pulse condensation period martial artist. At this time, They could only persist as long as they could under the vigilance of this pulse condensation period martial artist and try to kill as many enemies as possible. Taku relied on his formidable strength. Even in a situation where several pulse condensation period martial artists appeared, he would still be able to find his way in and cleanly slay a bone-forging stage martial artist. This was why he had always been placed above Zhang Guanyu, and had taken the throne of second rank on the ranking stone. But Ling Ming had no desire to do this. He knew that, with the points he had, his position in the top 10 was already ironclad. Even if he killed more bone-forging stage martial artists to rise to a higher rank, what significance would there be in that? In the past, Lin Ming had to struggle for resources by attaining a higher ranking. But now, Lin Ming was already undergoing the core disciple test, and thus enjoyed benefits no different from being in the top 3 ranks of the ranking stone. Therefore, points to him now were nothing more than clouds in the sky. As long as he entered the top 10 ranks and obtained the heavy profound soft spear, that would be enough. Constantly dodging the attacks of the pulse condensation period martial artist and killing off the weaker enemies. Like this, his score would be higher, but the number of pulse condensation period martial artists would also gradually increase. Therefore, Lin Ming would completely lose the opportunity to kill the pulse condensation period martial artist. What Lin Ming wanted to know was not how many points he could accumulate, but what the disparity was between him and a normal pulse condensation martial artist. Die! Lin Ming did not go to deal with the other enemies. He grasped the penetrating rainbow spear and flew directly at the silver-armored warrior. Oh! Outside the 10,000 killing array, the 6th incense stick had already burnt to its end. This result was as many people anticipated. 6 incense sticks of time were not too long. The last time Murongzi had participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment, she had also persisted 4 6 incense sticks of time, and finally achieved rank 28. But what everyone knew was that Lin Ming's 6 incense sticks of time was much different than an average person's 6 incense sticks of time. The speed with which he killed his enemies was simply distressing. The 7th incense stick just lit. Lin Ming seems to be approaching his limit. During this time in the 10,000 killing array, Lin Ming's face became flushed red with blood and his forehead was heavily sweating. Under the diversion of the crowds of bone-forging stage martial artists, the pressure on him as he was battling the pulse condensation period martial artist could be imagined. The disparity between a pulse condensation period martial artist and a bone-forging stage martial artist was enormous, because a pulse condensation period martial artist was able to connect all of their body's meridians. The enemy Lin Ming was facing had just broken through the pulse condensation period, so the meridians hadn't thoroughly opened. But his extreme strength was truly abnormal. If it was not for the movements of golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming would have already been surrounded by enemies, as he faced the pulse condensation period martial artist, and suffered agonizing defeat. Even so, with the passage of time, the wounds on Lin Ming's body began to gradually increase. He experienced over a dozen injuries on his body, and had lost a massive amount of blood. There were several deep wounds where even bone could be seen. Even though Lin Ming was able to breathe like bellows and breathe out a whirlpool, and also had the support of the true primal chaos formula, he had already arrived at this limit. During that time, Lin Ming had pierced that silver-armored knight with his spear. Although the spear had penetrated the armor and slightly injured the body, the intense vibrating true essence had passed into the body of the silver-armored knight. But even though Lin Ming had poured all of his true essence into that strike, he was still only able to make his enemy cough up a mouthful of blood. Flow like silk was able to kill the enemy due to the vibration of true essence. However, the true essence in a pulse condensation period martial artist was simply too thick. It diffused the vibrations to a certain extent as the shock came, and therefore Lin Ming had been unable to kill his enemy in a single strike. At this time, the 7th incense stick had burnt less than half. In the 10,000 killing array, Lin Ming let out a stuffy cough and was suddenly drawn back from the dreamland of the 10,000 killing array. The assessment has ended. Lin Ming had eventually failed to kill the pulse condensation period stage martial artist. He only just injured him with his spear. Although his strength was far inferior, with the support of the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming had been able to last for a good while until his defeat. While under the attacks and diversions from numerous bone-forging stage martial artists and vicious beasts, Lin Ming had still been able to injure a pulse condensation period martial artist. Even though this pulse condensation period martial artist was a phantom conjured by the 10,000 killing array, this result was enough for him to take pride in. If this news spread out, it would create a stir within the entire Skyfortune kingdom. However, after having injured that pulse condensation period martial artist, facing the attacks from so many more bone-forging stage enemies, Lin Ming had been forced to eliminate several of the bone-forging martial artists and vicious beasts. The end result was that another pulse condensation period martial artist had appeared, and this one was even stronger than the least. Because of the increased pressure on Lin Ming, he was finally defeated. Lin Ming stepped down from the altar, and the eyes of everyone had already turned to the ranking stone. They wanted to personally see with their eyes just how high Lin Ming would be arranged. Lin Ming had numerous fanboys and fangirls. For instance, the many young junior apprentice brother and sister Lin maniacs of the Human Hall who fanatically supported and worshipped Lin Ming. They believed that the omnipotent Lin Ming could accomplish anything. But older, sensible disciples who saw reason, they assumed that the reason Lin Ming came today was to warm up and see how far he was from reaching the top 10 rankings. The 7 profound martial housemaster had given Lin Ming 3 months to reach the top 10 rankings. This definitely was not some random date that he had set. What kind of person was the 7 profound martial housemaster? He must have seen Lin Ming's potential and estimated the speed of his progress. Thus he listed out the series of awards. 3 months to reach the top 10. That should be Lin Ming's limits. Otherwise, if Lin Ming was lax even just a tad, it would be impossible for him to reach the top 10 in 3 months. This Lin Ming wants to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat since he dared come today. He must not be too far from the top 10. Even if he cannot enter this month, he should be able to next month. A heavenly abode disciple ranked 20th commented as he swung his fan. The more points one had, the slower the calculation on the ranking stone would be. Now, several breaths of time had passed, and yet there was not any stir on the ranking stone. Lin Ming should be close to the top 10. The martial house master's judgment shouldn't be wrong. The fact that he gave Lin Ming 3 months to advance to the top 10 was not some random guess. He must have already seen through Lin Ming's potential and didn't want to leave anything to accident. Lin Ming should be able to advance to the top 10 next month. If so, he might even possibly defeat Zhang Guanyu in the 4th month's match. To defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months, that is simply too fearful. If junior apprentice brother Lin surpasses us this time, I just don't know how I will respond. The young man who answered was a heavenly abode disciple who was ranked in the top 20. These 2 friends would soon graduate. They had been fellow disciples for 5 years, and had entered the Earth Hall together, and then entered the heavenly abode together. They were very good lifelong friends. These 2 people had just passed by, and after learning that Lin Ming was participating in the assessment, came especially to see. In their view, for Lin Ming to advance to the top 10 in 3 months was already an inconceivable myth, something only heard about in children's bedtime stories. And now, if he managed to reach the top 10 in 2 months, they really wouldn't be able to find the words to describe such a fantastical situation. Any talent, genius, monster, evildoer, or other adjective would simply not be enough to describe Lin Ming. Their eyes were focused on the 2nd row of the ranking stone, as they waited for the illusory magic array to calculate the points. The 2nd row was the location where the disciples in the 10s were located. After several more breaths of time, there was finally that trademark rippling distortion on the ranking stone. However, this fluctuation actually appeared on the 1st row. The 5th and 6th names were shoved apart by some unseen strength, and Lin Ming's name impressively appeared between them. Lin Ming, rank 6. 6th? 6th, the 2 top 20 heavenly abode disciples said at the same time, surprised. The martial housemaster had given Lin Ming 3 months to enter into the top 10 rankings. But in only 2 months he had reached 6th place. Was this a joke? Even the 2 of them, though they were big fans of Lin Ming, didn't think that Lin Ming would reach the top 10. But then to also kill his way to the 6th rank spot. Even the fanatical young female apprentice of the human hall rubbed her eyes, as if there was something wrong with her sight. The threshold of difficulty for which the 7 profound martial house had set the tasks before Lin Ming would receive a reward was difficult beyond imagination. 3 months to enter the top 10, 4 months to defeat Zhang Guanyu, 5 months to defeat Ta Ku, 6 months to defeat Ling Xin. There were even those who believed that this list of rewards was merely someone poking fun at Lin Ming. But the present result was that when it came to Lin Ming, the difficulty that the 7 profound martial house had set the rewards at was too low. To have Lin Ming advance to the top 10 in 3 months? They were simply looking down on Lin Ming. Now Lin Ming had only taken 2 months to arrive at the 6th place rank. Wasn't this just embarrassing oneself? Now, it was extremely possible for Lin Ming to defeat Zhang Guanyu. The only requirement for Lin Ming to be a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house was that he reach the peak altering muscle stage before he was over 16 years old. Everyone was no longer anxious of this test. This difficulty was simply too low for Lin Ming. That is, whether or not Lin Ming could defeat Ta Ku or Ling San in the future, he was already destined to be a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house and reach the pulse condensation period. He would go to 7 profound valleys main sect for several years, and easily reach the Hotian stage. Then, as long as Lin Ming wished for it, he could return to the Sky Fortune Kingdom and become a 7 profound envoy or the 7 profound martial house master. At that time, the Sky Fortune Kingdom would become Lin Ming's garden, and he could do as he pleased. This made how many people, how many families jealous to the degree of bleeding. Lin Ming was also so young. He completely had the possibility to step into the Hotian stage before he was 30 years old. Then, he could casually and freely spend his couple hundred years of youth as countless families and major powers tried to flatter and curry favor with him. Innumerable beautiful young girls would want to marry him. Even royal princesses and proud, arrogant women like Bai Jingyun and Murongzi would be at his beck and call. Not only was it the beautiful women of now, but those several dozens of years later, or 100 years later, would all be easily obtained. Compared to this, it was even better than being a mortal emperor by hundreds of times. To the majority of the 7 profound martial house's male disciples, this was simply the pinnacle of living, the pinnacle of life. Lin Ming looked at the ranking stone and understood why he was able to achieve such a result. The first reason was that he had broken through to the altering muscle stage, so his true essence and strength had increased by a large margin. The second reason was that he had comprehended the concept of wind, and had successfully learned the movement ability, Golden Rock shattering the void. In the past, Lin Ming had rarely moved in battle. No matter how aggressive his enemy was, or how threatening their killer moves, Lin Ming never escaped. His fighting method was to completely meet an enemy head-on in a battle of toughness. If he is strong, then I am stronger. In a battle, Lin Ming's aura was motionless like a mountain that had existed since time immemorial, as if he was that passing cable in a torrentially surging river. After Lin Ming had reached the large success stage in his cultivation method, so far the only one who had been able to force him back was Zhu Yan. The reason for this method of fighting was mainly because of how formidable Lin Ming's strength was, and how vigorous his true essence was. What he excelled most at was meeting an enemy head-on, of course, but the other reason was because Lin Ming's speed was just not that fast. His attack speed was fast enough, but his body speed actually relied upon the foundation movement technique. The foundation movement technique was only the most basic of movement manuals after all. Lin Ming just hadn't placed much time or effort into cultivating this foundation movement technique. Thus Lin Ming's accomplishments in terms of agility had remained limited. If he only rushed forwards, then by relying on his physical strength and vigorous true essence, Lin Ming could reach a certain speed. But if he were to move at strange angles, drifting about in erratic movements, then he did not excel in this aspect. But the Golden Rock shattering the void was able to completely make up for this insufficiency. Now that he had comprehended the concept of wind, regardless of whether it was linear velocity or how nimble his movements could be, Lin Ming was already far superior to martial artists at the same cultivation. He could even soar to a stop in the air, and then change direction. These movements completely violated the laws of physics in air. As he had amazing physical strength, and the true essence in his body was astonishingly thick and pure. Meanwhile, he was a martial artist who had the terrifying ability of flow like silk and the ghostly speed from golden rock shattering the void. What sort of concept was this? Words were not enough to describe how powerful he was with all these skills together. With my strength as it is now, I don't know how much worse I am than Zhang Guanyu. If I am weaker, just how much weaker am I? I heard that from the 4th rank on, there was extreme disparity between the 4th rank and Zhang Guanyu's 3rd. The 4th rank and 3rd rank on the ranking stone were not even close to the same level. This time, Lin Ming had not been trying to maximize his score. Otherwise, with his golden rock shattering the void movements, he would have easily been able to flit around and kill enemies at the bone forging stage, and greatly increase his score. He could have reached the 4th place ranking, and even had the possibility of reaching 3rd. However, rankings did not mean everything. Even if Lin Ming's rank surpassed Zhang Guanyu, it would not mean anything. It had already been a very long time since Zhang Guanyu last participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment. According to the Crown Prince's information, Zhang Guanyu currently cultivated the divine acacia power, and his strength had experienced a tremendous rise. Right now I am inferior to Zhang Guanyu. I don't know how much time it will take to surpass him. The 7 profound martial house master gave me 4 months to challenge Zhang Guanyu, but I think I will be able to in 3. Lin Ming didn't consider defeating Zhang Guanyu to be an insurmountable problem. Lin Ming, congratulations, Qin Xingxuan said with a smile. She had been standing not too far off from the altar, and watching the changes in the ranking stone. Not only in the top 10 but also the 6th place ranking, really not something I expected. Bai Jingyun said as she also walked over, blinking as she steadily gazed at Lin Ming. She hadn't thought that Lin Ming's growth would be so drastic in such a short time. However, Murong Zi's state of mind was much better. She distantly glanced at the ranking stone, and then looked at Lin Ming as he casually talked to Qin Xingxuan and Bai Jingyun in a friendly manner. She muttered in a low voice, "Farm animals are farm animals. It's impossible to judge a person just by looking at them." The second round of the 10,000 killing array carried on as usual. However, no one was actually paying attention to this. If not for some disciples that had already put down a true essence stone as down payment, they wouldn't even have wanted to undergo the assessment. As the second round of the assessment began, an old man wearing a long blue gown walked into the 10,000 killing array's Ashlar Square. The old man appeared silently. Many people hadn't even noticed that he was there. It was as if he had always been standing there, and no one had ever noticed him. Lin Ming suddenly started. This was the first time that he had seen this blue-gowned old man. This person had appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. Lin Ming unconsciously took a step back. On this old man, Lin Ming realized that his breath was even stronger than Mui's. "Greetings, senior." Although he didn't know who this old man was, but to appear in the 7 profound martial house at this time, he should be one of the top elders of the 7 profound martial house. It was even possible that he was the 7 profound martial house master. Qin Xingxuan discovered this old man at nearly the same time that Lin Ming did. Seeing this old man, she was slightly surprised, immediately bowing. "Greetings, martial house master." The man laughed and stroked his beard, saying, "Young child Xingxuan, your words are sweet enough. What martial house master am I? I am just a deputy." The 7 profound martial house had a martial house master and 2 deputy martial house masters. However, Qin Xingxuan was always awkward greeting the deputy martial house masters, so she ended up greeting them as martial house master. Lin Ming's heart was slightly cold. It turned out that this old man was the 7 profound martial house's deputy master, yet he had managed to acquire peak Hotian stage strength. If the deputy house master had such power, then the martial house master was certainly stronger. However, no matter how strong they were, it would be impossible for them to be a Xiantian stage master. The martial house master should also be at the peak Hotian stage. Within those at the peak Hotian stage, there were also those that were weaker and those that were stronger. As Qin Xingxuan greeted this old man, the disciples present also heard. They hadn't thought that this old man that suddenly came out of nowhere would be the 7 profound Marshall House deputy master. Suddenly, these disciples felt a cascade of emotions at once. They were panicked, flustered, excited, awed, and scared, all at the same time. This was just like when a commoner suddenly saw the arrival of the emperor. They would fear they did not know what the proper etiquette was, but also feel excited and honored to be in his presence. After all, to the common person, the emperor was a legendary character. To these low-order disciples, the Marshall House Master and the Deputy Marshall House Master were elusive and secretive in their movements. One would feel their presence, but not see them. There were many heavenly abode disciples, who in their entire 5 years at the 7 profound Marshall House, would never catch even a glimpse of the Marshall House Master. The Deputy House Master personally came. That's the Deputy House Master of the Marshall House. He really is a true master. I never even noticed that he appeared. Why would the Deputy House Master come here? Would it be to congratulate Lin Ming? I doubt it. But if it's true, this Lin Ming's face is just too great this time. Even if a new emperor ascended the throne, it would be very difficult to ask the Marshall House Master to attend the crowning ceremony. As people were speculating in confusion, at this moment, the old man in blue clothes withdrew an overly long box from his spatial ring. Set upright, this box was even higher than the old man. It was almost 10 feet high. The box was made from sandalwood. It appeared to be extremely aged, and faintly exuded the scent of rustic wood. As Lin Ming saw this long box, he had a faint guess in his heart. Sure enough, when the old man opened the box, revealed inside was a long silk cloth. Between the silk, there was a faint shine of something silver. Without a doubt, this was a spear that was wrapped in the silk. Heavy, profound, soft spear. The old man in blue clothes smiled and said, "Boy, take this spear and have a look." Lin Ming took a deep breath, pulled off the silk cloth covering, and took the heavy, profound, soft spear in his hand. As his hand touched the spear shaft, Lin Ming felt an immediate rush of coolness, as if the spear was linking with his flesh and blood. It had an extremely heavy feeling. The weight had to be above 1,000 genes. The spear was bright silver all around. Even the spearhead was also shiningly silver. The spear's blade was thin, cold, and strikingly sharp. The spear shaft was elastic, but to shake it actually required a greater amount of strength than what the penetrating rainbow spear required. It was clear that the implicit tension and striking force of the heavy, profound, soft spear was much higher than dark purple elastic iron. Feeling this faintly cool trace of the spear shaft, Lin Ming clearly felt slightly ridged trace lines on the spear shaft. They were just like ripples of water and felt pleasant to the touch. These kinds of trace marks were not for preventing one's grip from slipping. Rather, they were from a refiner master who inscribed it upon the barrel of the shaft. These lines had already penetrated into the spear shaft and were similar to an inscription symbol. They had long merged into one organic whole with the spear. Relying on these lines, it enabled one to pour their true essence into the spear and circulate it throughout, finally transforming it into a medium-grade human step treasure. There's no inscription symbol, Lin Ming thought. He himself was the current most splendid inscription Grand Master in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. He would have to ponder over what sort of inscription symbol to add to this heavy, profound, soft spear, to seek the highest possible promotion of might. By now, the blue-clothed old man said, "Before the Marshall House Master departed, he gave me this spear and told me that as long as you passed the test, this spear would be given to you. This spear was created by the 7 Profound Valleys Refiner faction. If it were not because of the inherent limitations of such weapons, it would be at least a high-grade human step treasure. Weapons like the spear, staff, and bow all demanded both tenacity and elasticity. They were the most difficult of treasures to create. Although this heavy, profound, soft spear was only a medium-grade human step treasure, in terms of value, it was much more precious and valuable than a common high-grade human step treasure sword. As Lin Ming held onto the heavy, profound, soft spear, he loved it enough that he was almost unable to put it down. The blue-clothed old man said, "This heavy, profound, soft spear weighs 1,200 genes. The spear shaft is 9 feet long and made from heavy profound soft silver, while the spear head is 9 inches and made from cold star steel. The total length of this spear is 9 feet 9 inches. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the shape of a spear and lance were similar. The general belief was that a spear was less than 10 feet, and a lance was longer than 10 feet. The spear was a weapon usually used in battles by martial artists, but the lance was almost exclusively used by someone riding on a warhorse. Because the lance was too long, it was difficult to display its strength without riding on the back of a horse. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the army provided standard war horses and lances to those in its ranks. The pole of a lance was 10 feet, and the lance point 8 inches, therefore it was known as a 10-foot 8 lance. The lance was once famously used by a tough and valiant general. He had favored the lance, and his strikes would cause the enemies to bleed as if his weapon was a serpent. Thus it became known as the 10-foot 8 snake lance. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, an average man was 7 feet, and they would have sons that were 7 feet. Of course, there were those that were taller and might even be 8 feet high or taller. An 8-foot spear was already the height of a tall martial artist. A 9-foot 9-inch spear was higher than a martial artist by 2 feet. Using such a long spear, the range of attack would be larger, but the difficulty would also be higher. Among all the numerals, 9 is the highest. This symbol had been noble and honored since ancient times. A mortal emperor could only be referred to as the Royal 9-5, but the martial gods of old were actually called the Supreme 9-9. The spear was the king of 100 soldiers, and a 9-foot 9-inch spear was the Supreme 99 among all other spears. This spear was truly a king among kings. A normal refining master with only a modicum of ability would never dare to rashly refine a 9-foot 9-9 long spear. They would fear their ability was insufficient, and ruin their own destiny. Even if there were refining masters that were confident in their own refining technique, when creating the spear, they had to quench the flames of its creation with water added with 5th-level ominous beast blood. Only with this sacrifice to the spear would the malignant influences of the spear vanish. With the 7 profound valleys' deep resources in history, they certainly would have used 5th-level vicious beast blood to quench and temper the spear. Not only that, but they would not have used a small amount. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, 1 tael of this blood was worth more than 30,000 gold taels, and was difficulty to buy. When Lin Ming had been planning to draw his body inscription, he had spent a tremendous amount of effort in order to collect 2 taels of this blood. "Thank you, Deputy Martial Housemaster," Lin Ming reverently said as he took the heavy profound soft spear in both his hands and deeply bowed. This spear was simply too precious, and it was also very important to him. Seeing Lin Ming receive the heavy profound soft spear, the other disciples of the martial house had very keen and eager expressions. Although they did not use a spear, if a martial artist saw a good weapon, they would still be envious. "Show off a few moves. This old man wants to take a look at your spear technique." The blue-clothed old man wet his lips and chuckled. "Yes." Lin Ming held the spear in both hands and bowed. He took a step back, and pressed the spear flat against his arm and pointed it outwards. The 1200 gene heavy profound soft spear was held perfectly level by Lin Ming. With Lin Ming's increased strength, this 1200 gene heavy profound soft spear was just right. As he felt the weight of the spear, Lin Ming gave the shaft a fierce shake. The heavy profound soft spear danced like a silver snake in his hands, and the originally sharp point of the spearhead vibrated until it looked like a large illusory pearl. There was a powerful force contained within the heavy profound soft spear that was very lethal. If an average person touched this vibrating spearhead, they would be sent flying backwards by the vigorous tremors. If the spear point touched certain points like the chest or belly, the ribs would fracture, and there was an extreme possibility that the internal organs would all burst and that person would die a miserable death. "Good spear." Lin Ming sincerely praised the spear, and his left hand pat down on the breech of the shaft. He forcefully held down the vibrating long spear and then took a step back. An imposing momentum erupted around him, and the heavy profound soft spear thrust out like a bolt of silver lightning. "Flood dragon goes to sea." Cha! The piercing sound in the air was just as if a sharp knife was running across a glass pane. Rippling waves visible to the naked eye congealed in the air, as if light itself was twisting. This was because the vibrating true essence that was poured into the spear had no place to vent, so it rushed into the air, causing vibrating sound waves that rapidly spread out. Boom! A thunderclap sounded in the air, and a stone pillar 100 feet far from Lin Ming suddenly exploded, stone rubble flying everywhere as the column collapsed into dust and rocks. But Lin Ming's spear point was 90 feet away from that stone column. The blue-clothed old man's eyes brightened. What a good young fellow! That was true essence manifestation. True essence manifestation was an ability within the realm of pulse condensation period martial artists. Martial artists were able to release magnificent and awe-inspiring martial skills. But this was not true essence manifestation. True essence manifestation referred to when a martial artist casually attacked, and was able to realize true essence and condense it into reality. Like so, every free strike they made would be comparable to a martial skill from an ordinary martial artist. The requirement for this was that a martial artist's true essence must be incomparably thick. Usually, only a pulse condensation period martial artist could achieve true essence that dense. But the current Lin Ming had only just entered the early altering muscle stage. How could that blue-clothed old man not be startled? It was not only the blue-clothed old man, but also the two elders, Elder Sun and Elder Su, Qin Xingxuan, and some other master talents present that had noticed Lin Ming's true essence manifestation. To Qin Xingxuan, this ability of Lin Ming's to manifest true essence was much more surprising than him obtained the 6th place rank on the ranking stone. Qin Xingxuan found it hard to imagine that an early altering muscle stage martial artist could reach the boundary where he could manifest true essence. She was already at the bone forging stage, yet she did not yet have that ability. What the hell is Lin Ming cultivating? Is this ethereal martial intent really that godly? The other disciples had not been able to see the mysterious principles within Lin Ming's spear strike. But this did not hinder them from exclaiming in surprise at the spear's excessive vigor. Spear wind. That was definitely spear wind. No, that was certainly the legendary spear light. What do you know? That was what ancients called spear fu. The lower order disciples didn't know much about the theories of spear wind, spear light, sword wind, sword light, and were somewhat vague on the other speculations. They only knew that Lin Ming's strike was truly fierce. With a single thrust of Lin Ming's spear, he had been able to shatter a stone column. Though this was an unintentional move, he was still incomparably excited. After Lin Ming had broken through to the altering muscle stage, he had reached the boundary of true essence manifestation. But he hadn't been able to use this to fight his enemies. However, now with the medium-grade human step treasure, for the first time Lin Ming was able to release his true essence. Even without touching, he could still attack his enemy. Relying on true essence to create a ranged attack was not difficult. Normally, a martial artist could do this once they cultivated a martial skill. Lin Ming hadn't yet studied any martial skills. But now, as long as his true essence reserves were enough, he could actually strike out with a force tantamount to a martial skill. Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with just a single spear move. When his true essence poured into the heavy, profound, soft spear, it had the feeling of a fish swimming in water, and let Lin Ming feel incomparably comfortable. At this time, the aura around Lin Ming's body bloomed once again. He received his spear, gripped it in his right hand and fiercely thrust out a dozen times. He turned and stabbed. Flowers in the storm. Flowers in the storm was another move within the foundation spear technique. The strikes of the spear were like a hail of petals, without a single opening, where not even water could enter. The spear shadow became blurry, and a keening whistle was produced from the terrifying speed of the spear. In the surroundings of the spear shadow, there were ripples once again visible to the naked eye. Anything that this high-speed vibrating shockwave touched was torn into shreds. Lin Ming stabbed out hundreds of times, and finally vented the powerful momentum that he had gathered a moment ago. As he took back the silver spear, Lin Ming's mind was filled with a great happiness. The strength of this medium-grade human step treasure was truly outstanding. If he added an inscription symbol on top of that, the might of the spear would increase by nearly 50%. Lin Ming already couldn't wait to battle Zhang Guanyu. The news of Lin Ming reaching the 6th place in the 10,000 killing array was like a massive bomb that exploded throughout Sky Fortune City. In merely one day, it had spread to every nook and cranny of the land. 3 months to enter the top 10 ranks of the ranking stone, 4 months to defeat Zhang Guanyu, 5 months to defeat Taku, and 6 months to defeat Ling Xin. To everyone, this series of tests was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But now, Lin Ming had only used 2 months to complete the first task. Not only that, but he had eclipsed it, ranking stone 6th place. Did this mean that after 4 months he could defeat Zhang Guanyu, and then defeat Taku in the 5th month? And 6 months later, subsequently challenged Ling Xin? Zhang Guanyu and Taku did not count for much, but Ling Xin had already been recognized throughout Sky Fortune Kingdom as being invincible within his stage. It could even be said that he was the top martial artist of those below the pulse condensation period. He was only a half step into the bone forging stage, and yet he had strength that was comparable to pulse condensation period martial artists. If Lin Ming defeated Ling Xin, then he would have shattered Ling Xin's legend of being invincible within his stage, and his individual strength would be comparable to a pulse condensation period martial artist. For someone with cultivation at the altering muscle stage to have the strength of a pulse condensation period martial artist, it was terrifying. Not only that, but Lin Ming was so young, and his cultivation speed was completely abnormal. How many years would he need to break into the bone forging stage, or the pulse condensation period? When Lin Ming reached the pulse condensation period, could he defeat a Hotian master, and seize the throne of being the top martial artist within the Sky Fortune Kingdom? Like this, could Lin Ming reach the Hotian stage or even the peak Hotian stage? With Lin Ming's cultivation speed, to reach the Hotian stage before he was 30 would not be difficult. If he were to reach the peak Hotian stage, would he be able to compare to a Xiantian master? Thinking of this, many people did not dare to presume any further. To them, a Xiantian master was simply a fable that existed only in legends. Even in the 7 profound valleys where masters and powerhouses lurked everywhere, a Xiantian stage master had a pivotal status. Regardless of if they were a 7 profound envoy or a martial house master, they would only be at the peak Hotian stage. Although their status was higher than the Emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom, they still had to give some respect to the Emperor. When they were issuing a decree, they also had to mind their tone. But a Xiantian master was different. They were able to directly discard the emperor, and even set up a new emperor in place of the old. If one did not obey their orders, they would kill their way into the royal palace at night, and take the emperor's severed head. Who would dare to stop a Xiantian master? Even if everyone knew perfectly well who it was that killed the emperor, who would have the ability to investigate? To put it in layman's terms, a Xiantian master was an existence that completely upset the natural balance. If a country had a Xiantian master, then the neighboring countries would have no courage to go to against this country. If it really came down to war, then the very first day the generals of all the armies would die silently in their camps, and on the second day the emperor would also die in his royal palace. How could they continue fighting at this point? If Lin Ming someday had strength that could compare to a Xiantian master, then he would essentially dominate all of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Everything would be under his control. As the news that Lin Ming obtained 6th place on the ranking stone continued to spread, the Crown Prince was one of the first to hear of Lin Ming's situation via a sound-transmitting talisman. The Crown Prince was pleasantly surprised by Lin Ming's results. He thought again, with Lin Ming as he was now, it was becoming more and more likely that he could defeat Zhang Guanyu in the 4th month. With Zhang Guanyu's personality, how would he reconcile with this truth? The 7 profound martial house was similar to a beast cage. All talents were gathered, just like those trainers that would find those beasts with good bodies and trap them in a cage, feed them good meat and water, and finally let them slaughter each other to select the final king of beasts. Now, the martial house master had given Lin Ming 4 months to defeat Zhang Guanyu as a target goal. This was equal to turning Zhang Guanyu into Lin Ming's grindstone. If Zhang Guanyu was indifferent or was some particularly tenacious warrior who would become braver when pressured and could accept their defeat, then even at the worst it would not be a major problem. But Zhang Guanyu's personality was demented and paranoid. He would not easily accept his defeat, and the ripples from that fight would be especially alarming. What dark methods would Zhang Guanyu adopt? Yang Lin frowned as he thought this. Lan Yunue was in his mansion, so he was able to guarantee her safety, and Lin Ming's parents in Mulberry City were under layer upon layer of heavy protection, so there shouldn't be a problem there either. As for Lin Ming, Zhang Guanyu would not dare move against him. So what could Zhang Guanyu do? Oh! Now, at the Allied Trade Association. Zhang Guanyu had a very gloomy expression as he reclined against a couch. At this side were two beautifully dressed maids standing beside him in fear and trepidation. When Lin Ming had gone to the 10,000 killing array for the assessment, Zhang Guanyu was one of the first to receive the news. He could easily have rushed over to see Lin Ming's assessment, but he was not even a cent interested in seeing Lin Ming show off in front of everyone. When Lin Ming had finished the assessment, Zhang Guanyu was also one of the first to receive a sound-transmitting talisman with the results. Only 2 months, and he had reached the 6th rank of the 10,000 killing array. This result caused Zhang Guanyu to feel uneasy. Although the first 3 ranks on the ranking stone were far away enough from the 4th that they couldn't even be considered in the same category, and Zhang Guanyu's strength had also progressed considerably recently, the speed at which Lin Ming was progressing was simply too horrifying. If another 2 months passed, would even the heavens know how much he progressed? Now Zhang Guanyu had the feeling of having ridden the back of dangerous tiger. He could no longer back down. "Young master, are you looking for me?" Zhang Guanyu turned to see a middle-aged man at the Viscera training stage walk into the room. The middle-aged man bowed. He had also heard the news about Lin Ming reaching the 6th rank. Concerning this result, he could only sigh. 2 months ago he had disapproved when Zhang Guanyu had gone to provoke Lin Ming, but it was not his place to order Zhang Guanyu on how to handle his affairs. Now that he had already offended Lin Ming, it was too late to turn back the hand of time, but also with Zhang Guanyu's character, he definitely would not rescind his hand. If the young master continues along this path and doesn't change his nature, then I am afraid there will be future trouble concerning young master's status as the successor of the Allied Trade Association. It will not be good fortune for the young master. The elder will not choose a man with an extreme character to stand at the helm of the trade association. The middle-aged man silently shook his head. He dared not speak this thought out loud. Zhang Guanyu sat as he was, looking increasingly dreary and not saying a single word. Zhang Guanyu of course understood what type of person was suitable to be the future heir of the Allied Trade Association. But after having cultivated the divine acacia power, Zhang Guanyu no longer cared for this vaunted position. What he pursued was eternal youth and infinite yang essence. The status as chief of the Allied Trade Association was simply riddled with mundane problems, and would affect his cultivation. After a period of silence, Zhang Guanyu finally said, "Help me contact the Cloud Prince and the 7 profound valleys Ouyang Dihua. I must see them." The Cloud Prince and Ouyang Dihua? The middle-aged man was surprised. He understood that Zhang Guanyu was seeking a helping hand, and that the Cloud Prince was undoubtedly Lin Ming's enemy, and that an enemy of an enemy was a friend. But since ancient times, when it involved the struggle for the throne, the Allied Trade Association had always maintained their complete and utter neutrality. They would not favor any party. But this time, Zhang Guanyu actually wanted to reverse this tradition and take the side of the 10th prince. As for Ouyang Dihua, this person was the direct disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction's 3rd elder, Ouyang Boyan. In fact, Ouyang Dihua's talent wasn't regarded as outstanding among the disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys. He had entered the pulse condensation period at the age of 22, and had now been there for 2 years, but still had not been able to reach the peak pulse condensation period. The reason he could be a direct disciple was mainly because he was the nephew of the 3rd elder, Ouyang Boyan. Because of his identity, let alone the emperors of various countries, even the 7 profound envoys and martial housemasters had to greet Ouyang Dihua with several points of respect. These years, Ouyang Dihua had been cultivating the divine acacia power. Because of this, he had left the 7 profound valleys and gone to experience the neighboring countries. The truth was this experience was in fact seeking the beautiful women in these countries. Ouyang Dihua had a wide and experienced palate, however. What he was most interested in were 2 kinds. The first kind was the young daughters of large, respected families. These girls had an outstanding temperament and a great inner pride. What Ouyang Dihua liked the most was to rip of the clothes of these women and turn these originally pure and holy girls into the basest of sluts. The second kind was the daughters of wealthy families. These girls were pure and lovely, and were like a breath of fresh air. Ouyang Dihua very much enjoyed the vaguely virgin sweet fragrance of their bodies. The Allied Trade Association where Zhang Guanyu was at had many old dealings with the third elder Ouyang Boyan of the Seven Profound Valleys Acacia faction. The reason that Zhang Guanyu was able to cultivate the divine acacia power was because he had obtained it from Ouyang Boyan. Of course, the Allied Trade Association had paid a steep price for this. 5 days later, 30,000 miles from the Sky Fortune Kingdom, at the Heavenly Wind Nation's capital's palace, Zhang Guanyu stood in a hall, hands relaxed, without single ounce of arrogance on his face. In front of him was a 20-something-year-old man lazily reclining on a bed, holding a jade-like beauty in his arm. Wrapped in blankets, the man occasionally moved, and parts of the blanket would uncover, revealing an indecent scene. Obviously, the woman was stripped naked under the blankets. Zhang Guanyu, be honest. For what matter did you come here today to ask for help? This man was Ouyang Dihua. He had lived these past few days in the Heavenly Wind Nation, enjoying the beautiful women while also attempting to break through to the perfect stage of the divine acacia power's third layer. Zhang Guanyu found that Ouyang Dihua was staying at the Heavenly Wind Nation, so he borrowed the Allied Trade Association's Heavenly Wind Eagle and spent the last 5 days crossing the 30,000-mile distance to personally visit Ouyang Dihua. Zhang Guanyu withdrew a painting scroll from his spatial ring and respectfully handed it to the man, who opened it and looked at it. It was a drawing of a beautiful woman, aged around 15 or 16. She had an extremely fresh appearance, and rarest of all, her body exhibited a very faint pure and noble mixed temperament, making one wish to immediately make her their own. The girl on this painting was Lan Yunue. Good! Ouyang Dihua's eyes lit up. What he liked most were the princess types and the pure daughter types of wealthy families, but the woman in this painting seemed to have the makings of both at the same time. Where is she? Ouyang Dihua cut straight to the chase. Zhang Guanyu hesitated slightly, and then truthfully said, in the Sky Fortune Kingdom's Crown Prince's palace. Ouyang Dihua was momentarily stunned, and then he immediately laughed and said, Zhang Guanyu, has the Crown Prince of Sky Fortune Kingdom offended you? This girl is the Crown Prince's concubine? You want to borrow my hand to defeat the Crown Prince? Although I do not fear some little Crown Prince, do not think that I am someone who will unknowingly act as a proxy weapon for your own interests. And if this girl has already been received by the Crown Prince as a concubine, then I do not have much interest. Zhang Guanyu said, young sir has misunderstood. This girl's virginity is absolutely intact. Moreover, this girl was born on a Yin year and Yin month. Before this, I already sent my men to look for 12 pure Yin girls to help young Sir Ouyang break through to the 4th layer of the divine acacia power. This girl is a superior 3rd-grade talent. She will happen to make an excellent primer of the 12 pure Yin girls. Now there has already been a small harvest of the 12 pure Yin girls that I am looking for. Oh! Ouyang Dihua grew interested. 12 pure Yin girls. You are quite determined. The way Sky Spill Continent calculated dates was by the union of celestial stems and earthly branches. There were 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. The odd were Yang, and the even were Yin, both respectively occupying 1/2. Therefore, there were many Yin year Yin month girls that were born. Lan Yunue happened to be one of them. However, it was actually quite difficult to collect 12 pure Yin girls. The first girl, or the primer, had to be the best looking. However, the following girls all followed the lead of the first girl's horoscope, and required the calculation of their birth horoscope. The result was it became increasingly difficult to find them. Moreover, these girls also had to be above a 3rd-grade talent. The number of 3rd-grade talents in the population was only a mere 1%. This already excluded the vast majority of women. Finally, the 12 pure Yin girls all had to be beautiful women below the age of 20, and also had to have the body of a virgin. To cultivate martial arts, one's spirit had to be joyful and unobstructed. If the girl's appearance was too ugly, then those martial arts cultivators would not be moved. How could they possibly depend on these ugly girls to break through their cultivation bottleneck? To be at least a third-grade talent, below 20 years old, a beauty, virgin, and more harsh horoscope requirements. This caused the gathering of 12 pure girls to be very difficult to find. There were some Acacia faction disciples who had attempted to collect 12 pure girls. They spent several years looking, and finally found them with great difficulty. However, the first girl's age would have already surpassed 20 years. However, in terms of looking for 12 pure girls, the Allied Trade Association had an unmatched superior advantage. This was because the Allied Trade Association was involved in almost all areas of business, and one of their biggest ones was the slave trade. In the Sky Spill continent, slave trading was a common occurrence. There were many poor families that had children they could not raise, so they would sell these children, who would eventually become something like a maid, concubine, servant, eunuch, and other occupations. During times of war, the massive numbers of captives and refugees were often turned into servants and slaves. The Allied Trade Association was responsible for the slave trade of several nations. Since they could choose from so many young girls, it was relatively easy to collect 12 pure girls. Before, the Allied Trade Association had spent many years and finally collected 2 sets of 12 pure girls, 24 altogether. These 24 girls were given to the Acacia faction's third elder, Ouyang Boyan. This was the reason that Ouyang Boyan had traded away the secret cultivation method, Divine Acacia Power. 12 pure girls. How many have you found? Ouyang Dihua's heart moved. If he could pick up 12 pure girls, his strength would take a great step further. I've already found 6, Zhang Guanyu nonsensically said. In fact, it was just the other day that he had determined Lan Yunue could be a primer. To find 11 other girls based on Lan Yunue's horoscope while conforming to a list of other conditions was easier said than done. The order had just been passed out. He estimated that there were only 1 or 2 girls that were found so far. The first girls were the easiest. Unfortunately, those behind them were much harder to find. 6? Humph, well, I do not care if it's true or not. A year later, I want to see the complete set of 12 pure girls. I do not need their appearance and talent to be higher than this woman in the painting, but they cannot be too bad. With Lan Yunue's beautiful appearance and superior third-grade talent combined, in the civilian population, she was absolutely 1 in a million. To collect 12 girls of such high quality, and also conform to the horoscope, was simply impossible. Therefore, Ouyang Dihua could only reduce the requirements. Young sir, please feel relieved. I only have a small favor to ask. Speak. Ouyang Dihua already expected that the reason Zhang Guanyu came today was to ask him to handle some matters. Otherwise, why would he help him collect 12 pure girls for no reason at all? This search was a massive undertaking in terms of manpower and resources. I would like to become a secret disciple of Elder Ouyang. I also hope for young sir to put in a few good words for me. A secret disciple. Ouyang Dihua slightly hesitated. Zhang Guanyu's talent was just above 5th grade. There was still a disparity in qualifications to become a secret disciple of a 7 Profound Valleys elder. Thinking this, Ouyang Dihua said, My uncle is in seclusion. When he comes out in a month, I will take you to see him. As to whether or not he decides to take you, it is all up to his decision. Zhang Guanyu was delighted in his heart. He said, Thank you. Don't rush to be happy. I can clearly discern what gratitude and grudges are. Since I've received your gift, then if you have troubles, I might be able to help you. As to whether or not my uncle will teach you a high-level cultivation method, that's not something I can control. I understand. If it is convenient for young sir, perhaps young sir would like to ride together with me on the Heavenly Wind Eagle to Sky Fortune Kingdom, and take a look at whether there are any women that conform to young sir's standards. Young sir will definitely find it possible to stay in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and find women to cultivate with. I will help gather them up, and can absolutely guarantee satisfaction. Ouyang Dihua's eyes shined. Going to Sky Fortune Kingdom would be quite good. He had already bored himself with the heavenly wind nation. It was time to sample a different taste. And he just so happened to remember that there was a superior fourth-grade talent who he had noticed in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, a young girl whose last name was Bai. On this trip, he might as well collect her too. Thinking this, Ouyang Dihua obscenely smiled and said, "Good. Then I'll go with you on this trip." As soon as he obtained Ouyang Dihua's affirmation, Zhang Guanyu grinned, savagely smiling. Lin Ming, let's see how you will manage this. No matter how fierce you are, compared to you, I have the support of Ouyang Dihua. Do you also have the ability to deal with him? I'll have a look when you try to rebel against Ouyang Dihua, and are stamped to death beneath his boot. Win against me in 4 months? Then I will force the date of that decisive battle to 3 months. I will use the life-severing deathbone blade to ruin your vitality and make you permanently disabled. I wonder how you will maintain the myth of your talent then. Oh. Emperor's Banquet. Lin Ming had just received the Crown Prince's sound-transmitting talisman. 10 days later at the Imperial Palace, there would be a grand banquet held, and there were even some important personages of the 7 profound valleys that would be attending. The Crown Prince wanted Lin Ming to attend by all means. Important figures of the 7 profound valleys, Lin Ming pondered. He had never seen someone from the 7 profound valleys before. Although he did not really like such flashy events like banquets, Lin Ming would certainly become a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house soon. Since an important figure from the 7 profound valleys came, he was inclined to participate. It was not only Lin Ming, but all the strong youths of the younger generation in Sky Fortune City had received an invitation, including Qin Xingxuan by Jingyun, Murongzi, Lingsen, Taku, as well as the rest of the 7 profound martial house core disciples and so on. The entire Sky Fortune City had been undergoing a mass cleaning. The streets were cleaned, the drains were emptied, the gardens pruned, and colored ribbons were hung along the streets of the main road. Lin Ming was immersed in practice, so he did not know. But those who hated him would aim for him at this grand banquet. At this time, the bright moon was high and clear in the night sky. Lin Ming held the heavy profound soft spear in one hand, keeping the spear parallel to his arm and pressed against his elbow. The 9-foot 9-inch, 1200 gene heavy profound soft spear was steadily kept horizontal as it was held by Lin Ming. A bowl of water was lying flat on the spear point, with no trace of a ripple. This stance was one that Lin Ming had practiced countless times before. The foundation spear technique's iron bridge blocks the river. Lin Ming kept his eyes closed. The tiny units in his body began to adjust to a strange frequency, and all the innermost feelings in his heart were completely ethereal. He did not have the least bit of distracting thoughts. To an onlooker, he was simply like a motionless rock under the moonlit sky. The night winds blew, and the grass undulated like overlapping waves. A bean-sized green firefly quietly landed on the edge of the bowl on the spear point, and began to drink from that bowl of water. Could be seen that not a single ripple spread in it. Then, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. In these 5 days, he had already completely fused as one with the heavy profound soft spear. Extending the spear was the same as moving his arm. Even if a tiny bug fell on it, he could clearly feel it. The bug was oblivious as it continued to drink water. After drinking enough, it flapped its wings and flew away. Lin Ming returned to his ethereal martial intent state and began revolving the true primal chaos formula again. Lin Ming was becoming increasingly skilled at the ethereal martial intent state. Now he could enter at any time and wake up at any time. It wasn't like before where, once he entered the ethereal martial intent state, he would not know what hour it was. Slowly, the circulation speed of the true essence in Lin Ming's body began to pick up. Each time true essence circulated past the heart, there would always be a little bit of true essence that silently stayed there, detained. As true essence began to accumulate there, it gradually began to revolve. Slowly, a true essence crystal the size of a grain congealed in that maelstrom of true essence. Because of the formation of this tiny crystal, the flow of true essence sped up, and there was a faint feeling of approaching the peak of the second layer of the true primal chaos formula. Large success of the True Primal Chaos Formula's second layer. With the upgrade of the True Primal Chaos Formula, Lin Ming's muscles and skeleton began to slowly start vibrating. The countless tiny units in his body began to achieve an extraordinary harmonization. Although Lin Ming had already cultivated flow like silk, it had never been like was right now. He had a completely clear feeling of his true essence being turned into filaments, and he could even perceive the specific number of filaments. There are a full 5,000 true essence filaments. This number appeared in Lin Ming's mind. His flow like silk was at the foundation stage, and his true essence was able to be divided into 5,000 true essence filaments. If these 5,000 true essence filaments pierced into a rock, in theory, it could cause 5,000 points of destruction. If all those points were destroyed, the rock would be broken into several thousand pieces. If the target was a person, they would truly meet a cruel death. Although the true primal chaos formula had further advanced along with his flow like silk, Lin Ming still maintained a state of neither being happy nor sad. The small true essence crystal in his heart began to unceasingly condense, and from its original rough and irregular shape, it began to slowly round, until it eventually condensed into a small, pearl-like crystal pellet. This is the heretical God Force's seed. Lin Ming knew that the series of changes in his body just now were all because of the formation of this heretical God seed. The heretical God seed was the foundation of the heretical God Force. The heretical God Force was the most precious and mysterious secret technique in the memories of that second soul fragment. Even the powerhouses in the realm of the gods thought that it was an incomparably amazing skill. Obviously it was that powerful. The first layer of the heretical God Force could enhance one's strength and true essence force by 50%. The second layer could enhance by 100%, the third layer by 150%, and so on until the sixth layer, where it could enhance a martial artist's strength and true essence force by 300%. This kind of enhancement depended on the compression of true essence. To promote one's power by 50%, one had to compress their true essence by 50%. To promote one's power by 100%, one had to compress their true essence by 100%. And this true essence compression precisely relied upon this heretical God seed. As long as the heretical God seed existed, if the compressed true essence was used up, it would automatically build up by itself. Lin Ming did not need to manage it. Lin Ming had inadvertently spent a long time in the ethereal martial intent state, and now, finally, he had planted the seed of the heretical God Force into his heart. Before a martial artist achieved the pulse condensation period, their blood and vitality were the foundation, and the heart, which was at center of all this, was the main weakness. But after achieving the pulse condensation period, the meridians were the foundation, and the dantian was the center of this, so that also became a weakness. Lin Ming's heretical God Force seed now existed in his heart. After he broke through to the pulse condensation period, this seed would move to his dantian. After the heretical God Force had broken through to the first layer, Lin Ming put away the heavy, profound, soft spear. He placed one hand between his eyebrows, and the other gently pressed into his dantian, and then spat out a long breath. This breath was the same as an arrow flying out. It created a whirlpool in the air that rotated for several breaths of time before finally slowly dissipating. I didn't think that this breakthrough of the heretical God Force would have so many unexpected benefits for me. It seems this heretical God Force is not only a mystic technique that increases one's power, but it is also helpful for martial arts cultivation. The heretical God seed that is in my heart is conducive to stabilizing the blood and compacting true essence. Lin Ming was a bit surprised, but he also felt quite relaxed about this. After all, this could be regarded as one of the top secret abilities even within the realm of the gods. How could it not have some special effects? The true primal chaos formula has reached the large success stage of the second layer, flow like silk, has split into 5,000 filaments, and the cultivation of my early altering muscle stage has been greatly consolidated. It's about time that I finally drew up the strife seal. The two body inscription symbols that Lin Ming had chosen were the essence gathering symbol and the strife seal. The former was able to speed up one's cultivation by increasing the rate one gathered true essence at, and the latter was able to enhance one's strength. He had already successfully drawn up the essence-gathering symbol. At that time, he was only at the peak viscera training stage. To draw up that essence-gathering symbol, he had overtaxed his soul force and true essence, causing himself to fall into a deep slumber for 3 days and 3 nights. For safety purposes, he had put aside the strife seal for the moment. But now, his cultivation had already stabilized at the altering muscle stage. In addition to his true primal chaos formula reaching large success of the second layer, it would be much easier to draw up the strife seal when compared to before. Lin Ming placed the heavy profound soft spear in the spatial ring, closed the door to his cabin and hung up a do not disturb plaque. After that, he lay in bed and fell into a deep sleep for several hours until dawn. Lin Ming rose from bed, washed himself, ate a meal and also drank some water. Then he sat for a period, drinking tea, before he stood up and washed his hands, burned incense, bathed, and eliminated all the distracting thoughts in his heart. He let his mind become completely ethereal, while adjusting his mindset to its optimum condition. The creation of this inscription symbol was very important to Lin Ming. The materials used to draw up the strife seal were more precious than those used in drawing up the essence-gathering symbol. Because several materials were exceedingly hard to find, Lin Ming was not able to prepare any backups. Thus, he could not allow any room for failure. A single mistake here would be the end of it all. Lin Ming used half an hour to adjust his condition, and then he finally began to draw up the strife seal. This one drawing of an inscription symbol lasted from morning to evening. Throughout, Lin Ming did not make a single error. Not only did the ethereal martial intent state have a remarkable effect on cultivation, but it was similarly effective when drawing up an inscription symbol. Because he was able to remain fully in the ethereal state, his heart did not have even the slightest distraction, so Lin Ming was able to constantly maintain the highest degree of concentration. When an average person excessively consumed their soul force, they would experience a dizzying vertigo and a desire to fall asleep. In Lin Ming's case, he was still able to maintain his best condition. As the setting sun descended across the mountain horizon, Lin Ming had finally drawn the last symbols and lines. In the air, several shining inscription symbols glowed like a crimson sunset of nirvana. They began to slowly blend together into one, and in that moment, it was surpassingly gorgeous. After half an incense stick of time, the inscription symbol finally completely fused, and the strife seal symbol turned into a stream of light that quickly submerged into the back of Lin Ming's hand. It ultimately condensed into a runic image of a flying dragon and phoenix. Normally, an inscription symbol's runic mark would give a sense of an ancient mystery. However, this strife seal mark was more similar to calligraphy. It vaguely appeared like the archaic character for fight, and each stroke was long and thorough, and seemed to have a faintly sharp, imposing momentum, just like a long spear. In drawing up the strife seal, Lin Ming had consumed an enormous amount of resources. His true essence was still abundant, but his soul force was taxed beyond its limit. He managed to drink down some water and went straight to sleep. This slumber lasted for 1 day and 1 night. After waking, Lin Ming's tummy rumbled. He was very hungry and there was a sharp, aching pain in his head. After he ate a meal, he sat in meditation. Lin Ming did not continue cultivating, but instead went to the 7 profound martial house's strength measuring room. The role of the strike seal was simple. It was to directly improve the physical strength true essence force of a martial artist, and thus heighten their combat prowess. Lin Ming wanted to see just how much this strife seal increased his fighting strength. As he chose a corner of the strength measuring room to measure his strength, he approached the stone column and took a deep breath. His whole body started to flood with true essence, and true essence rushed into his right hand. The strife seal began to issue a faint red light, as if the circulating blood underneath was visible. Ho! Lin Ming cried out and let loose a punch. There was a dull thumping noise, as if the stone column was struck by an iron hammer, and continued to tremble crazily. The light beam was like a fountain as it rushed up. It unexpectedly rushed to the height of a person. The final result, 7,200 genes. 7,200 genes. Lin Ming's eyes brightened as he saw this result. This had already far exceeded Ling Sen's casual strike. Ling Sen had once hit a random punch with a result of 4,900 genes. Even if at that time he had only used some of his strength, Ling Sen's full force should be no more than 6,100 genes. Lin Ming's result was more than 1,000 genes above this. When a martial artist arrived at the peak pulse condensation period, their fist strength would be around 8,000 genes. There were a minority of those who had inborn divine strength, whose fist strength might reach 10,000 genes. With Lin Ming's 7,200 genes of fist strength, he was already close to the strength of a peak pulse condensation period martial artist. He had successfully completed the strife seal and the essence gathering symbol, reached the true primal chaos formula's large success of the second layer, comprehended the concept of wind, broken through to the altering muscle stage, and also had successfully condensed the heretical god seed. As for the pulse-cutting palm, it was simple enough. It was originally not a powerful martial art, and Lin Ming had already mastered it. He had completed most everything he had needed, and it had only been 2 months since the core disciple test had begun. There was plenty of time. Lin Ming took a deep breath and was filled with confidence. Compared to the last time he had participated in the 10,000 killing array, he now had the strife seal, heavy profound soft spear, heretical god force, and had furthered his cultivation of the true primal chaos formula and flow like silk. Even if he faced Zhang Guanyu now, Lin Ming had a tremendous assurance that he would win. Once I defeat Zhang Guanyu, I can obtain a 500-year-old blood Lingxi. It will be very beneficial to my vitality. This Zhang Guanyu is a sinister and deceitful person. I have no idea what sort of malicious plot he will try to conjure to deal with me. It's best if I challenge him earlier and waste him to avoid further complications. Time flew. In a moment, it was already the day of the Imperial Palace's grand banquet. The entire Imperial Palace was decorated in a festive occasion, bright and merry. The palace security had increased, and it was heavily guarded. On the main road to the Imperial Palace, there was a red carpet hundreds of meters long. There were beautiful maids that had undergone careful screening that walked around, offering a variety of cuisines to the guests. Today, those that arrived were prominent figures in Sky Fortune City. There were the young, handsome, and outstanding heroes, the top 10 ranked heavenly abode disciples of the 7 profound martial house, the core disciples of the 7 profound martial house, and some whose strength was ordinary, but were the young talents of the large and respected families. In addition, the princesses and princes, including Crown Prince Yang Lin and Cloud Prince Yang Zhen, had all arrived on scene. However, these two were not the main guests today. Not even the dazzling stars Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan were the main guests. The main guest today was a special envoy from the 7 profound valleys. But who this special envoy was, the guests present did not know. The emperor arrives. As the eunuch announced this, all of the maids and palace ladies kneeled down in abundance. However, the guests did not need to. It was fine as long as they bowed. Lin Ming looked up and saw an old man walk into the hall wearing a crown with 9 stars, a 5-fingered dragon robe, and golden dragon boots. Although this old man was wearing mighty and impressive attire, it still could not conceal the heavy depression and gloom on his forehead. His eyes were almost buried in wrinkles, and the loose flesh on his neck had begun to break down. There were faint age spots on his temples. He looked to be at least 70 years old. This old man was the ruler of Sky Fortune Kingdom, Emperor Yang Jian. Yang Jian did not have many male children. Those male children he did have came at a late age. That was why when his several sons had finally grown up, he had already arrived at the end of his life. This was the first time that Lin Ming saw the Emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom. On this emperor's body, there was not royal air of purple air comes from the east. Instead, there was only a lethargic, deathly gas. Yang Jian apparently had no intentions of greeting the guests. He arrived at the banquet hall and sat at the seat of honor, and then closed his eyes in repose. This Yang Jian probably only has 4 or 5 years of life left, and that was all maintained by precious medicines and being carefully nursed to health by the best doctors. If he were an ordinary person and had reached this degree, he would have already died. As Lin Ming thought this, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Bai Jingyun standing in a corner of the banquet hall. Bai Jingyun was wearing a formal black dress and seemed to have lost all of her usually calm temperament. Today she appeared somewhat anxious and disturbed. There was a young noble youth that approached Bai Jingyun, but Bai Jingyun did not seem to notice his existence. Bai Jingyun. She seems worried about something. Although Lin Ming thought something was strange, he did not care too much. Then, Murongzi walked over to Bai Jingyun's side carrying a glass of juice. She shoved that incessantly chattering young noble youth to the side. Big sister Jingyun. How are you? Are you uncomfortable? I'm all right. Bai Jingyun barely smiled and tried to say a few relieving words. At this moment, the court eunuch reported, 7 Profound Valley's Acacia faction elders direct disciple, Mr. Ouyang. Hearing this called out, Bai Jingyun's hands and feet instantly went ice cold. Ouyang of the Acacia faction. It was really him. What? Murongzi asked, unclear. Hurry up and leave here, or else it will be too late, Bai Jingyun said with some panic. What? Why? This Ouyang Dihua is a sexual harasser. Do you remember last time at the Crown Prince's banquet where I said I could not take responsibility for my own marriage? It was all because of him. As Bai Jingyun said this, Murongzi suddenly recalled that event in her mind. When the Crown Prince had invited Lin Ming to his banquet, Bai Jingyun had jokingly told her to marry Lin Ming. Murongzi teased her back and asked why she didn't marry Lin Ming herself. Finally, Bai Jingyun had said she was no longer able to call the shots of her own marriage. Murongzi had thought this was strange. With Bai Jingyun's special status, how could she possibly be unable to take responsibility and decide her own marriage? That was because the other party was a direct disciple of a 7 Profound Valleys elder. A direct disciple status was on equal standing with a 7 Profound envoy or the martial housemasters of various countries. But because a direct disciple was often closely related to an elder, in an actual situation, even a 7 Profound envoy or martial housemaster had to show 3 points of respect. Although Murongzi was usually heartless and fearless, and was not scared of either the heavens or earth, she still understood that this kind of person was not someone that her Murong family could even hope to contend with. But she could not just leave and abandon Bai Jingyun to suffer for herself. She simply did not have the heart to do that. Big sister Jingyun. I. Quickly leave. Bai Jingyun said urgently. Acacia faction disciples most favored those with looks and outstanding talents. If Murongzi were discovered by Ouyang Dihua, in all likelihood he would be eyeing her. Murongzi bit her lip, kept her head down, and quickly walked towards the palace restroom. Damn it, Yangzhen! Murongzi clenched her teeth, heart filled with hate. Although the grand banquet was held at the imperial palace, the one responsible for organizing it was the Cloud Prince, Yangzhen. It was no wonder that before tonight, no one knew the identity of the great guest from the 7 Profound Valleys. It seemed that Yangzhen had already taken Ouyang Dihua's side and offered to help him look for beautiful women. When Ouyang Dihua arrived on scene, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the emperor slightly rose and nodded. But the first person Ouyang Dihua laid his eyes upon was Lin Ming. He diabolically smiled at him with a thoughtful expression. Seeing Ouyang Dihua look at him, Lin Ming frowned. This look was obviously the same as when someone at a superior standing looked down upon someone beneath them. It was a look filled with mockery and pity. As Ouyang Dihua slowly came on stage, his eyes took in the entire room. His eyes slightly paused upon by Jingyun, Wang Yuhan, and even Qin Xingxuan's body before leaving. This slight pause filled Bai Jingyun with trembling anxiousness. This was bad. Even Yuhan had been dragged in. Qin Xingxuan had no fear because she was already a core disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. Although her status was lower than Ouyang Dihua's, in light of her reputation as a 6th-grade talent, Ouyang Dihua would not attempt to aggress on her. In the future, Qin Xingxuan was very likely to become a direct disciple of some elder from the 7 Profound Valleys. But Wang Yuhan was different. In the front of Ouyang Dihua, she had no deep background to protect herself with. Ouyang Dihua coughed to clear his throat and said, I am delighted to be here at Sky Fortune Kingdom. Tonight, I am very happy that I am able to meet all the elites of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The reason I came to the Sky Fortune Kingdom today is mainly to look at the major developments in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and take a look at the strong, young heroes of this great country. In addition, the 7 profound envoy of the Sky Fortune Kingdom will be returning to the main sect. So, for these next 6 months, I will be temporarily substituting as the 7 profound envoy. As Ouyang Dihua said this, Bai Jingyun felt an immediate burst of painful dizziness. Ouyang Dihua was actually going to be the Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound envoy? This was simply dire news that couldn't have gotten any worse. She already expected that the next 6 months would be the nightmare of all the beautiful girls within Sky Fortune City. All the girls with even a bit of fame, like Murongzi or Wang Yuhan, would become Ouyang Dihua's target. Even if they wanted to hide, they could not. They were already too famous. It was possible that even before Ouyang Dihua had come to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, that he had already set a goal and decided that Murongzi and Wang Yuhan were to be his prey. In the winding corridor outside of the banquet hall, Murongzi heard Ouyang Dihua's opening statement. She now knew there was simply no meaning in hiding. The reason that Ouyang Dihua had come to Sky Fortune Kingdom as the 7 profound envoy was because of them. Murongzi clenched her teeth and thought aloud, "You damn sexual harasser. If you dare to make a move on me or lay a finger on my body, I will cut off your dick and I will die with you." After Crown Prince Yonglin heard this news, he also didn't look very good. He knew that this banquet was arranged by his 10th younger brother, the Cloud Prince. What did it mean that Ouyang Dihua's welcoming had been arranged by Yang Zhen? It was obvious that Yang Zhen had already managed to make some sort of deal ahead of time with Ouyang Dihua concerning the future throne. Today, Yang Zhen had not hesitated to conceal the identity of Ouyang Dihua and invited so many beautiful daughters of great and respected families. This was a great offense to all those families. The reason he could do this was because Ouyang Dihua would take over the role of the 7 profound envoy, and thus Yang Zhen had found a backer. Yang Lin certainly knew that Zhang Guanyu and Yang Zhen were close. Without a doubt, these two had formed an alliance, and the one who had promoted them to form this alliance was Lin Ming. Lin Ming was the common enemy of Yang Zhen and Zhang Guanyu. In all likelihood, the one that had invited Ouyang Dihua was Zhang Guanyu. To somehow manage to obtain him as their backer, he could not imagine what sort of price that Zhang Guanyu had paid for this. Thinking of this, Yang Lin took a deep breath. When he had obtained Lin Ming's support, he thought that he had already won half the battle. But, after experiencing Zhang Guanyu and Yang Zhen's latest move, he had already lost the game before he could think of a comeback. Whether it was Zhang Guanyu or Yang Zhen, they were not people that would easily concede. How was it possible that they would sit and wait to die just because of Lin Ming? Lin Ming noted the change in Yang Lin's expression, as well as Zhang Guanyu and Yang Zhen's faces filled with elation, and immediately understood that this was because of Ouyang Dihua. It was now clear to him why as soon as Ouyang Dihua had walked in, he had looked at Lin Ming like a cat that was teasing a mouse. So that's how it is. I was the mouse. Lin Ming's expression didn't change, and he was still calmly sitting in his chair as he was before. But at this moment, Zhang Guanyu, swinging his fan, walked over to the Crown Prince. Lin Ming and the Crown Prince were sitting very near each other, and Zhang Guanyu's gaze fell upon Lin Ming. There was unhappiness implied in that look, as if it were the exact same expression that Ouyang Dihua had, of a cat playing with a mouse. If one were to think there was something different about it, it would be that there was a hint of murderous intent lurking beneath that smiling facade. "Crown Prince, Your Highness." Zhang Guanyu bowed. "Sir Zhang." Although Yang Lin wished to kill Zhang Guanyu in his heart, Yang Lin maintained his friendly and smiling demeanor. "Crown Prince, Your Highness, it seems that Lan Yunyue, Miss Lan, is in the Crown Prince's palace. Mr. Ouyang would like to see Miss Lan. I was wondering what Your Highness thought of this." Although Zhang Guanyu spoke quietly, how could Lin Ming, who was sitting by the side of the Crown Prince, not hear? Although Lan Yunyue no longer had anything to do with Lin Ming, this disgusting Zhang Guanyu repeatedly kept trying to use this matter to attack Lin Ming's heart of martial arts in vain. Lin Ming only felt as if there was a blowfly flying around it. It was just annoying and extremely bothersome. As soon as Yang Lin heard Zhang Guanyu say this, there was a slight change in his expression, but it was immediately restored to a congenial smile. I'm truly sorry, but this prince has already sent Miss Lan away. As to where she has gone, even this prince does not know. Zhang Guanyu cunningly laughed, smiled, and said, Your Highness, since I came to such an important person as yourself, that means that I have obtained accurate news. I'm not a person that likes to beat around the bush, so I will give Your Highness some advice. Lan Yunue is very important to Mr. Ouyang's cultivation. Mr. Ouyang has already expressed that he will be single-mindedly focused on his cultivation and has no intention to participate in the struggle for the throne. As long as Your Highness the Crown Prince hands over Lan Yunue, then Mr. Ouyang will remain neutral in Your Highness and the Cloud Prince's struggle for the throne. I wonder what the Crown Prince thinks of this. As Zhang Guanyu said this, Lin Ming's face sank. He could not help but admire how truly tricky, insidious, and utterly vicious this Zhang Guanyu was. He was trying to alienate the Crown Prince's relationship with Lin Ming. The present situation was that the Crown Prince did not want Ouyang Dihua as his enemy. This matter was because of Lin Ming. If Lin Ming and Zhang Guanyu were not enemies, then he would not resort to having Ouyang Dihua personally appear, and thus let the 10th Prince have the support of a future 7 profound envoy. This attack on the Crown Prince's influence was simply too drastic. In other words, the Crown Prince had looked towards Lin Ming to help him, but instead, not only had he not benefited from their relationship, but he had ended up following the devil. If it was anyone else, they would have already readily trampled Lin Ming underneath their foot. At this moment, Zhang Guanyu had offered Ouyang Dihua's neutrality as bait. Even though the Crown Prince knew perfectly well that his was an attempt to alienate him and Lin Ming, he was unable to reject, because the threat of Ouyang Dihua was simply too big. The Crown Prince did not dare to disobey him. This move of Zhang Guanyu's could only be described as vicious. He was slowly trying to isolate Lin Ming. Zhu Yan was the best example. The reason why Zhu Yan had ended up in such a miserable state was because of Lin Ming's great strength, which caused the 10th Prince and the Zhu family to fear Lin Ming. So they had directly expelled Zhu Yan from the family. Now, Zhang Guanyu was trying to deal with Lin Ming in a similar method, and had brought out Ouyang Dihua. Not only would Lin Ming fail the 7 profound martial house's core disciple test, but he would also lose the backing and asylum of the Crown Prince, and eventually follow the same fate as Zhu Yan. After Zhang Guanyu said these words, Yang Lin could no longer maintain his calm. If he could think of this, then Lin Ming could also think of this. Zhang Guanyu, what a sinister villain! Yang Lin cursed angrily in his mind. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming. Lin Ming indifferently said, Lan Yunue was originally rescued by Your Highness the Crown Prince. In that case, I have no right to interfere with Your Highness' decision. Your Highness, please decide on your own. Yang Lin took a deep breath. Even though he was usually calm, at this moment his palms were oozing with sweat. He had a faint foreboding feeling that this would be the most important decision in his entire life, whether he decides to stand by Lin Ming's side or willingly submit to the Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound envoy Ouyang Dihua. There was a deep silence that lasted for a full 10 breaths of time, before Yang Lin finally said, My influence is inferior to my 10th younger brother. My military force is inferior to my 10th younger brother, and my finances are inferior to my 10th younger brother. When I was at my lowest, and all I had was inferior to my 10th younger brother, Brother Lin chose to stand on my side and support me in my difficult position. I, Yang Lin, will always bear the timely graciousness when he helped me in my heart. Since ancient times, emperors have been ambitious and fierce. According to that, perhaps I may not be suitable to be an emperor, but if one day I were to really ascend to the throne, then I would surely regard the officials as my brothers, and the common citizens as my own benevolent parents. Even though Yang Lin's remarks placed him in a terribly unfavorable situation, he still said it. As Lin Ming heard this, his heart moved. He also had not expected Yang Lin to suddenly utter these words. Even in this kind of situation, Yang Lin had continued to stand by his side, and revolted against Ouyang Dihua, the 7 profound envoy. Depending on just this, Yang Lin was truly a person worth knowing. If an emperor took an official as a brother, the official would take the emperor as a friend. If the emperor regarded the official as worthless, then the official would regard the emperor as a foe. Now, Lin Ming had completely decided to help Yang Lin ascend the throne. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was Lin Ming's home, and his family was still here. Naturally, he hoped that his country would also have a kind and just ruler. Oh? So your highness does not plan on handing over Lan Yunue? Zhang Guanyu smiled as he asked. But this time, not far behind from Zhang Guanyu, Ouyang Dihua was also looking in their direction. He was smiling, but his smile was a bit cold. This prince has said that Miss Lan is no longer in the palace. Haha. Since your highness the crown prince says so, then would you dare to allow people to search? Presumptuous. Hee, of course I would not dare to search myself. But what if this was Mr. Ouyang's order? As Zhang Guanyu said this, the crown prince's complexion changed. If Ouyang Dihua wished to search the palace, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, the thick tension in the room was palpable. The entire banquet hall had turned to watch this unfold. Suddenly, Lin Ming opened his mouth to say, Sir Zhang, I suddenly recalled that there was the matter of a duel between us. Li Ming's idea was very simple. Since Zhang Guanyu had formed an alliance and found someone to deal with him, then he who stuck the first blow would have the advantage. Tonight, he would duel Zhang Guanyu and utterly waste him, so that he could no longer play such clever little tricks again. Haha, if Mr. Lin did not remind me, then I would have also forgotten. Yes, there is a match between us. I was hoping to make a gambling bet with Mr. Lin, but what a pity. Mr. Lin did not dare to accept. Unfortunately, in half a month I must go to the 7 profound valleys to pay a visit to the third elder of the Acacia faction, Elder Ouyang. Elder Ouyang will assess whether I can become an official disciple. Thus, I might not have time to duel with Mr. Lin. If I by some fluke luckily obtain Elder Ouyang's favor, then I might have to stay at the 7 profound valleys for a very long time. If Mr. Lin actually must duel with me, then it must be within this half-month. I wonder if Mr. Lin dares to. Zhang Guanyu kept a smile on his face throughout. He had already thought of all the contingencies, and had a considerable certainty that he could force Lin Ming to challenge him within this half-month. Then, he would have the confidence to severely wound and disable him with the divine Acacia Power's most vicious move, the life-severing dead bone blade. If that happened, then this Lin Ming would no longer be able to cultivate the path of martial arts. Fighting with me will be the stupidest decision you ever make in your entire life, you 15-year-old imbecilic child. I will make you regret ever being born into this world. The woman you once loved will be taken away to be used as a furnace to help cultivate. You will fall from the altar of geniuses. You will lose your martial arts, lose your loved ones, lose your parents, and also be expelled from your family. By that time, I can deal with you in any way I want to. I will break your hands and feet, and raise you in my manor's pigsty as a pig. And every day I will feed you the same garbage that the pigs eat while I screw all the women that you once knew in front of you. I will make it so that you cannot die even as you hope for death, and can only beg me to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Guanyu had already imagined Lin Ming's future sad and pathetic demise in his mind. The corners of his mouth fiercely widened. He not only wanted to kill Lin Ming, but he also wanted him to live his life in despair, so that he would be no worse than the pigs and dogs. After those present heard Zhang Guanyu's words, they became deeply aware of the cunning behind his words. This time was also 1.5 months from the 4-month period of time that the 7 profound valleys had predetermined. That Zhang Guanyu had prepared to pay a visit to Ouyang Boyan in half a month was very likely his plan as well. Perhaps he believed that he could not grasp victory in a month and a half, and so he had forced Lin Ming to fight against him within the next half-month. Many of those present knew of the relationship between Ouyang Boyan and Ouyang Dihua. After they heard Zhang Guanyu say this, they all turned to look at Ouyang Dihua. Ouyang Dihua nodded, confirming this news. I wonder what means this Zhang Guanyu used to impress Ouyang Dihua, that he would have him assessed to be a secret disciple. This is truly disgraceful. Zhang Guanyu seems to be afraid of Lin Ming. Like this, he has already lost all of his momentum. What does it matter if he loses his momentum? is still better than being beaten shitless under the eyes of everyone. As long as he can defeat Lin Ming, his spirit will not be obstructed. If his spirit can flow, then his true essence will flow, and his martial arts cultivation will not be too hindered. This Zhang Guanyu truly has a good plan. He set a trap so that Lin Ming could walk into it himself. Lin Ming is a ruthless man, but Zhang Guanyu is not some soft dough to be kneaded. He also has such means to deal with Lin Ming. If I were to face Lin Ming, then I would have admitted defeat long ago. I wonder how Lin Ming will face this dilemma. Let's have a good look at the coming show. I think Lin Ming will just endure this insult. The last time at the 10,000 killing array he was only ranked 6th. The gap between the 6th and 3rd place is just too wide. It's not just a rank. To reach that level in half a month, even if it were Lin Ming, it would be impossible to achieve. Not only that, but Zhang Guanyu has also cultivated the divine acacia power. How could his strength not have progressed also? I think so too. Those present discussed this matter privately. Lin Ming faintly smiled and covered the teacup in his hand. He said, "Within a half month? The truth is, I do not need half a month. Today is better than tomorrow. So, let's make it today. How about we go to the military field now?" Zhang Guanyu was suddenly surprised. Was Lin Ming insane? He wanted to duel with him now? As Lin Ming said this, all the guests present were shocked. This included Yang Lin, Wang Yuhan, Qin Xingxuan, and everyone else. This was simply too unexpected. Lin Ming had just participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment not too long ago, and his result had been the 6th rank. Although this result was already legendary, his was still far from being Zhang Guanyu's match. It was impossible for Lin Ming to have caught up in only a few days' worth of time. What is Lin Ming doing? He is simply just courting death. Today is better than tomorrow? This Lin Ming does not even put Zhang Guanyu in his sight. Lin Ming is too arrogant. Although he has some ability, he is just too young and his personality isn't mature enough. All the auras and halos wrapped around this child's body have already blinded him and inflated his self-esteem. Now, he thinks he is already invincible within the younger generation. This time he will fall. Once he falls, he might not be able to get back up. Zhang Guanyu will absolutely use some ruthless method. Perhaps he will keep an eye on an opportunity and disable Lin Ming, so that he will never stand up from this failure in his entire life. Lin Ming probably doesn't know that the first 3 ranks on the ranking stone have an insurmountable gap from the 4th. He thinks that the 6th rank is near the 3rd rank. This 4-month period before the challenge had been personally laid down by the 7 profound martial housemaster. What sort or judgment does he have? He would not irresponsibly set a time. Now it's only been 2.5 months. For Lin Ming to challenge Zhang Guanyu now, he is just too rash. The last one to speak was the 4th-ranked disciple on the ranking stone. He knew that in the future he would be inferior to Lin Ming, but in the present, Lin Ming had just taken the assessment several days ago, and it had shown that Lin Ming's strength hadn't yet overtaken his, much less Zhang Guanyu. Among the people discussing, there were those that were the young, handsome, and outstanding heroes of Sky Fortune City. There were many among them that were jealous of Lin Ming, and looked forward to seeing Lin Ming severely wounded by Zhang Guanyu so that he could not pass the 7 profound martial house core disciple test. If his meridians were damaged or he was physically disabled, then his cultivation in the future would be severely affected, and he would fall from the altar of geniuses and be unable to recover. Brother Lin, please rethink this. The Crown Prince held down onto Lin Ming's arm and passed him a message through true essence. Do not act on impulse. If you really fight now, then Zhang Guanyu will inevitably use a heavy hand to viciously hurt you. He now has the support of Ouyang Dihua. Even if he cripples you, he will not receive too severe a punishment. Because of this, he will be even more unscrupulous and reckless. He might even have some possibility of killing you using some extreme method. When masters exchanged blows, especially when it was a situation where they were close in strength, each move would be at full force and very dangerous. If one was not careful, then they could easily be disabled, and even the 7 profound martial house would not punish them. Even if they caused a death, The worst that would happen would be a dismissal by the martial house to the frontier where they would have to work there, or other such punishments. But for Zhang Guanyu, these did not mean anything. Lin Ming said, "Your Highness, I know. These past few days my strength has progressed. Even if I cannot win against Zhang Guanyu, I have confidence I can safely retreat." Lin Ming had just finished his sentence when his ears rang with sound transmissions one after another. They were from Wang Yuhan, Bai Jingyun, and Qin Xingxuan, all having a similar meaning. They were unanimously urging Lin Ming to not be emotional. Lin Ming stood up and smiled at the three girls, indicating that he was fine. Those present were not ordinary people. Their vision and judgment were very accurate. If Lin Ming had only reached the 6th rank on the 10,000 killing array, then it would simply be impossible for him to surpass Zhang Guanyu in half a month. But Lin Ming had only strove for the top 10 rankings of the 10,000 killing array. After obtaining enough points, Lin Ming had looked for the pulse condensation period master to hone his own formidable strength. If he had used his full force to rush up the rankings, he would not necessarily be worse than Zhang Guanyu. Much less, in recent days Lin Ming had cultivated the heretical god force to the large success stage, and the strife seal body inscription symbol had been successful. Even his flow like silk and true primal chaos formula had made breakthroughs. Now his strength was no longer like it was several days ago. Drawing back 10,000 steps, even if he could not defeat Zhang Guanyu, as long as his arms and legs weren't broken, he could easily retreat unscathed. Zhang Guanyu contemptibly smiled, and in his heart he thought, "Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish." Becoming so famous at a young age isn't necessarily a good thing. The disposition is too uncertain, and the young act with childish conduct that is easy to understand. Hee, I had wanted a way to shock you into challenging me in half a month, but now it looks like I never needed it. You are so stupid that you can't wait even half a month and so wish to live in my pigsty. Such being the case, I will certainly tell the servants to fill the pigsty with pig urine and manure, as a gesture of hospitality towards you. Thinking this, Zhang Guanyu was no longer able to conceal the murderous intention in his eyes. His face revealed a grim and fierce smile. Today is better than tomorrow? Young heroes have always come from the youth. You seem to think that you have already won. We may as well go now. I would like to experience Mr. Lin's moves. I also have this meaning, Lin Ming said with a smile. Right, Sir Zhang, the sword and spear have no eyes. Since we are fighting such a decisive battle with all our efforts, it is inevitable that we will accidentally hurt each other. Zhang Guanyu giggled, and then smiled, saying, Mr. Lin is afraid of being hurt? Rest assured, I will watch my strength. Of course I will watch my strength. Otherwise, if I'm not careful, I might suddenly kill you by accident. What fun would there be in that? Lin Ming smiled and said, No, I am not afraid of being hurt. I am just afraid of hurting Sir Zhang. I would not know how to explain that to the Allied Trade Association. My Lin family is a small family. We cannot afford to offend such a major power like the Allied Trade Association. As Lin Ming said this, the facial expressions of those present were quite wonderful. What did he say? He's afraid of hurting Zhang Guanyu and not being able to deal with the Allied Trade Association. This Lin Ming simply madness. He does now know how to spell the word dead. He wants to anger Zhang Guanyu at such a time? It would not be strange if Zhang Guanyu were to use some insidious move on him. I heard that the Acacia faction's moves were famous for being ruthless and sinister. Those in the audience had seen many things and had many experiences. They had a certain understanding about the Acacia faction's cultivation methods and skills. Zhang Guanyu laughed. Lin Ming, since you say this, then I also have a little fear that you might accidentally hurt me. Haha. Then how do you think we should proceed? Zhang Guanyu's ironic tone was obvious, but Lin Ming was unaware. He thought for a moment, smiled and said, How about we sign a life-death contract? This way, if one of us is wounded or crippled, we cannot be held responsible. How about it? How about we sign a life-death contract? This way, if one of us is wounded or crippled, we cannot be held responsible. How about it? Lin Ming's smile was very bright. The effect that the pulse-cutting palm created was a little too excessive, so it was a good idea to establish a life-death contract in advance. When Zhang Guanyu heard Lin Ming say such a thing, he was over the moon. This Lin Ming was simply stretching out his neck, waiting for him to chip it off. He was so stupid. He had never seen someone do anything so stupid. Lin Ming, what are you doing? Wang Yuhan anxiously said. She did not use a true essence sound transmission, but had run over instead. To sign a life-death contract? That was simply digging his own grave. Lin Ming, you cannot sign this. Zhang Guanyu laughed and said with a smile, Miss Wang, may I ask who you are to Lin Ming? Wang Yuhan's words caught in her throat. There was nothing she could directly say. Her relationship with Lin Ming was only as an inscription master and assistant. Besides that, there wasn't anything else. What qualifications did she have to interfere in Lin Ming's decision? Lin Ming said, Miss Wang is a friend of mine. Zhang Guanyu, since I said that I will sign the life-death contract, I will not renege on a promise I made. Bring me a pen. Good. Wonderful. Servants. Bring the writing set. Zhang Guanyu chuckled. A servant quickly brought over a set of writing utensils. A clerk came over and quickly wrote down line after line on the paper in small print. These were the words of the life-death contract between Lin Ming and Zhang Guanyu. Zhang Guanyu pressed down a fingerprint, and then taking up a red pen, made a big waving motion as if he were clawing, and the words Zhang Guanyu appeared on the life-death contract. The ink was bright red like blood and looked incomparably fierce. Lin Ming received the ink and red pen and quietly signed his name. His strokes were not obvious, but it was similar to a long spear and faintly exuded a sharp, imposing momentum. Standing on the side, Wang Yuhan could clearly see that the intersecting strokes of Lin Ming had already penetrated the back of the paper and were flowing outwards. As the life-death contract was signed, Zhang Guanyu chortled and sent Ouyang Dihua a true essence sound transmission. Mr. Ouyang, before we had agreed that you would give me the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. Ouyang Dihua smiled and replied with a true essence sound transmission. Why, Lin Ming has challenged you so early, and you still want to use the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. Aren't you overestimating him? Zhang Guanyu quietly replied. Caution is best. I must ruin Lin Ming to the point that he cannot recover from the failure. I do not want to allow even a little mistake to occur. Haha. This Lin Ming has offended you. He truly does have bad luck. Ouyang Dihua flicked his finger, and a gray spatial ring suddenly flew into Zhang Guanyu's waiting hand. At this time, it was getting late, and Ouyang Dihua's action was very subtle. This scene was so minor that almost nobody noticed. But after Lin Ming had cultivated the true primal chaos formula, his senses were much keener, and he had actually noticed that small movement near Zhang Guanyu. What is in that ring? Lin Ming's mind went cold, suddenly and secretly on alert. The ring that Ouyang Dihua had thrown was certainly not something minor. I don't know what card this Zhang Guanyu has in his hand. I must be careful this fight. The Imperial Palace's military field was just outside the gates. It was large, had a paved floor of blue stone, and it had several dozen acres of space. It was even larger than a horse field. Because of this duel, all the participants at the grand banquet had come out to watch. Even Murong Zi, who had been hiding, had found an obscure corner to watch together with Bai Jingyun. Zhang Guanyu had replaced the long silk gown that he had been wearing with simpler clothing and ran onto the military field. In his hand, he held an impressive high-grade human-step treasure sword that shined with a dense coldness. This sword was the one that Lin Ming had helped Zhang Guanyu engrave just a month ago. Seeing this sword, Wang Yuhan sighed. This day, Lin Ming would face the top-quality treasure sword that he had personally helped make. Zhang Guanyu casually flourished the sword in his hand. He smiled, and with a happy expression said, Mr. Lin, do you remember this sword? I must thank you. I did not imagine that this sword would be so perfect. I wonder what it's like to lose under a sword that you helped to create. How would you feel? The feeling should be the same as yours. Lin Ming pulled out the heavy, profound, soft spear. Above his right hand, the symbol began to glow with a hint of dark red light, as if the blood vessels underneath were congealing. Zhang Guanyu naturally did not understand Lin Ming's words. He did not know that the 5th-level vicious beast blood that he had personally handed over was one of the primary materials for the inscription symbol on Lin Ming's right hand. Otherwise, his feelings would be much more intense than Lin Ming's. Lin Ming's spear. It doesn't have an inscription symbol. Wang Yuhan could not believe this as she looked at Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear. She had never thought that Lin Ming, an inscription Grand Master, would not have given his own spear an inscription symbol. Just what exactly was his mind thinking? As Wang Yuhan said this, everyone turned to look at Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear. This spear did not have an inscription? Usually, a normal martial artist would have no way to judge from a distance whether a weapon had an inscription symbol or not. But Wang Yuhan was an inscription master, so what she said shouldn't be wrong. Lin Ming obtained the weapon, and hadn't placed an inscription symbol on it as soon as possible? And now he was planning on using an inscriptionless weapon against Zhang Guanyu? Why would he do such a foolish thing? They were not optimistic about Lin Ming's strength to begin with, but now even his weapon was an order lower than Zhang Guanyu's, and it also lacked an inscription symbol. How could he still fight this battle? Far away, Qin Xingxuan also watched this, and her delicate eyebrows pressed together. She was clear. Lin Ming was young, but by no means an immature child. Since he dared to challenge Zhang Guanyu at this time, what sort of cards did he have up his sleeve? I didn't think that you would be stupid to this degree. You obtained such a fine weapon and hadn't placed an inscription symbol upon it as soon as you could, yet you still want to cope with me today with it. Zhang Guanyu greedily licked his lips and smiled. Lin Ming looked at the heavy, profound, soft spear. These days he had been occupied with cultivating the heretical god force and drawing up the strife seal. He hadn't been able to set aside any time to give the heavy, profound, soft spear the inscription symbol that it deserved. The main reason was that Lin Ming wanted to collect some top-quality materials to make the most formidable inscription symbol that he could with his current technique and cultivation. To find the materials that were worthy of this heavy, profound, soft spear would take some time. After all, he planned to use this spear for a long time. However, missing an inscription symbol didn't affect him too much. Lin Ming's dark purple elastic iron penetrating rainbow spear didn't have an inscription symbol either. Lin Ming stepped forward, his right hand holding the end of the heavy, profound, soft spear as he stretched it out. He could feel that his right hand was full of an explosive force. This was power that the strife seal had given him. After he had successfully drawn up the strife seal, Lin Ming's strength had already reached 7,200 genes. This strength was even stronger than early pulse condensation period martial artists. Motionless like a mountain, with the flare of Lin Ming's imposing aura, his body began to release a formidable pressure. Some of the young elites of Sky Fortune City with weaker cultivations could not bear it, and backed away. This was just like what an average person would feel when they confronted a wild and ferocious tiger. Even if they knew this tiger would not injure them, they could not help but back away. Good. What a commanding aura. Lin Ming's strong point is his strength and towering manner, and his speed is not so good. But Zhang Guanyu's strong point lies in his speed and his strength is slightly lower. This could be said to be a duel between a peak strength powerhouse and a peak speed powerhouse. It really makes one look forward to it, a distinguished disciple of the 7 profound marital house said. A duel of peak powerhouses? The strongest disciple within the 7 profound martial house is Taku. Not only is his cultivation at the early bone forging stage, but he also has inborn divine strength. Zhang Guanyu is the fastest, Taku is the strongest. When these two fight, that will truly be the match of peak powerhouses. As for Lin Ming, although he is a heaven-warping genius, he is still tender and inexperienced. Motionless like a mountain how? I bet that the agile Zhang Guanyu will lead Lin Ming to dance around in circles. With Lin Ming's speed, I'm afraid that he might not even be able to touch the hem of Zhang Guanyu's clothes. And since Zhang Guanyu also cultivates the divine acacia power, his true essence and strength might not be lower than Lin Ming's. The result of this duel is already undeniable. A young aristocratic junior in silk robes sneered as he said this. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, there were enough young people that idolized Lin Ming that they were like an endless river of carp. But correspondingly, there were no small number of those young martial artists that were jealous of Lin Ming and hoped that he would suffer a loss, and henceforth never be able to recover. This young man in a silk gown was also one of them. He believed that Lin Ming would one day be able to surpass Zhang Guanyu. But that was not today. Since Lin Ming had challenged Zhang Guanyu now, he would truly die miserably. Zhang Guanyu sneered and mockingly said, "Your imposing aura is good, but what a pity that it is useless against me. I am not Zhu Yan, and I have already seen through your body-tearing, bone-shattering fist." As he said this, the entire audience was startled, particularly Wang Yuhan. Her heart suddenly felt as if it was hanging by strings. The body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was Lin Ming's strongest ability. If Zhang Guanyu had already seen through Lin Ming's body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, then how could Lin Ming possibly win? However, Lin Ming completely did not care for Zhang Guanyu's words and disregarded them. He brightly smiled and said, "You're just playing mind games. With your garbage perception, you had cultivated the divine acacia power for more than half a year and harmed so many women, and yet you still haven't reached the second layer? You think that you could see through my body-tearing, bone-shattering fist with your garbage perception? Too laughable." As Lin Ming said this, Zhang Guanyu felt deeply aggrieved, and he was very angry. It was true that he had continually cultivated the divine acacia power, and still hadn't reached the second layer. Therefore he had worried that he would never reach large success of the divine acacia power's seventh layer in his entire life, and attain the realm where he would have inexhaustible yang essence. Lin Ming's words had stamped on his sore spot. A person shouldn't be so unrestrained. Now go die. As soon as Zhang Guanyu yelled out, his figure flashed, and even his shadow was lost. Those present could only hear a series of ta-ta-ta footsteps and a sharp piercing sound coming out from nowhere. This was the sound of a high-speed sword cutting through the wind. So fast! Heavens! Even my eyes cannot catch up to his speed. Is this really a speed that a human can hope to achieve? The young heroes and outstanding talents present all had a good ability to judge others' power. Although they knew that there would be a disparity between Lin Ming and Zhang Guanyu, they hadn't thought that this difference would be like an endless gulf between them. This speed was so fast that not even the eye could follow. How would Lin Ming deal with this? One simply did not know where his sword would come from. Zhang Guanyu's speed was just like a rushing wind. Lin Ming gripped the heavy, profound, soft spear and stood motionless in the same place. One was an indistinct figure with rapid movements, and the other was standing completely still. Just looking at this momentum, Lin Ming was weaker. Zhang Guanyu flashed around to arrive at Lin Ming's back. He grinned fiendishly and aimed his sword to lop off Lin Ming's head. His sword reached an extreme of speed. Even sound was swallowed within it. Those present couldn't even clearly see the sword light. If the sword struck, then Lin Ming's head would be split in half. It was too late to even cry out in alarm, but Zhang Guanyu's sword actually hit nothing. It was as if Lin Ming had eyes on the back of his head. In that brief flash as the sword fell, he took a strange half-step forwards, and it was as if he were a wisp of flame that had been blown away by a breeze, and he evaded Zhang Guanyu's sword by a hair's width. Zhang Guanyu was frustrated that his sword strike had failed. He did not believe that there was some evil force at hand, and he raised his sword to strike again. Chi 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 chi. In that moment, not even Zhang Guanyu knew how many sword stabs he had made. His sword had completely integrated into the wind. There was only a blurry mirage of sword light. The sword blade had already completed vanished from sight. Seeing only sword light and not the sword blade was already a very high boundary of swordsmanship. But one could actually not clearly see the sword light from Zhang Guanyu's sword. Such a terrifyingly quick sword light enveloped Lin Ming from all sides. But in this moment, Lin Ming's figure also blurred, and a thick stack of afterimages appeared around his body. In the midst of these afterimages, Lin Ming looked like he moved, but also like he didn't move. But what was without a doubt was that Zhang Guanyu's sword stabs had all missed. This is what's going on? Murongzi had turned silly as she hid in that corner watching this decisive battle. Lin Ming had obviously been shrouded in so many sword lights, and yet not even a single hair of his had been touched. He was completely unscathed. What's going on? He's dodged everything. Bai Jingyun deeply inhaled, trying to keep her trembling voice as calm as possible. Lin Ming's movements were just too terrifying. Those martial artists familiar with movement abilities knew that this sword light was impossible to dodge with speed when it showered down like sword rain. The faster one's sword drew to the limit of speed, the less time there would be to dodge and the shorter gap between each sheen of sword light. Not only that, but the sword light was chaotic without almost any dead angle. To escape such sword light, one had to be at least as fast as that sword light. To accomplish this task of dodging the sword light, one also had to have extremely accurate eyesight, near instantaneous keen judgment, and the ability to control one's movement at the microscopic level, where one had exquisite control over every part of the body. They would have to make numerous short and quick movements in a split second in order to dodge that sword light. Lin Ming's thick stack of fuzzy afterimages were because he had made so many brief and rapid movements that it left behind a visual afterimage in that 1/10 of a second in a person's iris. This was simply the pinnacle of movement. But Lin Ming, why would he have such ghostly movement speed? Those young elites present were knowledgeable. If Bai Jingyun could think of this, then so could they. They knew how difficult a task this would be to dodge such a crowded sea of sword light. Who said that Lin Ming is weak? He needs to open his damn eyes to see. Could this really be called a weak point? The one speaking was the heavenly abode disciple ranked 4th on the ranking stone. He knew that Lin Ming's previous assessment on the ranking stone had been 6th place. He didn't think that after several days, Lin Ming's strength would overtake his own. But now, looking at the present, his idea was simply a joke. How can this be? I remember that in the past Lin Ming rarely moved on the battlefield. His basic fighting method was to meet an opponent's toughness head-on. Moreover, what he cultivations is the foundation movement technique. How can it possibly be that quick? An aristocratic junior said. He was the one that had spoken out loud that Lin Ming's weakness was his low speed. You're too stupid. Would you dare to say that Lin Ming's foundation spear technique is also weak? As for him not moving on the battlefield, that is obviously because of how weak his previous opponents were. There was no need for Lin Ming to display his terrifying movement skills. Prominent Lin Maniac plausibly responded. He had an ominous aura that was motionless like a mountain, amazing strength, incomparably thick true essence, and simultaneously a peerless speed. He simply did not have a single weakness. Facing such an abnormal beast, how could one fight him? The fight on the military field was becoming increasingly intense. It was top movements against top movements. Zhang Guanyu's sword speed was accelerating, becoming more and more swift and violent, and the sword lights interweaved to a point where not even raindrops could enter. The countless sword lights had already split the military field into broken pieces. The stones under Lin Ming's feet were already broken to the point they could not be broken anymore. The largest fragment was the size of a fingernail. However, even under the aggression of such a violent blade storm, Lin Ming was casually strolling like he was taking a walk through a park. His steps had completely integrated into the concept of wind, and it was impossible to catch his exact location. Zhang Guanyu's sword light seemed to create a dense crisscrossed net, but there was always a first and a last sword stroke. Lin Ming was able to exploit this small difference in time, and his movements were like passing clouds and flowing water, acutely smooth and incomparably gentle. It was as if he wasn't even dodging the sword, but instead the approaching sword wind would blow him away. Murongzi stared with a vacant expression, eyes growing wide. She murmured, "It's impossible. No matter how fierce that farm animal is, the movement ability he chose is only the foundation movement technique. How can the foundation movement technique possibly have such speed?" Murongzi's question was also Bai Jingyun's question. She also thought it was strange. Since when had Lin Ming learnt such an extremely formidable movement ability? But at this moment, a fresh and pleasant voice said, "Lin Ming is using the foundation movement technique." Murongzi turned her head to see that the one speaking was Qin Xingxuan. At this time, Qin Xingxuan was looking towards the center of the field, and her eyes were filled with admiration and praise. The foundation movement technique? No way. Murongzi would rather be beaten to death than believe such propaganda. She also had some understanding of the foundation movement technique. Lin Ming's movements were completely different from the foundation movement technique, and moreover, would the foundation movement technique have such strangely abnormal speed? But as Bai Jingyun followed this point mentioned by Qin Xingxuan, she felt a faint hint of discovery. She looked again at Lin Ming's movements, and her complexion rapidly began to devolve into inexplicable horror. It really is the foundation movement technique. Lin Ming's movements are all steps from the foundation movement technique, but each step has been reduced to the lowest possible limit, and the speed of each step approaches the ultimate boundary. Yes, that's it. Qin Xingxuan nodded. What Lin Ming was displaying really was the foundation movement technique. What golden rock shattering the void stressed was comprehension of the concept and revolution of true essence. There were no requirements as to the required movements. To put it plainly, movement abilities that required certain steps were all mediocre garbage that belonged to offshoot branches. The truly formidable movement abilities all relied on comprehending the concept. As for the order of steps, it was arbitrary, and one could move as they pleased. If a movement ability was defined by how a martial artist's steps were, then it would inevitably become a shackle to that martial artist. How could it possibly display movement like passing clouds and flowing waters, where one's movement was like leisurely strolling through the yard? Lin Ming had already comprehended the concept of wind. Thus every step he took was filled the same lofty grace. He had chosen the foundation movement technique, only to conceal the golden rock shattering the void. Under such an intense battle of speed, both persons consumed a large amount of energy, especially Zhang Guanyu. His movements were larger and flashier than Lin Ming's, and he was also the one attacking. His consumption of true essence and physical strength was higher. After several dozen breaths, Zhang Guanyu's true essence began to show signs of exhaustion. At that moment, Lin Ming took one step forward and thrust out his spear. Clang! There was a harsh, grating sound of metal colliding with metal, and Zhang Guanyu suddenly froze. His sword was set in front of his body, blocking Lin Ming's spear. Zhang Guanyu was startled and uncertain as he looked at Lin Ming. He had just been about to revolve more true essence and release a new round of offensive attacks. But Lin Ming had suddenly struck out at his heart with his spear. In the throes of such fast movements, Zhang Guanyu's ability to dodge should have been very strong. He should have been able to easily avoid the spear like Lin Ming had avoided his sword. He did not know why, but Lin Ming's spear seemed to follow his movements and rush toward his heart. So Zhang Guanyu had no choice but to lift his sword to fend it. But how could a soft sword block a heavy spear? Zhang Guanyu could only pour a vast amount of true essence into the sword blade, and the result was that his blood was sent tumbling in his effort to block the spear, and his bodily flow was sent into a maddening disorder. He saw through my movements? Impossible. The movement ability I study comes from the 7 Profound Valleys top-tier movement technique, Shadowless Acacia. Not only that, but my movements were all erratic, and yet his spear that he sent found me. How could a thrust be so accurate? Zhang Guanyu had a great sense of humiliating frustration in his heart. His strongest point was his speed, but in terms of speed, he had been completely suppressed by Lin Ming. He only felt that the dazzling movement abilities he displayed were like a clown in a play. It was all useless work that had been ruined by a single thrust from Lin Ming. How did you do this? Your sword cut open the wind, so the wind simply betrayed you, Lin Ming said with a slight smile. After having comprehended the concept of wind, Lin Ming did not even need to use his eyes to look at Zhang Guanyu's movements. As long as he perceived the sensations of the wind, he was able to instantly judge Zhang Guanyu's position and path of movement. Zhang Guanyu certainly could not understand the meaning behind Lin Ming's words. His cheeks twitched and he coldly said, "Just some misleading tricks. You truly let me be startled very much. Good, very good. I will put forth my complete strength to kill you. Zhang Guanyu extended his left hand's index and middle finger. He cut it with his long sword, and a wisp of fresh blood left his body and entered into the blade. At the same time, Zhang Guanyu's face began to turn a rosy red, and from that rosy red he turned to the color of jade. His arms began to turn translucent, as if there were lights in body. Divine Acacia Power. This is the Divine Acacia Power. Those present that had a wide range of knowledge immediately recognized what cultivation method it was that Zhang Guanyu had displayed at this time. The 7 Profound Valleys, Divine Acacia Power. This is a cultivation method that is only passed down to core disciples. Not even the heavenly abode disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House may learn it. Lin Ming is in danger. The Divine Acacia Power had deep true essence, and its moves were all sinister and ruthless. After Zhang Guanyu displayed the Divine Acacia Power, it immediately brought a strange aura. This aura was not formidable, yet there was an alternating bizarre coldness of the loins and burning of the breath. It made one experience countless illusions, almost causing the mind to fall. So formidable! The young elites present were not some average people of low ability, but still, facing this kind of weird, imposing aura from Zhang Guanyu, they were actually forced to stimulate true essence within their entire bodies to barely resist the attack of this aura. Just seeing this aura caused them to revolve true essence throughout their entire bodies to just barely resist. If one were to face Zhang Guanyu's attack head-on, how would they be able to fight back? This is the Divine Acacia Power? Facing Zhang Guanyu's bizarre aura, Lin Ming began to revolve the true essence within the tiny units in his body. True essence filaments emerged from his body and easily tore apart this strange aura, shattering it into nihility. Divine Acacia Power? Is this it? How mediocre. Lin Ming slightly shook his head. To think that this cultivation method would actually dare to call itself divine. This mystic power was truly worthless. Zhang Guanyu was formidable. This was not wrong. But all of his suppressing strength originated from his bone-forging stage cultivation. As for this divine acacia power, this cultivation brought forth a thick true essence, but it was impure. Perhaps it was because he had cultivated his carnal power with so many others, but whatever it was had caused impure true essence to mix into his body that hadn't yet been fully refined, so it had become like this. Big but not firm. Flashy but lacking all substance. Lin Ming quickly made a judgment. He could break through all of this with his flow-like-silk technique. Lin Ming, you ridiculed me that I could not break through to the second layer of the divine acacia power, and you're not wrong. Right now, I am only at the large success stage of the divine acacia power's first layer. For now, let's see just how long you can even deal with the divine acacia power's large success of the first layer. More useless words. Make your move. Lin Ming held his spear in one hand and pointed it straight at Zhang Guanyu. The silvery-white 1200 gene heavy, profound soft spear began to tremble from Lin Ming's striking aura. The air around them began to shudder as ripples appeared that were visible to the naked eye, seeming as if they could tear anything they touched to shreds. This effect was caused by the advancement of flow like silk, when that terrifying vibrating true essence was poured into the heavy profound soft spear. This power clashed against Zhang Guanyu's aura, and the imaginary sounds of weapons striking each other reverberated in the air. In this moment, as Lin Ming stood up tall and commanding, the grandiose aura that he emitted caused the hearts of the young noble girls to madly jump. Receive my sword, ecstasy cut. As Zhang Guanyu cried out, an illusionary sword appeared in the air, shrouded with a jade light, as if it was being bathed in red-hot flames. It turned into a series of phantasmal images that pierced towards Lin Ming. This sword move was not too fast, but that move emitted an aura that caused one to feel as if there was a disorder in space. The sword light was incomparably sharp, and it had simultaneously fused the strange aura of the divine acacia power with Zhang Guanyu's proud speed. However, Zhang Guanyu pierced through Lin Ming's chest. Before the audience even had time to cry out in alarm, Lin Ming, who had been stabbed, began to slowly vanish. After image. Lin Ming's body had already unified with the wind, and his movements were erratic, drifting from place to place. This time, he did not use that nuanced microscopic level of movement, but instead he had opened distance between them and increased the sphere of his range. After Zhang Guanyu had used the divine acacia power, every move of his began to contain powerful true essence fluctuations. It would be easy to be injured if he tried to fend off that power in such a small area. Let's see just who is faster. Zhang Guanyu coldly snorted. His form rushed forward like a blinding tornado. Because he had already revolved the divine acacia power, his speed had accelerated, and his shadow seemed to have integrated into nothingness. Every sword move he made was swifter and fiercer, like bolts of lightning during a thunderstorm. Even his sword light was difficult to see. Pung 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 pung. The sound of metal and true essence colliding in the air continuously sounded. Sword light and spear light glittered in the night sky. The formidable auras and shockwaves were as if a tremendous wind had swept up the entire audience. The stone ground of the military field was broken apart like tofu, and a hail of stone chips flew into the air, scattering in all directions like a rain of arrows. Watch out! Although the military field was wide, the battle between these two young men was too crazily fierce in intensity. Raging true essence had been fired into the ground. Retreat! Step back! The young elites present frantically revolved their true essence to protect their bodies. Some young aristocrats who had low cultivations were protected by their bodyguards. Under their protection, they immediately retreated to a safe distance. This is simply too fearful. These flying rocks can put holes in the body. An aristocratic junior watched with his own wide eyes as a crushed stone was sent shooting out by the collision of true essence. It struck a stone column near the military field, and the result was that it had created an inch-deep hole before crumbling inside. This is only the aftermath of their true essence colliding. If I were to face these two, even if I were protecting myself with true essence, I fear I would already be turned into a hornet's nest. The one speaking was a martial artist at the early altering muscle stage. He was only an ordinary altering muscle martial artist, equivalent to a peak viscera training stage martial artist of the 7 Profound Martial House. He had heard the rumors about Lin Ming, but couldn't imagine that he could be as powerful as they said. Now he had finally witnessed the power of Lin Ming, who was also only at the altering muscle stage. Why is Lin Ming's speed so high? Isn't the movement skill he chose the foundation movement technique? Was he taught some top-tier movement technique after he began his 7 Profound Valleys core disciple test? The person speaking thought that only a top-tier movement technique of the 7 Profound Valleys could have such terrifying velocity. By now, an aristocratic junior more familiar with movement technique spoke. She hesitated as she said, I think that what Lin Ming is using is the foundation movement technique. What kind of joke are you playing? I'm not lying. Look at Lin Ming's steps. Those are the slide step, fly on grass, mouse crossing street, carp diving through Dragon Gate. These are all the basic steps of the foundation movement technique. Because Lin Ming had opened the distance between himself and Zhang Guanyu, there were some aristocratic juniors with high enough cultivations that they could just barely keep up with his movements. But they had never thought that these ghostly movements were from the foundation movement technique. As soon as this point was raised, everyone began looking at Lin Ming's footsteps. The foundation movement technique was one of the common and looked down upon movement skills. Those present had some insight to this. As they looked, they were all completely startled into mindless shock. This truly was the foundation movement technique. How was this possible? Maybe this Lin Ming relied upon his monstrous perception and rewrote the foundation movement technique to improve it, and that's why he has this present speed? You say that's just going too far. Boom, boom, boom. Spear light surged, sword light chaotically danced, rocks broke, and endless true essence fluttered in the wind. Although Lin Ming was a full stage below Zhang Guanyu, he did not seem to be suppressed by him at all. Cool breeze cut. Bright moonlight sword. In this protracted battle, Zhang Guanyu's offense became even more savage. In every few moves he would swipe out with a martial skill. because Zhang Guanyu's attack speed was so fast. In just one breath of time, he was able to release two martial skills at once. Damn, this is just too abnormal. He can also use martial skills like this, and with such thick true essence? If it were me, I would have already overdrawn my true essence after a few martial skills. No, what's more amazing is Lin Ming. Under the attacks of so many intense martial skills, can he still block them all? How is this possible? I heard that the manuals he chose were the Foundation Spear Technique and the Body-Tearing Bone-Shattering Fist. Not only that, but his cultivation is also inferior to Zhang Guanyu's, so how is he managing to stop all these martial skills? Some aristocratic juniors thought that was completely inconceivable. In their view, how could normal moves stop a martial skill, especially so many of them? True essence manifestation. A slightly cold voice suddenly sounded out. As soon as everyone turned to look, they were immediately surprised. The one speaking was Ling Sen. Since the young elites of Sky Fortune City were invited to this grand banquet, of course Ling Sen, who was the elder senior apprentice brother of the 7 profound martial houses' heavenly abode, had also been invited. It was only that he had arrived very late. True essence manifestation could be used during any normal attack. The released true essence was able to condense and substantialize into a true form, so that every normal strike one made would be comparable to an ordinary martial artist's martial skill. Ling Sen knew as soon as Lin Ming had attained the 6th rank on the ranking stone, that he had been able to manifest his true essence. Lin Ming was only at the early altering muscle stage, while Ling Sen himself had just reached a half-step into the bone-forging stage several months ago. Even now, he was only barely able to touch the threshold of true essence manifestation. Moreover, what Ling Sen was most spooked by was not this true essence manifestation, but Lin Ming's movement. Ling Sen's appearance had caught the attention of many people. After all, Ling Sen's eyesight was far beyond all of them. Senior apprentice brother Ling. Isn't true essence manifestation a level that only a pulse condensation martial artist can achieve? Isn't Lin Ming only at the altering muscle stage? Isn't this just too abnormal? Senior apprentice brother Ling. Is Lin Ming displaying the foundation movement technique? How come his speed is so quick? Ling Sen took a deep breath and slowly said, what Lin Ming is displaying is truly the foundation movement technique. After Ling Sen confirmed their suspicious, everyone gasped as if the air had been sucked out of them. Naturally, none of them doubted Ling Sen's words. Senior apprentice brother Ling. How can the foundation movement technique be so fast? Ling Sen stayed silent. Even though Lin Ming was using the foundation movement technique, it seemed as if there was some profound mystery contained within his steps. Something that he couldn't grasp. If there was anything different about the foundation movement technique that he knew about, then it would seem as if this version of the foundation movement technique contained some kind of soul and charm. This set of movements was alive. Zhang Guanyu's martial skills that he used began to grow swifter and more violent. Because martial skills required some time to activate, Zhang Guanyu had also mixed in the skill of inscription from the inscription symbol that Lin Ming had drawn. With Zhang Guanyu's status, he did not lack any high-level martial skills. The power of this skill of inscription was not too great, but the speed with which he could use it was quicker, thus Zhang Guanyu repeatedly used it. Haha! How does it feel being struck by the very skill of inscription that you created? Isn't it a wonderful feeling? You are just a person who digs his own grave. Zhang Guanyu insolently laughed. You really do speak so much nonsense. Your movements are so fast and the wind coming from you is so fierce. You should be afraid of that wind cutting your blithe tongue. Humph! You court death. These two people began increase their fighting tempo, and each strike was more brutal than the last. This level of battle, even a pulse condensation period martial artist would have their heart tremble if they saw this. Ecstasy cut. Zhang Guanyu's sword filled with true essence, and he took a forceful step forwards. The sword began to emit a keen wail, and the sword thrust out like a bolt of lightning. This was a martial skill that had been enhanced by the divine acacia power. Even sound seemed to be swallowed by it. Flow like silk. Lin Ming turned and thrust his spear out. Vibrating true essence scattered from him in all directions and surged towards Zhang Guanyu like a raging tide. With the medium-grade human step treasure, the heavy, profound, soft spear, Lin Ming's flow like silk had become even more powerful. However, as Zhang Guanyu faced this vibrating true essence, he only grinned like a madman. The true essence in his sword suddenly contracted and congealed into a sharp shape just like needle, stabbed out at Lin Ming. Po 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 po. The layer upon layer of wave-like vibrating true essence was punctured by Zhang Guanyu's sword as if it were strip of cloth, and he instantly arrived in front of Lin Ming. Clang! Zhang Guanyu's sword stabbed at Lin Ming's spear shaft. The straight, heavy, profound, soft spear was immediately impacted by a formidable strength and turned into a silver crescent. That sword in Zhang Guanyu's hands was a high-grade human step treasure. If Lin Ming had been holding the dark purple elastic iron spear, then this sword would have already pierced straight through the spear shaft. Lin Ming only felt an unrivaled sharp strength vigorously transmit through him, and his body flew back in the air. He tumbled backwards for several dozens of feet before using his own strength to hold himself down, but the blood in his chest was still roiling from the impact. So strong. Lin Ming could not help but acknowledge that even though Zhang Guanyu's true essence was impure, his strength was utterly dreadful. That slender sword bent a heavy spear. His sword was flooded with true essence, and with that irresistible strength, that sword forced me back so much. Zhang Guanyu is truly fierce. Zhang Guanyu was grinning like demon. He said, Lin Ming, I told you that I already saw through you, body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. As long as I concentrate my true essence into a thin shape, I can use it to pierce through your vibrating true essence and expose your weakness. Expose my weakness? Lin Ming smiled. This move might be somewhat useful to deal with the original body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, but against flow like silk, it was pointless. The total wisdom of the realm of the gods had accumulated for countless millennia and repeatedly tempered into the chaotic virtues combat meridians. How could it be something that someone as insignificant like Zhang Guanyu could break? Lin Ming, resign yourself to fate. Today, I will end the myth of your genius. Zhang Guanyu howled like a depraved beast. The sword in his hand began to emit a keening wail, as if there were countless ghosts circling around the blade. With a loud explosion, the stones under Zhang Guanyu's feet began to crack apart. Hee, just die. Life-severing dead bone blade. Life-severing dead bone blade? Qin Xingxuan frowned. This was an incomparably vicious and evil move, and it was also the most powerful maneuver within the first layer of the divine acacia power. The divine acacia power was a unification of martial skills and heart mantras. It was a demonic art that belonged to the path of evil. This so-called demonic art was one that was filled with heretical and diabolical ways. For instance, using women, devouring, going berserk, these were all methods in order to increase one's strength and cultivation in a short time. It was easy for this cultivation method to cause one to be taken over by their darkest obsessions as if they were possessed by the devil. The sword would become slanted, and the style was insidious beyond measure. It could even cause damage to oneself. The life-severing dead bone blade was a sword move that released countless wronged spirits. Once this blade stabbed into its enemy, their true essence would be reversed, and it could absorb their flesh and blood life essence. If one's cultivation was poor, then with a stab of the sword, it could even turn an enemy into bleached bones. Even a martial artist at a high cultivation who had thick true essence would suffer a miserable fate if they were stabbed by this sword. Their body would lose much of their inner vitality, and it would cause the body to atrophy and wither away. The meridians, muscles, and tendons would all be wasted away until they were finally turned into a disabled vegetable. This kind of disability could only be cured by the rare material human life-death bone flesh. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to cure. And this kind of rare material treasure was actually not something that a large sect like the Seven Profound Valleys could even make. If one were to be struck by this life-severing dead bone blade, then their entire life's martial arts cultivation would be half wiped out, or even completely ruined. However, although this life-severing dead bone blade was a perverse and malefic move. One could not freely use it. This sword move would cause whoever used it to have their mind and soul eroded by the unjust ghosts, and it would cause their personality to turn to chaos, until they finally became a mind-touched devil. This Zhang Guanyu is truly black-hearted. He would actually dare to use this move. He is determined to destroy Lin Ming. Qin Xingxuan was a core disciple of the Seven Profound Valleys, so she understood what effect the life-severing dead bone blade had. When she said this, Wang Yuhan's heart suddenly painfully clenched. Lin Ming's body-tearing, bone-shattering fist had already been suppressed. How would he confront this life-severing dead bone blade? Zhang Guanyu's sword had not even thrust out, yet Lin Ming could already feel a chilly wind blowing at him. This icy wind seemed to turn into a mass of aggrieved souls that wrapped around his hands and feet, suddenly slowing down Lin Ming's movements. Lin Ming frowned. Ah? This sword move can actually affect my movements. Haha! This is my strongest move. It is impossible for you to hide. Zhang Guanyu let loose a demented cackle. His handsome face had already been completely twisted from before, and now it was just a mockery of a human. Countless ghosts emerged from Zhang Guanyu's body. His hair was completely loose and blown up by the chilling breeze. Like this, he seemed to have wholly become a demon. Don't worry. I will let you keep your life. Zhang Guanyu cried out like an evil monster, and his sword thrust towards Lin Ming. Those myriad ghosts condensed onto Zhang Guanyu's sword, and the sword blade completely turned white like bleached bones. It was as if Zhang Guanyu was not holding a sword in his hand, but a white bone. Seeing this sword thrust reflected in his eyes, Lin Ming let loose a roar. True essence began to rapidly circulate throughout his body, and the heretical god seed in Lin Ming's heart began to issue forth a blazing light. The highly compressed true essence scattered outwards and rushed into Lin Ming's body and blood. Heretical God Force, open. The first layer of the heretical God Force could instantly increase one's strength and true essence by 50%. In addition to the increased power from the Strife Seal, Lin Ming only felt his entire body blazing with fighting spirit. Not only that, but all the accumulated momentum from his previous collisions with Zhang Guanyu instantly erupted at once. His spear thrust out and swept away the world. As his unstoppable momentum burst forth, all the haunting ghosts that had affected his speed were blown away without a trace. Lin Ming was instantly restored to his peak speed. However, he did not intend to hide. His body contained a raging warlike thirst. He was like a volcano that had reached the critical point. He must erupt. I'll let you see. The true flow like silk. Flood dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming's spear flew forwards. With a loud explosion, the ground underneath his feet completely ruptured. The cracks spread like an ever-widening spider web. For a time, it was as if a true flood dragon had rushed out from Lin Ming's silver spear. True essence rioted and space seemed to be compressed as a terrible strength formed visible ripples in the air. It swept through the broken tiles on the floor and scattered them like a hurricane. Bang! Lin Ming's spear, which contained the peak of his strength, struck Zhang Guanyu's life-severing dead bone blade. In that moment, all the tiny units within Lin Ming's body began to vibrate together and instantly turned into 5,000 filaments of true essence. These 5,000 true essence filaments were just like 5,000 ominous, little, and ferocious flood dragons that rushed at Zhang Guanyu. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. The life-severing dead bone blade that held so many ghosts was similar to waste paper as the small flood dragons lunged in and bit through. This was a completely one-sided crushing. The 5,000 true essence filaments broke through the life-severing dead bone blade and immediately rushed into Zhang Guanyu just like a rampaging pack of wild beasts. Zhang Guanyu had already reached the bone-forging stage, and true essence had sunk into his bones. His inner body's defensive capabilities were simply amazing. But how could this keep off 5,000 true essence threads of vibrating true essence enhanced by the heretical god force? Ah! Zhang Guanyu issued a piercing scream that turned into pitiful wails. Many of his organs had been torn, countless blood vessels had ruptured, and fresh blood spurted out from his body. Zhang Guanyu dropped his sword. It was as if his entire body had been turned inside out, and his body was like a broken bag of blood that crumpled to the ground. There was total silence among the audience. Zhang Guanyu's strongest move, the most brutal and savage finishing blow of the Divine Acacia Power's first layer, life-severing dead bone blade, had actually been sent flying with one thrust of Lin Ming's spear. Looking at the arena under Lin Ming's feet, and the ring of cracks that were like a giant spider web that spread for dozens of feet. This was the utterly cataclysmic power which was created by the overwhelming true essence and strength of a monstrous genius. The 7 profound martial housemaster had given Lin Ming a test to defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months. Now, he had finished in only 2.5 months. And not only that, but he defeated Zhang Guanyu in his strongest state with the might of a single spear. Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear did not even have an inscription symbol placed on it. This was just too terrifying. With Lin Ming, no matter how impossible things seemed, it would become a likely possibility. Oh! Zhang Guanyu's 5 organs had been broken, and he had lost a massive amount of blood. But still, his facial muscles contorted as if they were about to break, and his heart was filled to the brim with agonizing hatred. Lin Ming, I will kill you. Zhang Guanyu bit his tongue and reached out a hand to the gray spatial ring he had. This scene immediately aroused Lin Ming's vigilance. He clearly remembered that before this fight began, Ouyang Dihua had quietly given Zhang Guanyu a spatial ring. That was the same one he was now reaching for. With Ouyang Dihua's background in the 7 profound valleys, anything he gave was certainly not some commonplace object. Lin Ming's heart was filled with a great sense of crisis. Without a word, he aimed his spear at Zhang Guanyu's hand and shot out the heavy, profound, soft spear. Whoosh! The 1200 gene heavy, profound, soft spear broke free with a shrill sound as it flew out. The inherent power within it was extremely horrifying. Zhang Guanyu had just taken out the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead, when that heavy, profound, soft spear pierced the palm of his hand. With mere flesh and blood that had already lost its true essence protection facing such a relentless strength, the results could be imagined. Po! Zhang Guanyu's pale and slender hand was like a block of tofu that was smashed apart by a heavy hammer. Ah! Zhang Guanyu held on to his broken wrist and screamed in pain. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly rushed forwards and aimed a palm at Zhang Guanyu's back. Pulse-cutting palm. Stop! Lin Ming's ears rang with the sound of Ouyang Dihua's shout. But Lin Ming did not listen to him, and still struck his palm towards Zhang Guanyu. Ouyang Dihua coldly coughed, and his body that had been relaxed and sitting suddenly and violent rushed out. The chair he was sitting in was broken apart by the explosive strength and scattered everywhere. Ouyang Dihua had wanted to wait for Zhang Guanyu to throw the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead and severely wound or even kill Lin Ming. The Thunderbolt Devilfire bead was made by an array master of the 7 profound valleys. It could kill even an early pulse condensation period martial artist. This sort of treasure could only be produced by a large sect, and it was an absolutely forbidden item within the mortal world. Ouyang Dihua believed that if Lin Ming were to be directly struck by the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, then he would meet certain death. Even if it only partially touched him, he would still be seriously injured or disabled. But he had never expected that Lin Ming would be so decisive. Just at the moment when Zhang Guanyu had taken out the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, Lin Ming had already thrown the heavy, profound, soft spear and turned Zhang Guanyu's hand into ground meat. Now Zhang Guanyu had already lost all of his strength to resist, and yet Lin Ming still wanted to use a heavy hand to injure him. How could Ouyang Dihua idly sit by and do nothing? After all, Zhang Guanyu was intimately involved with the acquisition of the 12 pure Yin girls. If Zhang Guanyu died, then the entire reason that he came to the Sky Fortune Kingdom would be for naught. Impudence! Seeing Lin Ming simply ignore his orders and still rush at Zhang Guanyu, Ouyang Dihua felt a rising rage in his heart. He raised his true essence and struck out a palm towards Lin Ming. In this palm strike, Ouyang Dihua had mercilessly used his full strength. It was meant to seriously injure or even kill Lin Ming. Just when he thought he had reached Lin Ming's path and was prepared to kill Lin Ming's speed suddenly shot up, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming used the powered state of the heretical god force to display the golden rock shattering the void. In that instant, his speed had reached an extreme velocity. Compared to when he had faced Zhang Guanyu a moment ago, he was over 50% faster. This phantom-like speed had already far exceeded Ouyang Dihua's maximum speed. Ouyang Dihua's palm hit nothing but air. Pong! Ouyang Dihua's palm wind struck a stone column that was at the edge of the military field and instantly split it apart. Meanwhile, Lin Ming had already flickered like a ray of light to Zhang Guanyu's side. His palm struck down, and a merciless handprint appeared on Zhang Guanyu's back. Pulse-cutting palm. Lin Ming's true essence infiltrated into Zhang Guanyu's body. At this time, Zhang Guanyu had already completely lost any means of resistance, so the true essence rapidly spread out, unobstructed, across all of Zhang Guanyu's meridians. His meridians were smashed apart by the rushing true essence, including many key points, pores, and all else. Everything was utterly ravaged. Zhang Guanyu stiffly groaned and fainted. This sudden change in events caused everyone to gasp. Lin Ming had ignored Ouyang Dihua's command, and moreover he had abruptly broken through Ouyang Dihua's interference to strike a palm upon Zhang Guanyu. Did this not mean that Lin Ming's speed was quicker than Ouyang Dihua's? Ouyang Dihua actually could not stop Lin Ming. Lin Ming is too terrifying. Ouyang Dihua is the direct disciple of an elder. He's definitely not some ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist, and Lin Ming is only at the altering muscle stage. These people discussed in a low voice with each other through true essence sound transmission. The looks upon their faces as they gazed at Lin Ming were filled with reverence, and even fear. After he used a single palm to cut off the root of so many future troubles, Lin Ming deliberately picked up the thunderbolt devil fire bead that was by Zhang Guanyu. Although it was the first time that he had seen something like this, Lin Ming could approximately guess what it did. It must be some kind of destructive concealed weapon. As he examined the thunderbolt devil fire bead, Lin Ming could feel a tingling sensation akin to arrows piercing his back. He calmly turned around to see Ouyang Dihua balefully gazing at him. Ouyang had never been as angry as he was today. He was already mad enough that Lin Ming had ignored his order, but what he could not accept the most was that his attack, in which he had invested his full strength to stop Lin Ming, had actually been evaded by him and thus failed. This caused him to lose a great amount of face. He was a martial artist at the pulse condensation period. He was 24 years old, and was also a direct disciple of a 7 Profound Valleys elder. Lin Ming was only a quasi-core disciple, 15 years old, and his cultivation was at the early altering muscle stage. He had actually been beaten by Lin Ming, and his palm had struck nothing but empty air. He could only helplessly look on as this little brat struck Zhang Guanyu with a heavy hand. He was older than Lin Ming by 9 years. His life had just been all in vain. Now where had all his dignity gone? His martial talent was not anything too outstanding. The reason he was able to become a direct disciple of an elder was because his uncle was the 3rd elder of the Acacia faction. What he hated the most was those that spoke behind his back and said, "This Ouyang Dihua only relied on his relations to become a core disciple. He has no skill at all." Good. Very good. You did not listen to my orders and still maliciously attacked Zhang Guanyu when he had lost all ability to resist. Just by this alone, I can cripple you. Ouyang Dihua clenched his fists. His eyes glazed over with hate as he wished he could just eat Lin Ming alive. Lin Ming did not have a change of expression. He flashed the thunderbolt devil fire bead in his hand, and confidently said, "Sir 7 Profound Envoy, I think that you should recognize this. Zhang Guanyu wanted to use this against me. I don't believe this is allowed in the rules of this duel. This is probably something that can only be refined by a large sect. Its power can be imagined. How can you say he had lost the ability to resist? Is Sir 7 Profound Envoy's meaning that I should hold out my neck and let him cut off my head? Should I have waited until Zhang Guanyu severely injured me before I dealt with him? I'm sorry. I'm simply not someone so noble. Also, there are many important people present. Since this thing's power is so great, wouldn't it be horrible if he threw this out and injured everybody? It doesn't take much true essence to throw this. As long as Zhang Guanyu has even a breath of life left in himself, he can readily throw this out. That's why I had to stop him. I only put him to sleep. The palm I used was a bit heavy a moment ago, but I made sure not to remove Sir Zhang's hand. I'm sorry. I truly do feel regret, but I was helplessly forced to act. Taking 10,000 steps back, I say that even if I was to be cruel, Sir Zhang and I have already signed a life-death contract before this, and we have even pressed our thumbs as proof, so that any life-threatening wounds cannot be investigated. Mr. Ouyang, don't you remember? Lin Ming's reasoning caused Ouyang Dihua to tremble with rage. That palm was not too heavy? Although Ouyang Dihua did not understand what profound mysteries were contained within that palm strike. What he certainly knew was that with Lin Ming's decisive and vicious movement, that palm absolutely had done some great harm to Zhang Guanyu. Coupled with the fact that before, he had already ruined Zhang Guanyu's right hand and turned it into nothing more than ravaged meat and broken bones. Without rare and valuable medicine that could regrow limbs, it would simply not heal well. It seemed that from here on out, Zhang Guanyu's martial path had come to a full stop. This Zhang Guanyu was a person whose heart was simply too proud. He could not tolerate even a small failure, much less a failure of this level. Perhaps his heart of martial arts had been totally defeated, and he would never be able to recover. Zhang Guanyu's entire life could now be considered over. It just so happened that Lin Ming's vicious move was actually not wrong nor against the rules. Just before, Zhang Guanyu had wanted to kill Lin Ming, and this Thunderbolt Devilfire bead was the evidence. According to the regulations of the Seven Profound Martial House, one could not kill an opponent in battle or deliberately disable them when they had lost the ability to resist counterattacks, or else they would be subject to certain punishments. But now Lin Ming hadn't actually killed his opponent, nor had he disabled his opponent once they had lost any means to resist. What he did was a legitimate defense, so there was simply no violation of any rules. This caused Ouyang Dihua to almost go crazy with vexation. Not only that, but they had also signed the life-death contract before the duel. So Ouyang Dihua could not find fault with Lin Ming. Therefore, he had no means to deal with Lin Ming. He was a 24-year-old man while Lin Ming was only a 15-year-old youth. If he relied on his cultivation to intimidate, it would be seen as an elder bullying the younger generation. If he had no appropriate reason to deal with Lin Ming, then any actions could not be justified. Moreover, Ouyang Dihua thought back to Lin Ming's elusive speed, and he began to lack self-confidence. If he was able to suppress Lin Ming with his absolute power, then that would be good. However, if he still could not defeat Lin Ming in several moves, then he would really want to hit his head on a wall and die. This 9-year gap would simply be too laughable a matter. But today, he could not forget this matter or let it go, or else his dignity would be gone. The atmosphere was very solemn and grim. Anybody could see that the sparks between Lin Ming and Ouyang Dihua were about to burst. These two were a future 7 Profound Envoy and a current 7 Profound Envoy that were in opposition to each other. Of course, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Ming was the weaker party. Lin Ming is in danger. Ouyang Dihua is not someone to be trifled with. Even the 7 Profound Martial House Master has to treat him with a bit of respect. The youth has courage. Now that Lin Ming has provoked Ouyang Dihua before he has grown, I'm afraid that Lin Ming will have dark days from here on out. Don't look down on Lin Ming. Just look at all the enemies Lin Ming has made. Zhang Tsong, Zhu Yan, Zhang Guanyu. All have been defeated by Lin Ming. Zhang Tsong and Zhu Yan are too weak, but leaving them aside, isn't Zhang Guanyu at the peak, whether it is cultivation or individual strength? The truth was that there was an enemy that no one dared to name out loud. This was the 10th Prince, Yang Zhen. Yang Zhen had been tightly and significantly suppressed by Lin Ming. He could only smile at front of Lin Ming, not caring about keeping any face. He only needed to look at those who cared about face, such as Zhang Tsong, Zhu Yan, and Zhang Guanyu, to see that they were all finished. The 10th Prince Yang Zhen was wise. Every day he could play ball with Lin Ming was an extra day. Many of those present shared a different view. Some worried over Lin Ming, and some, who liked to gloat over others' misfortunes, looked forward to seeing Lin Ming be played to death by Ouyang Dihua. Lin Ming was powerful, But behind Ouyang Dihua was an elder of the 7 profound valleys. Such a character could easily send down a 7 profound decree that could even cause a nation to switch rulers and change the name of the land. Even if Lin Ming reached the pulse condensation period, he would not dare to move against Ouyang Dihua. Otherwise, that would simply be courting death. In all the controversy, Bai Jingyun was silently biting her lips as she looked at Lin Ming with a very complex expression. She still had half a year. The day on which her filial obligations to mourn the death of her father for 3 years would end was in half a year. After the mourning period had ended, that was the day Ouyang Dihua would propose marriage. Bai Jingyun did not expect that her grandfather, who had to worry about the family interests, would have the courage to refuse this marriage. She also didn't expect that Ouyang Dihua would simply forget about her. Although Ouyang Dihua hadn't even spoken a few words to her at the banquet today, that was only because the timing was not suitable. Bai Jingyun had clearly seen Ouyang Dihua's eyes when he looked at her, and those eyes were filled with greed and immorality. Bai Jingyun had already resigned herself to her fate, but now, she saw that Lin Ming and Ouyang Dihua were enemies. This caused her heart to clench. Maybe, just maybe, there was a 1% possibility that Lin Ming could rescue her from the fiery pit. Oh! On the military field, Ouyang Dihua took 1 step at a time towards Lin Ming. Every time he took 1 step, his horrible aura would become 1 point stronger. His footsteps caused the hearts of those who looked to beat as if they were resonating with them. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Since I cannot move against you, then I will force you to submit. As Ouyang Dihua fiercely the aura of his body suddenly erupted. He wanted to rely on the virtue of his grand presence to oppress Lin Ming until he could not persist any longer and had to yield. Ouyang Dihua had already cultivated his divine acacia power to the peak of the 3rd layer. He was just missing 1 step before he could break through to the 4th layer. His imposing aura was much more perilous than Zhang Guanyu's. With every step, all sorts of chaotic illusions and demons seemed to rush upwards like a swelling tide that covered Lin Ming. Those standing around Ouyang Dihua were forced to retreat. This aura was extremely weird and ghastly. As soon as it spread to them, they immediately felt illusory nightmares appear before them, and their minds almost failed. "My lord, be careful." A guard saw that his master already gone stupid, and saliva was dribbling from the corners of his mouth. He wanted to shake him up and wake him from this nightmare, but he knew it was useless. He could only throw him over his back and carry him beyond the range which Ouyang Dihua's terrifying aura covered. Many of the elite present had martial artist cultivation that was too low to resist the nature of Ouyang Dihua's perplexing aura. Even those martial artists at the flesh training and viscera training stages did not feel good, and were forced to revolve the true essence within their entire bodies to resist Ouyang Dihua's oppressive presence. There were those whose cultivations were simply too weak, and, not giving any thought to face, simply ran away. A pulse condensation period martial artist from the 7 profound valleys was truly formidable. These elite nobles in the audience had only been brushed by this aura, and yet they had suffered so miserably. Lin Ming was actually bearing the full brunt of the pressure on the field. How difficult it was could only be imagined. But when everyone finally, with a great deal of effort, stabilized their own minds and consciousnesses against the chaotic illusions, they were stunned as they looked towards Lin Ming. They also saw Lin Ming standing idly by, looking unconcerned. Both of his hands were held against his chest, and he was freely standing in the center of the military field. The heavy, profound, soft spear was hugged in his arms, up against his chest. And as they turned to his expression, they saw that Lin Ming was looking towards Ouyang Dihua as if he were just some playful monkey. The divine acacia power was ultimately a deviant and perverse cultivation method. After one cultivated the divine acacia power, their aura would be filled with a twisted and immoral momentum. If a martial artist was enveloped in this, their minds would be unable to cope with the endlessly aberrant illusions, and they would expose the ugliness of their hearts. But Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was especially pure and true. Not only that, but Lin Ming cultivated the extreme yang chaotic virtues combat meridians, so his true essence was incomparably thick. His martial arts aura was like an unyielding bridge, motionless like a mountain. Because of this, these endless illusory phantoms were simply a joke to Lin Ming. Ouyang Dihua's cultivation was only at the pulse condensation period. Even if he was at the Hotian realm, Lin Ming would still be able to resist his aura. That's why the current scene was like such. Despite how Ouyang Dihua exerted his aura, Lin Ming remained unimpressed and unmoved. This caused Ouyang Dihua to look like nothing more than a stage clown. As everyone present saw this scene, they were shocked silly. While facing Ouyang Dihua's oppressive aura, Lin Ming did not appear to be the least bit affected by it. This was just too ridiculous. It was simply a slap to the face. Within the crowd, Bai Jingyun was blankly looking towards Lin Ming's figure. She hadn't thought that under such a terrible pressure, Lin Ming could remain calm and tranquil, as if he possessed a worthy arrogance that looked down upon all others. To Lin Ming, Ouyang Dihua's oppressive aura was like a meager spider web that was easily shaken off. Regardless of whether it was a moment ago when he was facing Zhang Guanyu, or now, Lin Ming's aura was peerlessly sharp. It was able to destroy even unbreakable defenses. It was like a long spear that cut through all. At that moment, Bai Jingyun's heartbeat sped up with bewilderment. He was calm and restrained like an immutable mountain. But when combat broke out, he was like a limitless edge, stunning the world. Maybe, just maybe, he could win. Thinking this, Bai Jingyun grasped the collar of her dress, short of breath. In the tiny, desolate corner where she was standing, no one had noticed her expression. This included Murongzi, who was quietly standing with her head cocked. On the military field, the longer Lin Ming remained calm, the more Ouyang Dihua was discredited and thoroughly embarrassed. Some people could not bear to continue watching. Just how would Ouyang Dihua end this play today? To those of a lofty status, what they regarded as the most important was face. And Lin Ming was simply not giving him any face. Lin Ming is just too abnormal. Still, I don't think it's wise for him to be so resistant to Ouyang Dihua's aura. He should yield a little bit, and give Ouyang Dihua an opportunity to step down. Some people murmured, "Yield." Murongzi happened to hear. She sneered and coldly said, "If Lin Ming really did yield even a little, then he would not be able to resist Ouyang Dihua's aura. Ouyang Dihua will not let Lin Ming go so easily. He will have Lin Ming be just like those idiots a moment ago, with their drooling mouths, dull eyes, and acting like some buffoons. That's simply no better than a pig." The atmosphere became increasingly intense. Since things had already come to this point, it had long passed any chance of peaceful resolution. But at this moment, a boisterous laughter suddenly sounded in the air. This laughter was particularly rich. When one first heard it, it was still very far away, and in the next second it rang in everyone's ears. Before anyone could react, a man in flowing white robes appeared in front of the crowd, holding a long zither in his arms. The man was tall and slender, with thick, bushy eyebrows. Standing there, he was cloaked in a timeless grace. Those who saw him could not help but feel a sense of palpable awe emerging from their hearts. As this person appeared, the suppressing pressure that Ouyang Dihua was emitting suddenly scattered into the wind. Without a doubt, this person's strength was far more formidable than Ouyang Dihua. Martial House Master. Qin Xingxuan was shocked. She rarely saw the mysterious seven profound martial house master. His movements were erratic and he drifted from place to place. His strength was incomparably deep. He had already stalled at the peak Hotian boundary for a very long time, and it was said that he had already taken a half-step into the Xiantian realm. Ouyang Dihua's mouth twitched as soon as he saw this man, who was holding a long zither, appear, and he took advantage of this moment to withdraw his aura. This zither-holding man was the seven profound martial house master, Xianxia. Before Xianxia joined the seven profound valleys, he was only a mere wandering musician. Afterwards, he had done his obeisance and entered into the seven profound valleys zither faction. At that time, he was already 20 years old. Since Xianxia had started cultivating martial arts at 20 years of age, he had already missed the golden period for a martial artist to cultivate. Still, as things were, he managed to unexpectedly enter into the pulse condensation period at 31 years, and then stepped into the Hotian realm at 36 years of age. When he was 45 years old, he had reached the peak Hotian realm. Such a talented genius of cultivation had shocked even the elders of the 7 profound valleys. However, it was a great loss that he had missed the golden age for a martial artist to cultivate. So even though Xianxia was reborn, he had encountered an enormous bottleneck as he tried to enter the Xiantian realm. Now, he toured the world at his mercy of his own whim, and also held the post of Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial housemaster. This was because he wished to travel and find a breakthrough in his mind and also in his zither skill. Sir Ouyang, can you consider giving me face, and consider this matter ended today? How about it? Xianxia said this, smiling. His voice had a very strange fondness, as though one were listening to a spring breeze. After a silence, Ouyang Dihua quietly said, "Since Martial Housemaster Qin says so, I naturally will not pursue this matter." Since Xianxia had personally showed up, Ouyang Dihua would certainly take this opportunity and show him respect. Ouyang Dihua was also a bit in awe of Xianxia. Once Xianxia entered the Xiantian realm, he would also be an elder. With his talent in the zither arts, his status would not necessarily be lower than his uncle's. "Little brother Lin, this is for you." Xianxia flicked his wrist. It wasn't clear how he moved, but a crimson-colored lingji the size of a baby's palm appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the blood lingji flew towards Lin Ming as if it had some sort of intelligence. 500-year-old blood lingji. After Lin Ming caught the blood lingji, he could feel the rich essence begin to flow into his hand. His heart couldn't help but rapidly beat with excitement. A 500-year-old blood lingji was extremely rare. Only a large sect would know the secret methods with which to cultivate it, and their survival rate were also very low. Most blood lingji reached the end of their lifespan at 300 years of age. If the plant was not picked, then it would simply be wasted. A 300-year-old blood lingji grew to the size of a washbowl, and was considered an incomparably wondrous miracle medicine in the world of mortal men. This sort of blood lingji was already very precious. A blood lingji that was older would be much harder to find in the mortal world. There were only some sacred mountains that were rich in spiritual essence that the largest sects could look through. When a blood lingji reached 300 years of age, its essence would begin to compress, and it would gradually decrease in size. A 400-year-old blood lingji was the size of a scoop, but a 500-year-old blood lingji was only the size of a baby's palm. Although the blood lingji was smaller, what was concentrated was actually its enriching essence. This blood lingji was able to supplement one's flesh and body, causing a martial artist's vitality to be especially buoyant, and also increase one's strength. A 500-year-old blood lingji was a wondrous medicine that martial artists who seeked strength yearned for in their every waking dream. As those present saw this faint aroma that was emitted by the crimson blood lingji, their hearts moved. Some people even took a deep gulp. This sort of miracle medicine simply could not be bought by money. Before, Elder Wang had passed down a decree to Lin Ming. There were 4 promised rewards. They were the heavy profound soft spear, the 500-year-old blood lingji, the blue miracle pill, and the body spiritual ichor. Although these rewards were staggeringly impressive, no one actually believed that Lin Ming could possibly obtain them. But now Lin Ming had obtained more than one. As for the rest, it was not an extreme impossibility that he could take those 2. This made those present feel jealous yet helpless. Lin Ming's strength had already been displayed before their eyes. There were no words they could say. Lin Ming held the blood lingji in both hands and respectfully bowed to Xianxia. He said, "Thank you, Martial Housemaster." "Haha. Do not thank me. This lingji is not mine, but from the 7 profound valleys to be a reward given to gifted disciples. Since you passed the test that I set for you, then you have earned this blood lingji." Lin Ming placed the blood lingji inside his spatial ring, and he also put away the thunderbolt devilfire bead that he had picked up. He had no intentions of giving this bead back to Ouyang Dihua. He guessed that Ouyang Dihua would not confront him over this, and moreover, Ouyang Dihua would not want to admit that he gave this bead to Zhang Guanyu. As Ouyang Dihua saw Lin Ming's movement, His complexion became increasingly gloomy. Lin Ming, since you covet the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead so much, then you should use it well. I will wait for the day that you casually experiment with it and then kill yourself in the explosion. Because of the duel between Zhang Guanyu and Lin Ming, the original act of the grand banquet had already completely lost any meaning. And now, with the appearance of the 7 profound martial house master, Xianxia, the atmosphere had reached its climax. As far as martial artists were concerned, to meet the 7 profound martial house master was similar to a commoner meeting the emperor. He had supreme authority, and his strength far exceeded anyone else in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if it were a famous Hotian master like Muyi or Wang Xuanji, in the presence of Xianxia, they weren't even worth mentioning. Ouyang Dihua had no interest in staying any longer. He patiently controlled his temper and said a few polite words to Xianxia, and then flicked his sleeve and stormed away. Xianxia had no intention to stay either. After all, he was a figure that liked to flit around with the wind. After he drank a few cups of tea, he also departed. Of this grand banquet, although the original purpose had been completely washed away, most of the guests were still in high spirits. They had witnessed all kinds of battles. It could be said that the night had reached climax after climax, and they were fully satisfied. Of course, there were also those that were in a grim mood, such as the 10th Prince, Yang. He had never imagined that Zhang Guanyu would suffer a crushing defeat by Lin Ming, and even have his hand turned into mush. Zhang Guanyu had wanted to cripple Lin Ming, and the result was that he became partially disabled. The 10th Prince had just found an ally, but now that ally was already finished. Also, Zhang Guanyu was the one that linked him to Ouyang Dihua. Without Zhang Guanyu, it wasn't certain that Ouyang Dihua would continue supporting him. Thinking this, Yang Zhen felt nothing but bitterness. Lin Ming was simply his life's darkest nemesis. Certainly, there was one present who was in a much grimmer mood. This was the Allied Trade Association's head of the Zhang family, Zhang Fengxian. When Zhang Guanyu was taken away, Zhang Fengxian felt as if the raging blood in his heart was rolling. He was immediately filled with a monstrous killing intent, and wanted to tear Lin Ming to shreds. But his personality was different to Zhang Guanyu's. He was at the helm of the Allied Trade Association, so he had to maintain his reasoning and calm. He knew that at this moment he could not deal with Lin Ming. If he was too hasty, then it would absolutely be his Allied Trade Association that would suffer. Since I've offended them, what's done is done, it's no big deal. Ouyang Dihua might be a little tricky to deal with, but I am not afraid of the Allied Trade Association at all. After all, the Allied Trade Association was only a civilian organization. It was true that they had a very deep pockets of resources and a long history, but they still had to comply with the rules of the 7 profound martial house. But Ouyang Dihua was different. Even if he followed the rules of the 7 profound martial house on the surface, he might secretly try to murder him. If the Allied Trade Association wanted to assassinate him, then that would provoke the utter outrage of the 7 profound martial house. Xianxia would never let this happen. The only result would be that the Allied Trade Association would meet with an apocalyptic disaster. But if Ouyang Dihua wanted to assassinate him, then that was a different story. Ouyang Dihua had the backing of a 7 profound valleys elder. As long as he didn't leave any evidence, not even Xianxia could touch him, and he would finally have to drop the matter. I must be careful of Ouyang Dihua. Before I have the strength to resist him, I must go out as little as possible. My top priority right now should be to increase my strength. As Lin Ming thought this, he took out 2 items from his spatial ring, the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead and the Blood Lingji. He was not in a hurry to consume the Blood Lingji. Before, when he had taken the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow pill and the Golden Snake Scarlet pill, there had been some pill toxins that were left in his body. He needed to cultivate for a longer period of time and completely refine the impurities out of his body, and wait for his true essence to stabilize before he could consume the Blood Lingji and fully absorb its effects. As for the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, although it was a one-time use item, its power didn't seem small, and it was obviously valuable. Lin Ming looked at this bead. He wanted to search for any clues that would indicate how to use it. The bead was the side of a longan, and was an icy blue color. It had an extremely cold surface, and it was chillingly cold in his hand. He couldn't discern anything special about it. Lin Ming cautiously investigated the bead with his soul force. As soon as he began to probe, his mind moved. Array formation. In the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead was a myriad of dense runes. These were array symbols. The inscription symbols seemed to have not unified into a complete array formation. It seems to belong to, I understand. In Lin Ming's memories about array formations, there was more than the one kind that involved inscription symbols. The second time that Lin Ming had entered into the infinite space of the magic cube, he had absorbed the soul fragment of a mighty elder array master. Lin Ming had completely sealed away this array master's array formation memories, and had not studied them. The main reason for this was simply that his cultivation was at too low a realm, and he didn't have the ability or money to create those large arrays. The original plan was to wait until he reached the Xianxia realm to begin studying the formation array memories again, but now, after having seen the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, Lin Ming found something that surprised him. So an array formation can also be used like this, Lin Ming muttered as he looked at the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. He understood that this Thunderbolt Devilfire bead was, in essence, a highly compressed Thunderfire killing array. Lin Ming had originally thought that an array formation had to be arranged in a large manner, and it could only be used passively. A person had to step inside the array formation before it could display its surpassing might. Even the memories of array formation from the mighty elder from the realm of the gods were also like this. That mighty elder knew many different varieties of complex array formations. If they had to be classified, they would be imprisoning arrays, killing arrays, illusory arrays, sealing arrays, and so forth. The function of an imprisoning array was to trap the enemy within. A killing array was to kill an enemy. An illusory magic array was to let an enemy be lost in an endless dreamland so they could never awaken or to ruin their mental state, and a sealing array was to make seals. Lin Ming never knew that an array formation could be condensed into such a small bead, and then thrown at others to attack them. If the bead contained a killing array, it could kill people. If it contained an illusory array, it would cause the other party to be swarmed by countless phantasmal illusions. During a battle, even if there was a great disparity in strength between two parties, if the weaker one were to throw a powerful bead like this, then they would likely change the tide of battle. What an imaginative idea! As Lin Ming studied the array formations within the bead, he couldn't help but praise the 7 profound valleys. The 7 profound valleys had a legacy that dated back 600 years. The sect was founded by 7 individuals, each with various abilities and strengths, including one that especially studied array formations. Of course, it was not necessarily only the 7 profound valleys that had invented this ingenious method. It was likely that this was spread throughout the entire Sky Spill continent. This was the first time that Lin Ming had discovered something that was not found within the realm of the gods. Any plane cannot be underestimated, even if they have a short history. After all, in these tens of thousands of years, who knows how many geniuses have emerged. But of course, this bead is not necessarily something that cannot be found in the realm of the gods. It was very possible that the mighty elder array master hadn't learned it yet. The realm of the gods was incomparably vast, and its legacies and inheritances were countless. Not learning some things was inevitable. Because of this bead, Lin Ming began to carefully fuse with the array formation memories from that elder array master. This integration took the entire evening and even lasted until late into the next morning. It was only then that Lin Ming finally sorted out all the detailed information. So that's how it is. In this bead, fire and thunder are kept apart from each other. If they were primed with a bit of true essence, the fire and thunder would intersect, and it would explode. If someone doesn't understand how to use this, it is very likely they would just blow themselves up. The energy contained in this tiny bead is extremely potent. If it were to explode next to an early pulse condensation period martial artist, they would die. No wonder Ouyang Dihua gave me a strange look when I picked up this bead. He was looking forward to me killing myself in the explosion. With the fusion of the memories, Lin Ming had become completely clear on the roles and functions of the different symbols in the bead's array formation. He even had a degree of certainty that he could produce a replica Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. Of course, the one he produced would have a much weaker effect. At most it could deal with a viscera training stage martial artist. The complexity of an array formation is much higher than that of inscription symbols. If I want to reach some achievements in array formation and produce a bead that has attack power higher than my own, then I will have to put in an extensive amount of time and energy. Right now I'm low on time, so I'll have to leave this array formation for later. Although he was envious of the power of the different possible beads, these things still could not directly increase his strength. Since he needed to spend an overwhelming amount of time to study the intricacies, Lin Ming had delayed this for now. After a long period of research, Lin Ming even found some ways to improve the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, and could even enhance the power of the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead by several tenths. Of course, to complete this sort of improvement required that he had a foundation array formation technique that was high enough. Present, Lin Ming was unable to complete this task. He used an entire night to study the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. Although he didn't have any substantial gains, the bead had given Lin Ming a great inspiration and let him see another way to enhance his combat effectiveness. Of course, the most fundamental way to enhance one's own combat prowess was to look at oneself. The first thing Lin Ming had to do now was to consolidate his altering muscle cultivation. Also, he had to create an inscription symbol for the heavy, profound soft spear. Early on, Lin Ming had already selected a suitable inscription symbol. This inscription symbol technique had one character, astral. The astral inscription symbol did not have any attribute, but it was able to increase the efficiency of true essence by a mind-boggling 50%, while simultaneously have a special skill of inscription, astral spear. The reason this skill of inscription was special was because it did not increase the combat strength of a weapon. Instead, it extended a weapon's range of attack. After one activated astral spear, true essence would enter and become part of the spear. Theoretically, as long as a martial artist's true essence was powerful enough, the spear could be infinitely extended. The value of the rare materials required for this inscription symbol was steep. Although it was much easier than looking for those needed in the body inscription symbols, it was not so easy to collect them in a short time. Lin Ming prepared a list of required materials and sent them to the Inscription Association. He would use his usual method and trade rare materials for an inscription symbol. Those who wanted one of his inscription symbols would have to bring a rare and precious material that he needed. Sky Fortune City, Allied Trade Association. Zhang Guanyu had been lying comatose on the bed for an entire day and night. His face was pale white like funeral paper, and his right hand had been amputated from the wrist down. Unless he managed to find a miracle treasure that could regenerate a limb, he was destined to be forever crippled. At Zhang Guanyu's side were 6 maids carefully taking care of him. Suddenly, Zhang Guanyu's eyelids moved. The young master has awakened. The maids saw Zhang Guanyu wake up, and immediately went to inform the masters. Soon, a very well-maintained lady was heard trotting into the room. As she saw Zhang Guanyu's miserable appearance, she broke down, and her tears were like a line of beads that rolled down her cheeks. This lady was Zhang Guanyu's mother and also Zhang Fengxian's wife. As the first lady of the Allied Trade Association, she was an extremely cruel and vicious individual. As the saying went, like mother, like son. Zhang Guanyu's perverse and demented personality was largely inherited from his mother. "My son," the lady tearfully wailed. It seemed as if Zhang Guanyu had not even heard his mother's mournful cries. He looked at his right arm's amputated hand and his lips sorrowfully trembled. His hand was gone. "My hand!" Zhang Guanyu's anger filled every fiber of his being, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As an extremely arrogant person, if he suffered such a major blow, it was easy for him to fly into a rage from the psychological damage. It was possible he might even go mad or berserk. No, there is still hope. I can cultivate the divine acacia power to the 8th layer or find some medicine that can regenerate limbs. There is still hope. Zhang Guanyu madly clenched his teeth together and began to revolve the divine acacia power. The legend said that if one cultivated the divine acacia power to the fabled 8th layer, it was even possible for dismembered limbs to be reborn. But as he began to exercise his power, he only felt as if there were countless needles stabbing through his body. As soon as he looked within himself, he found his meridians. His meridians had all been torn to shreds. No! Zhang Guanyu let out a roar. His vision went dark, and he immediately fainted. As Zhang Guanyu fell into a coma again, his mother and the several maids were all thrown into immediate confusion. Ouyang Dihua was standing outside, and his look was gloomy throughout all of this. He understood. Zhang Guanyu was now crippled for life. Now that Zhang Guanyu was crippled trash, half the plans that he came to the Sky Fortune Kingdom for were ruined. It was now impossible to collect the 12 pure Yin girls. It was the Allied Trade Association that handled the purchasing and selling of maids throughout the various countries. They were the only ones who could cobble together 12 pure Yin girls with the correct horoscope. Ouyang Dihua clenched his fist. All of this was thanks to Lin Ming. Not only did Lin Ming wreck his own good plans, but he had also ruined what face he had in front of everyone, ignored his commands, and had severely wounded Zhang Guanyu. And what was most shameful was that he had not been able to strike Lin Ming, and his oppressive aura had no effect on him. There was no way he could endure this insult. Lin Ming, I will definitely kill you. The news of Lin Ming crippling Zhang Guanyu quickly spread throughout Sky Fortune City. Prior to this, Zhang Guanyu was a martial artist whose talent was only inferior to Qin Xingxuan throughout the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. He was simply a favored child of the heavens. Now, in just a single night, he had been completely wasted. This was an astonishing matter. Moreover, when Lin Ming had crippled Zhang Guanyu, it was in the presence of Ouyang Dihua. Ouyang Dihua, whose cultivation was already at the pulse condensation period, had personally moved, but he still had not been able to stop Lin Ming. Afterwards, when Lin Ming faced Ouyang Dihua, he was not even forced back a tiny step by his oppressive aura. If it were not for the timely arrival of the 7 profound martial housemaster, there would have been no end to that night. This chain of events caused Lin Ming's public image to suddenly become decisive and ruthless. In just 2.5 months of time, he had defeated Zhang Guanyu. There was no longer any doubt that Lin Ming would surpass Ling San and Taku in the future. He was only 15 years old. His future achievements could only be imagined. If such a fierce person was also so decisively ruthless, thinking this, everyone could not help but grow a thought in their mind. They absolutely could not provoke Lin Ming. 7 Profound Martial House, Sky Rage Mountain. This volcano was located 700 miles west of Zhou Mountain. This was Sky Fortune Kingdom's most active group of volcanoes. If one walked around the craters, the thick, pervasive sulfuric gas would choke their nose. These heated rocks underfoot could be used to fry eggs, and in the rivers of flowing lava, one could see dark red magma bubbles with molten iron chunks floating within. Even if the ground didn't appear to have any problems, one could not hastily step on it. Because the ground could be a shell of cooled magma, if a foot stepped on it, it was possible to crush that layer of cooled magma, and lava would spew out and immediately devour whoever stood there. This was the fire array of the 7 Profound Martial House's 7 major killing arrays lava cave. As soon as Lin Ming arrived via the 7 Profound Martial House's transmission array, he immediately felt a sweltering heat wave crash into him. The rocks underneath were red like garnet crystals. A normal person would simply not be able to put a single foot down. Good lava cave, Lin Ming highly praised. The lava cave and icy pond waterfall were just like their names. One was extremely hot, the other was extremely cold. Both had a similar function but were slightly different. The icy pond waterfall focused on tempering the body. A martial artist would resist the cold, and the true essence would thoroughly penetrate through to every inch of skin, flesh, and blood. But the lava cave tempered true essence. For any number of reasons, when a martial artist cultivated martial arts, their true essence would always contain some impurities, and would not be pure. The function of the lava cave was to force a martial artist to use their true essence to resist the scorching heat, and the burning heat would smelt away the impurities within the true essence. What Lin Ming cultivated was the chaotic virtues combat meridians. The true essence within him was already thick and extremely pure, so there was simply no need for him to enter the lava cave. However, Lin Ming had eaten the crimson gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake scarlet pill. These two pills had directly increased his cultivation and even further increased the rate of his cultivation for a period. But they had still left behind some impurities and pill toxins in Lin Ming's true essence. Through these recent days of cultivation, Lin Ming had constantly been refining out these impurities from his body. But there were always some left behind and they were not completely removed. Now that Lin Ming needed to take the 500-year-old blood Lingji, he had to ensure that the true essence within his body was as pure as possible. Otherwise, the impurities would accumulate, and it would become ever more difficult to eliminate them. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, you came?" The deacon's senior apprentice brother responsible for the lava cave said with a laugh. Guarding the lava cave was a chore. Although they did not fear the blistering heat waves, that didn't mean that they liked to stay in a steamer all day long. 11th level of difficulty, 2 hours. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Since this was the first time Lin Ming had come to the lava cave, he planned to choose a difficulty in accordance with his own abilities. As for the 12th level of difficulty, that was a setting that not even Ling Sen could persist in, so he had no interest in trying it yet. Okay. The deacon did not believe that Lin Ming would have any difficulties in the 11th level of difficulty. In the 7 major killing arrays, the array formation was usually placed there to increase the natural forces within. For instance, the array formation in the icy pond waterfall would cause the force of the waterfall to be stronger and the icy pond to be colder. The violent wind tunnel would have more violent wind and all sorts of various vortices and turbulent tornadoes. But the lava cave was the exception to this. The main role of the array formation was actually to weaken the natural force so that the temperature of the lava would fall. The temperature of ordinary lava was at least 10 times hotter than boiling water, and Skyrage Mountain's lava was even hotter than that. Because Skyrage Mountain also produced dark steel, the lava had mixed with dark steel, or the temperature of it was higher. It was about 20 times hotter than boiling water. Not to mention a mere body transformation martial artist, but even if a Hotian realm martial artist were to jump in, their bones would be fried to a crisp. Lin Ming had chosen the 11th level of difficulty. The temperature of the lava was a full 8 times hotter than boiling water. Still, this temperature could already melt many different metals. As he arrived inside the lava cave at the 11th level of difficulty, Lin Ming stripped himself of all his clothes. If he stepped into the lava pond with his clothes on, they would all be immediately burnt to cinders. Naturally, he had to be naked for this. Barefoot, he walked on the blistering hot rocks towards the lava pond. The red-hot lava was just like boiling molten iron, and it reflected on Lin Ming's face, giving him a tomato-like appearance. Occasionally a huge bubble emerged from the lava, burst open, and sprayed hot and toxic gases as it issued a dull sound. To jump into this pool of lava required great courage and a firm heart. A martial artist whose mind was not tenacious would not even dare to cultivate within the lava cave. Lin Ming revolved his true essence to the limit, took a deep breath, and jumped into the lava pond. Splash! Lin Ming's feet had just fallen into the lava. However, his body was sinking at a very slow rate. The lava had an unusually viscous texture. If a martial artist were quick enough, they might even be able to run atop the lava. So hot! Lin Ming felt as if his legs had stepped into a blazing brazier. Although he was protected by his true essence, the burning ache was like a blazing knife was cutting through him, almost unbearable. The resistance of the lava began to decline. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming's entire body immediately plunged into the fiery lava pond. In the world of lava, scalding hot glowing red light was everywhere. Visibility was 0. Lin Ming couldn't even see his hands. He revolved his true essence to condense into a sort of true essence clothing that covered his body. Even with this though, Lin Ming could still feel pain like sizzling needles as the flow of heat traveled through his true essence clothing. In the icy pond waterfall, once a martial artist physically contacted the icy cold water, they could direct the frosty energy to enter their body and temper their organs, blood, and skin. But in the lava cave, no matter how fierce a martial artist, they were not dumb enough to let their body directly touch the hot lava. Inside the lava, there was also a toxic heat. If one breathed in a few mouthfuls of this smoke, it was possible that they would immediately die. Therefore, one had to form true essence clothing and isolate themselves from the lava. Then, meticulously, they would slowly introduce the fire of the lava into their bodies and burn away the impurities contained within their true essence. This was an exceptionally perilous method of cultivation. If one didn't have a sufficient level of cultivation and jumped in, they could easily burn their meridians and cause irreparable damage. Even if one had a high enough level of cultivation, it was easy to leave hidden injuries after long-term use of tempering true essence with fire. Because of these reasons, of the 7 major killing arrays, the lava cave was the loneliest. One didn't even need to make an appointment. They just had to come and momentarily wait to have a position. Chi 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 chi. Lin Ming could even hear the sound of true essence burning against the hot flaming lava. But Lin Ming was in a hurry to introduce the lava's fire into his body. He shut his eyes in meditation and adjusted his mental state for half an incense stick of time. He let his mind completely relax and entered into a deep ethereal state before he began to gingerly introduce the fire of lava into his body. As soon as a small flame entered Lin Ming's body, it was like a fierce crimson fire flood dragon that tried to rush left and right. However, Lin Ming's true essence was incomparably thick, and no matter where it rushed, it was unable to create any damage. Lin Ming quickly subdued the wisp of lava fire, and it obediently circulated through the meridians in his body, burning away the impurities. Lava fire not only burned away impurities, but it also burned away pure true essence. However, true essence was able to quickly regenerate, and the accumulated impurities could not. Lin Ming introduced wisp after wisp of lava fire into his body. Gradually, there were dozens of fire wisps inside of Lin Ming's body. A small flame did not count for much. However, there were so many flame wisps that were rushing about, that even though Lin Ming's true essence was so thick and pure, he still felt that it was difficult to control. His face was very red, and the blue veins of his forehead were bulging from the intense pressure he was feeling. He continuously exuded large beads of sweat, but as soon as these beads met the sizzling heat, they immediately evaporated before they could even fall. Because of the atrophy of the true essence clothing, Lin Ming's hair had been singed by the heat. It broke upon a light touch. Lin Ming withdrew a true essence stone from his spatial ring and placed it in his hands. He began to absorb the true essence from the true essence stone as he grinded his teeth together and forcefully revolved the true primal chaos formula. Under such a difficult state, the impurities in Lin Ming's body began to melt away at a very slow rate. Again and again, the impurities continued to decrease, and true essence stones were completely used up one after another. In half an hour, he had used a pure true essence stone. This kind of excessive method of burning away money was something that not even the juniors of large aristocratic families could do. A pure true essence stone costed 1,000 gold taels. It could be considered half a treasure. The lava fire in his body began to grow more and more wild. The countless tiny units in Lin Ming's body began to breathe at the same frequency, suppressing the restless wisps of fire. But even so, Lin Ming was finding it more and more difficult to persist. At this point, Lin Ming was considering temporarily leaving the lava pond. Otherwise, if he stayed down any longer, it was possible that he would damage his meridians or even be burned to death. But if he left the lava pond halfway, the amount of impurities that would be burned away would truly be reduced by a great deal. Lin Ming struggled with his hesitation, when at this moment, a wisp of fire lava burst into the aorta near Lin Ming's heart. This is bad. Lin Ming was shocked. The heart was the center of the blood. If it was damaged, he would suffer a life-threatening injury. He began to move true essence to stop the flame, but it was already too late. The violent lava fire broke through the ventricle and rushed around, as if it were trying to create a hole in Lin Ming's heart. But at this moment, the sleeping heretical god seed in Lin Ming's heart suddenly burst out. A surge of highly compressed fierce and brutal true essence instantly surrounded that wisp of lava fire. With a light puff sound, that wisp of lava fire had been directly devoured by the heretical god seed. Lin Ming's mind blanked for a moment. The heretical god seed could actually devour the fire of lava? Lin Ming probed with his soul force, and was utterly shocked to find that the lava fire had already fully integrated into the heretical god seed, and had become a part of the heretical god seed. Could this be? Lin Ming tried to introduce another wisp of lava fire into his heart, and coincidentally, the result was that the second wisp of lava fire was also devoured by the heretical god seed. This time, Lin Ming had a vague understanding of the principle. The function of the heretical god seed was to gather energy and to compress true essence. Lava fire was also one kind of energy, thus it was directly eaten up by the heretical god seed. Lin Ming cautiously probed with his soul force and found that after swallowing the two wisps of lava fire, the heretical god seed seemed to breathe. This breath was very weak, almost imperceptible, but it seemed as if, because of this breath, the heretical god seed had grown a little bit. With this, Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. He didn't think that he would inadvertently find a way to cultivate the heretical god seed. However, if this growth was sustained, what kind of changes would occur? This question caused Lin Ming to feel somewhat worried. According to the memories of the mighty elder, he had found the heretical god force skill manual within a long-lost ancient ruin in the realm of the gods. There was a very high possibility that this secret skill was the last vestige left behind by an evil god. When the mighty elder had discovered the heretical god force, it had already been sealed away for tens of thousands of years. After the mighty elder has obtained this mystical technique, he had scrupulously hidden it away, and had not even revealed the slightest hint of this secret. The heretical god force was absolutely unique within the entirety of the realm of the gods. Only that mighty elder had knowledge of it. That was why that mighty elder had believed that the heretical god force was the most precious amongst all of the arcane and mystical skills within the realm of the gods. Even the golden rock shattering the void was less precious. However, that mighty elder had merely cultivated the heretical god force to the third layer, and then he had followed Tian Mingzi to the verdant feather sacred lands to steal the divine crystal magic cube. Ultimately, not only did he not manage to obtain the magic cube, but he had lost his life in the process, and his soul was twisted and broken into pieces, then sealed into the magic cube. From the time that the mighty elder had found the heretical god force to the time that he died, it had only been a dozen or so years. In those years, that mighty elder had been cultivating the heretical god force as some sort of supplementary secret skill. He hadn't discerned the vast mysteries of the heretical god seed. He didn't know that the heretical god seed could do something like swallow lava fire, nor was that something he had ever thought of. If it wasn't for a lucky break, it would have been impossible for even Lin Ming to imagine that the heretical god seed had such a mysterious function like this. The heretical god seed continuously devoured the lava fire. At the start, Lin Ming only introduced a small amount of lava fire into his heart, and then he began to send a colossal amount. The heretical god seed didn't reject any. It welcomed the burning flames with open arms. The lava fire was oppressive and tyrannical, but the heretical god seed was even more domineering. However much the fire lava tried to struggle, it could not escape the true essence shackles of the heretical god seed. The heretical god seed fused with the lava fire for 5 to 6 hours. Lin Ming didn't know how much lava fire had been devoured, but he had a faint feeling that the surrounding magma temperature had dropped. As the heretical god seed engulfed the lava fire, it began to slowly grow. At the start, it had been the size of a grain of rice, but now it became the size of a mung bean. Gradually, a deep crimson wisp of a flame began to float around the heretical god seed. The heretical god seed bathed in the flame and was suffused with a ruby-red light. A small spark emerged from the side of the heretical god seed. It began to circle around it. If Lin Ming hadn't been looking carefully, it would simply have gone unnoticed. This is flame essence. Lin Ming was shocked. The fires of the world had a soul, As long as this fire was able to exist for a long time in a remote place, it was possible that it would give birth to flame essence. For instance, in the deepest pits of an underground magma pool, flame essence could be born. Or, in a location where yin and yang intersected, frostfire essence could be born. The difference between normal fire and flame essence was that normal fire had to have materials to combust, or else it would be extinguished. However, flame essence was eternal. It could even be used as kindling to create storms of flame that could burn down a forest. No matter how much fire was created, the flame essence would not weaken. This was why some alchemists and refiners would travel the world to the most remote, savage, and dangerous dungeons in order to seek out a flame essence. They would devote all of their efforts to subdue it for their own use. Lin Ming had never thought that a flame essence would actually be born from his own heart. Of course, this flame essence seemed to the weakest flame essence in the entire world. It was only the size of a spark, and it had been bred from low-level fire lava. He had no idea where he would need to go to find higher-grade flames. But Lin Ming did not underestimate it. If the heretical god seed could unendingly devour more and more exotic flames, would the fire essence change along with it? Lin Ming continued to stimulate wisps of lava fire into his body to see if the heretical god seed would absorb them. But this time Lin Ming found that any new lava fire was only compressed around the heretical god seed, and no longer fused into the flame essence. It seemed as if the heretical god seed had already achieved a state of saturation. It might have been because this lava fire was simply too weak, so it couldn't meet the needs of the heretical god seed's growth. This lava fire that had been compressed was just the true essence that had been compressed within the heretical god seed. Now, the heretical god seed contained not only a massive amount of compressed true essence, but also compressed fire lava. It was just like a powder keg that contained a truly terrifying amount of explosive energy. What rich flame energy! But if this energy was released, then Lin Ming had a bit of an apprehensive and jumpy feeling. The heretical god seed could condense energy. Not only did it condense true essence, but it also condensed flames. With so much compressed energy within Lin Ming's heart, he inevitably felt very wary. Lin Ming consoled himself. Since this was an ancient secret technique that was left behind in some ancient ruins within the realm of the gods, it was very unlikely to suddenly explode, right? By now, Lin Ming had perked up. If the heretical god seed can swallow lava fire, can it also swallow other forms of energy, like lightning? Now aware of this possibility, Lin Ming had a very odd look on his face. Of the 7 major killing arrays, there was also a thunder array. It was Thunder Valley. If he wanted to absorb the power of lightning, then he would have to go there. But he had already compressed so much fire energy. If he also absorbed the power of lightning, then Lin Ming couldn't help but gulp. Lightning and fire were both relatively violent and wild energies. If both were combined, then it might even explode. Since the heretical god seed was in Lin Ming's heart, if there was an accident, it wouldn't even be a joke. Lin Ming was a bit afraid of this possibility, but he could not resist the temptation of this idea. This formidable and mysterious secret technique was unique within the entirety of the realm of the gods. Moreover, this secret skill seemed to have unlimited potential. If he could absorb lava fire and condense that into a flame essence, then what would happen if he were to absorb lightning? With such a powerful force placed in front of Lin Ming and within his grasp, how could he not be tempted? The heretical god force is a secret skill that was left behind by an ancient evil god, and it has far more functions than the mighty elder from the realm of the gods was aware of. It's a pity that the mighty elder died so quickly, so he hadn't been able to study it further. Now I have only myself to analyze it. I'll just try to absorb the energy of lightning while observing with my soul force. If I find that any accident might happen, then I will immediately force out the thunder energy. Although the potential power of the heretical god force was tempting, if Lin Ming didn't have his life, then any power would simply be worthless. Thinking this, Lin Ming decided to give Thunder Valley a try. Zhou Mountain was several hundreds of miles long. It had numerous canyons and dangerously steep peaks. At a distance not too far away from the seven profound martial house, there was a palace made of glazed tiles that was located above such a peak. The palace was not overly large, but it was magnificently built and gilded in pure gold and the finest jade. This was where the current seven profound envoy lived, Seven Profound Palace. At this time, in a secret room within the Seven Profound Palace, Ouyang Dihua was sitting gloomily in a chair. In front of him was a very feminine-looking man. This feminine-looking man was the other deputy housemaster of the Seven Profound Martial House, Bai Luo. Bai Luo had long ago once taken Ouyang Boyan as his master, and was considered Ouyang Dihua's senior apprentice brother. However, Bai Luo's outwardly feminine appearance was simply too strong. The underlying concepts behind the Acacia faction's cultivation methods were to complement their yang energy with the yin energy of others. It was most suited for virile and exuberant young men to cultivate. Bai Luo had cultivated this for several years with low results and had only become increasingly like a woman. As for his cultivation, he hadn't made many great gains in it. Afterwards, with no other path left, Bai Luo had withdrawn from the Acacia faction and joined the Mirage faction. The Mirage faction was a strange and mysterious sect of the Seven Profound Valleys. Their founder was a woman, and almost all of their faction disciples were women. They were proficient in all sorts of illusionary powers. The Mirage faction's cultivation was most suitable for women to cultivate. It was simply impossible for others. Bai Luo had practiced this women's cultivation method, and it was actually within his element. Now, Bai Luo had reached the Middle Hotian realm and also the fourth layer of the Dream Heart Magic cultivation method. Every illusion that he created was without the slightest flaw. Even a peak Hotian stage master would be hard-pressed to see through it. For what matter did junior apprentice brother call me today? And you also chose to talk in a secret room. Not only did Bai Luo have the looks of a woman, but he also spoke with the gentle voice of a woman. Listening to it caused Ouyang Dihua to feel quite uncomfortable. Ouyang Dihua unconsciously pushed his chair back and opened up some distance between him and Bai Luo. He said, "I called senior apprentice brother here today because I want senior apprentice brother to help me kill a man." "Oh? Is it Lin Ming?" Bai Luo asked with a faint smile. Although he hadn't attended the banquet, he knew of the scene in which Ouyang Dihua had admitted defeat to Lin Ming and had lost face. This Lin Ming was not a simple boy. Yes, him. Ouyang Dihua did not hide anything in front of Bai Luo. After that duel at the banquet, Zhang Guanyu had fallen into a coma for 1 day and 1 night. When he awoke, all of the meridians throughout his body had been wasted, and he had lost all of his martial arts cultivation. Now, he was nothing more than a bumbling invalid that had lost his mind. Zhang Guanyu had been wasted, and Ouyang Dihua's hopes of attaining the 12 pure Ing girls had been wasted along with him. Ouyang Dihua could not forgive Lin Ming because of this. This might be tricky. After all, I am a deputy housemaster of the Seven Profound Martial House. If news that I killed my own disciple were to leak out, that would just be hard to hear. Not only that, but Lin Ming will soon become a Seven Profound Martial House core disciple. He has status and influence, and Xianxia thinks highly of him. If I was to deal with him and this became known, it would be a very serious matter. Although Bai Luo had a certain friendship with Ouyang Dihua, it wasn't to the point where he would bring a disaster upon himself. He had a poor relationship with Xianxia. If Xianxia found a chance, he would definitely seize that opportunity to finish him. This doesn't matter. I do not need you to kill him. I only need a favor from you. I have already sent for someone to kill him. If this is successful, then I will have my uncle speak a few good words to your master so that he'll pass on some cultivation methods to you. In the Seven Profound Valleys, a deputy housemaster was considered a disciple of relatively low status and thus was less valued. This was the reason Ouyang Dihua had used his uncle as a lure. Bai Luo cheerfully said, "Haha, then I will first apologize to junior apprentice brother. But why did you ask someone to assassinate Lin Ming? Can you not do it yourself?" Ouyang Dihua said, "Killing Lin Ming isn't a trivial matter. Even if I have my uncle supporting me and I do not leave any evidence that could be used against me, it's still better to not be public and arouse suspicious. When I send someone to kill Lin Ming, I'll attend some banquets and stay out of sight. As long as the matter is cleanly executed, no one will dare to question me. Bai Luo licked his lips. Who did you prepare to go? If their strength is too weak, it will just be like meat dumplings attacking a dog. Once they go, they won't return. Don't worry. I've already asked a nearby senior apprentice brother in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. He used to be in the Refiner faction, but he violated the sect rules and was expelled from the 7 Profound Valleys. I have some friendship with him, and his cultivation has already reached the peak pulse condensation period, and his battle strength is not underneath mine. As long as I promise him some benefits and he does this, then that would be for the best. What's even better is that he is someone who was originally a loner and likes to wander around aimlessly. At that time, even if they find him, they won't be able to discover anything from him. In terms of cultivation, Ouyang Dihua was at the middle pulse condensation period. But the cultivation methods that he studied in the Acacia faction were mostly to fight and kill others. His senior apprentice brother was from the Refiner faction, and he was best at refining. His fighting technique was a bit lacking. So because of this, their combat efficiency was similar. Peak pulse condensation period? Haha, you actually want to use a peak pulse condensation period master to deal with a little child who has just entered the altering muscle stage. You must think very highly of Lin Ming. Ouyang Dihua said, Lin Ming is not a normal boy at the altering muscle stage. Not only that, but he also has the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead in his possession. That weapon can kill an early pulse condensation period martial artist. Although it isn't easy to use the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead to strike a pulse condensation period martial artist, I still have to be careful, so I'm using my full force against him. If it wasn't for the fact that it was difficult to find a Hotian realm martial artist on such short notice, I would have already asked a Hotian realm martial artist to deal with him. It seems that as long as you can get Lin Ming alone, then he will die. But how do you plan on creating the opportunity to kill Lin Ming? Don't worry about that. I have my ways. Let me ask you first, what relation does Xianxia have with Lin Ming? What kind of relation? Well, Xianxia thinks highly of Lin Ming and has high hopes for his future achievements. He thinks that he will be able to find a new friend and helper for the future. Soon, the 7 Profound Valleys will send down someone to take in the core disciples of the nearby martial houses. Xianxia is anxiously in a hurry to raise up Lin Ming. I believe he thinks that Lin Ming will be able to give a good performance at the grand tournament so that it will pave his way when he wants to be promoted to an elder in the future. Although Xianxia highly regards Lin Ming, his movements are erratic and he likes to travel. He might not even come back to the 7 Profound Martial House once a year. In these past 10 years, he has been walking through the deep valleys to cultivate his zither heart. It's impossible for him to be constantly protecting Lin Ming. Their relation is not that deep. Good. As long as Xianxia is not at the 7 Profound Martial House, then I have complete confidence. Ouyang Dihua evilly grinned. It was as if Lin Ming's life was already within his grasp. Oh. It was early in the morning and the sun had just risen up beyond the horizon and covered Zhou Mountain in a thin layer of morning dew. The withered fall leaves on the ground were already glazed with a bit of night frost. Lin Ming held the heavy profound soft spear in his hand, quietly feeling the power of the flame essence within the heretical god seed. After a period of time, his body suddenly moved and his fist struck the trunk of a large tree. There was a dull thumping sound as the sky began to rain withered leaves as they rustled like a whirlwind. Lin Ming shook the heavy profound soft spear. Flowers in the storm. There was only the sound of a spear piercing through the air. The heavy, profound, soft spear seemed to turn into a ghostly illusion and pierced all of the swirling leaves. After every leaf was pierced, a small amount of fire would be emitted and it would instantly burn the leaf into ash. Ever since the heretical god seed had undergone a minor transformation, Lin Ming hadn't found any difference when he had revolved the heretical god force. It was only that there was a small fire attribute imbued into his true essence. There were a portion of martial artists whose true essence had a special attribute. For instance, Bai Jingyun's true essence was of the water attribute. This was the reason she had paid a steep price to request Lin Ming draw up a water attribute inscription symbol for herself. The flame essence within the heretical god seed allowed Lin Ming to freely use the power of fire. Lin Ming had already expected this. After all, there were some refiners and alchemists who had subdued a flame essence and then were able to freely use the flame. These days, Lin Ming had been tempering his body's true essence and ridding it of impurities. Every day he would stay in the lava cave for 5 to 6 hours. Today, the impurities within his body had finally been burned away. With the suppressive power of the heretical god seed, the seemingly violent and dangerous lava fire became very docile. Otherwise, there was no way he could have refined out the impurities in his body so quickly. The heretical god seed was now the size of a mung bean. It was impossible for the lava fire to meet the needs of the heretical god seed. Lin Ming put away the heavy, profound, soft spear in his spatial ring and prepared to go to Thunder Valley. This idea had already been floating in his mind for several days. Thunder Valley was located in a valley at the back of a distant mountain. The entire mountain valley was filled with magnetic dark steel or had a positive and a negative pole, so it was able to attract lightning from the sky and even store the power of lightning. It was a commonly used material in refining. Because of this, at every thunderstorm, there would be roaring sounds of rolling thunder, and then countless lightning bolts would fall into Thunder Valley. Looking from afar, it was just like purple snakes chaotically dancing. It was very spectacular. After the 7 profound martial house was established, a Xianxia master had created the array formation of Thunder Valley. Now, thunder and lightning would rain down unceasingly, and the array formation had enclosed the power of the thunder and lightning inside special chambers so that one could use it for cultivation. Thus, it had become one of the 7 major killing arrays. The Thunder Array. The Thunder Array was the most mysterious of the 7 major killing arrays. Only those disciples in the top 20 rankings would dare enter. It was also quite different from the other 6 major killing arrays. Thunder Valley only had 2 difficulties, the 11th and 12th. In the 7 major killing arrays, the 12th level of difficulty was basically useless. Not even Ling San could persist inside. This was especially true of Thunder Valley. The 12th level of difficulty was completely abnormal. Not even a veteran pulse condensation period martial artist would be able to stay inside for too long. This was the reason that Xianxia had initially asked new disciples to not choose Thunder Valley. There was no need to mention the 12th level of difficulty. Even the 11th level of difficulty had thunder and lightning that would be able to instantly char a martial artist at the flesh training stage. When Lin Ming arrived at the entrance of Thunder Valley, he could already hear the rumbling of thunder from within. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin. The Thunder Valley Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother stepped out from afar to greet Lin Ming. Senior Apprentice Brother. This is the first time that Junior Apprentice Brother Lin has come to Thunder Valley. This Thunder Valley has a total 6 magnetic chambers. The first 5 are at the 11th level of difficulty and the last is at the 12th level of difficulty. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin may choose as he likes, but I recommend that you choose the 11th level of difficulty. As for that last magnetic chamber, even a pulse condensation period martial artist may not be able to withstand it. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother. Lin Ming had already decided that he would select the 11th level of difficulty. He had even hoped for a lower degree of difficulty. A softer thunder would be easier to control, so as to avoid any random happenings like the heretical god seed exploding within him. Every magnetic chamber was 10 feet by 10 feet. The ground and walls of the magnetic chamber were completely formed from magnetic dark steel, and they shined with a deep blue light. Because the magnetic chamber was a completely enclosed space, the sound of the terrifying thunderclaps echoed in the room. If an ordinary person was to enter the room and be struck by these sound waves, their ears would bleed and their eardrums would rupture. It was even possible for low-frequency waves to shatter their organs, so they died a violent death right where they stood. The sound of this thunder had specific names. It was called tiger leopard thunder. This name was because when a tiger or leopard would growl or purr, if one placed a hand on their body, they could feel their arms vibrating. It was possible for one to borrow the power of this tiger leopard thunder to penetrate into the body and exercise the bones. This was why the bones of tigers were so formidable, and tiger bone wine was the most nourishing. A sign of a martial artist reaching the bone-forging stage was tiger-leopard thunder. When they raised their head they could roar like a tiger, and when they lowered their head they could purr like a leopard. Before Lin Ming entered the magnetic chamber, he had already used true essence to seal off his ears. Purple lighting crazily danced through the air and on the walls of the magnetic chamber. The rumbling sounds of the thunderclaps were able to manifest into shock waves. If one stood in such a shock wave, they would have a clear feeling of their heartbeat rising and the organs of their body being driven into motion by the low and deep sound waves. This kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. Even if one's organs were protected by true essence, they would feel tightness in their chest and have difficulty breathing. This sort of low and deep sound wave was able to silently and invisibly kill people. This was because the frequency was too low for a person to hear it, but it would still dangerously resonate within the organs of a human body. Finally, a human could be split apart by this sound. Psy-dash! A beam of electricity rushed towards Lin Ming like some sort of poisonous snake. The bolt of electricity moved at lightning speed, and before Lin Ming could react to this electric light, he already felt his entire body go numb. Like this, the energy of thunder had already entered into Lin Ming's meridians. Lin Ming's spirits immediately lifted. He carefully manipulated this electric light to flow towards his heart. Watching with his soul force, the electric light entered into the heretical god seed. Lin Ming immediately became tense. His soul force was linked to the heretical god seed, and he was carefully aware of every slight change of energy within the heretical god seed. If anything seemed amiss, Lin Ming was prepared to immediately extinguish this wisp of thunder with all of his strength. However, what really happened was that this wisp of electric thunder submerged into the heretical god seed like a heavy rock into the ocean, and there was simply no change. Nothing happened. When the power of lightning entered into the heretical god seed, it did not result in any change. So Lin Ming began to introduce more and more threads of thunder and lightning into his body, and the result was that all of it was absorbed by the heretical god seed. This had freed Lin Ming's courage. He directly walked into a dancing electric snake. Lin Ming immediately felt his entire body go numb, and the power of the lightning was like a gush of water that poured into his body. The power of lightning was a very mysterious power. Rumors said that lightning itself was the source of all life. In the ancient texts, during ancient times when the heavens and earth had just opened and the land began to stabilize, the sky would shine with countless shimmering clouds of thunder. This thundercloud had sent out lightning that had split apart the ancient oceans and resulted in the first life. It can be said that the only reason there was the flesh and blood of today was because of the lightning of the past. This was why the power of thunder and lightning was best to train the strength of one's own body. Not only that, but Lin Ming also knew that within the body's countless tiny units, there was an extremely complex and mystical electric current that ran through. These electric currents were very weak, but they were a vital intermediary for the countless small units to contact each other and the body. If one did not have these tiny and weak electric currents, then the many activities of the human body would simply cease to function. Therefore, there were some mighty elders who studied unusual methods of cultivation that would fly into thunder clouds and direct the thunder and lightning to temper their body. They would cross the calamity of thunder and use it to enhance their own strength. However, while thunder was a force that gave birth to life, it was also a destructive force that destroyed life. It was able to turn flesh and blood to ashes and burn down vast forests. The way to control this power all rested in a martial artist's own hands. The 7 profound valleys Thunder Valley simultaneously had the tiger-leopard thunderclap and also lightning to temper the body. An ordinary disciple simply could not practice in such a maniacal and deranged way. That was why only the disciples that were in the top 20 ranks of the ranking stone would dare to enter. But not even the top 10 ranking disciples would dare to cultivate in Thunder Valley like Lin Ming did. He walked into that mass of chaotically twisting electric snakes and let the power of lightning penetrate into his body. Lin Ming began to feel the extremely uncomfortable feeling of having his entire body go numb. But soon, this numbness evolved into a thrilling and exciting feeling that caused Lin Ming to wish that a more violent thunder would descend upon him. Like this, The heretical god seed in Lin Ming's body devoured the lightning like a sponge absorbing water. The mung bean-sized heretical god seed began to slowly grow, and a faint violet light began to reflect upon its surface. Lin Ming stayed in the magnetic dark steel chamber for most of an hour. Slowly, he began to feel the surrounding power of thunder weaken, and also the roaring tiger leopard thunderclaps weaken. They were no longer as deafening as they were at the start. Was the power of thunder in this magnetic dark steel chamber absorbed cleanly by me? Lin Ming opened his eyes and discovered that there were only 2 or 3 of the spasmodically dancing electric purple snakes along the walls, and not only that, but they had a rather dim and fading appearance. If Lin Ming stayed here for another quarter hour, then those 2 to 3 electricity snakes would probably be finished. Thunder Valley was different from the lava cave. The lava cave's lava pool was directly connected to a deep semi-active volcano below the mountain, so the lava fire was able to flow with a nearly inexhaustible supply. No matter how much was consumed, it would immediately be replaced by more. But Thunder Valley's magnetic dark steel room was sealed by a massive amount of magnetic dark steel, so that it was able to steer the thunder from a thunderstorm into the array and store the power of thunder and lightning. The amount of lightning that was stored was limited, so how could it withstand such a sweeping absorption by Lin Ming? I guess I'm done here. I should move to the 12th level of difficulty. Thinking this, Lin Ming left the magnetic dark steel chamber. Although Lin Ming had sucked dry most of the thunder power within the magnetic dark steel room, as long as there was another thunderstorm, then the power of thunder within the magnetic dark steel room would be replenished. Because of this, Lin Ming had no plans to be conservative with how much of the thunder power he absorbed, or to mention it. Junior apprentice brother came out so quickly. It's only been less than an hour. Would you like to take a rest? The Thunder Valley Deacon saw Lin Ming exit from the magnetic chamber and greeted him with a smile. Lin Ming would become a core disciple sooner or later, so naturally he wanted to curry some favor with him. Junior apprentice brother, I have some clarion mind pills here. If you take them, it may clear up some of the numbness within your body. The deacon pulled out a small jar from a pocket as he said this and attentively handed it to Lin Ming. He believed that Lin Ming was unable to withstand the intense stimulation from the tempering of thunder and lightning upon his body, and had left the chamber. In fact, even if it were the top 10 ranked disciples, or even someone in the class of Zhang Guanyu, they would not be able to persist for too long within the magnetic dark steel chamber. Even they would need to absorb true essence stones and also take a clarion mind pill in order to barely hold on inside. The 11th level of difficulty in Thunder Valley far outstripped the difficulty of the other 6 major killing arrays. Lin Ming smiled and waved. He said, I thank Senior Apprentice Brother for his kindness, but I do not need the clarion mind pills. I want to change the difficulty level. Does Junior Apprentice Brother Lin not know that Thunder Valley only has 2 difficulties? They are the 11th and 12th levels. Because the nature of the power of thunder and lightning is simply too rebellious, the original array master who set this array formation did not have any way to force this power into obeying. So there are only 2 levels of difficulty. The deacon managed to awkwardly say. He thought that Lin Ming wanted to switch to a lower level of difficulty. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, with your cultivation, as long as you take a clarion mind pill and true essence stones, it is absolutely no problem for you to be able to withstand the 11th level of difficulty. Lin Ming laughed and said, I know. I was going to ask to change to the 12th level of difficulty. What? The deacon was stunned. You want to enter the 12th level of difficulty? Lin Ming nodded. The deacon remained silent. He simply couldn't find the language to say anything. He knew that Lin Ming was very formidable, and had even defeated Zhang Guanyu. But the power of Thunder Valley's 12th level of difficulty was simply incomparably abnormal. Even a veteran pulse condensation period martial artist wouldn't be able to hold on inside. In fact, ever since the deacon had begun managing Thunder Valley, he had only opened the 12th level of difficulty a handful of times. Ling San had tried one time, but not even half an incense stick of time had passed before he scurried back out, his entire body scorched black. Besides him, there were also several core disciples who had tried. Although their natural talent was superior to Ling Sen's, their combat prowess was much lower. so their result was even worse and the electric strength had burnt off all their hair. The power of thunder within the 12th level of difficulty combined with the tiger-leopard thunderclap was not a joke. Lin Ming was fierce, but could he be fiercer than Ling Sen? Junior apprentice brother Lin, the 12th level of difficulty in the magnetic dark steel chamber is something that not even a senior pulse condensation period martial artist can persist in. Not only that, but the array formation does not reduce the power of thunder inside. If junior apprentice Lin is injured then, the Thunder Valley Deacon laid it out mildly. He was quite scared that Lin Ming would be electrocuted within and experience a tragedy. Of the 7 major killings arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, all of them besides the lightning killing array had a certain capacity to independently judge a situation. If a martial artist were on the verge of death, the killing array would promptly stop. This was why there were only a few disciples that had died so far. But Thunder Valley was different. The snaking electricity flew in all directions. It simply wasn't something that could be stopped or fettered by the array formation. If one blacked out from the overwhelming electrical energy, then they would die. If the genius of the 7 profound martial house that was only seen once a century was to tragically die in Thunder Valley, then that would simply be too hilarious. Lin Ming sheepishly grinned. Well, I just want to give it a try. If I have any problems inside, then I will immediately come out. How about that? Well, all right. The Thunder Valley Deacon could only agree to let Lin Ming try and give up afterwards. Ling Sen had been able to last half an incense stick of time. Since Lin Ming was inferior to Ling Sen, then he would probably be able to persist for a few dozen breaths without any problems. After all, junior apprentice brother Lin wasn't some silly little child. If he had problems, then he would definitely come out. Thinking this, the Thunder Valley Deacon opened the last magnetic dark steel chamber gate. Lin Ming entered the 12th level difficulty magnetic dark steel chamber. This magnetic chamber was a full 300 by 300 feet square. This was also the first time that he had ever stepped into the 12th level difficulty of a major killing array. The 12th level difficulty truly was extraordinary. After Lin Ming stepped into the magnetic chamber, even though he was using true essence to protect his ears, the rumbling sound of thunder was enough to shock his ears with a deeply stinging pain. Long, thick, electric snakes several dozens of feet long waves back and forth like living lightning. Chi 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 chi. The detonating sounds of the electricity in the room made one's scalp tingle. Seeing such a thick electric snake, even Lin Ming felt a little jumpy. It was no wonder a pulse condensation period martial artist could not last in here. If such a thick electrical snake flowed through the human body, its powerful effects could be imagined. Lin Ming let out a light breath and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. Then, he walked into that mass of electricity. Boom! As the electric current entered Lin Ming's body, he began to violently shake, nearly fainting. However, at the same time, the heretical god seed his heart began to become active again. As the heretical god seed bathed in the power of thunder, it began to emit a faint whimper of excitement. Countless flows of electrical current began to converge at his heart and flow into the heretical god seed, as if it was a parched man gulping down water. What a strong power of thunder! Lin Ming thought with amazement. Along with the influx of electricity into his heart, the heretical god seed began to riotously vibrate. Lin Ming locked onto it with his sole force to prevent any accidents. But it seemed that his concern was unnecessary. In the heretical god seed, the 3 compressed forces of true essence, flame, and thunder were able to peacefully coexist with each other. Lin Ming was simply amazed by the mystery of the heretical god force. At this moment, outside of the door leading to the magnetic dark steel chamber, the deacon's voice sounded out. Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you all right? Lin Ming found this funny. He replied with a laugh, I'm fine. In any case, the heretical god seed was able to spontaneously absorb the power of thunder. He wasn't worried about being distracted by responding. After another while, the senior apprentice brother deacon came up again and asked, Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you still all right? I'm okay. Lin Ming responded again. After another quarter hour crossed, The deacon's voice sounded behind the door again. Junior apprentice brother Lin, if you cannot withstand it, you should come out first. Don't force yourself. Lin Ming was speechless. This deacon's senior apprentice brother was long-winded enough. Oh, time passed minute by minute, second by second. Soon, 2 hours had quietly gone. In the 12th level difficulty magnetic dark steel chamber, that mass of windingly thick electric snakes had already been evaporated, and what was left over were only a few weak electric currents that were still sparking as they passed along the walls. In Lin Ming's heart, the heretical god seed had grown to the size of a soybean, and the surface was covered with a layer of crystal-clear violet light. It had combined together with that garnet from the compressed flame essence, and was incomparably beautiful as it glimmered with a translucent sheen. Around the heretical god seed, a faint electric spark appeared. In the midst of the dim electric spark, there seemed to be a thin purple snake made from lightning flittering about as it traveled around the heretical god seed. From time to time it would circle around the flame essence, playing with it, as if it had some deep spiritual intelligence. Thunder Soul, the power of thunder and lightning inside of the magnetic chamber, had finally condensed into a Thunder Soul. Lin Ming was extremely joyful. A Thunder Soul was much more precious than flame essence. There were only a few martial artists who had a thunder attribute. Moreover, inside of the heretical god seed, the Thunder Soul had unlimited possibilities for growth. The magnetic dark steel chamber contained the power of lightning and thunder. However, this power was only the most ordinary and natural of thunder forces, which came from a thundercloud. It was only able to create a Thunder Soul. It wasn't possible to allow it to go. Looking at the small snake-like spark in the electric light, Lin Ming had a deep sense of achievement that soaked through him. Flame Essence, Thunder Soul, the heretical god seed was truly marvelous. If the Flame Essence and Thunder Soul continued evolving, what other changes would occur inside of the heretical god seed? At this moment, outside of the magnetic dark steel chamber, the Thunder Valley Deacon was anxiously watching the hourglass with a very scared and bewildered expression. Did I make a mistake? 2 hours. The Thunder Valley Deacon was unable to believe such an unthinkable fact. Even a peak pulse condensation period martial artist would not be able to last inside for so long. The Thunder Valley Deacon was unable to believe such an unthinkable fact. Even a peak pulse condensation period martial artist would not be able to last inside for so long. Lin Ming truly was a frighteningly fierce individual. However, there had to be a limit. You had just entered the altering muscle stage, and yet you can already favorably compare to a peak pulse condensation period martial artist, or even reach a Hotian realm martial artist. Isn't this just a bit too ridiculous? The deacon had been waiting for Lin Ming to realize that the difficulty was too hard and then to leave the magnetic chamber. But now the moon had already come out, and yet there still wasn't any disturbance in the magnetic chamber. The deacon even went knocking on the door at regular intervals to ask if Lin Ming was all right. He really suspected that Lin Ming had been shocked silly inside and was in urgent need of care. Then after a while, when the sand in the hourglass had cleanly leaked through to the bottom, he had to flip the hourglass over again. What the hell? This is just too preposterous. Did the force of thunder inside the magnetic chamber leak out? The deacon kept imagining different scenarios of what could have occurred. But at this moment, the door to the magnetic chamber was pushed open, and Lin Ming hopped out, a cheerful smile plastered on his face. After he had successfully cultivated the Thunder Soul, he was in a very excellent mood. Seeing Lin Ming come out, the Thunder Valley Deacon stared at him with round eyes, looking Lin Ming up and down. Even his clothes had all been burnt off. The Thunder Valley Deacon gulped. What had this daring fellow done inside? He had actually stayed in the 12th level of difficulty for so long, yet he didn't seem perturbed or even the least bit concerned. Was this Lin Ming struck by thunder as a child, gaining some mystic ability, and thus did not fear lightning anymore? Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you all right? I'm great. Sorry for troubling you, senior apprentice brother. I will go back first. Yeah, you go back first? The deacon no longer knew what to say. After seeing Lin Ming out, the Thunder Valley Deacon immediately dashed into the magnetic chamber. He took a deep breath, revolved his true essence to its limit just in case he was hurt by the heavy hail of lightning, and then pulled open the door to the magnetic chamber. In a moment, his eyes had gone perfectly round. In the magnetic chamber, he only saw a few wisps of tiny electric currents running around, as if they were just barely able to maintain their existence. The other usual lightning snakes had already disappeared into thin air. The deacon rubbed his eyes, making sure he hadn't gone blind or daft. This wasn't right. Where was the thunder inside of the magnetic chamber? As he left the entrance to Thunder Valley, seeing no one around, Lin Ming was impatient and wanted to immediately try out the power of the Thunder Soul. Although the inherent nature of lightning was filled with a terrifying energy, it was only a fleeting moment and couldn't last long. However, the Thunder Soul was actually an immortal spirit. It would never be extinguished. As long as he had enough true essence or heaven-earth yuan qi, then he could release an unlimited amount of lightning that would never weaken. The Thunder Soul was similar to the flame essence. It would only have an extremely low chance to be birthed in an area where thunder and lightning had existed for time immemorial. A Thunder Soul was scarcer than a flame essence. That was because in this world, finding lands of thunder was much rarer than finding lands of flame. With a shake of his long spear, tiny wisps of violet lightning appeared on the silver-white spear shaft. It was really quite beautiful. If I trigger the flame true essence and the thunder true essence at the same time, while revolving the heretical god force, so the power of true essence increases by 50%, what would happen? As Lin Ming thought this, he began to stimulate the Thunder Soul and the flame essence within the heretical god seed at the same time. Immediately, the highly compressed heretical god seed erupted like an active volcano. Flame on one hand, thunder on the other. The flame and thunder intersected. Each were as fierce as the other, and as violent as the other. The two kinds of energies began to circle and intertwine around each other. Coupling with the increased power from the heretical god force, the rising energy caused a turbulent vibration in the air, as if the atmosphere itself was being torn apart by these powerful energies. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he could not control these two energies. If it continued, then something dangerous would occur. As he was about to forcefully withdraw the true essence, a memory suddenly flashed in Lin Ming's mind. He suddenly recalled the principle of thunder and flame behind the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. This idea gave him pause. If I let the two different energies in my hands follow the same concept as the Devilfire Thunderbolt bead, would it have the same might as the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead? To rashly test such a hypothesis was dangerous. Not only that, but he was barely in control of these two energies, and was already stretched to the limit of what he could handle. Still, Lin Ming could not suppress this intensely tempting thought in his heart. Flame becomes an eddy, thunder becomes a snake. Lin Ming recalled how the thunder and flame inside of the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead would revolve. As he did this, he also desperately urged all his true essence out, and revolved the wild flame and thunder according to this method. The heavy, profound, soft spear began to shine with light from an electric bolt that twisted around it. Snakes of fire wound around the shaft, and the crackling sounds of lightning and churning flames filled the air with a sound that was absolutely frightening. Lin Ming's face flushed red, and blue veins began to jut out from his forehead. Just as the potent power was about to break free of its shackles, Lin Ming let out a roar and fiercely thrust out the spear. The power of thunder and the power of flame interweaved into a ball of light that shot outwards with incredible speed, almost straight upwards at a 100-foot-high cliff. Bang! There were only the deafening sounds of loud explosions and countless rocks scattering in all directions, and dust filled the air. There was a rumbling sound that lingered, and then the 100-foot-high cliff collapsed in an avalanche of stone. Seeing this power, Lin Ming was stunned silly. What terrifying strength! This explosion could instantly kill an early pulse condensation period martial artist, or even a middle pulse condensation period martial artist. His cultivation was only at the early altering muscle stage, yet relying on the power of the heretical god seed, he could actually produce such a horrifying killing move. This heretical god force secret technique simply went against the will of the heavens. Lin Ming had thought that the chaotic virtues combat meridians which he cultivated was already heaven-defying. After all, contained inside were the true primal chaos formula: flow like silk, the tempering marrow realm, 8 inner hidden gates, 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and all sorts of other strange and miraculous cultivation methods. He had only cultivated it a bit, and yet he was able to cross a whole stage and a half to fight with enemies at the peak bone forging stage. But now, when he compared that to the heretical god force, Lin Ming felt that the chaotic virtues combat meridians was just some commonplace cultivation technique. It seems so. After all, while the chaotic virtues combat meridians is a top-tier body transformation cultivation method manual within the realm of the gods, this cultivation method manual cannot be considered a forbidden technique that cannot be passed down. There must be many people who are familiar with the chaotic virtues combat meridians. For instance, in the sect of the Mighty Elder who had learnt the chaotic virtues combat meridians, as long as you were a core disciple at the sect, you would be able to study this cultivation method. But this heretical god force is actually unique within the entire realm of the gods. That second Mighty Elder who died had only discovered this secret technique within an ancient ruin in the realm of the gods. It has a very high possibility that it was left behind by an ancient evil god. It is not a cultivation method or martial skill or movement ability. It can only be called a mystical secret technique. Such an amazing ability is naturally not something that the chaotic virtues combat meridians can compare with. With this martial skill that I created by accident and with luck, although I can guarantee it can kill an early pulse condensation period opponent, the consumption of energy is simply too large. The true essence within me has lowered by 40 or 50%. It's impossible to use this ability in succession. As Lin Ming was lost in his thoughts, the Thunder Valley deacon frantically ran out of the entrance. He had been standing in a daze inside that last magnetic chamber looking at the few small electric snakes that were remaining. Then he had heard a tremendously loud explosion that had scared him awake. He had thought that the array formation had exploded. As he was running out of the entranceway, he happened to see Lin Ming in front of all the falling debris, looking a bit confused. This was originally a 100-foot high cliff. The deacon had already protected Thunder Valley for many years. He was now well acquainted with the terrain around Thunder Valley. He could only look at Lin Ming incredulously. Could it be that this 100-foot high cliff was collapsed by Lin Ming? He glimpsed the heavy, profound, soft spear that Lin Ming was casually holding in his hands. There was a faint flash of true essence on the spear point. Did he just make a move with his spear a moment ago that caused a 100-foot cliff to collapse? Heavens! The Thunder Valley deacon already thought that his timid heart had experienced enough excitement for today. This was just too terrifying. If he experienced a third shock, then he just might have a heart attack. The rocks of the cliff had magnetic dark steel mixed in it. Who knows how many times harder it was than ordinary rock. How could this be possible? Junior apprentice brother Lin, what is all this? What happened here? Lin Ming slowly shrugged and said, I'm sorry. I was not careful and the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead that I was examining exploded. Lin Ming had used the power of thunder and flame to release this move. Moreover, the concept behind this skill was the same as the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. Perhaps even the man who created the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead would have difficulty discerning the difference between the effects of the bead and Lin Ming's new ability. Thunderbolt Devilfire bead? The Thunder Valley deacon was surprised for a moment, and then he remembered what had happened recently. After Zhang Guanyu had been crippled by Lin Ming, news of the event had spread throughout the entire Sky Fortunate City. At that time, when Zhang Guanyu was dueling Lin Ming, he found that his own strength was inferior, and he was already in a situation where he was defeated. Because of this, he tried to ambush Lin Ming with the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. So Lin Ming had wasted him in response. So that's what happened. The Thunder Valley deacon exhaled. So this explosion was caused by the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. If Lin Ming had thrown it, then it would have collapsed the cliff. However, this Thunderbolt Devilfire bead was simply too perverse. If a 100-foot high cliff could explode and end up looking like this, what would happen if it was thrown at a person? Would that person explode too? Thinking this, the Thunder Valley deacon recalled the magnetic chamber and the thunder inside that had disappeared. His curiosity was piqued again, but Lin Ming had already made the first step and said, "Senior apprentice brother? It's getting late. I should head back first. Thunder Valley should shut down about now. If there's a chance, we will meet again." Lin Ming didn't wait for the Thunder Valley deacon to respond. He had already started moving after he finished his sentence. Since he had comprehended the concept of wind, Lin Ming's speed was extremely swift. "Oh, junior apprentice brother Lin, hang on. About the matter of the thunder inside the magnetic chamber." The Thunder Valley deacon's words trailed off halfway. Lin Ming had already disappeared beyond sight. This left him speechless. He had wanted to understand just what had happened inside that magnetic chamber in Thunder Valley. Fortunately, there was always thunder and lightning in Thunder Valley throughout the entire year. It just so happened that there had also been a thunderstorm that evening, and Lin Ming had managed to absorb almost half of the thunder energy from there. Since the Thunder Valley deacon could not find a reasonable explanation, he dropped the matter. But by the second day, the news of the explosion that occurred outside of Thunder Valley had already been passed on to Ouyang Dihua. "Your luck is quite good. The explosion from the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead actually didn't kill you. However, you have now used up the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. What else can you do to resist? Now when I kill you, it will be as easy as slaughtering a dog or chicken." Ouyang Dihua had already contacted the disciple of the Refiner faction who had been expelled from the 7 Profound Valleys for violating sect rules. To Ouyang Dihua's delight, that disciple had already taken a half step into the Hotian realm, and had now surpassed even himself in strength. It would be a breeze for a martial artist a half step into the Hotian realm to deal with Lin Ming, who was only at the early altering muscle stage. "Lin Ming, your death has already been decided,"